control the virus and save lives.
Battling coronavirus.
Stay inside. Stay inside.
Live events can resume behind closed doors.
Goodwood SpeedWeek. Goodwood SpeedWeek. Showcasing your Goodwood broadcast live.
Everybody to Goodwood SpeedWeek, the first of its kind, what we like to think is the festival of all motoring festivals. It's an amalgamation of the Festival of Speed and the revival meeting here at Goodwood Circuit. And I'm Tom Clarkson.
I'm Molly Pettit.
Isn't it fantastic to be here, Mol?
It is wonderful. Look at this incredible weather. You know, this one-off Speed Week because of COVID. No spectators here, unfortunately, but there will be lots of racing over the weekend.
Yes, and we are your conduit to find out what's going on. We've got coming your way. Myself and Molly are the track crew. We're going to bring you everything that's going on the assembly area. We're going to be catching up with the drivers after each race. Now, Molly, there's so much to look forward to, but if there's one thing this weekend, what is it?
I actually struggled to say one thing because just looking around the paddock here, all of these incredible cars, like I just mentioned, amazing weather, this fantastic track, there's just so many things to look forward to, and it's all going to be sent live. It's great, isn't it?
Now, Molly, your World Rally Championship, have you just come back from Italy?
I certainly have.
Now, on the rally front, what's happening this weekend? I saw Elfyn Evans, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, so several of the Toyota drivers are here. Like you mentioned, Elfyn Evans, current championship leader in the WRC. Also, I say former driver, but he's not driving the championship this year. But Jari-Matti Latvala is here. They're going out in the Toyota GR Yaris, the new sports car from Toyota. That will be really exciting. But special stages around Goodwood here, and there's so many great cars to see from the Group B era and also from current times, so it'll be really, really fun to watch.
The Group B era. Mid-1980s madness, wasn't it? Well,
absolute
for me,
madness.
My bread and butter is Formula One, so the 70th anniversary of Formula One Parade, that's going to be fantastic. We've got so many great cars. Sir Jackie Stewart's going to be here, double world champion Emerson Fittipaldi. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. We've got so much to look forward to, and very shortly we're going to have our first track action of the weekend. It's the SF Edge Trophy, Practice 4, Edwardian era cars. The Beast of Turin, Molly. If I say that to you, does it mean anything?
Well, beast, it kind of sounds a bit scary, doesn't it? And these guys, I have to say, are incredibly brave heading out on this track in some cars that have a 28-litre engines. Incredible.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the Beast of Turin, it's like driving a double-decker bus from the top deck. That's what driver Duncan says. So let's catch up on this track action. I'm going to throw to David Addison in the comms box.
Tom, thanks very much. Morning, everybody. Welcome to a sunny Goodwood. It is early Friday morning, and we are ready for the first part of what is a very busy day, a very busy 3 days. And yesterday afternoon and evening was pretty busy too, with the first look at the rally stage. Now, there is the Beast of Turin. Built in 1911, all 28.4 litres of it. The brave man sitting on it rather than in it is Duncan Pittaway, and he is going to take this record-breaking car out on track. The way that practice will work is that the first couple of laps are going to be behind a camera car, so you'll see for many of the sessions the cars being filmed, and then they will be released to go for a time. That's the intention, at least. They also have the course car to guide them through, and this is a 20-minute session to determine the grid for the first of the two SF Edge Trophy races. The race named after Selwyn Francis Edge, who was born in 1868, keen racer, record breaker, and it is an astonishing assembly of cars, this. Not only in the shapes and the sizes of the car, but the engines as well. You've got everything from a little 1500cc Bugatti Type 13, the Brescia of Alex Ames that Margaret Diffie is driving, right the way, as I say, to 28.4 litres of the beast of Turin, the Fiat, the S76 of Duncan Pittaway. Now, all of these cars could fill a book in their own history, so we'll try and pick out some of the highlights. There, undoubtedly, is a car that he's going to be seeing a great deal within the course of this session because it towers over everything else. And it's all done properly in Duncan Pittaway's world. You see, he doesn't have a number round. As in period, he just daub a bit of white paint on the side for the number 76. And this car, dating back to 1911, it's one that he uses on the road, somewhat bravely. And you can imagine arriving at the traffic lights and having that looming over you, can't you? Others to keep an eye on: Christopher Mann's Alfa Romeo from 1923. You've got the Blitzen Benz as well. Ben Collins, the brother-in-law of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, and Ben Collins, number 3, with the Benz 200 horsepower Blitzen Benz, which is another mega car. And this is the look from on board the Beast of Turin. So you've got the gears ready to be pumped. You've got the run now down towards Woodcote Corner, then towards the chicane. We are still behind the safety car. Duncan Pittaway goes to it. Remember, no seat belts, no encumbrances like that in these cars, so it was purely down to the bravery of the drivers. And this car, a record breaker in Europe, in the hands of Pietro Bordino. Alfa Dure was also very quick in the States with a Fiat S76, and you can anticipate Duncan Pittaway to be up the front. 5 laps, these races. I know we're in practice qualifying, call it what you will for now, but when we get to the 2 races, 5 laps, but they run twice. It was decided that probably short races would be better to preserve the cars, and they have generated some of the most popular races, in fact, on the members meeting timetable over the years. These aero engine Leviathans. And out of the chicane comes Duncan Pittaway. Again, just focus on that front right tyre for a moment. See how skinny it is. Imagine again the speeds they were doing, but on the type of roads they had to compete on. You got a heck of a shaking. And there you see, just on a relatively smooth race circuit like this, what goes through the driver, what goes through the car. So the safety car stays out for another lap. Duncan Pittaway there rounds Madgwick. It's back onto the power now. He's being chased, in fact, by Ben Collins in the Blitzen Benz behind this 21.5 litre 200 horsepower car. There it is. And Ben absolutely flies in that. We've seen him not only at the members meeting but also at the Festival of Speed with huge commitment, and that is another car that I think is going to be up there when we get to the race at lunchtime today, the first of the 2 elements of the SF Edge Trophy. Others to keep an eye to: you've got the Duncan Pittaway owned Monarch from Pikes Peak back in 1915 that Simon Diffie is behind the wheel of. If you catch a glimpse of number 10 with its 8.7 litre aero engine, that will be the Monarch GP. And Simon Diffie, again, if you follow historic racing, you'll know he's hugely spectacular. So he's going to be another one, I think, that's going to be worth watching. So too Julian Majube, who is another regular at members meetings and indeed at the Revival, and he's got the Sunbeam Indianapolis. Now there, Blitzen Benz out of Lavin Corner, and again you see all the commitment being put in by the drivers. Now once the safety car peels in and they're about to go for a proper time, Ben Collins, I think, is going to be on his toes. He's already positioning himself ahead then of the Beast of Turin, ready to get clear track space. And at the end of this lap we should be good to get the session properly underway. So for the SF Edge Trophy, lap timers will start to come, and now we go green. So now the session is officially live, if you like, and Ben Collins, straight away as he comes through Woodcote, sawing away at the wheel, is on it as he goes down a gear into the chicane. Sitting up high, hunched over the wheel, accelerates now up towards the start and finish line, which of course is one and the same at Goodwood, unlike many circuits of more modern creation. So Ben Collins does the target time, such as it is under the safety car, of 2 minutes 7.6, but it's all going to come down now. Things are going to get more competitive now that the session is fully live. So the Blitzen Benz goes through Madgwick. The Beast of Turin, dare one say, is starting to fall back into the pack here, rather, isn't it? So Duncan Pittaway, does he have a problem, or is he just being a gentleman and letting others go while he gets everything up to temperature? there through is the Sunbeam Indianapolis. That's Julian Majube at the wheel of this car from 1915. It was fourth in the 1915 Indianapolis 500. And Ben Collins, meantime, with a clear road ahead of him, comes through St Mary's, over the little brow up towards Lavant Corner. And he's already the fastest. 22 cars we have for this session. One of which is a shared entry, just looking at it, Clive Press and Richard Black. So that's possibly one that's going to make a pit stop. We'll have to wait and see who is going to drive that. There's the Sunbeam, Julian Majube heading down now towards Woodcote Corner. He put himself in clear track space for the moment. Not, I fear, that traffic is going to be a big handicap in a session like this. It's more about your bravery, I think. So Ben Collins the fastest, but now we're starting to get proper lap times offered up. And 2 minutes 7.626 is now bettered, and you can see what a proper lap time can be, a 158.008. Through goes the big Sunbeam then. Julian Majube goes to the top of the times, 157.777 now. Number 6 in the background, the Hudson Super 6, Ian Barnforth at the wheel of that. And number 12 going through is the Scat Type C racer. This is the Turin built car of Andrew Howe Davis, 4.4 litre engine in that. The Scat was created by Giovanni Battista Cerano, and having sold the rights to his first car to Fiat, he went off and built the Scat Type C racer. Ben Collins now finding himself on a busy part of the circuit, but up to third fastest now has come number 200, which is the Darracq 25.4 litre of Mark Walker. There, number 12, that is the Scat of Andrew Howe Davis. And again, you look at the seat, you look at the complete lack of protection for the driver, and the mind boggles. Again, over the type of roads that they would have used, it's pretty sobering to think of what motor racing was like at that time. The top of the times now goes number 17, that being Huey Walker, Mark Walker's son, in Nicholas Hildyard's Theophile Schneider Aero from 1913. By 2 seconds, indeed, he's gone to the top. There's the Hudson Super 6 going through. Ian Barnforth at the wheel of it. A 1917 built car, and the session with 11 minutes to run still has plenty of time for the order to shuffle, does it not? Little and large type race, the SFN Trophy, with, I say, some of these aero engine cars, huge engines within. How's the Beast of Turin getting on? 7th is where Duncan Pittaway is, as over the timing line then goes Ian Barnforth. 15, that is the Hudson Super 6 James Collins car, and one rather smoky car pulling to one side there, just letting the traffic go. It is a perhaps unwanted feature sometimes of cars of this vintage, that they do have the occasional bout of incontinence, so it does become a somewhat slippery circuit on occasions at the end of the Edwardian Cars Practice or Rook race. All of these are cars built up to 1923, completely different era of motorsport. Great shot there, just how busy the road is as the cars come down Lavant Straight, with James Collins there, working his way through the traffic, but Julian Majube looking quick on this lap. I know lap times aren't necessarily the be-all and end-all of the SF Edge Trophy qualifying session, but it is fascinating to see just how rapidly some of them are going. And Julian Majube, with 2 absolute bests in the sectors, is starting to look good. So also improving his lap time, Gareth Graham, as there, exactly the right look to it, waiting his turn, is the driver of the Sunbeam 1216. That's the car shared by Clyde Press and Richard Black, so that is one that should make a pit stop. Julian Majube back on the pole position, even though he was a little bit slower within the final sector because of the traffic. The rest of the lap was still good enough to put him at the very top. So Julian Majube now up to the top. Quick look over his shoulder to see where everybody else is, and with 8.5 minutes just over still to run, so Julian Majube to the top of the times in number 9, the Sunbeam Indianapolis. Julian, who is of Iranian extraction but has raced over here for many decades, started a company called Lockley Tyres to make tyres for vintage and historic race cars, and with the Sunbeam period heading up towards Lavin Corner now, very much one of the potential winners of this race. But he's only a 10th up on Huey Walker, who's now getting better and better in sectors, doing personals as well as absolute bests. He hustles on. Again, Julian Majube peers over his shoulder. Where is everybody, he thinks? This has the makings, I think, of being a rather leisurely lap. Now, is he waiting for somebody, or is he heading for the pits? Let's see. There is Duncan Pittaway, still 7th as the Beast of Turin thunders on. And this is what it's like on board, and it's not just about steering the wheel. This is probably the original paddle shift, isn't it? It's morphed a little bit into something more technical since, but Duncan Pittaway busy with the wheel, busy with the gears and the brakes. Through Lavant now. Back onto the power, heads down Lavant Straight, and as far as this lap is concerned from Duncan Pittaway, well, the last lap was an improvement, but this time around, let's see. It doesn't look as though it's going to be good in terms of the sectors. Which lever is he going for this time? Slow the car down coming towards Woodcote. An element of the circuit that was busy being used last night as part of the rally stage, but the Beast of Turin gently through Woodcote. Does it have a problem? Half expectation it was going to be a little bit more lively coming towards the chicane than that, but Duncan Pittaway slowing it down nice and early for the chicane. It was here a couple of years ago in the revival that he had a drama with his Plymouth, but I think he is heading for the pit, you know. Very gently the car comes out of the chicane. Let us hope that's not a problem. There is 17, that's Huey Walker, who is the fastest. Beautifully drifted the car through Woodcote. The Theophile Schneider Aero, this car with its time at the moment putting it now nearly 4 seconds up on Julian Majube. So in 1913, this car now becoming the one to beat. So can he go even quicker again? Not on this lap. 151.5 was the best lap. That's a little bit slower, but it matters not hugely. With 5.5 minutes still to go, and oh dear, that's the Alfa Romeo in strife, which I fear is Chris Mann's car. Lots of smoke out of the back, so Chris Mann smokily peels to one side, lets the traffic go. Tony Best's Alfa also on track, but it was Chris Mann with the smoke. That's Tony Best's car that you just see, the RLS Targa Florio. But yes, Chris Mann will be heading for the pit lane, and fingers crossed that car is going to be good to be on the grid later on. The smoke I would offer you is getting worse, but this car from 1923, one of the more modern cars you could argue within the entry, is heading for the pit lane, and Christopher Mann, one hopes, is going to be good to take part in the race. But there isn't a lot of repair time. We've only got 5 minutes of this session to go, and then the race itself is 12:40. So and a checkered flag has appeared on the timing screen. so the session at an end, although the clock is still ticking, 4.5 minutes to go. So there's the checkered flag. Quite sure why it's come out a little earlier than anticipated, but out has come the checkered flag anyway. And never actually saw number 16, the shared car of Richard Black and Clive Press, make a pit stop to change drivers, so that might be one for the officials to rule upon, if indeed they are planning on doing a race E. So there's the flag. In the background you see Christopher Mann does bail from the pit lane. And the fastest at the end of it is Huey Walker, who has looked mighty all the way through that session. So the cars do their in-lap, head to the pit lane, and 22 of them. We had the slowest of which in the end was the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy of Nick Pellet, the car that won the actual 1914 Tourist Trophy, owned by Colonel Edward Lee Guinness. 1 or 2 more still to take the checkered flag, in fact. So the last few through. So Huey Walker, in the end, almost 4 seconds up on Julian Majube. There, number 13 is John Paulson with the Talbot 12 horsepower sporting model, car from 1912, and the car that is 17th fastest at the end of that session. So just the last handful to come through. How did the other Alfa Romeo get on? Tony Best's car, 15 it was. They're looking rapid. William Twelvetrees with a recreation of the Wolseley 1620 from 1910. And also there you've got the Darragh 200, number 200 in the hands of Mark Walker, the 1905 land speed record holding car. So there, the Darragh, where did that end up in the times? 4th fastest, in fact, was Mark Walker. Son on pole, Dad 4th on the grid. Glorious high shot looking down on, as ever, a beautifully presented Goodwood Circuit. And the assembly area will start to get busy in a moment for the next of the practice sessions. It's not just about racing, of course, this weekend. We've got the Drift Carner, we've got rallying, we've got the Shootout, which, rather than being on the hill, is a lap of the circuit, and a great variety of cars lined up for that as well. Some of the races, as you have heard, 5-lap sprints. Others are 2-driver races, as is the familiar pattern at many of the Goodwood events, with the members meeting and revival having the 2-driver races, one of which we have today, of course, the 2-driver Gerry Marshall Trophy race coming up a little bit later on. Practice for that this morning, and it's the final race at 5:25 before we go back to rallying. So the SF Edge Trophy, a race today and then another race on Sunday. So it's a long weekend for the teams, but some lively racing is going to be in store. So at the end of practice, Huey Walker is the fastest by a fair old margin, 3.9 seconds up from Julian Majube. Ben Collins with the Blitz and Benz 3rd ahead of the Darragh of Mark Walker. Christopher Mann 5th before the smoke put the Alfa into the pits with Gareth Graham's Mercedes 6th fastest. Rob Hubbard's Vauxhall 3098 comes 7th, and Charlie Martin with the Moores GP is 8th at the end of that session. 9th is where you find Duncan Pittaway with the Beast of Turin, the Fiat S76 ahead of James Collins, and then Simon Diffie with the Monarch, Andrew Howe Davis in the Scat 12th ahead of Ian Barnforth's Hudson Super 6, James Baxter with his Fiat S61 14th ahead of Tony Best's Alfa Romeo and William Twelvetrees Wolseley 16th. 17th fastest John Paulson with the Talbot ahead of Ben Mears with the GN Touring Sport. Jack Bond's Vauxhall 19th. Margaret Diffie in Alex Ames' Bentley Type 13, 20th quickest. Then either Clive Press or Richard Black, because I think only one driver did a time, 21st with the Sunbeam, and rounding out 22, Nick Pellet with the 1914 Sunbeam Tourist Trophy. So let's have a quick look at the highlights of our first track activity of the weekend, and it all began with perhaps one of the cars made more famous by Goodwood than its efforts in period. The Beast of Turin leading them out onto the circuit, first couple of laps behind the safety car, but then the drivers really started to push, and the Beast of Turin, another car that had a problem. In fact, it didn't get to the end of the session as we saw. It slowly made its way towards pit lane. Doing Sergison there, waiting his turn in the pit lane. But as hustling on, Mark Walker came over the timing line in the Darragh. Others were showing their own. Engines hard at work throughout the session, but one engine, I'm afraid, that cried enough was that in the Alfa Romeo of Christopher Mann, and he was heading for the pits when the checkered flag came out a little early to end the session. But even so, Christopher Mann, 5th quickest before the problems intervened. Checkered flag at the end of the SF Edge Trophy practice session, and fastest of all, number 17, the Theophile Schneider Aero, owned by Nicholas Hilliard, and Huey Walker, the man at the wheel. So the next activity on track is going to be for the cars, the Goodwood Trophy. That will be coming up shortly. But Huey Walker is the fastest in that SF Edge Trophy session. Let's hear from Huey Walker. He's with Molly Pettit.
Huey Walker, fastest lap time in this practice session. Tell us what it was like in beaming sunshine here at Goodwood.
It was good. The sun was quite low, so that was a bit tricky, but all good. I had a pretty clear run. I think I was stuck behind some slow people at the first 2 out laps, so I didn't really see anyone that was in my way or anything, so I just pushed on, got the hang of it. But yeah, no, it seems to go really well.
Tell us a little bit about this spectacular car.
So this is Nick and Pip's Hilliard, Nick and Pip Hilliard's Schneider, and it's got a Hall Scott, so a World War I airplane engine in a Schneider chassis, very similar to what was raced in the Grand Prix before the war. It's really lightweight, really lovely gear change, and the rear brakes are obviously something you have to get the hold of, but you know, you don't really slow down, but it's fine. Just skid it round the corners.
Thanks so much.
Cheers, thanks.
A very happy Huey Walker, pole position, and with the Theophile Schneider Aero looking as though it is going to be hard to beat in the purposes of the first SF Edge Trophy, and that, as I say, is going to come up at 12:40 today. Next activity on track is the practice session for the Goodwood Trophy at 9:45. Before that, let's have a quick break.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aspen, and kaboom, the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James Well-Beloved.
back to Goodwood Circuit. If you can hear me, this is the Goodwood Trophy, and it's a leap forward in speed and technology compared to the SF Edge Trophy. Look at these units. These are cars that race between 1931 and 1950, and the car that I'm really looking forward to seeing is the ERA that is being pedalled by Gerry Pearson. Now, Gerry is a long-time friend of Goodwood, usually races Jaguars, D-types, C-types, but he's in this ERA. It's the blue car, and it's a very significant car here at Goodwood because it won the first ever race here at the Revival meeting back in 1998. So look out for that. Anders, over to you.
Thanks, Tom. So, yes, we do indeed step forward in time. The Goodwood Trophy is for Grand Prix and voiturette cars of a type that raced between 1930 and 1951. And there is that very significant ERA. And actually, Gerry Pearson at the wheel of it is going to be well worth watching. He's not somebody that you associate with the ERA, so it's going to be interesting to see how he gets on. But you've also got Remus, the famous Prince Vera car, in this. And you've got the car that Pat Fairfield raced, Nick Topless at the wheel. And the cars they're up against, including all the Bugattis, you've got Fraser Nash's, you've got MGs, you've got Maseratis. And there they all are, pouring out onto the circuit. So there 26 goes through. That is the Turbo Largo Type 26C. Klaus Lehr at the wheel of that 4.5 litre car. 13 is the Bugatti Type 35 of that man again, Duncan Pittaway. Can't keep a good man down. That's possibly why he was retiring early from the SF Edge Trophy, so he could jump into another far more modern car, the Bugatti from 1925 that finished 5th, in fact, that car in the 1925 San Sebastian Grand Prix. But the ERAs, English Racing Automobiles, are perhaps the cars to beat in all of this, as you see Tom Dark there with the very rare Bugatti Type 73C made out of original parts, rather than being an actual period car, but all the parts that have been put together to build the car up from the time. And also there is Tim Dutton's Bugatti. Tim and his father Ivan Dutton, specialists in Bugattis. Ivan himself did race modern saloon cars in his time, but concentrating now on historic and vintage Bentleys out of the chicane. So who's going to be fastest out of all of this? Well, you've got Julian Majuve back out on track. He's got the Alfa Romeo 308C, the Renault Sommer Acquilevazzi car.
Hello, 1 2 1 2.
Got a fabulous history, as well as being a great car itself. So that's a potential. We've got the safety car, of course, doing a couple of laps with them first before they are released into the session. As I say, Gerry Pearson then with the Remus ERA R5B, the supercharged car, will be a potential pole position, but how much time Gary's ever actually spent in an ERA, one can't vouchsafe for. So could be that he's getting up to speed a little bit, but he'll certainly be one to watch. Vastly experienced driver. And there going through is Duncan Pittaway. So the end of the safety car element of the session, we'll start to get the proper lap times offered up. You see that the filming car there gets out of the way to prepare them for flying laps. And we'll be in business then very shortly indeed to get the competitive part of the session underway. So there is Julian Majuve, and this car, the 3-litre 8-cylinder Alfa Romeo 308C, a lot more twitchy than one or two other cars out there, but as I say, there's great pedigree. And there is Remus in the background, Gerry Pearson, who again, as ever, does it properly. Open face helmet and the goggles. Gerry, vastly successful, not just at Goodwood, in fact, but in historic racing in general, and as good a preparer as he is a driver. He's got a great customer base. Some nice cars of his own, and his brother John, who is the Dunlop tyre distributor for the UK. He also has a nice collection. They share cars together, they race against each other, but also Gerry gets into some of his customers' cars on occasions. And it is Charles McCabe that's given him driving duties here this weekend. So Julian Majuve versus Gerry Pearson, potentially. Ewan Surgison could be a man to watch as well in Nigel Griffiths' ex-Luigi Villoresi Maserati 6CM. Brilliant shot that, of the cars coming down through the chicane. And with 14 minutes on the clock, the green flag now being shown, so we have the session, if you like, properly live. So now the times are going to start to come down. So 1930 to 1951 is the period that all of this covers. There with the Siamese flag on the back is Remus. There were two of these cars that Prince Bira and his cousin Prince Chula Chakrabongsa had, Remus and Romulus. And for many, many years, it was the Honourable Patrick Lindsay that owned this car and had huge success with it in the Vintage Sports Car Club events. Multiple winner, for example, of the Richard Seaman Memorial Trophy at Alton Park. But then Remus has passed into different hands, and it's great to see Gary Pearson behind the wheel of it. As I say, something rather different. It was always run, you can just see the little legend on the back of the mirror by the White Mouse racing team. So there's the picture of the White Mouse there, and Gary Pearson sawing away at the wheel. 1500cc supercharged engines, ERA, the company of Raymond Mays, which had great success pre-war. And down now towards Woodcote comes Gary Pearson, certainly showing that he's going to be one of the potential, if not the race winner out of all of this, because he's looking very, very good already in the sector times. The ERAs largely known by their type numbers. R4D, one of the more famous ones, that was largely a successful hill climb car and has been a regular at Goodwood's in the past. Not here this weekend, but we do have the R4A of Nick Topless, and there is also R11B, which is the ex-Reggie Tong car that David Morris will be driving. So there's more representation of ERAs than just Gary Pearson, and indeed Nick Topless now going to the top of the times in number 4. So the ex-Pat Fairfield car, 1935 car, goes quickest. Where's Julian Majube in the Alfa Romeo? Well, there he is on track, but in terms of the times, 4th fastest he is at the moment. Duncan Ricketts goes up to 3rd. Number 16, Duncan Ricketts, with the Parnell Challenger, which was Reg Parnell's bid to beat the German manufacturers of the time. And Duncan Ricketts, who's also been an ERA peddler in the past, at the wheel of it. Julian Majube here still pressing on, chasing after Gary Pearson, and now looking good because an absolute best within the first sector goes the way of Julian Majube. So this now has the potential, I think, for him to be a very good lap indeed. Again, you put the power down, round comes the back. We're still in a pre-seatbelt period, of course, with these cars, but a little bit more protection for the driver. Certainly in the Alfa, the ERA rather more sit up and bang in its styling. But Julian Majube then down towards Woodcote Corner. The time he's got to try and beat in this session, 1 minute 44.7, that of Nick Topless. And doing well in sectors because it's an absolute best in the first and a personal best in the second. So the Alfa Romeo, huge steering wheel at which Julian Majube soars, comes into the chicane now. Concentration etched onto his face through the chicane, almost leaning with the car as he turns the huge wheel up towards the timing line then, which is a pit out there. And Julian Majube's lap time puts him second as Gary Pearson goes fastest. So it was briefly Julian Majube up to second, but then Ian Baxter and Nick Topless go through. Ian Baxter up into second in the times now, so 6 tenths between Gary Pearson and Ian Baxter with the Alta 61, the George Avakassis car, and a yellow flag being shown there because we've got a stationary car. Duncan Pitaway, I fear, is it? Looks like one of the Bugassis, and it could be Duncan's crash helmet, that. So hopefully it's not Duncan Pitaway, but I fear it might well be. He's had a look and just hops back in. We'll get the car back to the pit lane. He got some bodywork missing, which might have been why he stopped. The car trying to keep out of everybody's way. Yellow flag will be rescinded once the car gets back onto the road. This Goodwood Trophy presented by the GSA, official practice, the Goodwood Supporters Association, lending support to this race as part of Goodwood SpeedWeek presented by Mastercard. Now there is the charging Nick Topless. He's 3rd fastest at the moment in R4A, the ERA that, as I say, was a Pat Fairfield car in terms of its most successful period. Carrying down towards Woodcote, this from 1935, and Nick Topless, like Gary Pearson, punched over the wheel into the chicane. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him. That chicane, which is a recreation of the old brick wall. Looks like a brick wall, but it's now plastic filled with water, so if you hit it, you're going to know about it. Nick Topless, absolute perfect lap. 3 purple sectors, absolute best across each of them. And so the ERA goes top. It will be Topless and Pearson then arguing over pole position if the session carries on as it is, although nearly 3 seconds of a margin shows the commitment put in on that lap by Nick Topless. We've got 24 cars in the session, and another of the ERAs is at the very bottom, Mark Gillies. Now, he's been a race winner here in the past at the Revival, and R3A that he has is another ex-Raymond Mays car, but I'm surprised it's not going quicker. Might be that Mark's got a problem, actually, because he's into the pit. So, yes, if that can be made good, he's one to watch for the very end. But at the moment, he's staying in the pit lane. Number 2 is the Alta 61S, the ex-George Abacassis car of Ian Baxter, who's very good in speed events, not just PSCC-style races, but sprints and hills as well with the Alta. This car from 1937, and more variety within the field there going through is Duncan Ricketts in the Parnell Challenger. It was created, this car, to try and take on the likes of Mercedes and Auto Union, and that's sort of reflected in its styling as well as the colour, isn't it? 1939 it dates back to. Duncan Ricketts then at the wheel of the car, a little bit of smoke out of the back. Reg Parnell's creation. Through the chicane it comes. Towards the timing line. Duncan Ricketts 8th fastest at the moment. Right, Mark Gillies has gone back out again, number 33, so assuming that car is well, it'll be one to watch now. David Morris with his ERA up to 2nd fastest, Humphrey as it's known, 136.658. And Tom Dark also improving now with the rare Bugatti Type 73C. But at the moment, this is Duncan Ricketts, again, very experienced racer on cars of this style, of this period, and putting all of that to good effect as he comes now up to the right-handed part of St Mary's. Now turns left and heads towards Lavant Corner, again leaning out of the car, those desperately narrow, skinny tyres, trying to find some grip, some traction, and he comes down towards Lavant Corner now. Ian Baxter up to 3rd at the end of his last lap, incidentally. Duncan Ricketts is 7th. Duncan Pittaway 11th with the Bugatti. But still Mark Gillies, the one that I think he's going to do something before the end. He needs to do something before the end because the lap time is not yet reflective of what he can do. So Duncan Ricketts on this lap, quicker than he had been in the first part of the lap, slightly down in the second, however. Looking good for David Morris, number 9 ERA, because he's done an absolute best in Sector 1 and a personal best in Sector 2. For the pit lane comes the Parnell Challenger, so Duncan Ricketts, as the clerk of the course, Dale Wells, is very keen to get drivers to do, signifies that he is going to peel right. In the past, there have been people not making intentions clear, and incidents have occurred as someone's gone for the pits and been collected by somebody unaware that they were going to peel right. So every year much emphasis is placed on the need to make your intentions clear. David Morris does go to the top of the times, look, 134.801 in ERA number 9, the R11B. So although Nick Topless looked as though he was going to be hard to beat, he has been bested for the moment. 73 there is Tom Dark. Now he's up to 3rd fastest. Bugatti Type 73C from 1945. Very, very few were made, but lots of parts were built. So these are original parts put together to create the car. Tom Dark hustles on. But David Morris, not only has he gone fastest, he's going faster again on the next lap. So just under 5 minutes of the session to go. Duncan Ricketts in the pits as we saw. Now Mark Gillies is getting on with the job because he's up to 10th fastest. Tom Dark down towards Woodcote. David Morris getting quicker and quicker. Nick Topless a 10th behind him. Where's Gary Pearson dropped to in all of this? 8th fastest. There is David Morris. So that's the current pole position car, number 9 ERA, which has been in the Morris family for many, many years. David's late father Martin raced it in the VSCC events in the 1980s and earlier with great success. It stayed in the family, it stayed competitive, and it stays on pole position. 1:33.609, goes quicker still then. And Mark Gillies back into the pit lane, so he got up to 10th fastest, but still the problems persist, I'm afraid, for number 33 Mark Gillies. David Morris puts the ERA ahead of the Bugatti of Tom Dark out on track. And what have we got left in the session? Just under 3.5 minutes still to go. Others still hustling on, but got Ricketts and Gillies 9th and 10th in the pit lane now. One that's stopped out on track by the look of it is the Tom Hardman driven MG Bellevue Special. That's being shown as having got a problem. We've had an improvement now from Simon Edwards or the owner Michael Birch in number 70 as well as Paul Sian. Simon Edwards on the entry list on the timing screen is the name Birch, so owner Michael Birch may have elected to drive after all. There's Tom Dark coming down towards Woodcote. And you see the green ERA there of Mark Gillies being given a push. Now, is that a push to get him back into the session, or is that to get him back to the paddock? I think he's going to come back out. There it is. So that's going to be a car worth following if they can get this problem sorted out. Over a minute of the session to go as Ian Baxter presses on with the Alta, 6th fastest. Another improvement lower down from Alex Simpson with the Alvis Goodwin Special, but Ian Baxter pressing on quite nicely here actually, 4th fastest, but still being able to hustle good times out of this car. He's going to get one more lap out of it as well as he heads now towards the timing line. Through he goes. And an absolute best at the very end. Kept him 4th fastest, but if he can carry that pace onto the next lap, then his last lap of the session could be his best yet. Let's see. So he is on the inside of the second row. Remember, it's fabulous to have it. 3-2-3 grids at Goodwood for these period races. Come on, your 1x1 staggered starts. Good old 3-2-3. You go back even further than that. Used to have 4-3-4 grids at certain venues, but anyway, 3-2-3 at Goodwood. Into St Mary's goes Ian Baxter. 4th he is. Checkered flag is imminent. It'll be there for him at the end of the lap. And he's improved within the first sector. So Ian Baxter looking as though this is going to be a good lap time for him. There you see David Morris coming down towards Woodcote. So this is the car that is the fastest. he might even go faster again, just looking at this. An absolute best in the middle sector. Out of the chicane, quick look down. Up towards the line. Wisp of smoke out of the back, but is this going to be quicker than a 33.6? The answer is yes, it is. A 33.5. Faster again, right at the end of the session. So, David Morris goes top, and a great job done by the ERA driver. Still they come. There is number 10, Ben Fiddler, with the ERA B-type. Whoops, and a spin coming out of the chicane, I fear there. Number 22, was that? No, who was that? Somebody's got it all wrong. Ben Fiddler in the AJM1, in other words, the car put together by Tony Merrick, comes across the timing line. And fourth fastest right at the very end. Best lap of the session for Ben Fiddler, who kind of flew under the radar a little bit there. So that's going to be a really interesting race, I think, that. The way the grid has panned out has given the likes of Gary Pearson and Julian Majube and Duncan Ricketts, and certainly Mark Gillies, problems notwithstanding in that car, an opportunity to carve their way through the pack. Should be a good race, definitely. And again, you've got some of the real stars of this era of historic racing. The likes of Duncan Ricketts, David Morris, for example, do rather specialise in this sort of car, and here they are on the grid. So it's going to be a really good race. This race will be today at 2:20. But I'm still a bit concerned about Mark Gillies, only 11th, and not that many laps done in that session. I think he only did 5 in total. Most were doing 10. So trouble at nil for the ERA, I fear. So I'll have a look at the times in a few moments. Then the track's going to be turned over for the next practice session to the cars for the Gerry Marshall Trophy, which is another wonderful trip down memory lane. But for now, the cars from the Goodwood Trophy, presented by the Goodwood Supporters Association, make their way to the pit lane. And yes, Duncan Pittaway had lost bodywork, so there it is. So now he's stopped to pick it up. Waste not, want not. See, if that were the Beast of Turin, it would easily fit. Why parted company, Duncan? You need to explain. There's somebody else in trouble. That's Julian Wilton's XR for Dobson ERA B-type, the R7B. So that's come to rest on the grass. Doesn't look damaged, but might need retrieval. So quite a few people, I fear, at the end of that session with gremlins to sort out. Not that much time in which they can be sorted either. So down the pit lane, into the paddock come cars. Session as an end. And David Morris, the fastest then, at the end of qualifying for the Goodwood Trophy. So David Morris in ERA R11B is the fastest, ahead of Nick Topless with the R4A. A year earlier, the margin between them 1.3 seconds. Tom Dark third in his Bugatti Type 73, ahead of Ben Fiddler's ERA B-Type AJM1, and Ian Baxter's Alta fifth, ahead of Gary Pearson in Remus. James Baxter going really nicely in the Riley TT Sprite, and Julian Majube's Alfa Romeo looking fantastic, and 8th fastest. Duncan Ricketts 9th in the Parnell Challenger, ahead of Michael Birch with his Maserati. A troubled Mark Gillies with ERA R3A, only 11th. More to come from that in the race. Julian Wilton parked on the grass at the end of the session, but is 12th in the times, ahead of Andrew Hall and Alex Simpson. Duncan Pittaway 15th with his now lightweight Bugatti, shedding bodywork as it has gone, and Stephen Gentry's Type 51 Bugatti 16th fastest. 17th, former single-seater racer Ewan Sergison, ahead of Klaus Lehr, the Maserati outpacing the Talbot Lago. Tom Hardman's MG Bellevue Special 19th, ahead of William Medcalf. I think it was him that had a spin right at the very end in the Bentley Casey Hassan Special. And let's, after that, have the final 4 cars: Bechstein, Williams, Duck, the drivers. Quick look at the highlights, though, of the session. David Morris, the fastest. Gary Pearson then working his way to the front of the queue early on with Julian Majube there with a flapping exhaust. William Medcalf with the Bentley Pacey Hassan special, but the car's looking fabulous in the sunshine, wriggling out of the chicane. The ERA there of Ben Fiddler working its way up towards the exit of the chicane, and in the end going fourth fastest. Julian Majube, number 1 Alpha. 8th Gary Pearson there you see on track behind, ending the session 6th. Duncan Rickett putting huge commitment in with the Parnell Challenger, 9th fastest he was come the end of the session. But David Morris just getting on with the job all the time, and right at the very end doing yet another best lap time, a 1:33.5, putting David Morris up to the top of the times, as the ERAs, even with some tape on to try and keep a little bit of the warmth in the engine, get them running nice to temperature this morning, persevered. Number 20, Stephen Gentry, going nicely and ending up 16th fastest. David Morris, the fastest, by 1.3 seconds. There, the ERA. Humphrey tops the times, David Morris aboard, and David Morris is quickest then in the official practice for the Goodwood Trophy. Wonderful to see these cars out on track. Let's join Tom Clarkson next.
Thank you, David. Now, I am a kid in a candy store because we've got wonderful cars and amazing drivers. This is a who's who of motorsport down here in the assembly area. Now, first up, the cars. These are Group 1 saloons that raced between 1970 and 1982. And that's the only time this weekend that you're going to see cars that were built after 1966. And just look at this Chevy Camaro. It's all about grunt. It's being driven by Tom Christensen and Jack Tetley. And then next to it we have this Ford Mustang. And one of the peddlers is Jason Plato. Jace, how are you, mate?
Very good, how are you?
Great to see you. Now, a quick word on that car you're driving. It looks an absolute beast.
It's pretty cool, isn't it? Do you know, it's such a lovely thing. I mean, it's immaculate. It's great fun to drive. It sounds brilliant, and it's something you got to grab hold of it. No power steering, plenty of power, not that much grip. We had some braking issues. We had it out down at Brands Hatch the other day, just for a bit of a run out, and we had some brake issues, which is not what you want in one of those, but we think we've sorted it.
Jess, it looks quite heavy.
Yeah, I mean, we've made it look like that on purpose, but...
Okay, now when I say the name Gerry Marshall to you...
Yeah.
What word springs to mind? Sideways.
Do you know what? There's so many words that spring to mind. Yeah, I did, you know, I managed to have a beer with Gerry a few times, on a few occasions, actually. I mean, he was just... probably the first proper maverick, I would have thought, in touring cars. You know, and the image I've got in my mind is him with a pint and Big Bertha. You know what I mean? Like more than sideways. But right. he was a fierce competitor, great racer, but very much from the old school mould.
He was indeed, wasn't he? Well, have a great session. Qualifying, you're going to be second in, aren't you? We're going to go for a little wander down here, see who else we can find. Okay. Thanks, Chase. Good luck. So, look, we have Colin Turkington down here. He's in that Mini. Behind him, we have Andre Lotterer. Let's have a look. He's in a Ford Mustang. Follow me, Steve. Are you with me? Now, Andre won the TT here at the Revival last year. Andre, lovely to see you. Tell us about this beautiful car you're about to drive.
Well, I'll know a bit more after I drive it for the first time now, but looks awesome. I love this car. I actually have myself a Ford Mustang Fastback GT from '67, but I think that's a bit better and a bit faster. So yeah, can't wait to take it out on track, and so happy we're here.
And Andre, it's great to have you back at Goodwood. TT winner last year. Weather's perfect. Doesn't get much better, does it?
Yeah, this sunny day in Goodwood is fantastic. I love coming here, and yeah, it's good atmosphere already here in the morning, and looking forward to awesome weekend. Have fun with the cars, and yeah, maybe win something. If not, it's also okay.
Okay, well, have a great time. Thanks, Andre. We're going to just squeeze out here. As I said, it's the who's who. Now, Karan Chandok is driving a Fiesta. And I just wanted to catch up with him to get an idea of what his plans are. Can I squeeze in here? KC, how are you?
Very good, TC. How are you doing?
Now, I'm very well. tell us about this motor. I don't think I've ever seen you in a Fiesta before.
No, I've never driven one apart from a hire car. Well, if I'm honest, I only found out I'm driving it as it came into the collection area. So, yeah, I mean, this is literally the first time I'm sitting in it.
And it's going to be a bit of a different beast to the Whitsun last year.
Yeah, yeah, no, definitely. But, yeah, in this and in a Mini later on in the same area, so that should be fun.
And Casey, just a quick word on what the tactics are. How many laps are you going to get before you hand over to your teammate?
You're asking a lot of technical questions, Tom. As I said, I'm trying to work out how to start the car at the moment. But we'll probably go halfway through the race, I'm assuming. I don't know. I need to find out.
Good. Casey, have fun. We're going to have one last chat. I hope you're enjoying seeing all these cars. Absolutely loving it. Andre Lotterer even walking around with his phone. Matt Neal, or Dario Franchitti perhaps. Oh my God. Right here is a who's who of the motorsport world. Let's start with Dario. Dario, you're in a Chevy Camaro. Great to see you, by the way. How many laps have you done in it so far?
I sat in it the other day.
You sat in it?
That's about
Did it move?
No. So, yeah, it'll be exciting. That's a good car. And racing my old pal Graham Bryant, so that would just be fun. But there's a lot of a lot of sporty people out there.
Now, Dario, it was here last year that you made your racing return. Can you just describe what it's going to be like to drive that around the fast sweeps of Goodwood? Are you a little bit nervous?
I think this will be lovely. I think it's going to be nice big drifts and stuff. I'm a bit more nervous about the shootout later. I'm driving an RS 500 in the shootout, which when I was asked did I want to do it, my brain was telling me no, but my mouth said yeah. So I'm more nervous about that. I think this is going to be lovely. It's done very well here in the past, so if there's a problem, it's down to me, I think.
Just a quick word, how many horsepower's under the lid?
More than 400 apparently.
Wow. Yeah, that's going to keep you busy, isn't
adequate.
it? More than adequate. Great stuff. Dario, good luck.
Cheers.
Let's just head round here. Gordon, can I have a quick catch up with you, mate?
Sure.
What are you driving? How much are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, driving everything this weekend. So I've got the Camaro in this race, then a GT40, a Cobra, a Mini, and the Audi R8 GT3 car.
That
so
is
from the ridiculous to the sublime.
Now, Gordon Shedden, by the way, for those of you unfamiliar, but Gordon, that is an eclectic mix of cars. How do you get your head round it from one race to the next?
I've got no idea. I think it really is. And what makes it worse is I haven't actually sat in any of them until now. So there's no familiarity with anything. Straight into qualifying, and we'll have a go and see how we get on.
Gordon, you're a wonderful talent. You're going to go very well. Have a great time.
Thank you, Joy.
Shall we do just one more driver? How are you?
Matey.
Tim, how are you? Great to see you.
How are you?
You're bouncing from foot to foot. A little bit nervous, or how much are you looking forward to this?
You're never nervous, just excited. You know, the old adrenaline starts to go, and you know, you're driving a different car, and it's all exciting. You know, good to see everybody back again, and thank God we're here.
Now look, Tim, you're driving a Mini, front-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Right? Just what, flat out everywhere. Don't lift. Is that the secret?
Well, I've always raced against these blooming Minis with Nick Swift waving his fist at me. I'm normally in a Rover 3.5 litre, and he's diving up the inside everywhere. So now I've sort of poacher turned gamekeeper, and I'm doing the same. But he tells me the 1275s have got a lot of grip, and you've really got to hustle it round. And then I'm out in the historic one in the St Mary's, which apparently slides all over the place. So I guess I'll just find out when I get out there.
Find out. That seems to be the theme when I speak to all drivers. It's just we're going to find out when we get out there. Tim, best of luck. Have
Thanks
a great
very
time.
much. Thank you.
Now, folks, it's about to get noisy down here in the assembly area. So I'm going to back to you, Adders, to talk about these wonderful cars.
Thanks, Tom. Yes, this really is a trip down memory lane, isn't it? Drivers as well as cars, you could argue. 1992 British Touring Car champion Tim Harvey, who, as he says, has never raced a Mini. He did start off, whisper it, racing Metros. I think he won the Daily Express scholarship for the MG Metro Challenge before he had a stab at Formula Ford 1600 and had his big accident that badly damaged his ankles. And so a career in saloon cars, touring cars, then beckoned. But Tim, I think his first task was to fit in a Mini, never mind race it, but he'll do that with ease because he won't have had cake this week, and then he'll fly when he gets into the car in the second stint, no question about it. There is Grant Reed's Chevrolet Camaro that Tom Christensen is going to be sharing with Jack Tackley, 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan share the recreation of Patrick Longman 1978-79 British Saloon Car Championship winning Mini 1275. If we do talk about the British Touring Car Championship, just for the purposes of ease, bear in mind that up till 1986 it was still known as the Saloon Car Championship. The Touring Car moniker came much later than that, but we call it the BTCC, everyone knows what we mean. Craig Davis's Ford with Jason Plato sharing. This is Jason's first race of the year, of course, sitting out this season's British Touring Car Championship. And that slightly unusual car, not one that would have raced in period, but the Mini Clubman estate based on Ginger Marshall's special saloon, Mini Clubman. Ginger Marshall, no relation to Gerry. Number 36, the Volkswagen Sirocco going out the Jim Morris ex-Chinaland Frankie car. Gordon Spicer's Capri, Mark Whittaker entry, the Adam Bindle Rover there, number 6, the Brian Muir Rover in the hands of James Wood and Neil Yarney. And 56, a Gerry Marshall car, in fact, because that was the one that he and Peter Brock took to second overall in the Smart 24 Hours, 1977. And it was Peter's best international result the outside Australia. He and Gerry didn't get on brilliantly, it must be said. Gerry went to Bathurst at the end of that year and expected the equal treatment from Brocky, didn't get it and was a bit grumpy. Number 28 was ground to a halt on its outlap. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So this car that took pole position for the 1978 Spa 24 Hours has not gone very far, I'm afraid to say, and if it can't fire up, it's going to be a stoppage, isn't it, to get that out of the way. So very disappointing. Jack Tatley and Tom Christensen, the drivers of it, and as I say, you can see it's ground to a halt coming out of the pit lane. So let's see what develops next there. The Gerry Marshall Trophy presented by Shaw. Jack Tatley at the wheel, incidentally, of the now stranded Camaro. So the Gerry Marshall Trophy, we have a 45-minute race today, pit stops, driver changes, and then there's the Gerry Marshall Sprint later in the weekend when the owners get to go from a reverse grid. Number 2 in the Bastos Tobacco livery, David Clark and Emanuele Pirro. It's David Clark's car. This was on pole position for the 1980 Spa 24 Hours. So it's a proper period car. Craig Davis's Mustang there. You can see the Boss Mustang that he shares with Jason Plato. One of the 2 Patrick Motorsport liveried Rovers. Got 2 of these ex-Rex Greenslade Brian Muir cars in the entry. And against them, the likes of the Triumph Dolomite Sprints. None of the races have multiple classes. We do have a red flag, by the way, is rather feared because of the Camaro being stranded down at Madgwick Corner. So the session is being stopped. Just to finish the point, though, we don't have classes. It's every man for himself. At the time that these cars would have raced, we would have had 4 classes within the then British Saloon Car Championship based on engine size. And isn't it Murphy's Law? As soon as the red flag comes out, the car fires up and drives away again. So Jack Tatley gets going, and the session has been stopped. So where will the cars be brought, and how will the restart occur? I think they'll just carry on behind the safety car and the filming car. There you see the field, and again it epitomises the variety that the Saloon Car Championship had. Because of the 4 engine sized classes, you were able to have the tiddlers up against the big bangers. You will see the minis fighting for overall positions. It wasn't really like that in period, but it does make for great racing. That number 16 Rover there is the ex-Rex Greenslade car that is going to be driven by, we are told, Stig Blomqvist and Tom Blomqvist, but also Stig, I was told earlier, has been put into one of the other cars from Nick Jarvis's stable, the Ford Capri that he shares with Pat Blakeney Edwards. So you need to keep an eye to that as well. Stig an inveterate enthusiast, so if you can leap from one car to another, why not? Right, Jack Tatley charging along, so we're back in business. The session continues. The first couple of laps anyway behind that safety car and the filming car, and it's only when those peel in that they can really go for a proper lap time. The Boss Mustang from 1970, one of the earlier cars in fact within this entry. It's 1970 to 1982 that's the era spanned by the cars for the Gerry Marshall Trophy. At the end of 1982, the British Saloon Car Championship followed the European and went to Group A, which brought in other manufacturers. It then homogenised touring car regulations around the world, and in turn led to all sorts of wrangling between different manufacturers on the legality of cars, but that's another story for another day. Out of all of this, you're going to have the Rovers, the Capris, certainly up near the front. The Minis will offer chase. Another possible dark horse, Kerry Michael's Escort RS 2000 that he shares with Mark Blundell, that's been a winner here at the members meeting in the past. There, number 40 in the Richard Lloyd colours. Mark Wilson's Mark 1 Golf GTI. That takes you back to 77, 78 seasons, that car. It was Richard that then, in the first year running the Audi 80, the TWR took over. There's the Mini Clubman Estate, a car that Mark Burnett shares with the journalist Richard Meadham. As I say, that wasn't a car that raced in the British Saloon Car Championship, but it is echoing Ginger Marshall's special saloon, much modified Mini Clubman that raced at this time around the late 70s, before Ginger built her alarm kitten in the 80s, the special saloon racing. Triple X livery Rover, that was the first of the Rovers that came into the British Saloon Car Championship in 1980 when Rex Greenslade and Jeff Allen drove the cars. Initially Dave Price looked after them, then TWR took over the Rover deal. Richard Mines Ford Capri. Number 17 there, that's the Boss Mustang that Fred Shepherd, Bill's son, Bill Shepherd's son, who prepares the car, will share with Andre Lotterer. And as Andre was saying, never sat in it, all new. Andrew Jordan at the wheel of Nick Swift's Richard Longman lookalike 1275 GT. We know that's going to be very, very quick. Whether it's got the grunt to stay up at the front for 45 minutes remains to be seen, but won't be far away, that's pretty much for sure. UFOG's BMW 530i that Nick Padmore, that record holder here, of course, and Nicola Manassi will share. There, number 36, the Volkswagen Sirocco GTI, Jim Morris and Tom Shepherd. Tom Shepherd built this car, but Tony Lanfranchi was perhaps the most famous exponent of it. He won the British Saloon Car Championship. It's a Class C car for the 1300 to 1600cc entries. It's the Mini going through the white Mini that Tim Harvey will share with Larry Waugh. If you're wondering why it says John on the front, because it's an original John Mowat car, and John was never as successful in Class D against Richard Longman. That was competitive nonetheless, but as I say, Richard rather dominated the category. He took 2 titles back-to-back, 78 and 79, before he went off to race Fiestas. There's a Richard Longman Fiesta. The Karoo Chandhok car, in fact, is the 1600cc American-built car that Richard Longman drove, that seesawed between British Leyland and Ford products for a number of years on his title. Right, green flag now then to get things properly underway. Now we can concentrate on a time. Of course, these cars would not have raced at Goodwood in period, circuit not open, from 70 to 82, but they've been a real highlight of the members' meetings, and you can soon see why. Craig Davis and Jason Plato in one of the big bangers that after 45 minutes might start to try a little bit about brake use, but we shall see. And Jason Plato forsaking his front-wheel drive Vauxhall Astra that he would have raced in the British Touring Car Championship this year, the Power Max racing car for the 1970 Mustang, a car that he has raced before, so should be well adroit with it. And Jason's comments before the session starting about what to associate with Gerry, and the answer being a maverick and sitting with a pint of beer. Well, Gerry's autobiography was only here for the beer, and he only had to walk into the British Racing Drivers Club's clubhouse, and there he was, surrounded by people in days of yore cigar smoke, as well as with his pint in his hand, and great stories to tell, and were hanging on his every word. He was a great competitor, and oddly, in a sense, even though he raced in the British Touring Car Championship with Vauxhalls, with Ford Capris, with Triumph Dolomite Sprints, the bulk of his success at the time would have been in probably special saloons and production saloon car racing. Unfortunately, perhaps he's not a name that people instantly associate with the British Touring Car Championship, despite the great success he had in club and national racing over many, many years. So at the moment, as you see, number 4, the Rob Huff, Richard Mines Capri go through. It is the Rover that James Wood and Neil Yarney share that is at the top of the times. Mark Blundell and Kerry Michael suggesting it's Mark Blundell at the wheel of it, up to second fastest. Now trying to peer into the Capri. Is that Rob Huff at the wheel? Possibly so. Richard Mines, the Hong Kong-based driver, huge supporter of Goodwood. Yes, Rob Huff presses on. Again, of this time, the British Saloon Car Championship, production saloon car racing, absolutely dominated by Ford Capris. And this car, that's one of the old CC development cars that Chuck Nicholson raced, Chuck Nicholson in period, but put into Bastos colours because it's an evocative colour scheme. And Rob Huff flinging the car now down towards the chicane. So is this going to be good enough to put the car from third to the top of the times? Let's see. It is indeed a 128.917. Craig Davis's Mustang goes top then, the car shared by Jason Plato. Neil Yarney back up to third fastest. Mike Jordan and Mike Whittaker's Capri fifth, the Gordon Spice car. Brilliant noise as well, the 3-litre Capri's used to make, 6-cylinder engine singing along. Two Boss Mustangs together, in fact. Craig Davis's car and Bill Shepherd's car that Fred is at the wheel of. The best of the Rovers at the moment is the James Wood Neil Yarney car. Martin Overington's Dolomite Sprint, the left hooker with the Butch Jeans colour scheme adorning it that he shares with Anthony Reid. Looks like Anthony at the wheel of it, peering into the car. Martin Overington has got a very nice collection of cars ranging from Metro 6R4s that we were looking at last night in the rally stage to Porsche 962's number 1 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, the Broadspeed recreation. This is Orlando Lindsay and Sam Hancock, I was being told this morning. So Orlando Lindsay and Sam Hancock taking the second seat in that car. Orlando Lindsay, who has not been racing for very long. One of his first races was at Thruxton in their historic event in August. Had a huge spin going through the back part of the circuit, but that didn't faze him at all, despite getting perilously close to the marshal's post. This is Lavin Corner, and through on the inside there, Dart, the Data Post Fiesta. That means that Karun Chandhok is on a mission, sharing the car with Tom Burgess. This 1600cc American-built car, Richard Longman's car from the 1980 season. And now you see the Dolomite with its greater speed, bigger engine, 2-litre engine, goes back through on the inside line. This is why Goodwood gives such good racing, because you've got elements where the little cars work and elements where the bigger cars work. Into Woodcote. Orlando Lindsay then presses on. Jack Tetley's initially recalcitrant Camaro has got itself up to fourth in the times now, incidentally. And in trouble, seemingly, Adam Brindle's Rover, also Mark Fowler's Capri, and Tom Alexander's Vauxhall, the ex-Marshall Brock car. Right, number 1 then goes through, and the Orlando Lindsay entry goes 25th fastest on that lap. And counting of this session. Replay here of, whoops, the Chevrolet, that Jack Tetley almost getting caught up behind the Data Post Metro, Malcolm Harrison and Patrick Watt's car. They raced against each other in period, those two, in one make races like the Mini 1275 GT Challenge and the Metro Challenge, and now sharing a car. It was Patrick, I think, that got Malcolm back out of retirement into historic racing, and Malcolm's got a nice eclectic collection of cars that he's built up over the years. Right there, under Sierra plenty. Jack Tetley will have to give this car over in a couple of minutes, really, to Tom Christensen. Andrew Jordan still pressing on, 2013 British Touring Car champion. Started his career in Minis in junior rallycross. So this car that he's had many a lap round here in, holds no surprises to him. It's a very well presented, well prepared car by Swift Nick Swift's engine prep business. Whoops, all sideways behind. That's the Mark Blundell Kerry Michael Escort RS 2000. That suggests that Mark Blundell's on a mission, doesn't it? Winner here a couple of years ago at the revival, the members meeting I should say, and Mark really throwing the car around. Had an ill-fated British Touring Car Championship season a year ago, but now MB Motorsport has become a team within the VTCC and enjoying the new commercial element of that. Number 6 Rover, the Neil Yarney James Wood car then, up towards the end of the lap. This owned by Robert Brooks. Number 16, in fact, the sister car, Nick Jarvis's car. Now this is supposedly Stig and Tom Blomqvist. But as I say, we then heard that Stig was being transferred to another car, so the jury's out a little bit on what the Blomqvists are up to. '16 goes through. That car currently 14th in the times. Car owned by Nick Jarvis, and you're looking at number 6, which is the quicker of the two of the Patrick Motorsport liveried cars. So this is the Robert Brooks owned car. Brian Muir, the great Australian driver, didn't have great success in terms of race wins, but was quicker than his teammate Rex Greenslade in this car until Brian sadly passed away after the Tourist Trophy at Silverstone. Had huge success racing in the UK in Group 2 and then into the Group 1.5 era of saloon car racing. And Brian Yogi Muir, much missed, taken too soon. But the car is the fastest by 0.4 of a second. Rob Huff has brought the Capri into the pit lane to give way to Richard Mines. And you can expect more and more pit stops to come as they're sliding out of the chicane goes Fred Shepherd. Up to the timing line into the pits comes number 6 Rover then. So James Wood to give way to Neil Yarney. The pit lane pretty busy at the moment. 2 driver races weren't all that common in the British Saloon Car Championship. They had been run occasionally before this era and were run again for a time in the mid to late 80s. But they were very much single driver races and a much, much smaller calendar. Now you get used to this year it'll be 27, normally 30 races in a British touring car season. Some years it was only 11 or 12 and it was a single race per weekend, not like now it's 3 in a day. The Nick Manasseh on Nick Padmore BMW, the UFO Jeans liveried 530i from the very end of the Group 1 era. This car owned by the Sadler family with 2 very rapid drivers aboard it. Gordon Shedden and Jack Young, incidentally, John Young's car. Number 7 Chevrolet Camaro also improving its time. And 13 more minutes on the clock. Richard Mines out on track. More and more of these cars now cycling through drivers. BMW trying to wriggle its way past the Capri. The BMW did have occasional successes in Group 1 in the UK, courtesy of Tom Walkinshaw winning, for example, at Alton Park at the end of 1978. But it was mainly in the European Touring Car Championship that the 530 had its greater successes. And that was then superseded into the Group A era in 83 onwards by the 635 CSI. Into the pits then comes the UFO Jeans BMW. Driver changes cycle through. See they're going down the pit lane, the Fabergé liveried car. That's the Capri in the Stuart Graham colours. Although Stuart himself actually is racing in Esso livery this weekend. That's the Martin Overington Anthony Reid Dolomite Sprint, cycling through its pit stop. With the light on the roof, the identification within the 12-24 hours. Harry Michael and Mark Blundell with the Ford Escort, cycling through the driver change. Again, Escort RS 2000s weren't all that common in the British Saloon Car Championship. Tony Dickinson, the late Tony Dickinson, did have one in 82, the former Skoda Special Saloon hero. course, a pit stop race, and for the pit stop races, 2 minutes pit in to pit out line to with the pit stop regulation. Now, number 15, I think, has served its pit stop, which therefore means that Jason Plato will now be behind the wheel of this car. So it is well worth watching it. See the difference in the helmet inside the car. So JP at the wheel, and absolutely on the money, isn't he? It's his sort of car, this, as well. It goes sideways. He can play around with it and have great fun. Turning his way through Lavant there. Sawing away at the wheel. How sideways can he get it? Strange to think that we haven't been talking about him all year, really, in terms of racing, but he will be on target for a good result here, pretty much guaranteed. So he accelerates down towards Woodcote. Traffic ahead, including there the ex-Tim Goss Mini. That's the car that Colin Turkington shares with Jason Brooks. PJ Green, British Leyland dealer, that was coerced, really, into sponsoring a touring car by Tim Goss's wife over dinner, and the dealership said they couldn't really see the benefit of it. Mrs. Goss at some volume told them why they should sponsor, and the deal was done. Tim Goss drove the car within the 1980 season and went pretty well in that car, so then they saw the benefit. But Gregor Marshall, Gerry's son, and Matt Neal Vauxhall has been shown at Park trackside, but I think it has got going again now after a problem. So good to have Gregor Marshall, who's not done too much racing, but he is on the grid. Richard Mines then now at the helm of number 4 Capri. Can he get it up onto pole position? Don't think he can. I think probably the guns have done the times now, so the AMs aren't going to be able to replicate those. How the teams work out who's going to start, we'll have to wait and see. No starting driver list declared as yet, but in many cases you'd anticipate that putting your guns for hiring in the second stint, in case there were a safety car period, would be a good thing. But it might be that some owners say, right, you go first, quick driver, build me a gap which I'll preserve to the end. That's fine, as long as there's not a race suspension late on. So Richard Mines knows his way around here hugely well. Just further up the road, you saw the Gitan liveried Capri. That's Rick Wood's car. Rick, who will also see in the shootout, should have his Holden Commodore here, one of his Holden Commodores. But as you see, Tom Christensen in the Camaro, the Ford Capri shared with Adam Morgan. And this is now Tom Christensen at the wheel of the Chevrolet, which is to be found 6th fastest. It's Tim Harvey in the Mini, heading down towards Woodcote. Now, Tim, where are you in all of this? 24 with the car shared with its owner, Larry Waugh. Gets out of the way of the Mustang. Slightly terrorised out of the way of the Mustang. And up towards the timing line comes Tom Christensen. So where is this going to put the car? Let's see. In terms of sectors, the middle sector was good, and the lap time is what? A 1:42.1 as his first proper flying lap, so there's plenty more to come from the Great Dane. 8 more minutes on the clock for this session. But Neil Yarney and James Wood looking as though they are going to be pretty hard to beat out of all of this. Very competitive indeed, that Rover is looking. So a 9 times Le Mans winner, Tom Christensen, who of course was also part, lest we forget, of the British Touring Car Championship, had a season in the Super Touring era for Honda. And he is at the wheel of the car that is now 7th fastest, 41. Karun Chandhok has given away to Tom Burgess now. Coming through the chicane. Into the pit lane comes Mark Burnett's Mini Clubman. And Martin Overington's Triumph Dolomite Sprint takes on the Ford Fiesta as they go over the line. There were 2 of the Data Post Fiestas of the time. One is a 1300cc car for Alan Kernow, and the 1600cc car, which was this one, for Richard Longman. And people initially cried foul because this was an American-built car. You can tell that because it's got round headlights. They had square headlights in Europe. and only the 1600cc Fiesta was available in the States. And people thought, well, you can't be racing that because it's not on sale in the UK, but it was on sale elsewhere in the world, and so Richard Longman got around it. But this car now looking a bit smoky as it comes through Lavant. That's not just a lock-up, is it? That like mechanical smoke, so, oh dear. Trouble at Mill. 28, Tom Christensen still presses on. And David Clark and Emanuele Pirro are, which of the Rovers is that? 6 or 16? One of the two Patrick Motorsport cars. Number 6, the fastest car in the session, as Neil Yarni disgraced himself a little here. I fear so, off the road. So Neil Yarni and James Wood's car off the road. Emanuele Pirro has done an absolute best in the first sector, but with yellow flags out, let's see what the rest of the lap turns out to be. Number 6 Rover then quickest, but off the road. There is the Bastos liveried Chevrolet, 2 absolute bests. So Emanuele is going for it here. Grand Prix racer, Le Mans winner, you name it. Also, of course, a very successful touring car racer, because in the Group A times he drove for the Schnitzer BMW team, along with Gerhard Berger and others, up towards the timing line. Then comes the Chevrolet and goes third. Lost out in that last sector through the chicane, 128.444. But Emanuele Pirro then up to third fastest. So 5 more minutes on the clock. After which there is the next track activity, something rather different, the practice session. Sorry, one more practice session for St Mary's Trophy cars. Yes, then we have the shootout practice. So we've got a different era of touring car. There's the Rover still stranded. Yellow flags out. Can that car get off the grass, or is it completely stuck for the rest of the session? Number 21. This is the now Dario Franchitti driven, that Graham Bryant started Chevrolet, ex-Bob Pepper car. Good to have Dario back racing. Against it, number 3 Ford Capri. Now this is owned by Nick Jarvis. Pat Blakeney Edwards meant to be sharing it with Nick, but then more news came that it was going to have Steve Blomqvist in it. So, plot thickens there. Through the chicane comes Dario Franchitti. Red flag, all of this because of the Rover, I'm afraid to say. So 2 red flags in this session. And with 4 minutes to go, let's see whether or not it is going to be restarted. Probably would be, because there is time to get another lap or 2 in, with it being a pretty short lap anyway. But the Rover is the cause of all of this. It's stranded, as you see. Now whether it's come to grief with a mechanical drama or a spin and can't get off the grass, hard to gauge, but either way I'm afraid it ain't going anywhere. One of the 3 different liveries of Rover that we had in the period. The other, not here actually, Peter Mallett's Daily Express car from 81. So, smoke, yes, it was mechanical. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. So, having gone fastest, then the car pulled off the road with smoke coming from the back of it, I'm afraid to say. And there it stays. The driver did the right thing, getting out of the way as quickly as, but of course the downside then being that it wasn't far enough away from harm's way on the grass itself.
Yeah, it's turning in, you've got to really go.
Dropping the Gerry Michael, the Ford Escort.
Yeah, fucking hell, your shoulder must be killing. Yeah. I thought we did all this. I thought we sat you in. I don't need you to go.
And another of the cars with a problem, number 12 Rover stranded at the end of the pit lane, the Adam Brindle, David Bradman car. Apologies if you heard any heated language from the Escort crew discussing live from the pit lane. There is the UFO Jeans BMW, Nick Padmore, the Manassion car, Nick Padmore clambering out. All smiles, very happy with all this. So the BMW ends up where provisionally, assuming the car doesn't go back out. Second fastest, Nick Padmore, Nick Manassion, only a 10th down on the Rover. Dario Franchitti and Graham Bryant's Chevrolet, pit lane 2. So 4 minutes on the clock if things are restarted, as we get more of the American muscle in the entry. But right now it is the Neil Yarney James Wood Rover then, the cause of the red flag, but also the car that is the fastest in this session. That's the John Young Chevrolet that his son Jack shares with Gordon Shedden, the replica of James Hunt's Tour of Britain 1973 winning car, Simon Eyes livery. And there is Neil Yarney, frustrated with the Rover, but is ground to a halt by the side of the road, but he did the right thing, the Porsche Formula E start, getting it off the road before oil were dropped or things got worse. So as soon as that car can be retrieved, then the road will be clear and we can think about the restart of the session then, with just 4 more minutes still to go. But some teams have decided that the work is done. Nick Padmore and Nick Manassion with second provisionally on the grid for the 2-driver race this evening. A 10th down on the Rover and middle of the front row therefore for the UFO Jeans 530i BMW. I suspect quite a few teams, even if the opportunity does present, electing not to go back out. So others that will be worth keeping an eye to in due course, yes, many of them have returned to the paddock now, will include the Stuart Graham Mark Fowler Capri if it is good to go. And yes, I think that rather says session's done, doesn't it, with them being in the Parc Ferme area now. There's the excellent Kenyan Frankie Sirocco, Jim Morris Tom Shepherd car, nestling next to the Jason Brooks Colin Turkington Mini that Tim Goss raced period, the PJ Green car. So not been told that the session isn't going to be restarted, but as I say, there's just about everybody now being pushed back down the pit lane out of the way, so I think that rather confirms that the session is done, doesn't it? Pace car preparing itself ready to bring the next cars out onto the circuit, and Neil Yarney awaits recovery. So some drivers head away, others will stay with the team and the car being returned to Parc Ferme. But the rather heavier yank tanks need to be pushed to Parc Ferme. They're number 21, the Oliver and Graham Bryant owned car, but Graham Bryant, very experienced racer himself, will be sharing with Dario Franchitti. There's the Craig Davis Jason Plato Boss Mustang that ended up where in the end? Only 13, surprisingly. Jason's fun somewhat curtailed by the red flag. In the background you've got the Fabergé liveried Ford Capri, Stuart Graham colours, but not been driven by Stuart this weekend. It's the car that Ludovic Lindsay shares with Charlie March. Right, so I think those cars behind the safety car will be brought round to the paddock rather than pushed up the pit lane now. allowed out by the marshal. Oh. Then the safety car stops. It's caught out the Chevrolet behind. So, as I say, it rather does look, although it's not been confirmed, that that's the end of the session. And fastest at the end of it, Neil Yarney and James Wood. Andre Lotterer has had his first outing in the Mustang. How did he get on with it? Well, let's find out, because he's with Molly.
Andre, first laps in the car are done. How did you get on?
Pretty good. It was a lot of fun. First time I drive this kind of beast. It's quite a handful to go around the chicane, but it's got good power. So fortunately the session was cut short. I was just getting into the groove, but I think we're P6 and Fred started the session. So yeah, I think we can do something fun. Yeah.
Describe for us how big the change is from driving this kind of a car to what you drive now.
It's a huge difference. I mean, the car I drive now is fully electric, has no gears, and this is proper old school with shifting gears. You need to really muscle it in a different way, but Formula E as well. In the city tracks, you know, we don't have much space. It's bumpy. The asphalt is not so good. So we're fighting the car in a similar way, because we also have all-weather tires. So the car is moving a lot also, but yeah, this is equally as fun. I would say.
Enjoying the sound as well?
Yeah, pretty much. It's not sound, it's music. So it's lovely to hear all these awesome cars and see what people came up. The ideas what people came up with back in the days, pretty genius. So it's so nice to have this event to pay tribute to everything.
Thanks so much, Andre.
Thank you, Andre.
So Andre Lotterer, good to have him here. Another convert to Goodwood. And he will be starting this race, well, that car will be starting this race from 5th on the grid that he shares with Fred Shepherd. Whether or not he will drive solo, whether he will drive the first stint, we'll have to wait and see. But as I say, in most cases, it makes sense. It's been the way of international sports car and touring car double driver races for many years, to put your quick guy in at the end. Now, question mark over the pole position car. Neil Yarney and James Wood. It caused the red flag then at the end, or that ended that session. So Rover on pole provisionally. The Patrick Motorsport car ahead of Nick Padmore and Nick Manassian with the BMW 530i. And the best of the Capris, Rob Huff doing the time in Richard Mine's car to go third fastest. Similar livery adorning the Camaro 4th for David Clark, sharing with Emanuele Pirro, Fred Shepherd and Andre Lotterer 5th, ahead of Mike Whittaker's Gordon Spice Capri that he shares with Mike Jordan. Tom Christensen with Jack Tetley, Camaro 7th, and another of the Camaros, John Young's car for his son Jack, and Gordon Shedden 8th fastest. 9th, Graham Bryant with Dario Franchitti in another of the Chevrolet Camaros, the Simonised liveried car, ahead of Mark Blundell and Kerry Michaels' Castrol liveried Escort. Adam Morgan and Rick Wood with the Gitan Ford Capri 11th, ahead of Pat Blakeney-Edwards and provisionally Nick Jarvis, the Belga Cigarettes Capri 12th, ahead of Craig Davis and Jason Plato's Boss Mustang. Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan 14th in the Mini, ahead of the Blomqvists 15th and 16th, Jim Morris and Tom Shepherd. Further down the order, Colin Turkington 20th in the PJ Green Mini, and Karun Chandhok 22nd, Patrick Watts 24th in the Data Post Metro with Malcolm Harrison, Tim Harvey 25th, Sam Tordoff, good to have him back racing, 27th, and Gregor Marshall with Matt Neal in the Vauxhall Forenza, ending the session 28th. So let's have a look at the highlights of that session, which began, of course, with that interruption, sadly, when the Jack Tetley Camaro ground to a halt. But once the session got underway, everybody was trying very hard indeed, including James Wood, wriggling his way to the top of the times. We had the rather smoky number 76 Vauxhall that went for the pit lane, and Rob Huff was an early star in Richard Mine's Capri, charging along, getting himself up to near the top of the times. In the end, outside of the front row for this car. In the traffic, Jack Tetley was getting caught up behind the Martin Otherington and Anthony Reid Dolomite sprint. In the pit lane, it was time to cycle through as Sam Tordoff took over the Golf GTI Mark 1. But Neil Yarney, with smoke, realised that the Rover was not long for the session. Parked it, caused a red flag, and even though the car was fastest, that brought out the red, and stop the session. So the Rover fastest ahead of the BMW of this man, Nick Padmore and Nick Manassian, but there is a question mark over that whole sitting Rover. Right, let's rejoin Tom Clarkson.
Okay, who's ready for the St Mary's Trophy Part 1? This is for professional drivers. I don't believe it. It's getting noisy again. Can you hear me? I tell you what, come this way. Come this way, because there's a man. All the drivers are already in their cars, but hopefully you can hear me. Behind the mask, it's Martin Brundle. Now, first up, Martin, you're an anxious parent in this race. Alex driving the Mini. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see him in it. He's got 3 races this weekend, which makes me slightly jealous. No, very jealous, actually. But he's in with Nick Swift in the Mini, so we couldn't wish for better than that. And he's with Gary Pearson in a couple of E-types, so he's really got it sorted out. What a glorious day at glorious Goodwood. And yeah, I wish I was suited and booted and ready to go in this assembly area, to be honest.
Now, Martin, can we just come this way a little bit, away from the noise? We just come this way a tiny bit, because Goodwood lost a very good friend earlier this year when Sir Sterling Moss passed away at the age of 90. You raced with him, you knew him for years. It's a poignant moment being back here without him, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great loss, of course a great sadness, and he'll be especially missed here because he was such a dominant force, and so much of his history was created here. You know, he's just a wonderful character. So I'm really looking forward to it's Ross's car, Ross Brawn's car now, going out with Susie, Lady Moss, and Charles. So that's going to be very poignant. A part of the weekend, and we all miss Stirling. I don't know if it, you know, he had a good innings, and maybe it was a blessed relief in the end for him. But we're always going to miss him. And what a privilege it was to know him and to have been around him. And I was teammates with him back in 1981, bizarrely, when he came back to touring cars for a little while. So it's, yeah, I don't know, makes me want to cry, to be honest. But nothing's forever, but he certainly didn't waste any of his life, did he? He was an outstanding man with such resilience, such character, such a force of life.
Now, Martin, final question before we go to comms. What's a modern Formula One car going to be like at this Goodwood circuit?
I would think it might be quite near the ground in a few places, but I don't know what we're doing on the demo. That I'm in the Brawn on Sunday. I don't know whether we let it go a little bit. I've got yet to see the briefing notes, because I think ticking over behind a pace car might be a little bit of a challenge for it. But we'll see. I've driven it up the hill, and it was very well behaved there. So we'll tootle around, and that car just, I love that iconic livery on the Brawn, from the one and only year that they were racing under that name and winning the World Championship. So for Ross to ask me to jump in on Sunday is a great privilege again.
Come on, full beans, Martin, full beans.
Yeah, that's not what Ross will be saying to me, I can assure you.
Great stuff. Let's see how Alex Brundle's getting on track. David.
Tom, thanks. Good to have Martin Brundle here, and as Tom was saying, he raced with Sir Sterling Moss. Of course, they were teammates in 1981 in the British Saloon Car Championship in Audis, so they knew each other well. But imagine a young Martin Brundle being able to say, my teammate is Sterling Moss. So, cars on track, again behind the safety car and the filming car to begin with the St Mary's Trophy Part 1. The professional drivers, and it will be a, oh dear, 20-minute race when we get to it, but a car has already ground to a halt, I'm afraid to say. One of the minis in strife. We'll work out who that one is in a moment. So then, the cars here between 1960 and 1966, including number 7 Mini, Karun Chandhok, back out again. 68 there, Stuart Graham. Ian Richard Butterfield's Jaguar. Stuart, the man who won the TT on 2 and 4 wheels, of course. And like many, switching from one car to another now, having been out in the earlier session, having to adapt to a different era of touring car altogether. You've got Matt Neal in this, you've got Gordon Shedden, there's Anthony Reid, Tom Blomqvist comes back out. There's Emanuele Pirro. We've seen Karun Chandhok. There's Ross Hyatt, Marino Franchitti, Rob Huff. Tiffany Dell is here. Manassion back out. Iliani, Tom Christensen, Jochen Maas. There's great entry, including, you see there, the Oaks Cortina number 71, Guy Smith. 68, Stuart Graham at the wheel of the Jaguar. Rowan Atkinson is scheduled to drive Duncan Pittaway's Plymouth Barracuda. Colin Turkington should be out again with BMW 1800 Tizer, the William Norman-owned car. Number 12, Jaguar, Ross Hyatt, very successful sports car racer. Mini number 28 is Rob Huff in the car owned by Lee Dale. And Huffy will be well worth watching. Doesn't matter what you put him in at Goodwood, he makes it fly. As soon as the cars are released, so they can really start to show what they're capable of, this should be a very lively session indeed. 76 there is Alex Brundle, so that's the Nick Swift owned Mini, and Alex, sports car racer, 2 racer, will be one to watch. Rowan Atkinson in the Duncan Pittaway owned Plymouth Barracuda says the entry list. Let's just check that it is him that's gone out. Yes, says the timing screen. Rowan, another veteran enthusiast of motor racing, of course, done quite a bit of racing over the years. Charges down through Madgwick. And so now, cars released. Let's see what sort of times we're going to get out of them. Andrew Jordan sharing Pete Chambers' Cortina with his dad Mike across the St Mary's Trophy, so that's got to be one to watch. Got the 2 parts, but if you take an aggregate result, that's got to be up there, hasn't it, for honours. Another one to watch is number 66 Mini of the redoubtable Irishman Michael Cullen, who has done a lot of racing in the UK for, well, what, 3 decades or so now. Only recently has he fallen into historic racing, but a great character is Michael Cullen, racing here for the first time, and will certainly be one to keep an eye to in the Jonathan Lewis prepared Mini. It's showing with Narm McFadden. Cortina, that's the Andrew Jordan car. You might remember the Pete Chambers Cortina from the revival a couple of years ago when it had its feet in the air spectacularly at St Mary's, but JRT, the Jordan racing team, rebuilt the car, Pete handing it over to Mike and to Goodwood's track tester, Andrew Jordan, for the weekend. Number 34 Alfa Romeo there, that delectable 1600 GTA of David Hart, the Dutch property developer. Tom Christensen at the wheel of it. Rowan Atkinson with the Plymouth Barracuda that occupies a huge amount of real estate is about to be passed by another enormous car, because there the Ford Galaxy of Sam Tordoff rumbles by. Sam, runner-up in the British Touring Car Championship, and although he doesn't race in the series anymore, still active in historic racing, which is good to see. Number 19, Marino Franchitti, seen his brother out. Now it's Marino's chance to have a go, driving the BMW 1800 owned by the artist Tim Lazell. Right, to nobody's great surprise, Andrew Jordan's gone fastest, ahead of Rob Huff, ahead of Sam Tordoff. 4th quickest, number 92, which is Stig Blomqvist in Bill Shepherd's Ford Galaxy. Right, there's the Andrew Jordan driven Cortina, which isn't yet sideways enough, Andrew. Come on. Through lap he will turn. PC 66 as the number plate, Pete Chambers, the car's owner. Pete's still racing, in fact, not phased by the sizable accident here. He's busy in the Porsche Sprint Challenge this year for 718 iteration Porsche Caymans. So Andrew Jordan's best lap then is 0.4 of a second up on Rob Huff. Gets through the traffic as he comes down towards Woodcote Corner. Andrew has done a lot of miles around here, not only in terms of race meetings, but a lot of testing, a lot of filming days, media days. So he's one of the real experts of Goodwood. Hustles the car up towards the timing line. Will break the beam, and let's see what he can do at the end of that lap. Does he go even faster? He did indeed go quicker, a 1:30.954. Stig Blomqvist, I think, just up the road ahead of him. He's also improving his lap times. The Cortina dancing its way sideways there around Madgwick. But Blomqvist, number 92, Stig Blomqvist, the 1984 World Rally champion, also improving in sectors. Andre Lotterer back out in this, but 28 of them thus far, including, in fact, now number 134 is being shown as Richard Atwood, and Colin Turkington is being shown in a different car. So, if all this is true, it could be a car change or it could be a number change, but Colin Turkington is being shown as replacing Alex Lynn in a Lotus Cortina, and in the BMW, according to the timing screen, is Richard Atwood. So, let's see whether it's a car change or a number change across the two of them. Tom Christensen, though, we can concentrate on for the moment, fourth fastest, 1 minute 32.567. Down the fifth fastest is TK. We're the only one that's yet to do a proper lap time, being the aforementioned Michael Cullen, but he'll get there, I'm sure. It's a short session, this, of course, with just a single driver to get through, so they've only got 10 more minutes remaining. There over the line, number 23, Cortina, which, as I say, is the car that Colin Turkington has now been drafted into. Aboard number 99, Sam Tordoff, second fastest. Played very, very well in this car. The Ford Galaxy 500 and 1963 car, Ford Galaxy, looked enormous, but by that stage, big bangers were the things to have, really, within the British Saloon Car Championship. The likes of Jim Clark, Jack Sears had great success with Ford Galaxies. Indeed, in '63, it was Jack Sears that won the British Saloon Car Championship in a Ford Galaxy. Fast forward a year, and Jack Brabham and Wayne Bailey were also enjoying success in this sort of car. So Jordan Tordoff provisionally the front, except Andre Lotterer has other ideas about all of that. Number 83, Andre Lotterer, now goes to the very top with Michael Steele's Galaxy. So it's going to be interesting, isn't it, when we get to the race? A battle between the Galaxies and the Cortinas. Galaxy's good in a straight line, but have to brake early, and the Cortina can brake later and be good through the corners. So who's going to have the advantage? Andre Lotterer the fastest then. Sam Tordoff second, putting Andrew Jordan to the outside of the front row of the grid. Alex Brundle 10th, currently. Nick Manassion improves up to 5th fastest with Adrian Wilmot's Studebaker. Michael Cullen is up to 17th. Oh, Tim Harvey's back out, did I mention that? And William Metcalf's Cooper S. And Tim is 16th fastest at the moment. Slowest is Jochen Maas at the moment, who drives Nicolaus Ditting's Alfa Romeo Giulia Sprint GTA. And penultimate is Tiff Needell, the these days television presenter, but Tiff, of course, a great touring car and sports car driver, got to Formula 1 with Ensign, and now very busy in historic racing, so Tiff needs to find a bit more time. I'm sure he will before the very end. Mark Blundell is up to 11th fastest now, just looking at other improvers. Mark with Kerry Michaels' Mark 1 Lotus Cortina. But Sam Tordoff rumbles on and has done a personal best within the first sector of this lap, so it's looking good for him. Pressing on down towards Woodcote Corner, and Andre Lotterer, having gone quickest, has come to the pit lane. Sam Tordoff, meantime, clambers up the curb and now makes the run into the chicane. Slippery surface flag out is there. Now, is that because a bit of debris has dropped onto the road, or is it because there's a bit of liquid? Either way, he's got to slide around enough. It doesn't really matter, I fear. Sam Tordoff comes up towards the timing line. Will he go quickest of all? Let's see. The answer is no, but he's only 0.151 of a second down, so an improvement in the lap time, even though it didn't change his grid position. Stays on the middle of the front row of the grid there. So through turns 23, that's the Turkington Cortina. Colin Turkington charges on. reigning British Touring Car champion, and of course in the fight again for this year's title. Flings the car through Lamont. BTCC title winner. Largely, you associate his career with BMWs, but with Subaru, Volkswagen, Vauxhall as well. Colin has had great success. Largely regarded as a rear-wheel drive specialist, but has of course won in front-wheel drive machinery. A Northern Irish driver based in Milton Keynes these days, and spearheading the WSR Team BMW attack in the championship. So over the timing line he goes. Sam Tordoff, his former teammate, is the man on pole position now. Andrew Jordan, a former teammate, third, and Colin Turkington now goes sixth fastest on that lap. So the Cortina pressing on. Great shot that, as the car with the road to itself heads up now towards Ford Water. You see in terms of the sectors what the perfect lap would be if you got all the ideal sectors strung together. 129.777 it would be, but again, because you've got some cars working well in different parts, it's a rather different look to the lap. That's Alex Brundle then. Nick Swift's Mini being pursued by the estate, the countryman of Richard Meaden. It's another of the Clubman countryman style cars owned by Mark Burnett. So he's got one in the Gerry Marshall Trophy, one in the St Mary's. Being a Mini collector is one thing, a Mini countryman or clubman, an estate Mini collector is quite another. But good to have on the grid. Alex Brundle getting into the feel of this, isn't he? Very nicely indeed, sliding the car through St Mary's. So many of the drivers, if they're not used to historic racing, coming from a world of aero, suddenly losing all of that, much narrower tyres as well, and finding that the cars behave completely differently from anything else they're used to. And then they get out with a big smile on their face, which is all part and parcel of it. But Sam Tordoff the quickest then. Nicolas Manassion goes second. Number 32, the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500 of Adrian Wilmot that Nick Manassion drives. Andre Lotterer is third fastest, but in the pits at the moment. Then it's Andrew Jordan from Stig Blomqvist, Colin Turkington, Tom Christensen, Emanuele Pirro, Mark Blundell, Rob Huff. Again, it's the most remarkable entry list just to read out the names from this, because you've got them from all walks of life. All-star drivers, all here, all in this one race. Alex Brundle flicks through the chicane. Up towards the timing line he will go, and as he does so, 11th fastest. He remains. We've had a change from 9th and 10th. Rob Huff just going ahead of Mark Blundell. Just under 3 more minutes of this session to go. Now, Stig Blomqvist has not given up yet. See Rowan Atkinson there going through, but Stig Blomqvist doing an absolute best within the first sector. There is 32. That is Nick Manassion with the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500. It's not just the car, the drivers, it's the cars as well, of course, that make Goodwood. Where do they find them? And every year you find something that you think that existed. But looking fantastic. Adrian Wilmot owns this car. He has become a real convert to historic racing. Raced Formula Ford 1600s in the 1980s and retired, built up a business, and has really fallen for historic racing. Got a nice collection of lovely big cars that are going to be on track over the course of SpeedWeek. And certainly here, Nicolas Manassion bringing the neck from the Studebaker up towards the timing line. He will come, and Colin Turkington has improved to go 5th at the expense of Stig Blomqvist, but Stig has yet to finish his lap. Sam Tordoff then by just over 1/5 of a second, still the man at the top of the times. Nicolas Manassion, who raced, of course, in the British Formula 3 Championship here for Prematechnic, Chris Weller's team, for a couple of years in Renault engine Dalara's. Never raced here, of course, up till coming into historic racing, but has really taken to it. UK based these days, looking after the Masters Historic Legends series for recent Le Mans style racing cars, one of which we should see within the Shootout a little bit later on. So right now, Nicolas Manassion being held up a little bit in the traffic, getting a bit worried about Stig Blomqvist, whose lap has not been finished. And why is that? There it is, the car ahead. So Stig Blomqvist didn't improve last time. Back of the car wags out. Stig we did have 20 years ago with a one-off outing in the British Touring Car Championship, the two-driver race at Donington. He shared Rob Gravitt's Sierra Cosworth, and it led up to the very last corner of the last lap, and Stig looped it going through Goddard on the Donington Grand Prix circuit, gave the win to Andy Rouse and David Sears. But that was Stig's red face moment. Comes then now out of the chicane. He was busy last night rallying, so he's got quite a bit of racing and rally stages to do, but Stig, inveterate enthusiast, heads over the line. Goes quickest then, so 1:29.527 puts him up to the top. And a mighty effort done there by the Ford Galaxy, 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else. So the checkered flag is imminent, as you see number 27 Cortina, this car, Mark Blundell at the wheel of it, Kerry Michael's car, and Mark Blundell, Le Mans winner, Formula 1 racer, heading up towards the timing line now. Checkered flag should be there. Yeah, session at an end, so last chance for people to improve on a lap time. What does Mark Blundell do at the end of that? Stays 8, but did go quicker, 1:32.139, so the more mileage you have in these cars, inevitably, the better you get, the more confident you get. There are, of course, some that do a lot of historic racing, and Andrew Jordan as an example. There are others that just get parachuted into them for very occasional outings. There is Sam Tordoff then, who is going to be provisionally second on the grid. He's not going to be able to respond, I don't think, on this lap, so traffic all around him, but the Galaxy should start near the front of the grid, so it doesn't have to think about pesky cars to overtake initially, but might have to think about these Cortinas once the brakes start to wear, but we'll worry about that when we get to the race itself in a little while. So out comes the flag. We'll run through the order in a moment. Still one or two more to take the checkered flag, as slowly to the chicane comes Stig Blomqvist then, the 1984 World Rally Champion, showing all these circuit races how it should be done. Guns the engine out of the chicane last lap and goes over the line. But there's something odd going on in the timing of that car, because it's not getting sector times up when you expect it to, so hopefully that lap time is all good. But Stig Blomqvist, whose RAC Rally career would take him back to the early 1970s of competing in this country, ends the session as the fastest, and whisper it, Mr. Tiffany Dell is the man that ends up slowest at the end of that. But as I say, there might be a gremlin or two just lurking in the system, because some of those sector times are coming up in slightly random places. However, we'll worry about that once the grid is formed. And 92 it is then, Stig Blomqvist in the Ford Galaxy, who will top the times ahead of Sam Tordoff, number 99, the two Ford Galaxies. Then third fastest, the Studebaker Lark Daytona 500 of Nicolas Menassian. Andre Lotterer in the Galaxy of Michael Steele, fourth. Andrew Jordan's JRT prepared Cortina, fifth. Tom Christensen in the 1600cc Alfa Romeo, fabulous little car, but is it going to be a bit breathless against the Galaxies? Let's wait and see come the race. It is sixth. Colin Turkington's Cortina, seventh fastest, ahead of Mark Blundell. Eighth, Rob Huff in the Mini of Lee Dale, ninth quickest, and to round out the top 10, Emanuele Pirro in Martin Halusa's Alfa Romeo. So, Stig Blomqvist it is by, in the end, 0.8 of a second from Sam Tordoff that tops the times, ahead of Nicolas Menassian, and then Andre Lotterer fourth. Andrew Jordan's fifth, ahead of Tom Christensen. Colin Turkington seventh, and Mark Blundell rounds out the top 8. Ninth fastest, the Mini of Rob Huff. Emanuele Pirro 10th. Then 11th fastest, Marino Franchitti in Tim Lazelle's BMW, ahead of Alex Brundle in Nick Swift's Mini. 13th, Richard Meaden going great guns with the Austin Mini Countryman, ahead of Neil Yarney, then Gordon Shedden, and David Brabham, 16th fastest in another of the Cortinas. 17th, Michael Cullen, racing here for the first time. Tim Harvey, 18th in William Metcalf's Mini, ahead of Karun Chandhok, then Anthony Reid, clear of Stuart Graham's Jaguar. Paul O'Neill in the Dodge Dart, 22nd, ahead of Le Mans winner Guy Smith, and Ross Hyatt's Jaguar is 24th. 25th, Rowan Atkinson in the Plymouth Barracuda, ahead of Jochen Maas, then Le Mans winner Richard Atwood, and completing the times, Tiffany Dell. So Tiff in Nigel Webb's Jaguar, Mark II, foot of the times. And that is qualifying then for the St Mary's Trophy, part 1 thereof. Quick look back at the highlights of the 20-minute session then, with cars pouring out onto the circuit, ready to try to find themselves some clear track space. The last thing you wanted was to get in the slow part, caught up behind one of the American yak tanks. Rowan Atkinson hard at work, taking the duties in race 1 in Duncan Pittaway's Plymouth Barracuda, and the car looking good in the end. 25th out of the 28 in the session. In the Alfa number 34, Tom Christensen was hustling along, 6th fastest come the end of the session for the Danish driver. The wall at the chicane taking a bruising, but still standing. Mini 28, Rob Huff at the wheel. That car looking good early in the session, heading for 9th. Sam Tordoff was quickest for the mid part of the session, ending up 2nd though against a similar car of Steve Blomqvist. In 83, Andre Lotterer hit it quite early and ended up 4th. Fingers crossed that's not a problem for that car, and we'll see where it ends up on the grid. Number 68 Jaguar, that's the car in the hands of Stuart Graham. It in turn is 21st, but one to watch when we go racing, as Steve Blomqvist then tops the times. 74 years of age is Steve Blomqvist, showing that rally drivers rule and showing the touring car drivers how it should be done. So there is the man of the moment.
Fastest time in the St Mary's Trophy Practice, and we're going to have a quick word with him now. Stig, that was the fastest time in this practice session. How enjoyable was it out there?
Good fun. The car is fantastic fun to drive, so shame we missed Silverstone some years ago, because this car is a winning car there as well. So now it's really good fun.
Is this the first time you drive it?
Yeah, this car, I drove it one lap at Silverstone, but that's all. It's good fun.
What are your chances in the race, do you think?
I don't know really, just to see. But we should try to pull away from the beginning. See if we can do that.
And how pleased are you to be here at Goodwood in a special year?
Yeah, it's fantastic that I managed to do something, because after 3 things being cancelled and everybody have been looking forward to them, and then they managed to get this. This is fantastic.
Thank you so much, Stig.
Okay.
We are going to go to a break now. Thank you.
Open on a kitchen table, Cobble Hill. There's a kid. His mother says you always have to be 10 times better. So he keeps writing and does not stop. He writes about the heat, about the game, about the block and home. And he keeps writing and writing and writing until it all cuts to black. Title appears. This is a story of the storyteller from Brooklyn.
Something a little bit different now, folks. It is the Shootout, and this is something that is from the Festival of Speed. It is the highlight of the Festival of Speed, in fact, on Sunday. And last year, 2019, Volkswagen's monster IDR 671 brake horsepower took the hill climb record. And we're moving that event here to Goodwood Circuit, and the highlight is going to be Sunday again. And are we going to see the circuit track record of 1 minute 18.2? It's getting noisy, which has stood for 5 years. Are we going to see that broken by one of these cars? Now, completely eclectic mix of cars. Unfortunately, because of COVID, Volkswagen have not come here with their IDR, and in fact, we're missing a lot of Porsche's museum cars as well. And look, incredible mix, NASCAR, V8 supercars from Australia. Then we've got WRC cars, F1 cars, Derek Warwick's Arrows A11 from 1989. So a brilliant mix. Dario Franchitti in a Ford Sierra RS Cosy. That's what Dario's in. So enjoy this. It's a one-lap practice, the highlight of Sunday. And are we going to see the lap record broken? Over to you, Coms.
Thanks, Tom. So another great mix of cars, and as Tom has made the point, this is going to be a one lap of the circuit for the Shootout, a sprint, effectively. David Addison still with you, and I'm delighted to say that having been out on the circuit enjoying himself in a Triumph Dolomite sprint, I'm joined by Sam Hancock. First of all, before we get to some of the cars, Sam, a word about the Goodwood circuit, because it's a cold time of year, but I mean the sun is shining, the circuit looks immaculate. What's it like out there in terms of finding a bit of grip?
It feels pretty good at the moment. I was a bit worried on the drive down. I was watching the temperature gauge falling actually in my car. And when you've got sort of 3 or 4 degrees, you're often very worried about getting that adhesion from the tyre, that sense of purchase. And particularly for these guys heading out into the Shootout now, they don't have time to generate any heat, and yet they're in very, very quick cars on a circuit that's got that wonderful old school character, very fast corners, not a lot of runoff here. So I imagine we're going to see some driving on tender hooks initially as they get a feel for it, and then the speed will pick up.
I mean, this is one of the great things about Speed Week. We're doing something different. We're bringing cars to the circuit that are not just a few years out of period, but completely out of period. You know, GT3 machinery, even GT2, for which we've barely had a race yet, are here, and they're going to do a one-lap shootout. I mean, this is fantastic to see.
It's fantastic and terrifying in equal measure. You know, I was just up at Donington yesterday in a variety of GT1 cars, GT2, LMP1, LMP2 for a magazine test, and when I think of those kind of speeds on this circuit, that gets your attention.
Yeah, absolutely
really
right.
does.
Absolutely. There's just a snapshot of what you've got. The Audi R8 GT2, you've got the Euro NASCAR behind the M&M's liveried Toyota Camry. Nick Padmore should be behind the wheel of that. There might be a little bit of shuffling of drivers as we go through this because, for example, Dario Franchitti was asked to drive the Craig Davis-owned Sierra RS 500 a little while ago. And you know what Goodwood's like. You bump into somebody and you say, what are you doing? And they say, well, I've got this to drive. And you say, well, how about driving that? And a deal is done. So we might find as we go through this, there are 1 or 2 changes to the entry. The Nissan Skyline there, the blue Nissan that Rick Wood owns, Jake Hill's going to drive that. Tom Ingram's British Touring Car Championship Toyota Corolla next in the queue. Another of the Rick Wood cars, the Holden Commodore, in the Holden Racing Team livery. Didn't actually race in those colours, whisper it in period. It was in the Bundaberg Walkinshaw Racing Team colours, but it's of that time, so it goes in the Garth Tander livery. Now, it's going to take a little bit of sorting, this, just to get everybody into the right place, out of the way of actually a flying lap. But when they're ready to go, so they'll be brought forward.
Yeah, now this is going to play havoc with the clutches and engine temperatures, coolant temperatures on some of these cars, because very few of them, if any, will have any sort of onboard cooling device, radiator or whatever, and fan or whatever I should say, and certainly the cars at the back, some of the prototypes clutches are pretty finicky.
And what about a Formula 1 car? I mean, how about that? The McLaren M23, this car owned by Lucas Halusa, but just looking fantastic. You might find, I suppose, 1 or 2 of the F1 teams could have come here for a sneaky test, but I mean, to have cars like that here, never raced here, but just adds to the atmosphere of the weekend.
Well, this is so special, isn't it? Because how many years have we been coming here and privately wondered, I wonder what a Formula One car of the 80s might do around here. I wonder what a current LMP1 car. I wonder what a touring car could do around Goodwood. And this weekend we might just get to find out, which is fantastic. Now, of course, some of these cars have headed out on cold, used slicks, and some you'll see are on wets. And the idea behind the wets is it's quite a smart move, really. When you haven't got much track temperature and you haven't got much time, the wet tyre compound is much softer, and that will generate heat way faster, just to give the drivers some sense of grip. I feel a little bit of sympathy for those out on the slicks, to be honest.
It also illustrates, of course, why hill climbs, why sprints are such an art, because you have a tiny little area, don't you, to warm up the tyres, and then you are released. And to do that, if you take a normal hill climb, if you take Shelsley Walsh, for example, it's a narrow, tiny little piece of road, and you have got to be on it straight away.
Yeah, and I have to confess, I don't know the first thing about hill climbs, but I imagine they have specific tyre compounds that heat up very quickly, and that is, what ideally you would have right here today, but I suspect nobody's thought of that.
Again, the great mix of car that you have there. We have the R8 LMS, there's the R8 GT2, the two Audis. Tom Christensen is meant to be doing double duty in this. Now, it definitely wasn't his crash helmet I saw in the Porsche WSC, so need to try and unravel some of the drivers that are in this. So there have been a few shuffles around, so bear with as we progress. That's Greg Thornton's ex-Elio De Angelis Lotus from 1982, the sort of car that won the Austrian Grand Prix in that photo finish virtually with Keke Rosberg. And there, Marco Werner making his way round to the holding area in the Lotus 77, car from 1976 that Gunnar Nielsen drove. Now that's an extra one onto the entry, so it's good to see Marco Werner, and again Le Mans winner, but somebody that's really got the historic racing bug.
Hugely, and there's so many guys like that here, aren't there? Just with these, just racing royalty, huge CVs, and they are frequent guest drivers here at the Revival, also at the Festival of Speed. But Marco Werner in that sort of 70s F1 car, that's the kind of thing I'd like to be in if I were going out there right now. It's got a little bit of compliance. It's not as stiff as a board. That will have some reasonable grip, I'd have thought, pretty quickly. But some of the other cars, looking back down that field now towards Max Girardo and the Dallara LMP1 further back, that's going to take some warming up.
It is, isn't it? Tom Clarkson was just saying that one of the victims of COVID has been the appearance here of the Volkswagen Motorsport squad with the IDR. It's a great shame the car's not here, but for the purposes of the competition, perhaps it makes it closer, because that was going to be so quick relative to the other cars that we have here, spanning all sorts of generations. So if you take the competition alone, it's going to be very competitive, and picking a winner out of this, I think, is far from easy.
Yeah, and I think we might see some pretty unpredictable results. You might see some of the sort of saloony touring car stuff a bit higher up than you might expect, because they can get the grip and the power down onto the road, and some of the higher category of cars might struggle with that.
There you've got the new Ford Mustang Mach-E just at the front of the shot there. That was doing some laps yesterday, so the all-electric Ford Mustang. I mean, that's almost a contradiction in terms, isn't it? All-electric and Mustang. Ford Mustangs, you think, should be big and noisy and brutal, but I mean, that's still a fair bit of kit.
Sure is. God, what a gathering. Every shot there's something new to look at.
Matt Griffin in the 488 Challenge car, James Collado in the GT3 car there. Saw Matt yesterday, and he said, I've never been to Goodwood before. He said, I can't believe all the cars that are here. It's amazing. I said, yeah, it is, isn't it? What are you doing? I don't know, I've just been asked to come and drive something. Don't know what in, don't know when, but he's about to find out, isn't he?
I'm fascinated to know if drivers like that who are new to the circuit will have spent any time on simulators trying to get used to it. I can hang my head with great shame, having failed dismally at Goodwood's simulator event a few weeks ago, and I really hope that doesn't end up on air at some point. It might do, but
it's funny you should mention that, because Monday was spent commentating on all three races.
Oh man,
so
that was a disaster.
Ollie Webb was very good though.
He was brilliant. Yeah. He's critically a lot younger than me, for sure.
Is that what counts?
Yeah. the sort of PlayStation generation that I just missed out on.
Yes.
But no, I
yes.
found that incredibly hard. And what was so shocking in one of those rounds when we were using a sort of 80s F1 car simulator model was the sheer speed that theoretically a car like that, cars like we're about to see, can carry through the quick corners here at Goodwood. Frankly terrifying. I mean, really, really fast with absolutely no room for error.
One of the things that people have told me, having done some esports commentary, during lockdown, is that from a racing driver's point of view, you can't get that feel through your backside like you would in a race car. And of course, people that specialise in sims specialise in sims. People that specialise in race cars do exactly that. But there's not a huge amount of crossover.
No, I found it very difficult to adjust, to be honest. The main thing was struggling with precision when you do have that lack of feel. And I couldn't switch off my sort of driver's brain, and I couldn't disconnect from everything that I know and look for and try to feel for and then react to it. It was a bizarre feeling, but I think it's just me because everybody else seemed to do okay.
Well, at some stage, I am sure, during the streams that we have for Goodwood SpeedWeek presented by Mastercard, we'll have a look at these esports races. They were put together by Williams F1, which has its own esports team. And there were 3 races, one for classic GT cars, one for modern GT cars, and as Sam Hancock says, for these 1980s generic one-make F1 cars. And Ollie Webb was one of the real stars. But we also had, apart from the footage of the racing, shots of you working the sims from home, and I don't think anybody didn't have a smile on the face.
There was some. The nice thing was is we could all hear and speak to each other at the same time.
Okay.
So there was some good, quite interesting conversations going on once people started getting biffed out of the way at the first corner.
There's a lovely bit of footage from one of the races with Darren Turner, who has a spin coming through Woodcote, and as it's showing, you've got his onboard effectively, and then in the bottom left corner, Darren on the sim at home. And as he spins, you look out of the corner of your eye and you see the shot of him at home. And as the car's spinning, Mrs. Turner just gets up and walks out of the room. She's clearly had enough, not impressed. Right, I think we're almost good to go. And so the Ferraris are brought forward first. So they do a lap, and then they're taken off the circuit, and then they're brought back on. So they get to the start area because they're going to go at 30-second intervals. So it's going to take some organisation, this, from the BARC team, and the first car that's going to go should be, looking at this, the 488 Challenge car. So this should be Matt Griffin at the wheel, and he accelerates away. So this will give us a chance to have a look at Goodwood. Equally, it's going to give Matt a chance to have a look at Goodwood, really for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, what a place to be, what a way to be learning the circuit for the first time, and it won't be any surprise to see him just driving this opening lap with a certain degree of caution. But of course, these modern cars are so capable that even on outlaps like this, I suspect some of the sector times will put the historic cars to shame.
Now, this is a car that's, in a sense, a customer car, isn't it? Because it's from the one-make challenge that runs very successfully in Europe. The championship runs as well in the UK. Lucky Carer won the championship a couple of weeks ago at Snetterton, a week ago at Snetterton, in fact. So this is as customer-friendly a GT car as you can get, really.
And what a car, I mean, isn't it stunning? Absolutely beautiful. I mean, obviously based on the 488, which is a very pretty starting point, but I really like it. Sometimes when road cars are modified with all of the racing paraphernalia, the ducting, the wings, the scoops and so on, they sort of lose their elegance, but to me that's a very, very good looking race car.
So Matt Griffin then is on track. We should also have James Collado and Tom Christensen. I understand he's going to be behind the wheel of the Audi for the purposes of this first practice session for the shootout. So Matt Griffin does the lap. James Collado behind. Haven't had a time for Matt Griffin, but we have for James Collado.
So is the idea that they come out of the chicane hot, on full song, cross the line, which is just adjacent to the start of the pit wall, and then back off so that they can enter the paddock again?
Indeed so, yeah. So that's Tom Christensen goes through. We do get a time for him. 1:22.592 is his time. So that's, if you like, becoming the benchmark. 1:22.592. James Collado has done, and Matt Griffin has done, but for some reason Matt didn't get a time. Maybe that's a transponder glitch. Right, let's see who we go to next then. The entry, of course, for the shootout has chopped and changed over the last few days, as some cars are here, some cars aren't. Some drivers are able to dovetail other activities at the weekend. Lots of cars here on static display, all of which will be brought on the two streams that we have. There's the track stream that you're with at the moment. There's also the SpeedWeek stream, which is a more magazine-y element. Now there is the 911 GT3 Cup Porsche that Harry King will drive. Porsche Great Britain Junior won the competition last year, for which he gets 2 funded seasons in Carrera Cup GB, and he has been absolutely outstanding this year in the British Championship. Championship leader, could win it indeed at Snetterton next week. If he comes away with a 26-point advantage, then he's got the job done, and he's got 28 points in hand at the moment. Very, very exciting and very modest young driver, Harry King. He is one to watch, and although it would be a great shame if we lost him from Carrera Cup next year, it would be brilliant if he could go into Super Cup and get on with learning the circuits, learning Super Cup, and going on to an international level as soon as possible. But he's going to be another one to watch. He was talking me through tyre strategy yesterday, talking about when to use new tyres, when to use old, and his first laps around here were done on wet, I think, just to get the car nice and sideways when he was doing some demo laps yesterday. That makes a lot of sense. And you saw him coming out of the sort of the compound there and accelerating hard, then braking hard, accelerating hard, braking hard. It was a very short distance on the run up to the chicane that he had to do that, but that alone is him just trying to work the car, just trying to generate a little bit of brake temperature, at least, in the hope that some of that can seep through into the tyres before the start of this hot lap. So he's ready to go. Dorothy Oota, the official with the flag, and on instruction, the flag will drop, he'll be ready to go. So away blast the Porsche. A great noise that these cars make. 485 brake horsepower from this 4-litre 911 GT3 Cup, the sort of car that races in Carrera Cup GB, Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Super Cup, all around the globe in one-make championships. And Harry King is on it. He is. What a noise that is as he floors it out of Madrick, a little bit loose at the rear end. Will he lift for forward water? It's going to be mighty quick for him on the approach. Sounds like he's flat to me. Now this is going to be the hardest corner in all of these quick modern cars. No Name, a delicate, gentle but mighty quick right-hander, and just as you exit you've got to switch directions. The car unloads, unweights, got to kill the speed through St Mary's. Now breaking down, he locks the rear axle on the downshift into Lavant. So he's absolutely on the limit, isn't he, Harry King, who's never raced here, but has been thrown in at the deep end. Here he comes then, along Lavant Straight, down towards Woodcote, then towards the chicane. Let's see what he can do then as the car heads towards the braking zone now, and into Woodcote Corner he will come. The time he's got to try to beat is a 1:22.592 up the curve. And you can see he's just struggling with understeer. You can see the glove high up there on the steering wheel on the way through Woodcote. Nice front grip through the chicane, good direction change, but it's easy to get heat generated into the rear tyres, but seriously hard into the fronts, and I suspect that most of this field will struggle with a similar problem. So, a good effort by Harry King, and he has done a 1:18.367. Now, Gordon Shedden has been out in the GT3 Audi, and Gordon Shedden has gone to the top on a 1:18.248. So, getting some driver shuffling. Quite interesting to add a bit of context from what we're more familiar with for these lap times. If you think a front-running TT car, a Cobra or an E-Type is doing sort of 25s, 26s, pretty much at best. And then, let's say a GT40, a great lap time out of a GT40 might be something like a 1:20. There's your context. And these guys, despite being so unfamiliar with these cars on this circuit, and some of the drivers being unfamiliar with the circuit full stop, already under the 1:20 sort of pace, which is starting to get pretty impressive. It is, isn't it? Gavin Kershaw's just been through in the Lotus, a 1:28.451. Gordon Shedden then the fastest. Now out comes the M&M's liveried Toyota Camry. This is Nick Padmore at the wheel. This is the car from the Euro NASCAR series, which is, as the name suggests, for NASCAR style cars, but on European circuits. And we've seen these cars go up the hill. Nick Padmore will be the man behind the wheel. Let's see what he is able to do now then, as that car gets ready for the drop of the flag. In the background you've got Richard Kent's Ford Capri 3 7100, and also is the BMW making its way out. Pat Blakeney-Edwards in Peter Mullen's car. Right, away goes Nick Padmore. Didn't exactly blast off the line there.
A little bit disappointed with Nick's, but it would have been the fast way off the line probably.
Let's see whether this car can, so to speak, pick up its skirts now and really storm on. So here he is into the looping right of Madgewick. Car twitching then as it tries to get the power down.
This is the thing, they're all just looking for the grip. Lots of steering input means lots of sort of erratic response from the tyre as the drivers feel that back through the steering wheel.
So out of forward water up to the right-handed part of St Mary's, down at the second sector as you see. But of course this really the first opportunity many of the drivers have had to look at the track, even drive the car. So let's not expect wonders. It's really Sunday afternoon when we get to the shootout itself when you can expect everything to get really lively indeed. But Nick Padmore then presses on, and an 18.248 of Gordon Shedden, impressive. Now here the Jägermeister liveried BMW, Pat Blakeney-Edwards at the wheel of another great car of its time.
And what a noise this makes, absolutely lovely. Pat and his guys at Blakeney-Edwards Motorsport have done a huge restoration and rebuild on this car recently, so really nice to see it out. Being hustled by Patrick. Nice and tidy through No Name and into St Mary's.
Over the rise up towards Lavant, so PBE in this 1975, the so-called Batmobile, because of its huge rear wing on the back. Sort of car that had great success within the European Touring Car Championship. And there is a German language only book about Jägermeister sponsorship in motorsport, but you forget exactly how many different sorts of cars its colours adorned and for how long. It was a big player in German motorsport sponsorship long before people thought about merging it with Red Bull for a drink of an evening. But Pat Blakeney-Edwards into Woodcote, sawing away at the wheel. He's another guy that puts huge commitment to anything he drives.
Yeah, very much so. It's definitely his signature style, but also these cars. Oh, nice bit of opposite lock on the throttle out of the chicane. Patrick crossing the line. What's he managed to do? 135. Managed to get it all slowed up before being waved back into the paddock.
Yeah, 135.096 then, sixth out of those that we've had a time for. Gordon Shedden still the fastest. Richard Kent has gone through in the Capri, and he did a 1 minute 40.552. As I say, we didn't get a time, oddly, out of the Ferraris, Matt Griffin nor James Collado. Dario Franchitti is there, and so is Jake Hill, and so is Tom Ingram. So I think they're going to be the next three that we bring forward. Can't have a constant flow, because obviously they get in the way of those on a quick lap. But that Ford Sierra RS 500 dates back to 1989, when the British Touring Car Championship was really starting to boom. Chris Hodgetts drove the car, never had a race win in that, but the Brooklyn Midlands Ford dealership sponsored Chris's Ford Escorts, then the Sierra, and Dario was asked to drive it probably about an hour and a half ago, something like that, and said, yeah, okay, why not? So it's something very, very new to him.
Yeah, these conversations tend to happen in the changing room.
So if you go AWOL, I'll know that you've got another drive, is that right?
Look around the paddock for drivers running. I was one a minute ago. The qualifying session had started and I had yet to sign on.
Crikey. So Dario Franchitti, who did race touring cars, he drove for Mercedes, didn't he, in the German Touring Car Championship, the International Touring Car Championship of 1996. So racing with a roof over his head is not new. It might be a distant memory, but behind is a car that's going to be well worth watching off the line. That blue Nissan, four-wheel drive, Rick Wood's Nissan Skyline. Godzilla, as it was known in Australia, where the likes of Mark Scaife and Jim Richards dominated the ATCC. But Dario Franchitti gets away, and Craig Davies has restored this car to absolutely spot-on, precise livery of 1989. It looks great, doesn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning, and really nice to see Dario laying down the rubber as he dropped the clutch off the line there. I imagine now Dario, of course, is super familiar with Goodwood, so right now he's only learning the car.
Only?
Yeah.
Yes. So let's see what he can do then. As I say, 1989 really was the season where the Sierras were out in huge numbers. 88 was when the Cosworth came along, 1989 the RS 500, and this was the ex-Chris Hodgetts car that started off its season pretty well. I remember it running in the top three at Alton Park for the first round, but then faded away a little bit, surprisingly. Chris never gave up trying, but it didn't have the results that were anticipated. the car here up through Lavant. Dario being respectful of it, it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's the only way, it's the only strategy really, unless, as we saw earlier on, for example, with Harry King, if you're really, really familiar with the car that you're driving, then you've got to just use this session as your exploration, and then later in the weekend, you can start to pick up the pace.
Which is harder then, learning the circuit in a car you know, or learning a car you don't know at a circuit you do know, in Dario's case here, for example?
I would say learning a car.
Right, okay, yeah. Because there's probably more to that, more nuances that you've got to get your head around.
There's just more headroom for performance, and you've got to sort of take leaps of faith every time you choose a braking point or select a gear on the way into a corner.
Now this is the very latest type of touring car. Tom Ingram in the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with Ginster's entry, run by Speedworks Motorsport, the Northwest touring car top team, and taking up towards the timing line, and goes fourth fastest, 1:27.447. So he's racing here this weekend as well, but that's a good effort in the Toyota, 1:27.447 to go, as I say, fourth fastest.
Very good effort. Actually, if you compare that, we consider the power differences between the cars that we've seen out so far, you can be reasonably sure that a lot of that lap time came from cornering speed.
Yeah. 2-litre turbocharged engine. Now Jack Tetley's Camaro is going to be the next one to go, another of the Euro NASCAR style cars. Rick Wood's Holden Commodore behind, and then the all-electric Ford Mustang that Richard Westbrook is due to drive. That's going to be fascinating to see how that goes. Completely different sound and feel, and it should have great acceleration, of course, off the line. So at the moment, Gordon Shedden it is that is topping the times with the GT3 Audi, a car from the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Have a look at the livery on it when we get a chance to see it in the practice session tomorrow. You'll see the car with the drivers' names from Nürburgring just a few weeks ago, and out comes Jack Tetley then. We've already seen Nick Padmore trying to wrestle one of these around. I mean, they're a real handful, aren't they?
They certainly look to be, and I can't imagine what they're like on cold tyres as well.
So Jack Tetley, who's got a Chevrolet Camaro in the Gerry Marshall Trophy that you were out in earlier on. Rick Wood behind in the Holden Commodore, and there is Jack Daniels' livery adorning the Camaro. So Jack Tetley will be next. As I say, the Holden Commodore behind that will creep into shot in a moment is decked up in the Holden Racing Team Golf Tander colours, but actually didn't race in those colours. It was a Bundaberg Walkinshaw car. There it is in the background, but it's good to have in that colour scheme. It is a Walkinshaw built car, but according to Aaron Noonan, V8 Sleuth in Australia, who specialises in those chassis numbers and liveries and histories, it did run in those colours. Let's concentrate though on Jack Tetley for the moment. His 2019 built Chevrolet Camaro. He knows this circuit very well indeed, and he's on it, dare one say, with a bit more confidence than Nick Padmore was.
Yeah, he really is, isn't he? The car looks to be nicely underneath him. He's got a good sense of where it's going to go. He's got enough confidence to carry a lot of speed through Ford Auto. Let's see how much of that he can maintain. Is that a puff of brake smoke we saw into there? So slightly brushing the inside curb at No Name. Up now over the hill. He's going to brake hard down a couple of gears into Lavant. Yes, you just see the smoke pouring out of the brakes as he can't get the power down. Opposite lock all the way through the second half of Lavant.
But if you're not going to be the quickest, you might as well be the most spectacular, because that's the other thing that people want to see. Almost mows the lawn there, coming down Lavant Straight. So Jack Tetley really shining in this car, isn't he? Okay, he's not going to be the quickest. Who cares? Comes now then down towards the braking zone. All smoke out of the back of it, but into the chicane he will turn in a moment up towards the flying finish. The best time to beat is an 18.2. He ain't going to get there, clearly. How sideways can he beat coming out of the chicane? A little bit of correction needed, and he breaks the beam at a 1:31.094.
Given how much the front wheels are locking, that's a brave Marshall standing in front of him with a yellow flag at the end of his run. Brilliant run from Jack Tetley there. Great to see these cars being leaned on.
Now this is, I think, Richard Westbrook at the wheel of the Mustang Mach-E. So this is the electric Mustang coming down towards the chicane. Something completely different, isn't it?
Yeah. Got to get used to this kind of noise, haven't we?
Yeah. That's the future. The Holden Commodore, by the way, fourth, Rick Wood's car, 126.078. And what does Richard Westbrook do? 129.506. Vaughan Gittin Jr. is also entered into that car, but I think it's Richard doing the driving duties today. 7th fastest, 129.506 for that car. Richard has also got a Ford GT to drive in this, should he want. We saw Marco Werner earlier heading towards the grid in the Lotus 77. He was scheduled to drive the Porsche 935 of owner Kai Nicklausen. There in the ex-Jochen Maas McLaren then, ready to go, is Lucas Halusa. His car from 1976. It looks tiny, doesn't it, compared to a modern-day Grand Prix car?
Yeah, and actually it looks like Lucas sort of sitting reasonably high up, just again really working the wheel, desperate to get a bit of temperature, particularly in the fronts there. But this is quite a smart decision on wets, I think, because you're going to have a reasonable amount of grip. It's not going to feel normal, it's going to feel a little bit odd, and perhaps toward the end of the lap the tread block will start to move a little as it gets perhaps a little too hot, particularly at the rear. But I'd have thought this is the right kind of strategy for this kind of an event.
So he's ready to go as we cycle through the Formula 1 cars within the Shootout practice. That glorious Cosworth DFB noise as he accelerates away. Wet tyres trying to give him the extra traction.
Well, I just also saw on the steering wheel a little sticker saying new pads, new brake pads. That is the last thing I'd want to be seeing before going into a one-lap shootout. But he's on it, isn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, again, it shows the commitment here. Forget the value of the car, forget cold tyres. He's pushing. And the noise echoing around the Sussex countryside as he comes then through Ford Water up to the right-handed part of St Mary's.
Fantastic, and this will be the fastest that Lucas has ever been through Ford Water and now through No Name. Nice and tidy into St Mary's. This could be good. This could be good.
Well, the sectors are good, aren't they? An absolute best in the middle. So certainly not wanting anything in terms of commitment, but looking really promising. This an 18.2 to beat. So Lucas Halusa heads towards us. This car, forget, given its pace, dating back to 1976. Of course, the type of car still racing. There are historic Formula 1 championships available. He's down, though, in that third sector. And then fishing for a gear, by the sound.
Just hunting for the gears, but also it's a voyage of discovery. You're not quite sure until you make that gear selection whether or not it's the right one. Does find the throttle out of the chicane, nice bit of power oversteer, and he crosses the line. Lucas Halusa 119.4 to go third fastest so far.
Really good effort that, wasn't it? So Greg Thornton's Lotus we should have. Gary Pearson here with another quite stunning bit of kit, the Ferrari 512M. We keep talking about the noise of these cars, which is parcel of the beauty of a Goodwood event, but this just sounds fantastic.
Well, this is going to be a really interesting lap time because, of course, Gary is very familiar with the circuit. He's also very familiar with this car, and as you can see, as he rattles through the chicane, he's not leaving a lot on the table.
No. And the time is at 24.281. So dropped a bit towards the end, but even so, good effort that. 1 minute 24.281. So where do we go to next then? Did Greg Thornton go out in the Lotus? Yes, he did. He did a 1 minute 24.086, and that put Greg fifth fastest. That should be Richard Mines, I think, in the Jaguar. There is Matt Girardo behind, and it was also meant to be Nick Padmore out again.
way out of the chicane, there wasn't an inch to spare of road.
Nick Padmore's lap record, 1:18.217. Gordon Shedden's first run, 1:18.248. I mean, he's nearly there. It's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, that really is. So early on in this event, especially.
Absolutely right. So then, there is the final wave of cars. I think
just see Padster there back at in the wheel of the Arrows.
So he has quickly done a shuffle, hasn't he, from one car to another. You can't keep a good man down, can you?
I'm really excited to see him run that car in a minute, because he has been testing and racing that a fair bit. Again, so we were talking just a moment ago about familiarity. Well, obviously, he is a proven pace setter here at Goodwood, and the fact that he now is dialed into that car, can hopefully drive it with some confidence on this lap. It will be really interesting to see the kind of pace he can get out of it.
And Tom Christensen at the wheel of the car that he won the 1995 Le Mans 24 Hours in with Stephanie Hansen and Michele Alboreto. So there you go. I mean, only Goodwood can offer you that period car with the right man behind the wheel. And when you've won Le Mans in the car, you don't really need to just prove yourself over one lap. But again, you can't keep a good man down. Tom's up for the challenge, isn't he?
And what an evocative and emotional moment this must be for him.
Yeah.
I wonder if the memories just come flooding back. And certainly as a driver, when you get into something you've not driven for a while, but when you were driving it in period, you spent a great many hours at the wheel. It all starts to flow very quickly, and that feeling through the gearbox, that feeling through the pedals, through the steering, all just feels so familiar, even though many, many years may have passed since you were last driving it.
It's funny, isn't it, though, because you say many years have passed, you're absolutely right, but it doesn't look dated. There are some cars you look at and you think, time's moved on and it's clearly of a different era, but that car still looks, based on a 962 as it was, it still looks pretty contemporary, and the livery, absolutely right. Porsche Museum operating this car, Michele Alboreto, the late Michele Alboreto, Stephanie Hansen, Tom Christensen, the drivers of that 1995 Le Mans success, and the car set to go. So as soon as the officials are happy, the car should be released. Padmore as well will be certainly one to watch.
Tom Christensen also wearing his quite retro styled and liveried helmet as well, adding to the effect. Nice match for the car's livery.
It is actually, isn't it? Yeah, it sort of fits in with that FAT Express, or FA Turbo Express colour scheme that adorned Gilles Gouillet, wasn't it, that was a sponsor, I think, in Renaults, and then when he came into Group C racing in Porsches, he carried the colours. And there is Nick Padmore, masquerading as Derek Warwick in the Arrows 4. Right, Tom Christensen is away. Not expecting him to necessarily light up the typing screen. He's already fourth in the modern generation of Audi, so like Nick Padmore doing two cars in this run, which is great to see the enthusiasm of the man. But yes, he's not pressing on absolutely, but it's probably a nice trip down memory lane, getting back into an old cardigan almost. Reunited with a car that really was a huge part of the Tom Christensen story.
So much followed as well.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
if the story ended there and then, it would still be a great story.
Very
That's
true.
what's so extraordinary about it.
It's when you won. I mean, so many people have raced at Le Mans and battled to finish, never mind to win. But when he won in 95, who would have thought there'd be 8 more to follow? I know you could argue he was in the right place at the right time with Audi's ability, Audi's domination almost of another era of Le Mans. But even so, he was there in the BMW days as well in 1999. But yeah, 9 Le Mans wins, quite outstanding for a real hero.
And the pace visibly picking up now. Tom dialing into the car. Let's see how brave he is on the brakes down into Woodcote. It's tidy. The birds escaping out of the way.
So it's not going to be, as I say, the top time, but the more time he spends in the car over the next 3 or 4 days, the quicker he will get. So Tom Christensen now heads over the line, 1 minute 29.190 in the Porsche.
And you can see visibly the car bumping around this circuit. Now these kind of cars, of course, stiffly sprung to help control the aerodynamic platform. But of course, Goodwood, being a little bit more old school in style, has its fair share of bumps. Now, in the older 1960s, 1950s cars, you don't feel that.
Oh dear.
As we look at Nick Padmore, helmet off and out of the car. What a shame.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, that rather looks like it's done, doesn't it, for today? Sadly. So, I don't think Nick's going to go out.
Oh, it's a huge shame. I was really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll get that turned around and back out later in the weekend.
And Arrows with a problem. Gosh, who'd have thought it? they did have their moments, didn't they, bless them? Arrows Grand Prix cars. The team of, amongst others, Alan Rees and Jackie Oliver, when it was created. Never had a Grand Prix win. Came close. Kyle Army 78 and Damon Hill's famous Hungarian Grand Prix lead that came out of nowhere, really. A real surprise, but that didn't quite click either. So lots of promise, lots of potential, unrealised. Great show. Right, so no Nick Padmore. So we didn't either have Nick Manassian in the Peugeot 908. I'll get that tomorrow. So let's have a look at who we did have. And Gordon Shedden ends up topping the times in the Audi R8 LMS GT3 from Harry King in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and Lucas Halusa third ahead of Tom Christensen. So the 76 McLaren F1 car ahead of the very latest Audi R8 GT2. Greg Thornton's ex-Elio De Angelis Lotus 5th ahead of Gary Pearson, Max Girardo's Dallara 7th, and then Rick Wood going 8th fastest in the Holden Commodore. Tom Ingram 9th ahead of Richard Mines, the Toyota ahead of the Jaguar. Gavin Kershaw's Lotus Exige 430 was 11th ahead of Tom Christensen's Porsche. Richard Westbrook 13th ahead of Nick Padmore. Abby Eaton's Lexus next, and then Jack Tetley with the Chevrolet Camaro 16th. 17th Jake Hill with the Nissan Skyline ahead of Pat Blakey Edwards, Dario Franchitti, then Richard Kent, and we didn't get a time out of James Collado nor Matt Griffin, but they were definitely there. So the transponders will offer more news in due course. This was a chance to have a look at the cars en masse as they made their way round to the holding area. Great variety, as we've been saying, amongst them. Harry King lighting up the Porsche, leaving 11s on the line as he blasted away down towards Madgwick. Harry King bags of commitment, the car dancing around the road, and this the second fastest time as he put everything on the line. Remember, he's never raced here. These are the first competitive laps he's done. On wet tyres, shrewd move. Lucas Halusa with the ex-Jochen Maas McLaren. Jochen himself here. I don't think he's been persuaded to have a go in the shootout in the car, but no doubt he's been showing special interest in it. Richard Mines with the Jaguar, the XJR9 10th quickest. Richard, who's building up a collection of more recent Jaguars. He's got one of the 1984 GWR XJSs here as well. But Tom Christensen reunited with his 1995 Le Mans winning Porsche, heading for, in the end, the 12th fastest time. Matt Girardeau with James Cottingham's very impressive howling Judd engine Dallara 7th. Matt's busy here as well with his Lancia Stratos rally car. The other mount for Tom Christensen was the Audi GT2. And Gordon Shedden, the man that topped the times in number 108 with the GT3 Audi. So the shootout completed. Next on the track stream, there will be a chance to have a look around the paddock at some of the cars, and we'll get ourselves set in due course for the Edge Trophy, which is coming up at round about 12:30. We've got the SpeedWeek Super Special, the rally stage, coming up at 1:10 as well, so there's still an awful lot to enjoy on the track stream, and we will turn our attention to the Edge Trophy, our first race of the weekend, very shortly. First though, here at SpeedWeek, we'll have a quick break.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Seek me. I am your new desire. Yours.
Romeo Alpha, this is Goodwood Tower, wind at north, south, southwest,
Welcome to Goodwood. To the way they go and right to the front row. Great start.
Lockdown, control the virus and save lives.
Battling coronavirus.
Stay inside. Stay inside.
Live events can resume behind closed doors.
Goodwood SpeedWeek. Goodwood SpeedWeek. Showcasing Motorsport. Motorsport. Broadcast live.
Hello and welcome to Goodwood SpeedWeek presented by Mastercard, coming to you from Goodwood, the motor circuit to be exact. My name's Dermot O'Leary. We're live all over the globe, from South America to Australia, and over the next 3 days we've got racing, we've got rallying, we've got stunts, we have the mystical world of the drift car, we have vintage cars, supercars, new cars, futuristic cars, lots of cars, competitions, challenges, celebrity guest galore, and a fitting homage to the Battle of Britain. Yeah, things might be a little different this year, but it's given us the opportunity to put a unique spin on this, the most unique of festivals. A different Goodwood, but one you've never seen before. Let's take a look.
Hi, I'm Keanu Reeves.
Hi, I'm Ken Block.
The faster you go, the more you have to be focused.
Keep your pedal to the metal.
Motorsport is dangerous. You don't just put someone in their car because it ticks their gender diversity box. That would just be stupid.
The girl's the quickest. Get out there and go faster like I wasn't supposed to.
Goodwood is amazing.
It can change your day.
Now then, I know what you're thinking. 3 days? That's a lot of presenting for one guy, and you're not wrong. But whilst my knowledge of the motoring world is it's okay, it's ish. I know my coupes and my compacts. I have a vintage car that is both the love and the bane of my life. And Simon Cowell did once let me look at his Ducati. I wouldn't profess to being an expert, which is why we've pulled in a few other guys. These guys, to be precise.
I'm Johnny Smith. I'm Richard Porter, also known as Sniff Petrol. Together we're Smith and Sniff, and we're going to be drawing over £20 million worth of cars going under the hammer there at the Bonhams auction.
I'm Rory Reid, and for me it's all about test driving, reviewing and showcasing some of the world's greatest supercars and challenging you, Dermot, to a series of motoring challenges.
For all things sideways and tyre shredding, it's Becky Evans here. I'll be keeping one eye on the drift corner action and both eyes on the road testing some of the latest luxury vehicles to hit the market.
And I'm Mark Webber. I'm from down under. I raced Formula 1 for a while. I did a bit of 919 driving in the Porsche at Le Mans and WEC. Can't wait to have a great weekend here in Goodwood.
And there's one more host to chuck into that host pack, possibly the best of the lot. I'm not just saying it because she's here. Maybe I am. It's Goodwood, huge Goodwood superfan, Sian Welby. Hello, Sian, how are you?
I'm very good, Dermot. And obviously this weekend, we can't let you have all the fun, can we? So I'm going to be running around like a headless chicken. That's what I'm going to be doing, I think. We've got loads to get through this weekend. I'm going to hopefully delve a little bit into the culture and the history of Goodwood Motorsport. And also, though, I'll be helping you create a speedweed vibe at home.
And you're a huge fan of the Revival like myself. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I was so excited to come down here, to see how differently they were going to do it this year. Because the Festival of Speed and the Revival are kind of like they've morphed into one, really, right?
Yeah, it's quite nice actually in a way, because if you've never been to Goodwood at all, whether it was the Revival or Festival of Speed, this is like a way of catching up on it all. Yeah. And it's like a massive teaser trailer for it. So if you've never been, this programme is going to make you want to go.
It's the espresso version.
Yes, the espresso version.
All right, thanks, Sian. So you've got our crack team, and believe me, it doesn't get much crackier than that. We have got 3 packed days. Here's what's in store.
We'll be uncovering the history of Lotus, Lamborghini, the Audi Quattro, Mustang and NASCAR, along with showcasing the world's leading female pioneers and innovators within motorsport. We'll be bringing you the live action from the historic race circuit. Keanu Reeves lays bare his passion for the open road.
It's the wind, it's the smells, it's the sights, it's the sounds. It's the kind of state that I find myself going into when I ride.
We'll take you back to 1940s Britain to relive the 40s fashion and the real-life stories of inspirational characters in World War II. Not only that, but I experienced the privilege and honour of taking off in the Spitfire in the Battle of Britain reenactment.
The cackle best. Off the back of that, you take your...
So, loads to look forward to. Let's start by looking back. Rory, tell us the history of this incredible place, this racetrack, and Goodwood as a whole.
We're all familiar with this place for the Goodwood Festival of Speed, Goodwood Revival, but it actually started life as an operational airfield where people used sorties from here during World War II. And during that time, people were obviously starved of any motorsport activity. So by the time the war ended in 1948, this place reopened and hosted its first ever proper race event. 15,000 people turned up to watch 85 drivers. They actually shut it down again in 1966, but it reopened in 88 to be the place that we see here today.
And as a kid growing up, as a kid that adored cars, was Goodwood steeped? Were you steeped in Goodwood from an early age? Did you know about the place, or?
I mean, it's iconic. This is the place where, you know, Bruce McLaren raced his McLarens, where he died. His race site is just over there. And this is the place that is often considered a mecca for people who are involved in motorsport.
Well, Mark, was it a mecca for you? I mean, when did you first find out about Goodwood? And from a driver's point of view, what's it like to drive here?
Well, it's a really tricky little circuit, actually. It's super quick. If you look at it from above, it doesn't look that spectacular, but on the ground, it's really nasty. The concentration's going to be high. There's a lot of grass, and as in the UK, that can often be wet, mate. So when there's wet grass, you don't want to get on that. So it's a real challenge for the drivers, whatever vehicle you're in. We've got a great array of cars here, as you know. So, mate,
I'm going to give Rory the second mic on camera 4, just IDing it for you. Second mic.
Festival in the world than what the Duke of Richmond puts on here.
Yeah. And John, we touched on it very briefly. It's a huge, ambitious event this time, right? I mean, essentially, we're cramming 2 festivals into one.
Oh, yeah, and it's one of those moments where the second you walk through those gates, you sort of leave reality behind, you come in, there'll be a bit of everything. It's like going back in time, and I think that is the magic of Goodwood, whether it's Revival or Foz. You're going to get something like you've never seen before, and the sounds as well. You can't really explain how noisy it is, can you?
Yeah, and Molly, from a racing point of view, I guess these guys have been almost starved of action, so they must be so looking forward to being here and getting out on the track. What are you looking forward to seeing?
I'm just looking forward to seeing all these legends. This is my first time at Goodwood.
Hello!
Yeah, this morning has just been incredible, and it looks like everyone is just so happy that this is happening and that they're just very excited to get out there. I was just watching the shootout as well, that was just incredible. To see those cars and maybe pick them up and try and
Okay. Well, listen, I'm a huge Revival fan, but I had no idea about the idea of Cacklefest. Rory, explain what's about to happen. I'm very...
Cacklefest is basically a celebration of noise. It has its origins in drag racing, but it's pretty simple really. You jump in a car, preferably a loud one, you make as much noise as you can with your right foot, and you enjoy it.
Okay, so this is a wonderful, I'm sure you're about to do it. So gentlemen and ladies to the cars. I'm obviously giving them up already. I have an air horn here. So like Rory said, this was started out in the drag racing era to celebrate the era known as the golden age of drag racing. After the engine started, the race cars lined up in a designated area in front of the spectators, left running and idle, and it then makes a distinctive crackling sound of the nitro-fueled engine. Also I'm told. So how are we doing? We all ready? Start the countdown. On 3, 2, earplugs are ready. 1. Wonderful. Throaty and angry. Now, whilst that is recovered, here's a look back at how our obsession with speed first began.
Humankind has always been obsessed with speed. The dawn of the motor car saw the dawn of motor racing. But the search for speed came long before we invented the machines to make it happen. In fact, speed is hardwired into our DNA. Speed of all kinds fascinates us. It's why we love roller coasters, why we're wowed by bullet trains, why the 100 meters is the most watched event in the Olympics. Since we've had the car, our pursuit of speed has intensified.
Speed is the magic part of our business.
Stirling Moss had a great phrase, which is speed is tranquility.
It gives you the smile. It gives you all the feelings what you can ever imagine.
You come out of it and you go, whoa, that was cool.
Actually, there's a biological reason behind our obsession with speed.
The sensation of speed is a bit like a drug, but it has to be matched with competition, in my experience.
Pushing the boundaries and taking risks releases chemicals in our brains that give us pleasure.
And there needs to be a little bit of fear to go with it as well.
If your natural levels of these chemicals are low, you're likely to be someone who craves ever bigger thrills to trigger your body into releasing more of the good stuff. Perhaps by going faster and faster. The very first car, the Benz patent Motorwagen of 1886, had a top speed barely faster than a person could run. As time went by, the unquenchable lust for speed took hold. The records began to tumble, and very soon a new landmark was passed. On the 21st of July 1904, Louis Rigoli became the first person to exceed 100 miles per hour in a car. In 1925, Malcolm Campbell set a new record, and just a year later, John Godfrey Parry Thomas broke the record again. In just 4 decades, the car had gone from tortoise to hare. In 1927, once again, the record was broken, this time by Major Henry Seagrave in a 1,000 horsepower Sunbeam. And just 8 years later, in 1935, that incredible landmark was surpassed with an astonishing achievement by Sir Malcolm Campbell.
Well done, Campbell.
Straight line speed records continue to tumble, and will do so again. But our pursuit of speed in motorsport has been equally relentless. Formula One, rally cars, racing bikes, all have got faster and faster with every passing decade. F1 banned the highly strung turbo engines of the mid-80s and moved fast on aerodynamic innovations that saw cornering speed soar.
The speed was shocking.
But what does it actually feel like to go that fast?
Yeah, it is like going into another dimension.
you shift into a different consciousness.
Don't feel fear, don't feel motion, and it's very, very difficult.
As cars have got faster, so too have the people behind them. Telemetry, pit stops, and even the way we consume racing information is faster than ever before. Of course, in 2020, humankind's innate urge to find speed has had to take a back seat to another of our built-in instincts, survival. Speed hasn't gone, however. Speed was just resting. And now, Goodwood SpeedWeek is here to celebrate all that's glorious about racing. Because ultimately, speed is programmed into all of us, and you cannot hold speed back.
Well, there's definitely no better place to be than Speedweek if you are craving that adrenaline hit. And do not worry, we've got loads more to come, and we will be back after a short break. But before we go, I would like to test your knowledge with a little brain teaser, get that brain going, and I will reveal the answer after the break.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aspen, and the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Sebastian's personality shines bright, just not as bright as his coat. Someone's had their omega-3 and 6 oils. James well-beloved.
Introducing the new Defender. Just the thing for those little everyday trips. Good in heavy traffic. Perfect for catching up with the relatives. And dropping into the car wash en route. Giving someone a helping hand. Or beating the commute. And putting your feet up after a long day.
It's the world #1, the Light Boys. Well, if you ride it and you twist it, if you pick it or you pin it, then you splash it. When you bump it, can you bump it? If you push it or you smush it, then you bitch, bash, wash it, Light Boy. Yeah.
I'm joined by absolute motorsport royalty, Sir Jackie Stewart. Thank you so much for joining me today. How does it feel to be here at Goodwood, despite everything that's going on right now?
Well, wonderful to be back. As Grace does a wonderful job here, I don't think there's anything in the world to beat it. And the collection of cars, there's nowhere in the world, again, that you see that type of racing car at full chat. Everybody's trying to do their best. No, I've been coming here since I was a wee boy. I think I was 13 years of age when I came, because my brother was a racing driver, drove for a Curie Course, so I've been here a lot.
Well, we know this because you've got your name above the door. It's the Jackie Stewart Pavilion.
Yes, it is. Yes, it's very nice. Yes, when Royal Bank of Scotland were working, they paid for all of this. So it's a very nice pavilion. Upstairs is very nice, great viewing area, and it's a lovely building. As usual, everything at Goodwood's top class.
Of course. And for those who have never been, what is it that makes it so special, whether it's the Festival of Speed or the Revival?
Part of its history, because it was, of course, a World War II fighter pilot. This is where the really Britain was saved, and London was saved by the Spitfires and the Hurricanes here. And it was only turned into a racing car track, I think, in 1948. So it's got a great history, and the great drivers of course, Stirling Moss, but Juan Manuel Fangio's driven here. Mike Hawthorne's driven here. If you look back at all the great drivers, and today Lewis Hamilton drives here. So we all come together because His Grace does such a terrific job, and he's got a great team of people, and the circuit is very demanding. I'm lucky enough I own the lap record here.
Yes.
Which was done way back in 1966.
And no one's beaten it.
Well, I should think today somebody will beat it, or this weekend somebody. I'll be very upset.
Yes, I'm sure you would after holding for so long. Do you have any particular memories in mind that really stand out?
My brother won the Johnson Trophy here in a C-type Jaguar for a Curie Course, and I was here. This was where I got my ride with Ken Tyrrell when he picked me up from a wee boy in Scotland, and I came down here and was given the ride for the season, and then finally I got the lap record. So it's got a lot of history for me, and it's a great privilege to be here.
Do you think it's a lot harder, driving what we would call now the classic cars compared to the modern cars today?
No, I think you've got to be as good as you can be during the time that you're doing it. And I think you can't compare cars and drivers. There is a different period of cars, and some of the historic cars that are here today, and then the middle historic, and then the more modern. So I think, but it's always the best. And it's the same with drivers. I mean, you can't tell who is the greatest driver in the world. You can only be as good as you are at the best time of your life. So there's the history of this place is part of what it's made of. And everybody wants to come back here.
Absolutely. I think it is the first race.
It really does. I've very limited experience of this era of car, but I have had the odd lap and testing around here. What struck me the most was just how advanced the engines felt. The drivetrain was so smooth. You look at the cars from the outside and you think, I wonder if they feel a bit rickety to drive. Far from it. They are silky smooth with phenomenal torque, lovely power delivery. And it actually caught me out a little bit because it gives you this little sense of confidence as you're rattling down the straight. And then you arrive at the corner and it's easy to forget how skinny those tyres are and how early you need to brake. I mean, how little grip you're going to have once you turn the steering wheel.
Is there any grip in them at all?
I found it felt very balanced, but actually it was quite easy to steer into the corner too tight and almost tip the car on its side a little bit. Yeah, I mean, they drift though, they drift nicely, but you can't afford to, let's say, ride an inside curve or anything like that. You've got to keep the car nice and settled.
Okay. You'll see in a moment, it's already been through the shot, I think, the Beast of Turin, which is, there it is in the background, the red Fiat that's just gone out of shot. You'll see the red colours with the gold nose of the car, Duncan Pittaway sitting up high. There he is with the yellow and black, almost wasp-like crash helmet. Now, I mean, that is just the most astonishing car. 28.4 litres. You sort of sit on it, not in it, don't you?
Well, yeah, as is the case with several other cars on the grid, as you just saw from that shot a moment ago. But I just can't begin to imagine the feeling of being in command of something like that and coming at it from such a bizarre seating position.
Yes, Duncan drives this on the road, he's proud to tell you. And you can imagine, can't you, arriving at the traffic lights and looking up then and seeing this man grinning at you from that. I mean, as a race car, a road car, it was Fiat's effort to take speed records. It did so in America with Arthur Burry at the wheel. Pietro Bordino drove it in Europe. Again, aircraft engines put into these because there were quite a few around at the time. And what do we do with them? Well, 28.4 litres, let's put one into a car. You've got the fairly modest 8.7 aero engine Monarch that Duncan Pittaway also owns, that is being driven by Simon Diffie. Anyway, the car on pole position, let's just quickly give you the grid, because number 17 is on pole, Huey Walker, driving the World War I aero-engined Theophile Schneider that's owned by Nick Hilliard, and that's going to be a very interesting proposition up against Julian Majube lining up alongside him in a car from Indianapolis. So, Huey Walker on pole, Julian Majube lining up alongside, and Ben Collins, one to watch in the Blitz and Benz, third on the grid. Mark Walker's Darragh lines up fourth. Hopefully, Christopher Mann is there fifth, because he had a very smoky car at the end of qualifying. William Twelvetrees will be one to watch from further back as well with the Woolsey recreation. And Margaret Diffie starting 20th in Alex Ames' Bugatti. At the back of the grid should be Marcus Black and then Nick Pellet with the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy. Now, cars making their way into position. As I say, the one fear that we have is that the Chris Mann Alfa Romeo is not there, because, as I say, it was all smoky at the end of qualifying. Duncan Pittaway is there, and missing by the look of it is number 15. So James Collins is not there, and no, Christopher Mann is not there either. So we have, I'm afraid, lost a couple of them. However, this still promises to be a very entertaining 5-lap dash. Huey Walker lining up on pole position. He's got his dad behind him on the grid with the Cross of St George on his crash helmet. There is Huey Walker on pole then with the Theophile Schneider Aero. And how about that for a grid? 5 laps, and of course as the flag drops, away they go, but a bad start made by the pole position driver. So Huey Walker bogs down, gets away, just able to move across the cover Gareth Graham as they accelerate away. 1 or 2, I'm afraid, stranded on the grid. But actually, despite the pop start, Huey Walker has kept most at bay. But round the outside goes the Blitz and Ben. So it's Ben Collins then who will lead the way as they go round Madgwick for the first time. And the Beast of Turin in the middle of the pack as well. But that was a rather hesitant start by some there, Sam.
Yeah, and most of the pack doing absolutely the right thing, which is not changing lanes once they pulled away from the line. The last thing you want in a bunch of open wheel cars like this is to start getting interlocked. And you just see the workload. Oh, fantastic onboard shot there. Making their way down through into No Name, this little right-handed kink. This is where, in particular, I found it very, very hard to kill the speed enough. You've gathered a huge amount of momentum through forward water. Then the corner tightens ever so slightly through No Name before the direction change of St Mary's. Not something that these cars are particularly adept to doing.
You get the feeling that the car drives you rather than you drive the car out of all of this. But change for the race lead, because Ben Collins loses out there. Can he fight back on the outside line, making the move? Looked as though it was going to be Rob Hubbard in the Vauxhall. So now, look, the Blitz and Benz, 200 horsepower, gets on with the job. The car, 21.5 litres, and it just rumbles its way back through into the lead of the race. So a little bit like the modern touring cars that we looked at earlier on. You've got some that are great in a straight line, others that are good through the corners or can break that bit later. And now on Lavant Straight, you can see those that have got the grunt because they're carving through the field. Julian Majube, they're also making good progress up on the inside line. Number 9, then the Sunbeam Indianapolis. 4th at Indy, that car finished, and he goes through into 2nd place.
Yeah, we're seeing, aren't we, the different handling characteristics and performance characteristics of these cars. Some have got the power down the straight, some, like Hubbard and his little Vauxhall 3098, have got a smaller, lighter car, a little more nimble in the tighter corners. You're going to see those come alive and challenge the more powerful cars through the twisty section at the back of the lap.
So lap 1 of 5 in the book. Ben Collins leading at the end of it by 1.8 seconds from Julian Majube. Rob Hubbard is 3rd then. And battle on there, look, because absolutely side by side around the outside line tries to go Mark Walker with the Darragh 200 horsepower, this 25.4 litre car. He is on the outside line. And he gets the job done, doesn't he? He gets the place then, so he moves back through ahead of Collins on the outside.
Hunched shoulders, head down, out of the wind, very karting-like in style, and that was a good move around the outside. Just pick up the Beast of Turin and also Duncan Pittaway as they make their way down through Ford Water.
So Duncan Pittaway needing to make progress here, back on board. You can see everything that has to go on. It's not just holding onto this enormous steering wheel. You've got this, dare we call it a very early paddle shift gearbox?
Don't ask me, I have absolutely no idea what any of those things do.
Well, they work. Whatever they're doing, they work for him. Julian Majuba has lost a place, has he not? Because now, look, coming up through the pack after his pop start is Huey Walker. So number 17, Huey Walker, slow off the line, but he's working his way through to the front, and he's going after Ben Collins, isn't he now? So with the red and yellow crash helmet, look over the shoulder. Never mind about a mirror. For the race lead, Huey Walker goes through, and that was just pure horsepower, seemingly.
Yeah, it looks like, is that a problem? Is that a problem?
Could be.
Collins?
He's losing a lot of time, isn't he?
Yeah. We're lap 2 of 5 to go. Elbows out driving style, isn't it? You need all the leverage you can get. Yeah,
it's like almost motorbike racing. You turn the wheel, you lean with it. So here's the battle with Ben Collins now coming under attack from Mark Walker, who in turn is trying to fend them off as he comes through. I mean, look at that, the Darragh as it comes across the line there, number 200. The car of Mark Walker with a red and white crash helmet. He is sitting on the car. There's barely any bodywork around him at all. So Huey Walker leads. Up into second is Mark Walker, so it's going to be a family feud this to the very end of the race. Julian Majuba going through third, and then the blitz and bends of Ben Collins, who of course is the brother-in-law of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon. He's down in fourth place, but he's got a problem.
And he seems to be working away at the wheel. I think that perhaps the engine's got a bit of a problem, struggling with power.
Yeah. Well, the battle is on, and a change for the race leads. This family contest goes the way of Dad now, but coming back at the pair of them, look, Julian Majuba on the inside line in the Sunbeam Indianapolis. He splits the Walkers. It's the Darragh ahead then as they come through the right-handed part of St Mary's, now into the left, and where does Huey Walker mount the challenge with the almost wasp tail there staring him in the face on the back of that Sunbeam?
Majuba just having to get out of the throttle there on the apex of St Mary's as he put the front left wheel up onto the curb. Amazing response, and as you see, lovely balanced drift on the throttle all the way through the second apex of Lavan. Very deft steering inputs there from all three cars.
There are people that specialise in racing cars of this era, and you can see why, because they are like nothing else. Julian Majuba then splits the Walkers, goes through into the race lead, so he's done it, he's got himself in front. Now, who is going to be the first to throw out the anchor on the way into Woodcote? Last of the late breakers here, and braking late does deserve a medal for bravery in one of these cars, but Julian Majuba it is that has the advantage by a couple of lengths. Huey Walker sideways up into second place now. Very sideways.
Big wobble there out of Woodcote. This is the thing, you've just got to be ever so delicate with your steering inputs, even though there's this massive honking great big steering wheel, and it feels, particularly looking at somebody, they're driving with their upper body, it's not their hands at the steering wheel, it's a whole bodily movement.
Three abreast over the line, everything changes, so Mark Walker goes back into the front. The 200 horsepower Darragh is ahead there. His son Huey Walker is behind, but now he's going to be alongside because coming out of Madgwick, Mark Walker goes wide, and look now at the Sunbeam because that seems to have the power. Now can Julian Majuba get his race lead back? Huey Walker retains the advantage. What a fabulous way to start Speedweek's race activity here. Huey Walker, pole position, dub start, back into the lead. Julian Majuba back up into second. Mark Walker is down in third, saying, oi, wait for me, I want to be part of this. And Ben Collins, actually, despite losing places earlier, hasn't lost much more time. He's still there or thereabouts in fourth place. They head now through the first, the right-handed part of St Mary's.
And Majuba just seals that deal, doesn't he, on the way into No Name, into the lead. Covers off the inside into St Mary's, just saying, oi, not here, pal, you're not coming through yet, thanks very much. But opening the door now on the way down into Lavant.
So Huey Walker goes back into the lead. This is lap 4 on 5. Sawing away at the wheel is Huey Walker. And Julian Majuba, who's going to be out at the next race for the next generation of Grand Prix car, if you like, staying in that second place. But it was on this section of circuit a lap ago that all the shuffling happened. Now have a look at Ben Collins. The Blitz and Benz is coming back at the Darragh. He's done it. He's got third. He's about to get second. So all of a sudden, The Blitz-and-Benz is back at the races. He's going to go from 4th to 1st. Through he goes, fantastic.
Unbelievable. We were saying just a moment ago that he might have some kind of an engine problem. He seemed to be dropping back, struggling for pace, but no longer. Amazing chase for the lead here.
Now, can he hang on in there? So this is the next question for him. Ben Collins will have his turn at the front here as he comes into the chicane. Turns right, turns left. One more lap to go. It's still anybody out of these 4 that could win the race as they head now towards the timing line. So Ben Collins is ahead of Huey Walker, who has a long look over his shoulder. There's Dad in 3rd. Julian Majuba has dropped back into 4th place. And the lead gap, half a second, with a lap to go. And look, Walker, 2 wheels on the grass, goes back through on the inside. Great stuff.
Unbelievable. Well, Ben Collins in the Blitz-and-Benz seems to have good power down the back Lavant straight, but didn't seem to have a similar amount of grunt down the pit straight. Steps down to 2nd in favour of Collins.
So Huey Walker is in charge. I use the phrase advisedly because Ben Collins is all over him like a cheap suit here, coming then towards the first part of St Mary's, the right-handed bit, then you go left for the second element, and the 4 of them still together. Julian Majuba looking for a way on the inside. Huey Walker hanging on to the race lead. Look at the graphic that was done at the start of the lap. It's changing all the time. Huey Walker has the advantage for the moment, but the next section of circuit is that fast run out of Lavant corner down Lavant straight, and that's where the Blitz-and-Benz really did have the advantage a lap ago.
Yeah, and both Majube, who comes up the inside down into Lavant, or Collins, I wonder if he's just lining himself up. Hopefully that Blitz-and-Benz has the propulsion that we saw on the previous lap. Perhaps he can do another run from 4th place back into the lead, but Majube, meanwhile, is covering the inside line. He drops back. Collins goes through. How's this going to end up? As you said earlier, the last of the late breakers.
He's done it. He's got the grunt again. Look, so like a lap ago, through he goes, gets to the place on the inside. So Ben Collins is ahead. Here comes Mark Walker in the Darragh up on the inside line to go 2nd. Julian Majuba's lined up to have a go for 3rd. Who's it going to be then as they come through Woodcote? Huey Walker drifts out wide. Majube tries to squirt up the inside of him. Can't do it. Fantastic race though. It's got to be longer than 5 laps, please, on Sunday. Into the chicane, it's going to be Ben Collins that leads out, but is he going to lead to the line? Because he's not there yet. Look at the Darragh. Starts to close. Can he get there in time? It's going to be an almost photo finish, but it's Ben Collins just ahead by 0.137 of a second. Mark Walker 2nd, Huey Walker 3rd, Julian Majuba 4th. Brilliant, wasn't it?
Oh, that was absolutely wonderful stuff. Wonderful racing, so close. Who'd have thought from cars of this age that they would be going almost 4 abreast at times down through Ford Water and into Nodo. Lovely.
It's like Formula 4, isn't it? 4 abreast. Not in these cars, surely.
Who needs the Formula 4 person?
Absolutely. Well, Ben Collins, then, the Duke of Richmond and Gordon's brother-in-law, is our first winner of SpeedWeek. Quite appropriately, I think. And the fastest lap being done by Huey Walker. And how about that for a close finish?
Oh, it's wonderful, as you said, certainly a photo finish. Now, I'm fascinated to hear why Collins in the Blitz-and-Benz had that sort of erratic pace. It seemed like the power was there, then it was gone, then it was back again.
Beast of Turin, incidentally, finished 7th in the hands of Duncan Pittaway. There were lots of other cars in that we just never got to because the battle for the lead was so good. But we have another chance to see these cars on Sunday. They are on track at 10:25. So look forward to that. It promises to be quite a spectacle. But yeah, Ben Collins in the Blitz-and-Benz, a mega car entered by Auto and Technique Museum Sian, 21.5 litres, 200 horsepower, and a quite fantastic piece of kit. So we'll have the last stragglers coming over the timing line to complete their race in a moment. Marcus Black has finished a lap down, but there are still others on the lead lap yet to come. But great to see these cars still in existence, never mind still being raced. When you consider that the oldest car in the race takes you, Gareth Graham's Mercedes, to 1903, and it's still racing, that's quite something, isn't it?
Oh, it's just wonderful. And I've always thought that this era of cars attracts a certain personality of driver and owner. Without fail, they are among the most fun people you could ever spend time with.
So there we have the Blitz-and-Benz of Ben Collins, the race-winning car, a 10th of a second being the winning margin, but the main thing was what a race, and we'll hopefully have a chance to hear from the winning driver post-race, social distancing and everything, and into the Parc Fermé area will come Ben Collins. One almost hesitates to use Parc Fermé in the context of these cars. I don't think anyone had really come up with the idea then, but they will go to at least the post-race holding area, shall we say that. So the Goodwood Circuit looking absolutely fantastic, and our first race of the weekend, part one of the SF Edge Trophy, won by Ben Collins, with Mark Walker taking second, Huey Walker third, and Julian Bajou fourth, and all of those four in a group race long. James Collins finishing in fifth ahead of Rob Hubbard, who was really racy early on. Duncan Pittaway seventh, and Charlie Martin Hall's GP coming home eighth. Ninth goes to the Monarch GP of Simon Diffie ahead of Gareth Graham's Mercedes. Andrew Howe Davis in the Scat Type C, 11th ahead of Ian Barnforth, and then the Vauxhall of Jack Bond. Ben Mears 14th from Nick Pellet up from the back of the grid, 15th ahead of William Twelvetrees with the Woolsey 1620. 17th John Paulson with the Talbot ahead of James Baxter's Fiat S61. Marcus Black a lap down, and Margaret Diffie a pit stop, sadly a retirement. So a great start and a win for Ben Collins.
Now, in the 1920s, there was a racer called Dorothy Levitt, who was known as the fastest girl on earth. I mean, that's quite the title, isn't it? And she went head-to-head with men on and off the track. She was quite the character. And I have a great little fact for you, which I just think is so brilliant. She pioneered the use of rear-view mirrors before they were even manufactured. So what she would say to the other girl racers is just get a little compact makeup mirror, hold it up occasionally, and just see who's behind you. Anyway, she pioneered, and the rest followed.
Nobody says anything to your face. Nobody's saying you can't do this or you're a woman. But it doesn't mean that people don't think that.
I had my first little motorbike from the age of 2, and I was a little girl that loved speed.
At 10, I wanted to be a race car driver.
I was 12 years old, didn't seem to bat an eyelid. I just turned up to a racetrack.
My father proposed to me the challenge of driving myself. He said, I will pay for 1 year. If you are good enough, you continue. If not, you stop.
I had an extraordinary childhood growing up around Williams.
I did my school project on Williams. It's crazy to then drive for them 20 years later.
My older brother started go-karting and I kind of followed him into it. I was basically one of literally no other girls.
It was at the age of 13 I was taken to a Formula 3 race at Donington Park. Jenson Button won on that day. He went on to become a world champion. And that's when I kind of realised, okay, I could make a career out of this.
The team owner that I drove for, we were all testing one day at Donington, and they asked who was the quickest, and I overheard him like stick his head in the car, and he was like, "The girl's the quickest, get out there and go faster," like I wasn't supposed to.
in all area and aspect of motorsport.
Don't worry about what gender you are. If that's what you want to do what you need to do in order to get to where you want to get to, and you will get there.
You know, it's incredible the setup that Formula One is, and I guess as a driver, it's an incredible feeling to know that one day, you know, you could be a part of that.
I know, for me, if I didn't have Audi, I don't think I would have progressed like I did. I hope I gave the good example and that people will remember that I have been fighting a lot and I managed to do it.
I would absolutely encourage any girl that has any tiny inkling wanting to come into this world to do it, because it is so magical.
Oh, that's such a powerful video, and just, you know, witnessing some incredible women there. And actually, I am joined by my fellow presenter. She's an automotive vlogger. She's also queen of the Drift Kana this weekend, which is quite a cool thing to pop on the CV. Becky Evans, welcome.
Thank you. It's so good to be here. I'm delighted just to be out here in some cars, seeing some movement. It's been a slow summer, but this is definitely going to bring it back with a bang.
I think it's going to be so exciting this weekend, don't you?
Absolutely. We've got so much choice here. You've got like historics, you've got drift cars, and everything in between. It's amazing, really.
And thinking of that video that we just saw there, I mean, we've got a growing group of women in motorsport, but can we do better? Can we go further?
We can always go further. And do you know what the great thing about that video is? You're seeing these women where it really was a difficult time. Do you know, it was such a boys' club back then, and they were really putting it out there. And if they can do it, and times have changed now, we can all push further and we can get so many more girls into it. We just got to show that, you know, you've got to get in there.
There's a really great quote from that VT about Michelle Mouton, who said, you know, you don't think, oh, I'm a woman, I have to do it this way or that way. You know, action is action, whether you're a man or a woman. I bet you're the first to agree with that.
100%. When the helmet comes on and you're behind the wheel and you're in your own little world in a car, that's it. You're doing your thing, and you could be man, woman, alien, whatever. You're still putting it down on the track, and it's down to your talent, and it's nothing to do with what gender you are.
If there are any like young girls watching today, what advice would you give them about getting into the sport?
Just be open, go look. There's so much content online, there's so many people out there that want to help. There are lots of initiatives now that are trying to get young females into motorsport. Go-karting, that's the first step. It's the truest form of motorsport for me. When you really want to get to know how a car works on the track, get yourself out go-karting, have a laugh with your mates, and just, yeah, be open and ready, because there's so many ways you can get into it. And just have a smile on your face.
I love it. I'll come go-karting with you.
Love it. Come on, let's go.
Right, while we crack on with that, here's a little break and we'll be back soon.
Yes, we are ready to go rallying. All the cars gathered behind me here for a 2-kilometre stage in and around the Goodwood Circuit. Cars from all eras are parked up here at the moment, and we are going to jump in with one of the female drivers. Nabila, how are you doing?
How are you?
I'm great, thank you. What do you think of the stage here at Goodwood?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think they've done a pretty good job. Not quite what I expected in some parts, but no, it's been good fun.
What are you driving today?
I am driving the Proton Iris R5. It's actually my first time out in it competitively, so it's an interesting experience to say the least. I'm learning stuff as I'm going along.
Being a rally driver, what do you think of all the cars collected here today?
Oh, there's some kit here. No, it's awesome to be able to see so many different rally cars in all from different generations. It's incredible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was Nabila, and as you can see, the Lancia Stratos, the Peugeot 205 T16 from the Group B era. In the background, driving off, you can see the Audi S1s. The Audi S1 Quattro there at the back, revolutionising the World Rally Championship with its four-wheel drive Quattro system. The Ford RS200 driving out onto the stage there. Followed, of course, by the Metro. And we also have some newer generation rally cars. Let's get a listen to this Lancia Stratos. If he gives us a bit of rev, that would be brilliant. There's just an amazing sound in this car. Maybe I can give him a small signal. No, he can't. Maybe we can get a bit of noise from him. Here we go. Is he gonna start it up? Oh yes, he is. There we go. That's going to be something to watch on the rally stage here at Goodwood SpeedWeek. And as the cars head out onto the special stage here, we are going to go back up to commentary.
So the cars get ready on the pit straight, ready for special stage 5, the first of 3 stages today within the Goodwood SpeedWeek rally stage. And there you can see the cars making their way from the pit lane onto the pit straight, and then the officials will start to marshal them into the restart order. So we have 2 categories here, demo and time. Now the clock runs on everybody, but the demo cars are doing pretty much just that. They're not fighting for the actual competition, but those in the time section very definitely are, and they will go in reverse order based on their times, cumulative times over the 4 stages of last night. And that means that the first one to go in the time section will be the slowest, the 1984 world champion Stig Blomqvist, because he had an absolute nightmare in the dark last night when he completely wrong slotted, slithered off into the bales, stalled it, couldn't get going, and was just, I'm afraid, mortified after a big drama which cost him a lot of time. So he will be the first, and the last to go will be Rhys Yates, who is the current rally leader. Now, out of the cars in the demo section, it's going to be Jason Leckley to go first with the Mark II Ford Escort. There you see Ben Bella's Toyota, the Bjorn Valdegaard car, making its way forward. Toyotas of that vintage, always very durable, very rugged, very reliable, tending to do very well in the safari rallies, the Ivory Coast, when that was introduced for a brief period a few years later. But you've got a real cross-section here of cars from Group B and before and aft as well, including the Metro 6R4s you can see in there. One, the blue and white Works computer vision livery that Tony Pond and Rob Arthur took to 3rd in the 1985 RAC Rally. Now, let's have a look at the stage here, because this is going to be 1.12 miles long, which means that the cars will accelerate their way from the start up to the donut. Then the gravel on the outside of Madgwick is in use, as well as the race circuit. So you've got some tarmac, you've got some gravel, you've got chicanes put in. 35% of it is gravel, 65% tarmac, and it's a real test for the drivers not to make a tiny mistake here. It's going to be run effectively the opposite direction from what you've just seen, with the cars accelerating away in the direction they're pointing now. They will go through the chicane up towards the hairpin that will put them onto the gravel. So this actually is going to be a reversal of the stage that we had as SS 1 and 2 last night. So all will become apparent once you have the cars onto the stage. They'll go at 30-second intervals. And there you've got Jason Lepley good to go in the Shell Oils liveried Ford Escort. Colours carried by Ari Vatanen and Neil Wilson sitting alongside him for that brief period. There you've got the Audi of Andy Traynor, and then Adam Marsden in the original Quattro, then the Audi Sport Quattro S1, the so-called short Quattro of David Kedwood, and there the Lancia of John Saunders, the Jolly Club car, totally livery rather than Martini colours, but again we'll talk more about the cars as we go through. The RS200, I didn't see that last night, I don't think, James Avis's car. That was another great example of a Group B machine. It had more success really in the UK than in the World Championship. It just came up a bit short in the World Championship, but Mark Lovell did win the British title. So away then goes the Escort, Jason Lepley at the wheel of this Escort Mark II. He will come up from the holding area up to the start of the stage and wants the marshal to come and just clarify something. There will be a clock. They will have a allocated start time and the clock will tick down. There'll be a little red light which will flick to a green as well, just to confirm when they go, and it will be on the change of minute, I think I'm right in saying, so we should have in about 40 seconds time approx get the car off the line. The World Championship of 1979 fell to a Mark II Escort, that of Johan Valdegaard. In 1981 it was Ari Vatanen who took the title in the Rothmans Escort, but there was barely a rally of the time. They didn't have hordes of Mark II Escorts in all sorts of different colour schemes. Shell Oils, colours of the time-adorned rally as well as race cars, and there the Escort is good to go. So look across, they look at the clock, and in the sunshine, the first part today, SS5 of the Goodwood SpeedWeek rally stage is go. Jason Lepley blasts away that evocative note from the Mark II Escort's 1800cc engine as it barks down then to the approach to Madgwick, speed building, a little chicane put in, they will have to flick through and then head towards the gravel section. So this is the reverse of what they encountered yesterday evening. This was a part of the stage in the reverse direction that caught out 1 or 2 last night. Tweak of the handbrake onto the gravel through the gate goes Jason Lepley, and now makes the climb round the back of the spectator walkway, finds a little jump. Now the road starts to drop downhill, and on the power, Jason Lepley is approaching another of the chicanes here very shortly as he slides his way across the loose. The next car goes. Andy Traynor's Audi Quattro released. They're 30 seconds apart, don't forget, so they come thick and fast, and then into the chicane, which caught out 1 or 2 in the reverse direction last night. The Escort onto the power again. Tail wags as up through the gears now goes Jason Lepley. At the end of this section, there is another left and a right, and then they head towards the donut. So it's become a common feature of spectator stages on World Championship events, certainly in the UK. There it is, there's the donut. So round it goes Jason Lepley, beautifully controlled now onto this very narrow section, avoiding the bales and the trees. So threading his way now down towards the perimeter roads that will go right and right and right around the buildings, and then ultimately you head into the tunnel and out the other side. Next car to go is the short Quattro, that's in the hands of David Kedwood, this ex-Valterol car. Despite the power, despite the aggressive aero, it just came up short against the Peugeots and the Lancias, really, of its time. It had occasional victories, but it really got its biggest success, I guess, when Valterol went to Pikes Peak in 1987 and won the event that year, and that opened the floodgates to more rally and rallycross teams going to have a go. But the Quattro then now making its way up onto the gravel section. The car, of course, from that era where power was everything, and from 1986, it wasn't long, of course, after the dreadful accident in Portugal that year, that the governing body of the sport said enough's enough, and Group B was gone at the end of the year. So many of these cars then found a home in rallycross instead. But this, in the works colours of the time, heads into the chicane then. So running in the demo class, the car with the
San Remo rally plate on the back. Heads up now towards the approach to the donut. And David Kedwood then, who was looking after the car nicely last night. Of course, many of these very valuable. And he will come in a moment up to the donuts, then heading to the tunnel. We'll start to think about times in due course for some of the drivers. But right now, you've got John Saunders with the toting back Jolly Club Lancia, the Delta S4, tackling the chicane. A car that rather tore up the form book of Group B rallying when it arrived on the scene at the back end of 1985, won the RAC rally. Henry Toivonen charged through the forests to win one of the most gruelling RAC rallies of all time against the likes of Audi. But it was in that car, the type of car that Henry had his huge accident, his fatal accident in 1986. So there you have the Shaw Quattro up to the flying finish. That's David Kedwood then done for the moment. Meantime, first on the 6R4 is there. The flying crisp packet, the golden one colours carried by Ken Wood in the Scottish Championship, occasional British events, and on the RAC Rally of 1986 onwards. And although there was a works team, very quickly the 6R4, because you had to build so many to get them homologated, fell into the clubman's hands, and actually was, because it had a 300 horsepower engine for the clubman, 450 for the works cars, for the World Championship cars, was able to survive after the Group B era in domestic events because of the relative small horsepower output compared to other cars. So the 6R4 for many, many years continued to be a real mainstay of club and national events. And this car, really, as I say, from the Scottish Championship, it is driven by Martin Overington, who is here with race cars as well as rally cars as well as demo cars. So he's getting the most out of Goodwood SpeedWeek this weekend. Another car with a hugely distinctive engine note. Remember, the Williams Formula One team had an input into the construction, the design of the 6R4. Through the tunnel blasts Martin Overington, Robert Spencer sitting alongside him, calling out the route, and this is the last corner on it, as wide into the bales, a little bit too rapidly went Martin Overington. Thankfully bounces off the straw, no real harm done, but he'll have just taken a little nibble out of that right rear wheel arch. Now, Tom Williams, rallyist himself, co-driven by his father David, and the reason this is very special to the family is it's the ex-Richard Burns Peugeot 205, which David Williams sponsored. He had a huge input into the late Richard Burns' career, and Tom Williams, the man behind the wheel, threading his way across the gravel. We're into two-wheel drive Peugeot 205s. There is the four-wheel drive Group B version, but this is the car that really started it all for the late Richard Burns, co-driven back then, of course, by Robert Reid. They made such a great combination together. And Tom Williams, no mean driver himself, and to have his dad alongside in this car that, as I say, the family sponsored and helped to launch Richard's career, something very special indeed. 205 was not only a popular car in club events, it was also one that Peugeot as a manufacturer picked up to run as a championship, so it had the occasional circuit race but largely rallies, and spawned lots of talent in the early 1990s, Richard Burns being a key example of that, as the car then now threads its way along that narrow section. Next is going to be a right into a right round the back of the Porsche building, and then another right will take you towards the tunnel in a moment, and then up towards the end of the stage. A little bit of understeer as Tom Williams fights the car right, drops into the tunnel now, out the other side any moment, back into the bright sunshine, and you know what happens next. Sharp left, avoid the bales, up to the flying finish. Beautiful drift, and Tom Williams goes through then to finish the stage. Now this, a car that we didn't see yesterday, but Ryan Champion, with wife Gemma alongside, attacking the stage with gusto, the ex-Piero Liatti car, the Italian driver, and good success with this. Restored, of course, to proper livery. It's an original car with the right number plate from the ProDrive Subaru era with the British-American tobacco number plates that all the cars ran. And Ryan Champion, rallyist, product trainer, and occasional presenter, knows this car inside out. Very accomplished driver, knows exactly what to do with it. Now, in terms of the overall event, two goes round the donut. I see, I'm just showing off, right? I was going to say, in terms of the overall event, having missed last night, then he's certainly on the back foot, but in terms of stage times, it will be interesting to compare. But doing two goes round the donut, certainly getting extra value for money, won't help the stage time at the end of all of this. Here he comes around the back of the buildings. avoids the bales, lines it up now to dive into the tunnel. It doesn't look that wide at the best of times, but when you're attacking it in anger in a rally car, it's a bit of an eye-opener. Right, Ryan Champion flinging the car sideways, finding where the grip is, flicks the car sideways through the flying finish. Very spectacular, and certainly impressing everybody as he goes. Nabil Tejpar then is on the stage next. Now that means, has Stig Blomqvist gone, or is he? Oh, he's out there, so Stig is on the stage already in the time section. So now these cars offering up times that do matter. All of this from here on in are those from the timed part of the event. So Stig Blomqvist is the first one to go. And Nabil Tejpar in the Proton Iris that she's taking part in an event with for the first time. She had a drama last night in the dark at the end of the day, going around one of the hairpins coming out of Woodcote. Drifted a little bit wide, brake, lost the revs, had to fire the car up again, lost a bit of time. So hoping here for better fortunes. Clock running, and Stig Blomqvist then has already been through in the ex-Carlos Sainz Ford, owned by Nick Jarvis. He did a 1:40. And Nabil Tejpar is going to be some way off that. Let's see what she does. A 48.4 as she goes across the line. This is Steve Rockingham with Fiona Scarrett alongside in the Subaru Impreza, the ex-Christoph Holovic car, which did European as well as World Championship events in its time. Got its Network Q RAC Rally number panels on the side, and also on the stage should soon be Kevin Ferber. The Stratos of Matt Girardo hopefully is there as well. That should have gone ahead of the Subaru. So the Stratos, even though it's one of the older cars, electing to run within the timed element of the competition, which is great to see. However, let's see what the Subaru can do here. Max Girardo does go through. What does Steve Rockingham do? Let's see. A 1:44.0 then for the Subaru. But these times are going to get quicker and quicker the further through this you get. This is Gerry Lakodu with Bill Painter sitting alongside in the works delivering Toyota Celica GT4. Around the donut nicely. Back onto the power once again. One of the great rally cars from Toyota. This 60 World Championship wins, drivers' titles for the likes of Carlos Sainz in '92, Ewa Kankkunen in '93, and Didier Auriol in 1994. So this car, huge history behind it. Looked after by Toyota Europe, and Gerry Lakodu comes out of the tunnel then. What is this time going to be? Where are we going to put him? Let's see, as he does a 36.8 to go fastest. Very good run indeed, that 1:36.8 then, quickest so far. But apart from an incident on stage 4 last night, this ex-Works Ford, another ex-Carlos Sainz car of David Wright and Michael Wilkinson, has been very competitive too. The Ford Focus WRC. Across the gravel it goes, kicking up the dust behind him as he heads now towards Donut. Time to beat at the moment, remember, is a 1:36.8. And he's looking good in that first split, isn't he? So right now, looking as though this could be the fastest time on the stage. Ben Mellers has gone through, incidentally, with his Toyota RA40, the earlier Exmor Valdegard car, to go 4th in the times. Out of the tunnel comes David Wright then. He's heading up towards the line. Let's see what he's going to be able to post. It's a 1:31.8 that is the fastest on this stage so far. 1:31.8 then for the Ford Focus. Good job done. Now George Lepley, Ollie Mellors, Ocean Price, Reece Yates amongst the next to go. This is Ocean Price's view on board with the Polo GTI R5 for the World Rally Championship, built to the R5 regulations. Just obviously sitting alongside with Ocean Price, bounces now across the gravel. Stones clattering against the outside of the car, heads up towards the next to the chicanes, safely through, back onto the power, into the sunshine, heading now past the trees down towards the donut. Attacks the donut right now. onto that tarmac element in the main entrance to the motor circuit. Round the donut and away onto the perimeter roads once again now. Narrow section here. Oh, very close indeed to the edge there. Got away with it. Turn right again. Back onto the power, tail wags. Another right coming up. Here, that takes you to the tunnel. Time to beat still at 1:31.8. And it is looking good, this, for Ocean Price. Can he be in the high 20s? The answer is going to be yes, a 1:29.7 then. Ocean Price, 1:29.7. But this is the man that leads the event thus far. Rhys Yates, quickest in all of the stages last night. The man from Chesterfield, who's going to be doing not just the rally element of the weekend, but also the Drift Karma. Couldn't decide on a livery, so has gone for a rally colour scheme on one side, the Drift Karma on the other. So you've got the dual identity Ford Fiesta R5 dominant on the event thus far, and it looks as though Rhys Yates is going to make it 5 stage wins out of 5, because he does a 1:28.4 to go fastest. 1:28.4. Rhys Yates yet again proves just how good he is. He has been the standout driver so far in the Goodwood SpeedWeek Super Special. Fastest once again, and extending that advantage over the opposition. And we will have the cars out for the remaining 2 stages a little bit later on in the afternoon. But great action from the SpeedWeek Super Special. And part 2 coming up at 4:45, part 3 at 6:20, all being well. And it'll be fascinating to see whether the dominance shown hitherto of Rhys Yates continues, but it's just seemingly at the moment no stopping him. So this is how we look then in terms of the times at the end of the stage. Rhys and James Yates the fastest, 1:28.4 being the best time ahead of Ocean Price, and David Wright keeping out of trouble with the Ford Focus. George Lepley 4th ahead of Ollie Mellors with the quicker of the 2 Proton Irises. Then Gerry Lacodu and Steve Blomqvist ahead of Kevin Ferber with the Peugeot 208. Ben Mellors 9th with the Toyota RA40. Steve Rockingham 10th from the Bellotege Par, and the Stratos of Max Girardot ending the 12 that run for a time. So let's have a look at the highlights then of part 1 of today, stage 5 of the event, led away by the charging Jason Lepley with the Escort Mark II. Sideways, as you would expect, as the car danced its way through the chicane, over the gravel, and then to the donut. Kenwood with the short quattro also charging on in demo class. And Matt Girardot with the Lancia Stratos is another car running in that time element. Stratos, again, part of that fabulous, evocative late 70s era of rally. A more modern car, the Peugeot 208, the ex-Alessandro Vettici car in the hands of Kevin Ferber. The ex-Carlos Sainz Ford in David Wright's hands, also going very nicely indeed, right up at the pointy end in terms of the times. The ex-Works Toyota of Gerry Lacodu, another very quick car, keeping out of trouble. While Ocean Price took the battle to Rhys Yates, wasn't quite able to overhaul the Fiesta in terms of time, but making it very much a fight between the Ford and the Volkswagen. But right now, Rhys Yates is the man in charge. Fastest yet again. 5 out of 5, dominating the stages thus far this weekend. Rhys Yates quickest once more in the Goodwood SpeedWeek. Rhys Yates is the man to beat, and underlining that yet again here this afternoon. At time we heard from the man of the moment, really, isn't it? Rhys Yates is with Tom Clarkson.
Well, as David said, Rhys Yates is the man. Many congratulations, fastest time.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. We had a little nudge with the bail on the outside there, but I was saying earlier on, it's just so much fun you can kind of, I don't know, I want to push on, but then I want to be neat. So there's some places where it's quite wide, so you can kind of slide it through a bit. But yeah, we're just enjoying it. Me and my brother are, having a blast.
That's a bit of a warning to your rivals. I feel there's a lot more time for you to...
I feel like I can be a little bit quicker just by being smooth, but I just got a big smile on my face, so I just can't help myself around the donut and stuff, just kind of just sending it in a little bit. So, yeah, just having fun. That's the main thing.
Now, Reese, this is the first time we've had a rally stage here at Goodwood Circuit. Just your thoughts overall?
Yeah, I think it's great. It's got the stages as well, they've got a bit of everything in it, you know, with the donut and then the gravel on the back there as well. So, yeah, it's just nice to be in the rally car and just, yeah, putting on a bit of a show and through the tunnel, and yeah, it is really good and we're just enjoying it.
And a nice, tasty battle between Ford and Volkswagen.
Yeah, we're having a good battle. We're having a good battle. So yeah, I know Osham from racing the British Championship as well. So yeah, it's just good to have a bit. It's competitive and also fun as well. So yeah, it's just combined them together and we're just having a blast. So yeah, it's mega.
All right, great stuff. Well, good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reese.
Cheers. Thank you.
David, back up to you.
Thanks, Tom. So, yeah, Reese Yates, who is a very, very accomplished, perhaps underrated, it must be said, British rally driver, going really, really strongly in the Super Special thus far. And on the evidence of what we have today, there is no stopping him. So we'll look forward to seeing how the Super Special continues a little bit later on. Remember, as I say, we've got part 2 coming up at around about 4:45, 20 past 6 for part 3. Another race coming up in a little while. The next race will be at 20 past 2, so in about 50 minutes, the Goodwood Trophy for the 1930 to 1951 cars. But we also will have the Presenter Rally Challenge coming up shortly, and also look at the Billy Fiske Bentley and Porsche's Motorsport Pyramid. Lots of different elements to SpeedWeek, not just racing, not just rallying. We've got that shootout sprint. Now, you've got the 2 Toyota GR Yaris's here, pre-production cars, ready to go, and slightly concerningly, they're pointing in opposite directions. Now, these are 257 brake, 3-cylinder, 1600cc turbocharged engines. They're 4-wheel drive, not a standard Yaris that's then breathed upon. This is a purpose-built car, 2 different floor plans mated together to give you that 4-wheel drive. And the idea here, methinks, is that you put Dermot O'Leary with Elfyn Evans and you put Rory Reid with Jari-Matti Latvala and wait and see who comes out on top. Now, presenters don't do the driving, but they are responsible for guiding their driver around the lap. And there, Elfyn Evans, Wales Rally GB winner, and of course part of the Toyota factory effort in the World Rally Championship of this year behind the wheel of 1. Right, let's explain more about this. Molly, good luck.
Thanks for that. No need to worry, I don't think. There's a lot of chat going on in the car, and I think that the pace notes are ready to go. So we have the north and the south stage here. They're going to go on each their stage, and at some point they will actually meet in the tunnel here at the circuit. So it'll be interesting to see if they're there at the same time. So watch out for that. Now we've got Dermot O'Leary here, together with Elfyn Evans, who is actually the current leader of the World Rally Championship. Dermot, what are your pace notes looking like?
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest. Not because I'm with him. Well, Evan said he hasn't driven this track before, right?
Opposite way last night.
Opposite way last night. Wonderful. So yeah, I mean, and I said to him, "What, any tips?" He just went, "Just shout out directions. We'll get around." So, my promise isn't particularly.
And you all right on your lefts and rights?
Well, let's find out. I mean, in my head I am. When we get to that corner, you'll find out.
How competitive are you? How important is it to be Rory?
You know, I'm sort of, right now, I'm really, as soon as we go past, then of course I want to win. I mean, it's, Trivial Pursuit at Christmas time, isn't it?
Best of luck, guys. All right, so let's go and have a word with Rory, who is alongside Jari-Matti Latvala from Finland. What do your pace notes look like, Rory?
Go as fast as possible, flat out, don't crash. Nice and simple.
Yari, what do you think of them?
Well, that's good. I mean, if you're asking more to speed, that would be nice. So, not to. I don't want to have a word break.
Yeah, no brakes, go flat.
Okay, I think it's about time to get this show started. The Toyota GR Yaris. Let's see how talented our talents are. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Right, we're in business then. So Elfyn Evans in the red one, Jari-Matti Latvala you're riding with, Rory Reid guiding, if that's the right word, on the nose.
Okay, sorry, left again. Is that... Okay, up this track now. Okay, grind it. Yeah. I thought we were going that way. Okay, left.
So there you've got the Elfyn Evans car on the gravel. There's already been a bit of apologising for a slight misjudgment from one or two of the co-drivers. All smiles from Jari-Matti as he comes then now with Rory Reid trying to work out exactly where they are and what's coming next. There is the Jari-Matti Yaris. Elfyn Evans has been on the gravel section, so they're not too far apart at the moment. As off the circuit at Woodcote, round the outside of the line goes Jari-Matti Latvala. So who is going to be the better of the two co-drivers out of all of this? Off the circuit, onto the perimeter roads now goes Jari-Matti Latvala. Rory Reid trying to tell him what's coming up. Squeal of tyres, avoid the bales. Jari-Matti has it all under control, honest. And imagine doing this over forests at very high speed, trying to keep your man on the straight and narrow. So Elfyn Evans has done it, I think. Jari-Matti throwing everything around the stage, but I think Elfyn Evans has come out on top out of all of that. So Elfyn Evans, Dermot O'Leary provisionally win the presenter challenge. If nothing else, everyone looks like they've enjoyed themselves, but now bragging rights, oh well, looks like it's going to go the way of Elfyn and Dermot. So everybody having had now a real realisation of what it takes to be a rally co-driver, even on a very short stage like that, one that the driver has some runoff area to cope with as well. But imagine doing that in the dark, in the fog, in a forest. And of course, in the old days of the RAC rally, there weren't pace notes. It was purely on the maps, and you'd have to try and navigate the Ordnance Survey map to, at high speed, give your driver a chance of knowing what was coming up. But pace notes have made life perhaps easier and safer, but also quicker, because drivers can push that a bit harder now. Right, Jari-Matti's had enough of that. Out he gets. And Rory Reid savouring the moment as a co-driver before he steps out of the GR Yaris. So the presenter challenge then runs in favour of Elfyn Evans, and the two Toyota GR Yaris models, these pre-production cars, are certainly proving to be a big hit this weekend. They look good, and the more we see of them, especially there where they're allowed to really stretch their legs, show what they're capable of, very impressive bits of kit indeed. So possibly now we need to go and hear the excuses, don't we, of the vanquished, and revel in the glory of the winner of the presenter challenge. So we'll dispatch Molly in that direction.
Right, I'm very excited for this. We're going to have a bit of fun now. This is the part where you can have a little rumble around in your wardrobe, see if you can find your granny's old tea dress, get a bit of red lippy on, girls. And lads, let's see if you can find your granddad's old uniform, because we are about to reminisce fashionably.
Between 1948 and 1966, the Goodwood Motor Circuit was the spiritual home of British motor racing, with all the top drivers of the day racing the challenging, sweeping, high-speed circuit. After a 30-year hiatus, racing came back home with a bang in 1998 with Goodwood Revival. This unabashed celebration of wheel-to-wheel action is staged entirely in period dress, with Revival fans going to extraordinary lengths to create the perfect outfit. Whether it's the wartime look, 50s rock and roll glam, or the swinging 60s, Revival is the most celebrated historic motor racing event in the world, with race fans flocking from all over the globe to soak up the atmosphere.
Hello everybody, welcome to the very first of our Speed Week PG Tips tea breaks. Oh, we do love a good tea break, don't we? Now, this is going to be a bit of time for us to have a little sit down, relax, and share a good old-fashioned cuppa. And just find out as well what you guys are up to at home, because we've got loads of competitions with some fantastic prizes running all across the weekend, and some very special judges and guests who will be joining us. But most importantly, we want you to create your very own Goodwood vibe at home. Send us as many pictures and videos as you got, just because I'm very nosy and I want to see what you're up to. Use the hashtag GWSpeedWeek. Now, the beady-eyed viewers amongst you will have noticed that I'm not quite in Goodwood Revival finery. I mean, I've done my best, gone a bit 60s with the purple coat, but it is Revival Best Dress competition time. So to help you guys out with some inspiration for your outfits at home, I'm going to be joined very shortly by model and TV presenter Rosie Tapner, and she's going to run over. Hello, Rosie. Coming in. She's running straight in.
I'm much less well-dressed than you are as well today. But you look amazing, and I'm so excited to be here, and what an event is being put on.
And now, Rosie, I know you're in your jeans today.
Yeah.
But you love a bit of revival, don't you? And you've been to loads of different Goodwood events. Talk me through what you think so, just amazing about the fashion.
Oh, Goodwood Revival is so special, because I always think when you're on your train there or in the car there, you feel so ridiculous in the outfit that you're in, because you have totally gone back in time. But as soon as you come through those gates at Goodwood, you step into a totally different era. You've got all the cars from the 40s, 50s, 60s. Everyone is dressed, everyone's having the most amazing amount of fun, and I do think it's one of the most special events of the entire year.
I agree. I remember the first time I ever went, and it is like sort of stepping into a movie set. You sort of forget real life, go into this movie scene, and what did you tell me about it's not fancy dress?
It's not fancy dressed, it's dressing fancy.
There
I like
we go.
That a lot.
I like
a lot
that.
of people hate fancy dress, and when they hear about Goodwood Revival, they think, oh, another fancy dress event. And it's not that at all. It's finding vintage clothes that you can put on and go back in time. And there's something so lovely about that. We never get to emulate those 40s, 50s, and 60s. So how cool to get to do that with the cars as well.
Oh, 100%. It's proper escapism. And we're going to have a quick look at some of the entries that we've already had coming in. Now, you've all been getting involved on social media already. I am well impressed. Rosie, have a look at this chap.
I love him. This is the most amazing picture. He has just got this so perfectly. He's got the motorbike, the cup of tea, the cap, just perfect. And you can even see he's got a little pocket watch there. So he's gone full out, even with the accessories.
The attention to detail is incredible. Let's have a look. What else have we got here? Oh, now look at this. This lady looks like she's actually made the suit from a 1940s pattern.
This is completely perfect. We did the shoot last week, and she's got the hair and makeup spot on, perfect red lip, bit of a quiff in her hair, and you can see she's done the curls as well, and the suit is so perfect, and her attitude for the 1940s, she's just completely smashed that.
100%, we're loving that. And what about these two? I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Look at this.
I love these two. I mean, 60s personified here. It's just perfect. I want to isolate with them. I mean, they are perfect. 60s was all about having fun. You've got a little bit here as well. You've got colour. It's perfect.
Oh, and who do we have here, perchance?
That's me.
That's me.
So this was last week. We were on the racetrack, which was just awesome. And this is a beautiful Christian Dior 1940s dress with the jag there as well. And it was just so special to wear it with the hat and the gloves as well. And getting to kind of do that style with the attitude, was awesome.
Rosie, I'm kind of disappointed you're not in that dress right now.
The thing is, it's very hard to have that sort of thing in your wardrobe.
Well, look, we're off to a very strong start already, but do keeping those entries coming in, as this is quite special as well. 60s fashion icon Twiggy will be picking the lady and gent winner next week, who will receive an amazing prize bundle. I'm talking tickets to Goodwood Revival 2021. Now, if you have a little perch over there, Rosie, because we're about to be joined virtually for a start, by all-round glamour gurus and fashion historians, Mark and Cleo Butterfield. Now, I know they helped you out on the shoot earlier on in the week. Can you tell us, what is the connection between the fashion and the cars at Goodwood?
Well, the interesting thing about Goodwood, I think, the core years from 1948 to 66, that's a real amazing, tremendous period of social and economic change, with a sort of austerity that's hanging over us from the wartime period right through to sort of the 60s, where you have London is the fashion capital of the world, and that's an amazing time. So I important thing that happens really during that period is the increasing use of design is really central to the whole importance of fashion and even car design as well. So what is it? What is it about the design? It's what does a car look like? Not just how it functions, but not how fast it is or anything. But what does it actually look like? Who are we selling it to? Who are your customers? Who's buying that car? And what does that person want? And to me, that becomes really that is one of the key elements throughout the whole of this period. So when we come to what you're saying, when does it really start? When does it really start? I think it starts after the Second World War, when we're looking at the boost after the war of try and boost the economy. We're looking at exporting. So during the war, there were no civilian cars. There was no production at all of civilian cars. So when we come to the war, the big production then is all about exporting, particularly to the States and the sports car. So the lovely XJX, the X20 that Rosie was posing with there, is a fabulous sports car from Jaguar, really, and hugely popular in America.
Oh, 100%.
The big thing is fashion is Dior's new look. Dior's new look in 1947 becomes the big fashion statement.
Oh, 100%. And Cleo, briefly, what is your advice, your go-to guide if you're trying to choose the best era for your revival best dress? What do you think makes a standout revival outfit?
Well, first of all, I think you've got to see what suits you, body type. Whether you're a curvy person, you go for the 50s, you're more straight up and down, go for the 60s, and also your personality, because sometimes these clothes are so big, sometimes they might wear you, but you need to wear the clothes, you need to be comfortable in them. And I think it's important to look at original sources, so original films, magazines, because there's so much out there that's confusing on the internet, so much information. But if you really go back to the original, completely recommend Talking Pictures, Channel 81, and it's 40s, 50s, 60s films, and you really get to see a feel of the period, what that person's wearing, and it really gives you a real insight into how you're going to put things together, going to put your accessories, because surely in the end it's the detail that really makes the outfit, all the bits and pieces that you put with it.
Oh, 100%. Don't you agree, Rosie?
I totally agree. We saw with that gentleman earlier on social media, just the little detail of the pocket watch makes such a difference.
Yeah,
and I totally agree with you. Yeah, with the personality thing as well, you've got to wear those clothes.
100%. Listen, we could chat about this all day, and we will do. We're going to have many, many cups of tea while you're going to have a little break. So thank you so much for joining us, guys. And that's it for this tea break. But do keep sending those photos, keep sending the outfits, the tea parties, the mock hill climbs, whatever you're doing, anything goes. We are going to have a little break, but I have another little teaser for you to get your head around. We'll be back with the answer in a jiffy.
It's the world #1, the Life Boys. Well, if you ride it and you twist it, if you pick it or you pin it, then you splash it. La 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 boy. When you bump it, can you bump it? If you push it or you smush it, then you bish, bash, bash it. Life Boy.
People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself. I'm just laughing. Hey.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and kaboom, the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes these wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Over the curve and he gets really wide.
It's unbelievable from Oliver somewhere.
Oh, he's ripped the front off the Dumas car.
Padmore holds on, but he goes wide and on the grass. That is threatening the eye of the people.
39.90, the fastest ever time at the Goodwood Hill.
You're looking a little pale.
Oh man. Well, I don't know if it's my own ineptitude or how good his driving was, because I had no. After the first left, this essentially just came like a Google map, and I was like, "Where are we going?" And I just gave up then. About 3/4 of the way through, he said, "Where are we going now?" And I've got to be honest, now, I don't know. And then I thought he'd be a bit more sympathetic, and he went, "What do you mean you don't know?"
Now that's a loud car. Rory, winner of the challenge.
And we won! How? How on earth? I mean, yeah, go on.
Just to me, he got lost. How could he possibly?
We went on the track and then went around here, missed our turning point completely, went down here, did a handbrake turn, came back, and then by that point, I was just completely lost. So I am staggered that we won that, but I will take the victory all day long.
Tell me
Even at upside down. How bad was I?
Rory, I've got to ask you, the Finnish, they're renowned for their driving style in rally cars especially. What was it like?
Oh my god, it was brilliant, and I've got to give credit not only to the driver, but the car as well. These little GR4 Yaris's are fantastic, and to be in that position with a man who knows what he's doing, absolutely epic experience, really good fun.
Ryan said to me, it's such a shame we didn't have a real car, the actual rally car race. I was like, this is fine.
Trust me, that's plenty good enough. The handbrake turns were immense. Oh my god, I missed that in modern cars, the proper handbrake. So good.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, really? Didn't even know what side it was. Unbelievable. How do we lose that?
That looked like a lot of fun. Well, welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. Now, of course, we're all about the motor racing here at Goodwood, but one thing that always goes hand in hand with the racing is, of course, the glamour.
The 40s were a tale of two halves, dark beginnings with a glamorous end. The first half of the 40s was, of course, dominated by war. And for car manufacturers like Austin, Morris, Ford and Daimler, that meant pausing production and devoting their factories to making tanks, guns and even aircraft.
But with thousands of men away on the front line, it was down to Britain's women to keep these factories going. And this change in traditional roles had a massive impact on the decade's fashions.
The fun and glamour of the 30s rapidly gave way to a new, practical look, epitomised today by America's iconic Rosie the Riveter poster. Women playing a vital role in the war effort on both sides of the Atlantic had limited time for frills and fripperies. Headscarves and overalls were what you needed when you were welding, stamping and painting. Hair was often worn up or tied with a headscarf to keep from getting in machinery. Victory rolls were designed to keep hair away from the munitions machinery that many women would be operating during the war. It was the true signature look of the era.
The Second World War ended in September 1945 and the country began its journey to repair. In 1947, a revolution in clothes and cars took place. car design took on a new form thanks to a tiny Italian company called Cisitalia.
Their 202 Coupe was a revelation when it was shown at the 1947 Paris Motor Show.
Until then, cars had been made of a box for the passengers and a box for the engine, stuck together and garnished with separate wings and stuck-on lights. The Cisitalia 202 showed that all these things could be smoothly blended together into one beautiful integrated whole,
setting the style for the way cars are designed to this day. And what women wore in the second half of the 40s was about to undergo an equally dramatic change, as the boxy, masculine clothes of the war years gave way to a fresh landmark in fashion. Christian Dior's Carole line, which became known as the New Look. The New Look revolutionised the fashion industry. Dior cinched the waist to create an hourglass silhouette and used lavish amounts of material, which was a pretty controversial move when so many countries still had rationing in place. He brought an air of romantic elegance back to women's clothing.
The following years after the war, new leisure activities sprang up. One of these was the very first Goodwood motor racing event held here in 1948. At the time, there were no grandstands or permanent paddock buildings, but there was a prize pool of £500, nearly 20,000 in today's money. And the BBC's cameras captured the whole thing for the nightly newsreel. On the night the footage was transmitted, the BBC also ran a programme called The Art of Dressing, presented by Isabel Dortez, the fashion editor of Vogue. It claimed that being well dressed was about how you wore clothes, as well as what you wore. Christian Dior's New Look helped to rejuvenate Paris fashion after the horror of war. It was romantic and historical, with its curved silhouette harking back to Victorian fashions. It was hugely influential and set the style agenda for the next decade. This particular dress is by Dior, but was licensed in Australia, which really shows the global impact of his first collection. It was the perfect outfit for women to wear to events such as Goodwood. And that's how Europe started to recover from its darkest days, by reinventing fashion and car design for a bright new future.
Now this year is the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Britain. It's an event that played a big part in the history of Goodwood, as we'll find out shortly. But not far from here is the churchyard of St Mary and St Blaise on the Goodwood estate. Now there's a headstone there that simply reads, "He died for England." It's the grave of Billy Fiske, one of several US airmen who fought in the Battle of Britain. Here's his story.
This is the final resting place of William Meade Lindsley Fiske III. Known as Billy, he was a bobsleigh record holder and the youngest American ever to win a gold medal at the Winter Olympics. Billy also loved England, loved motorsport, and he loved Bentley. And when he moved here to study at Cambridge, he ordered a British racing green blower Bentley to the same specs as Sir Henry Birkin's Le Mans winning cars. Tearing around the country lanes from golf course to golf course, Billy was fast. He chalked up an average speed of 121.4 miles per hour at Brooklands, and he even competed in Le Mans himself at the age of just 19. When Britain declared war, Fiske became one of the first to volunteer. Despite it being illegal, he convinced RAF recruiters that he was Canadian so he could join. He wrote of his motives. "The English have been damn good to me in good times, so, naturally, I feel I ought to try and help out, in bad if I can." Having trained in Tiger Moths and Gloucester Gladiators, Billy's first time flying a Hurricane was when he was posted to 601 Squadron at Tangmere, near Goodwood. 601 Squadron were one of the most prestigious outfits in the Royal Air Force, the so-called millionaires mob, volunteers from the London clubs. These playboy pilots lined their uniform tunics with bright red silk and refused to wear the regulation black ties. "Black is so morbid, we'll only wear it for funerals," said one of the leaders. they wouldn't have long to wait. Billy's maiden flight in a Hurricane was on the 14th of July 1940. And just 6 days later, he was in action, flying 42 sorties in 27 days, claiming 2 Messerschmitts shot down, 2 damaged, and forcing a bomber into a barrage balloon. Fiske's flight commander wrote, "Unquestionably, Billy Fiske was the best pilot I've ever known. It was unbelievable how good he was. He picked it up so fast, it wasn't true. He was a natural as a fighter pilot." On the 16th of August 1940, the squadron scrambled to intercept an enemy formation heading for 601's base. With bombs falling on the airfield, the fighters swooped and soared in individual combat against the onrushing forces. Billy's Hurricane was hit, knocking out the engine. But rather than bail out, he struggled to save the precious plane, gliding the Hurricane back to base. Landing with its wheels up, the aircraft immediately burst into flames. And although he was pulled out of the plane, his lower body was severely burned, and sadly, Billy died the next day. Buried at Boxgrove Priory Church, there was widespread coverage, with Churchill taking a personal interest in the story. Sir Archibald Sinclair, Secretary of State for Air, said, "Here was a young man for whom life held much. Under no compulsion, he came to fight for Britain. He came, and he fought, and he died."
Incredible and moving story of Billy Fiske. So this year is the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Britain. Between July and October 1940, RAF pilots with an average age of 20, supported by many people on the ground, took to the skies to defend Britain from the Luftwaffe. At the time, Goodwood was an airbase, West Hampnet, and it played an important role in the operation. So to commemorate the 80th anniversary and Goodwood's role in the Battle of Britain, I had the honour of taking to the skies for a reenactment of a dogfight. I had to take to the air here at Goodwood for a choreographed dogfight with Spitfires and a Messerschmitt. Now, there's no way I can possibly comprehend what it's like to be in an actual dogfight. And with that in mind, I thought rather than try, I'd read just a few words from this book. It's a book by a guy called Geoffrey Wellham, who died a couple of years ago. I had good fortune to meet Geoffrey. He's a lovely, very kind man. And he was a very good writer. He wrote about his experiences in the Battle of Britain. He was a Battle of Britain pilot. And I think this sums up how those pilots must have felt every morning, more so than I could ever do. One after the other, Spitfires are starting up. The fitters warm up the engines, 12 Merlins at 1,200 revs or thereabouts. The power of the moment is awe-inspiring. The still morning air reverberates with the sound of harnessed energy. Slipstreams flatten the grass behind the quivering aircraft. In a way, it's exciting, it's wonderful, and not without a certain beauty. It's also tragic. Which one of us is going to be killed on this day? Morning, everyone. Morning. Very excited about this today. So listen, I've been so lucky. I've been up a couple of times, mostly with you, Matt. But this is going to be something different today, right?
Well, we're going to shoot John Town today, which we've never done before.
Is that on your bucket list?
Yeah, it is actually.
So explain to me what we're doing today and how it's going to work.
We're doing a mixture of things, Dermot. It's going to start off with formation takeoff. So The Mark 1s are getting airborne and then you're getting airborne with them. So it'll be 3 Spitfires getting airborne together. I'll then bounce you basically when you're into that. So there'll be a time when you see the 109 flash by, just as it would have done. And then it's a peel into that, as if we were then going into combat. It's going to be should be quite dramatic.
And in terms of what the pilots would have gone through during the Battle of Britain and afterwards, what strikes me when you know, read the first-hand accounts is just the utter chaos, and then this chaos through to tranquility. Like if you read Tom Neal's book, and then suddenly he looks up and suddenly he's in the middle of nowhere.
Everybody's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it used to happen a lot, and certainly with some of the guys. You read some of the Germans' accounts as well, when they would get into hard combat and they would flick out of the manoeuvre because they're pulling so hard, the aircraft would flick and descend and drop away from the fight. When they climbed back up, everyone's gone. Yeah. So, and that happened quite often, I think.
So we should looking at a kind of a modicum of what they would have gone through
just a sense of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
But you'll certainly get a sense of the dynamism. You know, we're doing everything we can so that we don't risk our lives doing this, obviously, which is what they faced every day. But in terms of what the aeroplanes are capable of and what they might have seen, certainly you'll get 75, 80% of that.
All right, well, I get it, sort of. What do we do now?
I think we go flying.
All right,
yeah.
Wonderful.
Great stuff.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Thanks, John. Cheers, guys.
The big raid came when we were all having lunch in the mess, and suddenly the tannoy went absolutely mad. 616 Squadron Scramble, 616 Squadron Scramble.
Oh, you sprinted. You got to your aircraft as quickly as possible. There's no doubt about that. You had to run.
When the call to action came, aircrews and the pilots had no time to waste. Every second counted in the quest to intercept the German aircraft as they head towards their target. From their air bases, Allied pilots would cover large sections of the coastline. Once airborne, they sometimes never made contact with the enemy.
With brilliant daring, these young men, many of them in their teens, more often than not hopelessly outnumbered by the enemy, went up from scores of aerodromes to fight a ruthless foe who came day after day and night after night to kill, murder and wantonly destroy. Every hour of every day, our gallant airmen were turning the tide of war by their skill, courage and devotion to duty.
You're just in awe of what these guys went through. When you read the pilots' testimony, they all enjoyed flying it in battle, post-battle, just as an aircraft are flying so much. It feels, dare I say it, almost sedate as you're flying around, just enjoying the air. What it must have been like to just be up flying, feeling quite serene. And that's the thing that strikes me, is the change and the difference between this serenity. Suddenly your action takes over and all hell breaks loose.
We were jumped by some 109s out of the sun. The first we knew out, it was a frantic shout. Brake, brake, brake. Which meant you didn't sit around arguing, you just broke.
Dogfighting was chaos. Occasionally you chase something, fighters against fighters. But the actual dogfight itself, something flashed across the gun sight. You fired your guns and hoped you'd hit.
Kilo, Pacific downwind, contact to ahead.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
The intense manoeuvres that took place in dogfights put incredible pressures on the pilots' bodies, and it took all my strength and focus not to feel too queasy.
How do you feel, Dermot? That's quite a tight turn. No, okay. Yeah, we got him. That was awesome. Awesome. It was awe-inspiring as well. The appreciation you have for these guys, just the attention to detail, the fact they're up there, what it does to their bodies, what it does to their minds, the fact they have to then fly the aircraft, and then, without even getting into the fact that they're either trying to shoot someone down or stop themselves getting shot down. And you're up there, and we saw the 109 and the other Spitfire. And when you're on the ground, you can tell that's a 109 and that's a Spitfire. When you're up there, no idea. And asking these 19-year-old kids who've had minimal training to just identify the aircraft, let alone shoot them down. Wow. That was awesome, Matt.
That's great fun, wasn't it?
Thank you.
Well done.
I know. Sick bag still in the pocket.
Sick bag number 2 is.
What a privilege to go up in the Spitfire and joined now by the Duke of Richmond. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm
Great,
good,
good to
thanks.
see you.
It's good to be here.
Well, tell me, how did this incarnation of Goodwood come about? When COVID hit, what were your first thoughts and what were your first actions?
Well, the first action really was right at the beginning. I mean, in March we lost members' meeting. We were about to do that. We were all built and ready to go. That went. Then Festival Speed looked like a worry. So then we had the idea of creating something which could amalgamate the best of festivals and best of revival. And could we do it down at the circuits? Everyone went, probably not. And we thought, yes, no, I think we can. We can do this. Let's try. So we then had a real good look at that, decided we really could do something spectacular. And then, of course, it looked like revival wasn't going to happen either.
Yeah.
So then we thought, well, could we do this behind closed doors? I mean, is there a way we could pull that off? And we've done quite a lot at the horse racing behind closed doors, so we had a bit of experience then. We felt, yes, we really could. So here we are, and it's enabled us to do things we wouldn't otherwise be able to do, actually. So
yeah, it's funny that, isn't it? That's what everyone's saying.
Really
There's a lovely vibe about the place because everyone, I hate to sound cliche, but it does feel like everyone's in it together and they want to make the weekend quite a
absolutely. Everyone's been so supportive, all our partners, all the drivers, everybody. From the moment we decided we were going to do it, everyone's really put their best foot forward and been so enthusiastic about making it happen. It's been amazing.
What's been the biggest challenge, do you think, for you personally? I mean, there's so many people here work for you. What's been the biggest challenge in putting this on?
I think everyone at Goodwood's done brilliantly well in just keeping going, Riggs. It's been so on, off, not happening, going to happen. What do we do? How do we play it?
Yeah.
What do we imagine it's going to be like? And we set ourselves a goal, and everyone's stuck with it, and we've gone for it. It looks like we've just got it done. So it's a great relief, and we were just determined to do something. We got such great support out there. We definitely needed something at Goodwood in 2020, and this is it. And we hope it'll set new standards in terms of motorsport TV. We hope we're doing something pretty different there. And we're very keen to create a really, really entertaining show.
I first started coming here about 10 years ago for Revival and fell in love with the place. It's the history of the place that I love. And we just saw the VT earlier on with Billy Fiske, but Goodwood is so much more than just racing, isn't it? The history is properly imbued in this place.
No, it really is. We have a little mantra: horse racing, motor racing, golf, flying, shooting and cricket. Amazingly, they all happened here. I mean, one of the first games of cricket ever. We have the earliest written rules of cricket in the world here, so lots of things people don't know about the place. So sport, really, and various members of the family's total enthusiasm and passion for those sports. And obviously the car racing and the flying was my grandfather. He had a Battle of Britain airfield built here. By the RAF during the war, and an Australian pilot called Tony Gaze came to me after the war and said, hey, look, this perimeter track around this airfield you've had built would make a great racetrack. And he said, no, you've got to be joking. And then he got John Cooper down here with some Coopers. They went round the other way, actually, to start with. And you could say, well, the rest is kind of history.
Because Tony Gaze used to race down here when he had a bit of time off? Or?
Yeah, I think that's what all the pilots were doing. So they get their MGs out, and when they weren't flying, they'd be zooming around the perimeter track, having some fun. And he thought, wow, this has got some potential. And of course, the track is what's exceptional about it. It's never changed. So this is exactly the same track as all the great drivers. We saw Jackie Stewart earlier, but the great Jim Clark's, even Fangio's raced here. Yeah. Ascari, all these great famous drivers, and you can put your lap time, Stirling Moss, your lap time precisely against theirs. So nothing's changed. It's exactly as it was when it was built in '48.
Thank you so much, Norman. It's great to see you. Best of luck for the rest of the weekend, and congratulations.
Thank you
for pulling us off. Okay, it's Goodwood Trophy time. I think the race is underway right now. We can cross over to it with our commentary team right now.
Race journalist Mark Gillies, he's going to be one to watch as well. So there we have the cars coming to Lavender Corner. Number 32, further back on the grid is the Riley TT Sprite. It's the 2-litre engine, James Baxter at the wheel. Might be a little bit breathless, that car. Number 7 is the ex-Arthur Dobson ERA B-Type R7B that's in the hands of Julian Wilton. The long-nosed front-engine cars. It's one of the most beautiful grids. There's certainly a very evocative grid. And many of these cars still racing into the late 1940s as contemporary cars, never mind historic racing. And one or two of them still raced in the very, very early days of the World Championship from 1950 onwards. They were still around, and it was a way that the privateers could get onto the grid. But this promises to be a very spectacular race, I would have thought, especially with one or two of the real big names a bit further down on the grid than normal.
Yeah, look out for Andrew Hall in the Fraser-Nash 1935 Fraser-Nash Chelsea. That's a particularly nimble little car. Just having a look under the bonnet, beautiful structure to the superchargers and everything. They're just works of art. And moreover, with this grid, I think more than many, is each individual component on a lot of these cars are just beautifully designed.
So the cars now up to the grid. You've also got, hopefully it is there, Duncan Ricketts with the Parnell Challenger, starting 9th. For a moment, I've found a gap on the grid. Let's just check when they actually get to the line. So up they come. Yes, I have a horrible feeling that car might be absent, but there's Mark Gillies in the green ERA. As I say, that's going to be one to watch, but is Duncan Ricketts there? Michael Birch should be on the outside of that 4th row of the grid. Great shot that as the cars come up to the line and you're escorting them as they appear. So the ERA Remus is there, but yes, I think Duncan Ricketts, sadly, in that Parnell Challenger, absent from row 4, which is a real shame because that was another of the charismatic cars that was in the entry. So the drivers now concentrate on the flag, look towards the marshal, and this will get 20 minutes of racing underway. The silver ERA, David Morris, then is on pole position. Nick Topless with the blue ERA is alongside. The 5-second board is shown. The flag is dropped. We are racing. And a good start made then from the front of the grid by David Morris, but is it good enough? Great start by Mark Gillies, looking at the green ERA, carving his way up through the traffic, but it's going to be David Morris that leads. Whoops, sideways, a bit of contact there. That was Nick Topless getting into the side of Tom Dock. Suddenly there, Sam, the car seemed to snap away from him.
Yeah, I think Topless got a little bit loose with an inside front tyre on the grass as we see a big tank slapper there for Ian Baxter, getting it all wrong out of Matwick.
Lucky not to get collected, lucky that he didn't dig in. Big spin on the opening lap of the race then. So Ian Baxter goes lawn mowing. Hopefully he'll get back on. But look at the way that Mark Gillies is going already then up from the 5th row of the grid. And he's what, 4th as the cars work their way now up towards the first element of St Mary's then. This Goodwood Trophy already producing drama. If Ian Baxter can get off the grass and chase after them, let's see what he can do. But up front, David Morris is building up a big gap already.
And that's exactly what he would have wanted, because now he can concentrate on the ideal line, no defensive manoeuvres required. He can optimize this opening lap, try to build that cushion, meanwhile allow everybody behind him to squabble over one another, which will peg back their speed ever so slightly, allowing Morris to build his lead.
So down come Lavender Straight then for the first time of 20 minutes of racing. Tom Dark is in 2nd place despite that scare on the first lap. Third there you've got Nick Topless, Mark Gillies is 4th, and Gary Pearson then getting into the swing of racing. The ERA is in 5th place as he comes now up towards the chicane. Now while this battle pack develops for 2nd place, so the race leader David Morris is getting away up front. Can they start to narrow the advantage then as they come up towards the end of lap 1? Morris goes through on his own, small gap back. Second look, it is Tom Dark in the Bugatti, and he's got Nick Topless right up behind him. 4th is Mark Gillies, and there Gary Pearson, either something has broken or that was a very bumpy section he found.
Yeah, that looked like a huge amount of vibration on the left rear of Remus for Gary Pearson as we take a brief at the start. You can just see Gillies and the pale green car in the background, 2 left wheels on the grass. Yes, and it was a little lock-up, I think, there from Topless, which wrong-footed him. Very innocent manoeuvre, but that pushed his car ever so slightly out wide into that adjacent, and that was where the contact was made.
And that was the moment that befell Ian Baxter. I mean, that was a big slide. Thankfully, he was out of everybody's way, but of course, heading towards the grass. thankfully the car stayed the right way out. Now, at the end of the opening lap, David Morris was over 2 seconds clear of Tom Dark. They're going through number 33, Mark Gillies. They go through Lavin corner. Gary Pearson leading out of the side, chasing after him. And the cars now sprint their way once again down towards the approach to Woodcote at the end of Lavin Straight. Now, is there a chance for Dark, Topless, Gillies, Pearson to come back at the race leader? Let's see. There are good battles lower down. Julian Wilton here is coming under attack as well, because there you've got Michael Birch with the 4CM Maserati right up behind him. But David Morris is doing a great job up front, isn't he? He's built that gap early on. Duncan Pitaway losing places there. The Bugatti drops back in a straight line.
Just a little wave of the hand there to let the car behind know that the door is open. Best to get that clarified early on before it ends up becoming a muddle in the braking zone.
David Morris driving off into the distance. He's 3 seconds clear now. This battle is going on for second place. Mark Gillies, interestingly, has got a bit stuck, hasn't he, after that really impressive charge off the line through that first lap. Now, he can't yet find a way past Nick Topless, and you get the feeling that were he to get through, he might be able to make more progress. Heading now through Ford Water, looks to the inside line, but again, Nick Topless fends him off. There is a gap. Is Mark Gillies brave enough to go for it, approaching the first part of St Mary's, the right-handed element? Yes, he is, through for third place. That was a good move.
That was a great move. I was going to say, it takes a brave man to go up the inside of Ford Water. He didn't pull that off, but it takes an even braver man to stick it up the inside at the last second into No Name, which he did very gracefully as they make their way down into Lavin. Now the move completed. Gillies looking racy from the start, having had a slightly untidy getaway off the line, a bit of grass tracking, now finding his feet.
And now comes up to have a go at Tom Dark, so if he can get through the traffic, there's still time left in the race for him to then go after the race leader. Let's see, does he make the move coming down towards Woodcote this time? It's the ERA in the lead of David Morris still. Second is Tom Dark in this very rare 1945 Bugatti Type 73C, made up of original parts, and Mark Gillies crawling all over the back of him then in the green ERA. Couldn't find a way by coming into Woodcote. David Morris, perhaps in blissful ignorance of what's going on behind, is self-isolating at the front. He's way out clear on his own, but that could all change before the end of the next 15 minutes, because Gillies is a man on a mission.
He is, but Tom Dark is defending beautifully and ever so subtly, as we just saw down into the final couple of corners of the previous lap, managed to keep Gillies behind him. Now we've got the long run out of Madgwick up towards Ford Water, where Gillies was looking so racy just a lap ago, now looking racy again. Can he get alongside? You must have the front of the car parallel with that of the car you're trying to overtake, otherwise they won't see you, they might turn in on you. Can he do it now? Into No Name, yes, same move, repeated. Gillies through.
Gillies then up into second place then now, coming through Lavant. Oh, it will in a moment, rather. He's got past Tom Dark. He's going after the leading ERA. So the two cars then now, first and second, both ERAs. One, remember, started from pole. One is up from 11th on the grid. The way that Mark Gillies is going suggests that he will bring the gap down, but will he bring it down enough to be able to have a go before the end of the race? He's got 14 minutes in which to do this. Now, Mark Gillies on this lap alone has done the fastest of anybody within the first sector. David Morris has done the fastest lap of the race. It's game on between those two.
Yeah, very much so, and as the field fans out, each car manages to find just a little bit of personal space. We're seeing the lap times settle down, we're seeing the sector time speeding up, the timing screens in front of us flashing up purple. Currently we've got the pace being set by the race leader at 35.3, but look out for Gillies in third, his last lap at 35.9, but remember he was in the midst of a battle for position which will have cost him that half second or so. Gillies might yet have the pace to close the gap on the race lead.
So, race leaders through, and Mark Gillies has now done the fastest lap of the race. The gap is 3.7 seconds, so he's still got work to do, but he is a little quicker, a little closer to Morris, the race leader. Tom Dark hanging on third ahead of Nick Topless fourth. Fifth, it is number 32, which is James Baxter, and then in sixth place, Gary Pearson, the back of this little queue as the cars now make the run through Ford Water, heading towards the first element of St Mary's, the right-handed part before the left-hand corner itself. And you can see the way that Nick Topless now is determined to find a way through, but suddenly he is under attack, isn't he? Because out of nowhere, the little Riley TT Sprite arrives on the scene. James Baxter has caught up with the ERA. He's dragged Gary Pearson along for company, and now they are queued up there looking for a way past Nick Topless as Pearson looks to the inside line, can't find a way past the Riley. Great battle, this.
It really is, and of course this is great for the guys up ahead. not least of which Gillies, because his pace is a good half second or more faster than that of our race leader Morris.
So as the fight for third place comes down towards Woodcote, now Nick Topley is trying to get back ahead of Tom Dark, but look at the way that James Baxter is going. A little Riley on the inside line, they're looking much, much lower. He's going to get up the inside of one. He might get past two here if he's really, really brave. Up the inside of the ERA. On the outside line, though, Nick Topley stands his ground, comes out of the corner ahead. He's on the outside line into the chicane. Who's going to be the last of the late breakers? It is Nick Topley then. He hangs on to fourth place in the blue ERA. And there the Riley tucked up behind with Gary Pearson holding this watching brief in sixth place as they come over the line. But James Baxter really hustling that car now.
Yeah, lovely driving by all of them. Very, very good awareness from Topless in particular, leaving just the car's width as they went into Woodcote and then into the chicane, giving all of them just the space that they needed to not make contact.
Now, Mark Gillies is absolutely flying. He's taken about a second and a half out of David Morris's lead gap. So now that he's got through the traffic, the gap has gone from 3.6 to down to 2 seconds. So he could well be on for a lead change as James Baxter comes up to have another go on the inside, and he goes through this time. The Riley goes ahead of the ERA. James Baxter through at the first part of St Mary's, gets up ahead of Nick Topless, and straight away is on the back of Tom Dark there, is he not, in the Bugatti. Great drive this by James Baxter. Look, now to the inside approaching Lavin. That's really brave. He brakes desperately, desperately late. Can't quite do it.
Can't quite do it, and actually Topley was caught a little bit unawares as they went into No Name there. Car coming up the inside just as he turned in. He had to turn out of the corner, got it wide onto the marbles and just gathered it up before they turned into St Mary's.
So here is James Baxter, job done now. Look, that was on Lavin straight, came out of the right-hander itself, went through, took the advantage. Now, ahead of all of this, don't forget, we've got the lead battle. Here it is. Into the chicane they come, nose to tail. Up towards the timing line they come, and nose to tail. It is the silver ERA of David Morris just ahead. 2 seconds was the margin. It's nothing at all now as they go over the timing line. And Mark Gillies lines up to make his move on the inside. Job done. I mean, to catch and pass that easily, that's something.
It really was. He made it look effortless, didn't he? So from quite far down the grid, Gillies on an absolute mission now. And I sense that he's going to pull away. Such is his pace advantage. A 32.8 on the previous lap compared with Morris on a 34.2. It's a significant pace advantage from Gillies. A little wave of the hand to say thank you to the back marker just for letting him through unimpeded.
In a sense, it was a good job Mark Gillies had a problem in qualifying, because had he started from pole, he'd have already finished the race possibly. So far ahead would he be. So out of the St Mary's sequence they come up towards Lavin. Now, of course, he's got the back markers to worry about. Now, of course, driving standards are good at Goodwood, but when you're the race leader, there's always presumably that little moment of hesitation. Has he seen me? Do I commit or not?
Yes, exactly like this that we're seeing unfolding. He just gets a little bit wrong-footed. He will have had to lift out of the throttle there. Meanwhile, Morris behind can pay a watching brief and pick his moment, try to gather momentum, slingshot onto the straight, ready to take advantage of any little interruption that Gillies has as they come down. It's an absolute bravery test, isn't it, between the two of them? Who's later on the brakes into Woodcote?
So Mark Gillies just hanging on to the advantage for now as you look down from the drone. First time we've used the drone live from Goodwood on television, and up towards the timing line. Now I think Mark Gillies is getting away. He's done the fastest lap, and as they break the timing beam, 0.7 of a second. It doesn't sound like much, but I think Mark Gillies now, until he comes across the next wave of traffic, should be in the box seat.
Gillies seems to have the advantage on power, but I feel that Morris has got a little advantage, certainly on braking.
So we are with just over half the race gone, 8 minutes and change still on the clock. So Mark Gillies leads the way. They're going through in second place is David Morris, and James Baxter is in third, but it's an astonishing gap between the top two, even though they've been battling, and everybody else. But now Mark Gillies looks as though he's able to build that advantage over David Morris. Mark Gillies based in the States, but regular racer, of course, in England. He's British by birth. This is the third placed fight in the traffic as well. So Tom Dark's trying to wriggle his way past the slower cars.
This is where back markers can really upset the fight as well. Dark trying. Gary Pearson up the inside into Lavin. A wheel on the inside of the apex curve. Fantastic manoeuvre, and he comes out in front of all of them.
gains 2 places and does the lappery all at the same time. Stunning bit of driving. Great opportunistic move that by Gary Pearson. So that puts him up into 4th place. 5th now is Nick Topless, down to 6th. Is going to beat Tom Dark, who got well and truly mugged there. James Baxter 3rd, he's away and gone relative to them. But yeah, Gary Pearson, considering he doesn't know Remus that well, he's getting the hang of this ERA pretty quickly now.
A wily fox is Pearson.
Yes,
he just sat back, didn't he? Watched it all unfold in front of him and picked his moment to pounce, squeezing through, catching everybody unawares.
So the car they were lapping was the Parnell and GK3 of Roland Bechstein, Nick Red's Parnell car. So the leaders have gone by, 6/10 now the margin, but David Morris has just done the fastest lap of the race. He's not giving up, is he?
But where was that pace earlier on? He needed that 2 laps ago.
Absolutely right, unless he was caught napping a little bit, thinking he had a big gap, and all of a sudden Mark Gillies was with him. Now, for 4th place, Gary Pearson versus Nick Topless. We're not done yet in this ERA feud either. So this is Remus just ahead of R4A, the expat Fairfield car. But Gary Pearson, having made that really bold move to gain 2 places in 1, trying to hang on to it. He's too far back from James Baxter. But up front at the moment, it is Mark Gillies leading the way. 6/10 was the margin going onto this lap. 6 more minutes to go.
Well, as long as Morris has mid-32s in him, which he clearly does, then we've got a race on our hands all the way to the flag, because the pace advantage that we thought Gillies had is definitely not the case. So we just watch these cars beautifully controlled on the throttle, little deft inputs of opposite lock. Astonishing to think that these cockpits, no seatbelts.
It's a sobering thought, especially when you see the commitment being put in then as now. Here they come then for 4th place. Gary Pearson in Remus versus Nick Topless in R4A behind. Trying to get the car through Woodcote, constantly balancing the traction against the power, and coming now into the chicane. Down from the high shot, they come up towards the timing line once more. The leaders have gone through and the gap is coming down yet further. There it is, 3/10 of a second. Now, is this purely traffic? Again, Mark Gillies is in the back markers, but 2 fastest laps in a row for David Morris. There is Humphrey, the silver ERA. They thread their way through the traffic. Mark Gillies is the pioneer here. He is the first man to come across the slower cars. He's got to work out whether to go left or right.
Yeah, very much harder for the leader. He has to punch the hole in the traffic. Makes it very much easier for the challenger behind to follow them straight through. Now, if that was the reason that Morris is a little bit quicker, that would explain everything. But actually what we're seeing is a fundamental match of pace between the 2 leading cars.
So just look at the commitment put in. That wheel is never still, is it? You're either turning or correcting, or sometimes trying to do both at once. David Morris then in 2nd place. Now the gap has gone up over the lap. He actually lost out a little bit in the back markery. 4.5 are on the clock, 4.5 minutes to go. There is Mark Gillies, who can breathe a sigh of relief for a moment because there's nothing immediately up the road. David Morris presses on. See how exposed the driver is there. Nothing really in terms of side protection.
Mark Gillies will be wishing he had a flank of rally-style headlights to flash at the back markers ahead to get through without interruption.
Comes up to lap Ewan Sergison with the ex-Luigi Villaresi Targa Florio winning Maserati the 6CM, and goes through. Here's the ERA fight. It's switched around again, look, because Nick Topless is back ahead of Gary Pearson. Gary has had huge success at Goodwood over the years, the revival at the members' meeting, but has he got a problem? Because Tom Dark urges the Bugatti up and past him, and Remus there didn't seem to have much of a fight in it.
No, I was looking just a lap ago, and Pearson in Remus seemed to just lack the punch out of the chicane that Topless had, but he's dropping back so far now. I wonder if indeed there is a little bit of a problem for Remus.
We saw that vibration, didn't we, quite near the start of the race, but looked as though Gary was able to drive around that, but certainly he's lost 2 places, and although the commitment is there, he doesn't look like he's nursing the car. Clearly the pace isn't what it was.
Yeah, just dropping a little bit of power, perhaps it's getting a little hot.
So we've got 3 more minutes of the race to run. The lead gap, 1.6 seconds now, so the advantage has gone back the way of Mark Gillies. 10 places gained, of course, from where he qualified with the problems in practice. He was in and out of the pit. There is Tom Dark.
And you just saw how Tom Dark, on the way into Lavin there, had to go with his right hand up onto the top of the steering wheel to gather an extra half an armful of lock and a little more leverage as he hauled the car into the apex. You hear the tyres screaming from the leaders on the way into the chicane there through the direction change.
But a great drive this by Mark Gillies. We're not quite done yet. 2.5 minutes still on the clock here. Down towards Madgwick Corner he goes. There is David Morris in second place. Total concentration on his face. Of course, the open face helmet and the goggles allowing you to see that. Quick look in the mirror to see what's going on behind. But up front, he knows that that gap is starting to widen a little bit. Last time around, though, believe it or not, he was fractionally faster. So Mark Gillies only has to win by 1,000th of a second to win the race, admittedly, but David Morris has certainly not given up. And here's the next lifeline being thrown his way, because there are a few more back markers up the road, or at least one there to get past at St Mary's.
David Morris does seem to have a slight edge on pace, just a tenth or two over Gillies. Of course, the traffic is not giving us a clean and accurate picture on that. Let's instead concentrate on the car length gap between them that we're seeing on our screens right now, and certainly Morris will be praying for a few more back markers to impede Gillies' progress. And up from Gillies, does he have a problem?
He does, I think he does. I'm afraid whatever hit him in qualifying has hit again. David Morris goes through, and Mark Gillies, almost Pearson-esque, still going, but not at the pace that he wants to go. And all of this has happened with just under a lap time left in the race. So unless he pits, Mark Gillies will be able to nurse the car round for one more lap. But something has hit right at the very end. Sideways out of Woodcote. He looks down, but he knows he's got a problem. Now, does he carry on for a finish? Does he preserve everything and come into the pit lane? He's going to carry on to the end, but real shame. A wag of the finger at the pit crew, so they know there's a problem, and it sounds horrible.
Yeah, it sounds horrible. That's misfiring a lot. So, okay, engine problem rather than chassis problem for Gillies. What a shame, because that was a really tight battle that would definitely have waged right up into the checkered flag.
And you can see now the way that Mark Gillies is moving in the cockpit. He's trying to change things, adjust things, get the car home somehow. Again, it's not at walking pace, but clearly the ultimate performance has gone because of that misfire. Now the question is whether or not he's going to be caught. He was 15 seconds up the road over James Baxter.
There's exactly what I was going to say. There's almost certainly a podium on the cards here if he can just nurse the car to the flag and possibly even maintain second position.
So far, so good. There is David Morris getting himself up through the traffic past the 4.5 litre Talbot Largo of Klaus Lehr.
It got very sideways once he caught sides of Morris coming through the inside apex.
So David Morris doesn't really need to be a hero now. He can just sit there, bring the car to the end. Mark Gillies, cruel luck for him, I'm afraid, with that misfire, but a great battle we had between the ERAs, the back markers waving drivers through. There is Julian Wilton in the ERA R7B. He will just about get another lap out of the race, I suspect, although David Morris right up behind him, checkered flag being made ready. Julian Wilton comes through the chicane. Using that drone cam again, up towards the checkered flag, though, it is going to be a win for David Morris, who accelerates over the line to win the Goodwood Trophy, presented by the Goodwood Supporters Association. Second place, is it going to go the way of Mark Gillies? It is. He gets to the end, but it could have been a totally different result. James Baxter is heading for third. There is Gary Pearson, but up towards the timing line, there is the little Riley. The TT goes through, so James Baxter takes third. Fourth, Nick Topless. Tom Dart will be fifth, and Gary Pearson for sixth place. And there is Julian Wilton, who will be the last unlapped driver. He's already acknowledging everybody, but he should be 11th if he gets to the checkered flag. But the way he's going, you'd think he's the race winner, wouldn't you?
It's a special thing at Goodwood on the slowing down lap after a checkered flag. You get such a sort of a lovely ripple of applause from the marshals, and actually it's us lot, it's the drivers who should be thanking them. So this is why the drivers are waving, even if they didn't win the race.
In the case of Julian Wilton, he's not quite taken the checkered flag, actually. He might have thought he had, because he was so close to when it was being waved at David Morris, who was just behind him. The danger is that he doesn't actually complete the race, which would be a real shame. So he hasn't taken the flag officially. The danger is that if he gets waved into the paddock and never crosses the timing line, then history says Julian didn't finish, but he has not yet taken the flag. He was just ahead of David Morris at the end of the race, so hopefully he'll be allowed to complete it. Anyway, great drive by David Morris, that, and it's a real shame that Mark Gillies had those misfiring problems.
It was, wasn't it? Just fantastic driving from all of them, you know, even when they were in very close proximity to one another, giving lots of space on the inside. little bit of contact off the start line, but nothing deliberate. That was just triggered by one wheel onto the grass, and then a quick lock-up on the front right brake, I think, from Topless, I think it was.
Yeah. And again, one of the things that we often see at Goodwood is that because of the nature of the circuit, overtaking is so easy. You can get the cars running side by side for much of the lap, and your grid doesn't often look like the end result. You know, it's much shuffled. I know if you have a problem, of course you're going to come through, but out of qualifying compared to the race result. But even so, great battle, great racing, and our second race of the day, Goodwood Trophy, goes the way of the ERA in the hands of David Morris. So the drivers make their way into the post-race collecting area. Gap at the flag, 8 seconds, but it's a phony 8 seconds in a sense because of that misfire that rather affected the ERA of Mark Gillies. So there the cars arrive in the presentation area. Marshals will make sure that everybody's in the right place. Backdrop of the photographs is there. Klaus Lehr's Talbot Largo arrives to Parc Ferme. Tim Dutton's Bugatti there as well, which was in the end 2 laps down. Not had a great day, Tim Dutton, sadly, in that car, but the Dutton family, great Bugatti preparers in all circumstances. Let's then have a look at the way they crossed the line. David Morris, the race winner in the R11B ERA B-type, ahead of Mark Gillies with the misfire in R3A, and James Baxter's Riley TT Sprite coming home in 3rd place. Nick Topless 4th, ahead of Tom Dark. Gary Pearson also seemingly with a problem, dropping to 6th. Ian Baxter 7th after his big spin on the opening lap of the race. 8th was Julian Majou in the Alfa Romeo. Michael Birch finished 9th, ahead of Ben Fiddler's ERA B-type. Julian Wilton did not take the checkered flag, but he showed as 11th, ahead of Andrew Hall and Klaus Lehr. Alex Simpson 14th from Ewan Sergison's Maserati, and Stephen Gentry's Bugatti Type 51. After that, there was Duncan Pittaway, 17th behind Stephen Gentry. Then Tom Hardman ahead of William Metcalf. Roland Wettstein was 20th. Tim Dutton 2 laps down. So too was Bo Williams, and David Eyre, I'm afraid, a retirement midway through the race.
Nice bit of racing there.
Yeah.
I was actually thinking though, before we saw that race, we were talking about the Battle of Britain, talking about planes.
Yeah.
Started thinking about how much aviation was given to cars. Now, aluminium's a great case in point. You know, you saw the Spitfires and the Hurricanes, the Battle of Britain.
Yeah.
But it's because of those aircraft and the war effort that aluminium became affordable enough to put into mass market cars on the road.
Yeah.
And of course, racing cars as well. And Land Rover's made of aluminium because there was aluminium left over.
There was a surplus of it, and it was a lot cheaper. Well, also a lot of the car factories, I suppose, were told to start making bits for aircraft in the war. So when they started going back to cars, they were like, oh well, we've used different methods.
Yeah. We've got a lot of aluminium out the back. What are we going to do with it?
Yeah.
Let's start making cars out of it.
I mean,
so,
aerodynamics, for example, I mean, that's probably the most obvious influence, because fuselages have to be able to go through the sky.
The most fuselage-y car, the Jaguar E-Type, Malcolm Sayer designed that, working to some sort of basic aerodynamic ideas, right? But at the same time, he didn't really have regular access to the wind tunnels that we have now.
Yeah.
The thing is, a car doesn't have to be aerodynamic. It's just going to be less efficient if it's not to slip through the air. Aeroplanes, it's kind of quite important to know the aerodynamics, or they'll fall out of the sky, I suppose.
Yeah.
But then all of the things, the knacker ducts. You know the knacker ducts that you get in a lot of cars that look really cool. Those little slots. They're brilliant. We love a knacker duct.
Yeah.
But that came from
aeronautics.
Aeronautics, Composites. Disc brakes.
Yeah.
They got them working on planes before they started appearing regularly in cars. And I sort of think, you believe that road cars learn from racing. Try this on for size. I kind of feel like road cars have benefited more from aviation technology than they have even from stuff in racing.
I think you're probably right. I
was hoping you were going to say that rather than shut up. That's nonsense. It's just a theory, but if you think about it, it's all these things that heated windscreens on aircraft, and then suddenly they're on the Ford Granada in the 80s. You know,
radar. You know, your simple GPS, for example. I mean, we take it for granted now because it's not expensive.
Yeah.
But it used to be, and cruise control,
and autonomy. Radar, cruise control. You can have it on a Golf now.
Yeah. and that's radar from planes. It's all there. I only learned recently that the all-wheel steering, four-wheel steering, came from the Boeing 747, which was recently retired.
Why does a Boeing 747 need steering?
I don't actually know. I mean, but that's apparently how it came to be.
On the ground? Oh, because it's got so many wheels.
Can it crab? I can't remember.
Maybe it can because it's so big it couldn't move around the taxiways of it.
Yeah, God rest the 747.
See, now you're saying this, my theory is standing up better and better. Planes improve cars. Not that racing doesn't.
Yeah.
It's a good crucible for testing things out, but planes, if you want to know what is going to be, in-flight entertainment systems, they're in the back of the seats of planes, now they're in the back of the seats of cars. It's all there.
Hang on a minute, I've just realised, planes have obviously got the wings designed to take off.
Yes.
But actually downforce.
Do you know what else is taking off?
On race cars.
The Goodwood website. Someone's just told me I've got to mention it.
Yeah. We're supposed to tell you about the hashtag. The hashtag for the Speedweek is hashtag GW for Goodwood SpeedWeek. So
That's
use
right.
that.
Do put the K on.
Use it.
Goodwood didn't earlier on. Very different event. Go online, the Speedweek Hub. You can watch all the track action. You can watch other things on the entertainment feed. It's all there. And if you're using social media, hashtag GW SpeedWeek.
Yeah. And I know what I was going to say. It's not just actual engineering from aeroplanes that's become used in cars. It's also styling that's just superficial. If you think about the 50s era of fins and chrome in the States, you know, that was all about the jet era and accentuating all those mad fins and the crazy looking lights that look like glowing turbines and stuff. So I think our friend Rory has got a little bit more to talk about on that front with another car manufacturer.
Afternoon, guys. Rory Reid here. You join me in the supercar paddock alongside David. David, we are surrounded by exotica, aren't we?
Yes, normally we'd see this at Festival of Speed on the hill, but here at Speedweek, we've got all the cars in the paddock and actually out on the Goodwood circuit. We start here with two bits of open-top exotica from McLaren and Ferrari.
Yeah, so on the very end there, you've got the McLaren Elva, twin-turbo, 4-litre, absurdly fast, a car designed to connect you to the driving experience as much as possible. And they've actually got some quite clever tech on this. So at the front, they've got the active air management system, which creates a virtual curtain of air over the top of the car to stop people losing their wigs and their toupees, etc. Although in the SP2 next to it, you're probably going to lose your wig, aren't you?
You may well do. It does claim to have a system, but of course here we have the first Ferrari in that Icona range, and it's the two-seater SP2. Very beautiful bodywork, but actually underneath it's a bit of an 812 production car. And here we have the 812 Superfast finally losing its roof here in GTS version, alongside its more humble, shall we say, Roma.
Yeah, so the Roma's designed more of a GT car, so you can take it cruising. It doesn't shout, I'm a Ferrari owner, quite as much as the others. Still gorgeous though, still very much fun to drive. And then next to it, a little bit of an outlier, the Lotus Evija, and gorgeous, isn't it?
Fantastic.
I mean, it's got a motor at each wheel, 2,000 horsepower, 0 to 186 miles an hour in 9 seconds flat, which is scarcely believable. I mean, it sounds painful, doesn't it?
Yeah, the figures are just incredible, but it looks fantastic. The McLaren Senna?
Also looks interesting.
Let's call it effective.
Yeah, definitely.
Very capable car, carbon everywhere, especially impressive under braking.
Yeah, so they forge the brakes, they bake them in a high temperature oven in order to make sure that the brakes never fade on the track. So very, very track-oriented car. Probably not the most comfortable car in the world, unlike these beasts next to it.
Yeah, these two big, heavy cruisers here. We've got the Rolls-Royce Black Badge Wraith and, of course, the Bentley Continental. They won't beat any records around the track, but they will get you there fast and in comfort and in style. V12 Rolls-Royce, we've got the V8 version of the Conti here, but also obviously available in the W12 version.
Yep, and let's head on down here, this green one, the 718 box, the GTS. So finally, they've gotten rid of the 4-cylinder engine and gone for the 6-cylinder.
It's a car that should have been 25 years old to the Boxster next year. Unbelievable, really.
Yep, real driver's car. Next to that, we got the future, the Porsche Taycan Turbo S. I had a go in this on the track yesterday, and it's an absolute beast. Really, really fast, especially with launch control. And also really well built inside as well.
Really good build quality, and you and I have had a bit of fun in the Taycan S on the ice in this thing.
Yes, absolutely. You can drift these things. Don't let people trick you into thinking electric cars aren't fun. And then the all-rounder,
the Evergreen
911 Turbo S,
just keeps getting better and quicker every year. Sort of the benchmark for every supercar, really.
Yep, I also took this on the track and on the road yesterday, and I can confirm that it does absolutely everything. Right, so that's the current day batch of supercars. Let's have a look at where it all began.
It's 1965 and the roads of Britain are full of Ford Cortinas, Vauxhall Victors and Austin 1100s. The motorway speed limit is yet to be introduced, but in truth, it hardly matters because most family cars in 1965 would struggle to reach 70 miles an hour flat out down a steep hill. Into this world of staid saloons, an Italian tractor manufacturer unleashed a car unlike anything that had come before, the jaw-dropping Lamborghini Miura. This wasn't a race car with number plates or a Grand Tourer with extra performance. It was designed from the ground up to be nothing less than the fastest, most desirable road car in the world. It succeeded. With its wailing V12 engine mounted amidships, it was capable of over 170 miles an hour, making it the fastest production car on the planet. But more important than the way it went, the way it sounded, or the groundbreaking mid-engine layout was the way it looked. It didn't matter that it was uncomfortable to drive, utterly impractical, and insanely expensive. Here was a car that looked like it was doing 100 miles an hour standing still. It became the ultimate four-wheel status symbol and created the template for the modern supercar. Suddenly, anything with the engine in front of the driver looked a bit old-fashioned. Where Lamborghini led, their rivals followed. Over time, others made cars that were faster, more practical, and just plain better. But for sheer drama, none could compete with the Raging Bulls from Sant'Agata. After the Miura came the Countach, the Diablo, the Murcielago, and most recently the Aventador, all sharing the Miura's essential DNA and all following the trusted formula of a big V12 in the middle, clothed in a body that epitomizes Italian flair. Alongside these range-topping supercars, Lamborghini introduced a series of smaller cars, still super, still stunning on the eye, and still with the engine in the middle, but slightly more practical and slightly more attainable. The Urraco, the Yalpa, the Gallardo, and from 2014, the Huracan, which, like its predecessor, boasts a V10 engine and four-wheel drive.
The car we have today is the more focused two-wheel drive model, the Huracan Evo rear-wheel drive to give it its full title. This thing makes 602 brake horsepower from its updated 5.2-litre V10 engine, which is about 30 horsepower down on the four-wheel drive model, but trust me, it's still got bags of performance. 0 to 62 in a claimed 3.3 seconds and well over 200 miles an hour. Trust me, it's a monster. Plus, who better to put this thing through its paces than our very own Katie Munnings.
This is the latest Lamborghini Huracan Evo rear-wheel drive. It costs approximately £172,000, which makes it £35,000 cheaper than the four-wheel drive version. It's powered by the all-familiar 5.2 V10 engine and kicks out 610 brake horsepower. You can tell this car means business. I'm just driving in Strada mode at the minute, which is Italian for street. Quite a comfortable drive actually. I was expecting it to be a lot more on edge, a bit more skittish than it is. I'm used to driving left-hand drive rally cars, so this is completely foreign to me, being back on the right-hand side. I'm itching to get out on some open roads now. Let's see what I can really do. So I want to see if this turns into the Lamborghini monster that it's said to when it switches into the sport mode. Look at that, here you go. Wow, I can't believe how fast the gear changes are actually. It's like instantaneous, but that's really cool. Even in sport actually, it still feels like a stable car. It's got the steering, it's pretty responsive. You actually get a lot of feedback. When you shift down again from the corner, the engine braking is quite solid on this car. It's like sticking to the tarmac like glue. I'm just dying to try it in Corso. I know that we're not on the track and it is track mode, but I'm just going to try it for 1 or 2 corners just to see what it feels like. It's so much fun to accelerate. Just pins you back and you'll see. A kick back in Corsa does feel like a race car. That's such an amazing adrenaline rush. I feel the suspension kicking in is quite stiff, it's quite firm. It just wants to go. Okay, I'm coming into the half this corner. track one day. One of the things I really love about the interior is the steering wheel. It's a fully integrated steering wheel control concept, and that basically means that anything that you need to do while you're driving can be done just by a touch of the thumbs. For your indicators, you've got your headlight switches, and even your windscreen washers. So that's really cool to be able to use that. You've got your gears obviously on the paddles. Up the top, got the old school switches that I completely love, just like my rally car, and you don't normally see that on modern day supercars anymore. But in the middle, there's a really modern element, and that's the tablet, the infotainment screen that we've got here. It controls the navigation, your media, it shows you some vehicle dynamics, and then obviously you get that mirrored just on the dashboard in front of your eyes when you're driving. Wow, I've been so amazed. When you think of a rear-wheel drive supercar, you think, okay, it's going to be sketchy, you're going to have to really be on the ball, but I felt so stable in this car today. Really enjoyable to drive. Sport mode and the Corsa mode were insane. They just handle so well on those corners. I've just had the best day driving it. It's been awesome. I might try and take this one home with me.
Well, welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. We have just the cars lining up on the grid here for the Michelin Supercar Run. My name's David Green. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Erin Baker, editorial director of Auto Trader, to talk through the cars of the day, the supercars there, bringing out on the track. And there we have the McLaren Senna lightening up off the start line.
What a car, and you know, what a great and iconic name to put on the front of a McLaren. Make no mistake about it, it's in dynamic intent there. And great to see it on track at Goodwood. It just has, you know, the links between McLaren and Goodwood are legendary, obviously.
It might not win any beauty contests, but certainly wouldn't be one of the slowest cars around this track. Absolutely fantastic, and probably the most amazing part of this car is the braking with the aero and the ceramic brakes. Quite incredible stopping back.
Yeah, did you see the active wing coming into play there as he barreled into the corner?
And of course, moving on to the evergreen, the 911 Turbo S, it just keeps getting better and better and quicker.
It's incredible what Porsche have done with the 911 over the years. Each time a new generation comes out, it's kind of blink and you'll miss it changes, but that's for a reason, because why? If it ain't broke, you know, it doesn't need fixing.
I was talking to Jason Barlow the other day about this car, and he really couldn't believe how quick it was. He said it was up there in the sort of Bugatti territory of feeling quick, and you know, no surprise there from the turbo. So each car gets one lap on this Michelin Supercar Run, and it's all about the brand showcasing what they've got to offer in 2020. You see the cars going around the glorious sunshine around the circuit here, and it's a little bit different from the hill. You see a little bit more how these cars can work at really high speeds than perhaps you would back at Festival of Speed on the hill.
Yeah, I was speaking to somebody yesterday who just got out of a Lamborghini after one lap of this track, and he said one lap was plenty. The pro driver apologised for not being able to take him around again. He said, no, that's fine, thanks.
Just be careful what you wish for sometimes, isn't it?
I remember racing a Caterham round here a couple of years ago, and Madrick gave me a few surprises.
Yes. So we got the 911 Turbo S there, just about completing its lap, coming into the final chicane, where it'll get diverted back into the supercar paddock, where you can see the cars on display all over the weekend. And next up, we'll have something else, I'm sure. Oh, there we go. Big and beautiful. It's not going to be the quickest car around the track today, but it'll certainly get you there in comfort and in style. The Rolls-Royce Wraith Black Badge.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Wraith. I'm a big fan of what they've done with Black Badge. Rolls-Royce have used that sub-brand to really lower the average age of their customer around the world to a staggering 40 years old. Here we see the Wraith. They've also just launched the new version of the Ghost, which is also here today. And it's all about kind of post-opulence now, about a calmer, more restrained thing, but you wouldn't know it from looking at that.
No, exactly. Not lighting up the tyres. And then a Dallara. Nice to see Dallara back out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that massive wing. That's so unapologetic, isn't it?
Yeah, race car in disguise there, obviously. And then the return of an icon. This is a bit of a surprise for everybody. The Mustang Mach-1 making it over to these shores. Obviously, the Mach-1 came around about 50 years ago, but we haven't seen a Mach-1 Mustang for about 20 years now.
Yeah, I think of these as the kind of sirloin steaks of the car world. We're all meant to be turning into vegans with electric juice and protein leather interiors, but you just need some Americana muscle sometimes, don't you?
Absolutely, and I drove this car the other day, and it's quite phenomenal. Everything you would expect. You're never in a straight line if you don't want to be, and it's not hiding with that colour scheme, is it?
yeah. There's quite a lot of weight he's taking into the corners there, isn't it?
Yeah, but you know, these new modern Mustangs are not quite the old, they do go around corners and you can have a little bit of fun with them, but it's just still a muscle car at heart.
Yeah, listen to those quad exhausts, that's just fab.
Oh, and there's the Nissan engine, Jarinelli, squirming off the line there.
Yeah, that's right. I saw Pete just now in the paddocks. He said he'd try and give it some welly, and he's done just that. Very modern design, but it riffs on more old-school driving thrills, I think it's fair to say. Light, very light, 325 horsepower, I think, and available in coupe or the open option that we see today. Great power-to-weight ratio, as I understand it.
And I saw the coupe open up and the roof coming off. It's quite an interesting mechanism there.
Yeah. Oh, now look, there goes my colleague from Auto Trader powering through. Dan Trent at the wheel there, former Piston Heads editor. And that is one of my favourite cars, rear-wheel drive Lamborghini. I mean, to me, Lamborghinis and rear-wheel drive, my goodness, what a combination.
Well, they've changed the naming terms now. It used to be known as the 2, didn't it, for the rear-wheel drive. Now they've gone RWD, just said does what it says on the tin. And it's the Evo version there, and you've lost a little bit of weight and a little bit of money. It's about 34,000 less.
Oh, yes, please.
Than the four-wheel drive, but I think you get a lot more car for your money.
Absolutely.
Brute in a suit, the Aston.
Yeah, less said about the new James Bond film not coming out this year, the better. But that is one stunning car. Look at it, that famous Aston grille. It's just adorned everything, including the new DBX.
Yeah, and Marek Reichman and his team have done a good job, I think, of putting some distance between the models now. You've got DBS certainly up there in the Grand Touring, and now Vantage, which I'm sure we'll see in a moment, as a more pure sports car, perhaps it was offered in the past.
Yeah, I was also lucky enough to have a drive of that fabulous DB5 Goldfinger continuation car that they're producing at the moment, straight out of Newport Pagnell. But the DB11 remains one of the finest looking ones, I think, to grace our shores.
And now, some would say one of the best GT cars in the world, the Bentley Continental, this time in V8 guys here in the is it orange? Should we call it orange? Burnt orange?
Let's call it burnt orange. That seems to be one of the colours of the year, doesn't it? And why not? Look at it, absolutely fantastic. Craftsmanship from crew just shining through there. All that extra black gloss work all over it, showing that dynamic intent. This is where it gets, you know, your traditional GT gets a little bit more punchy, and is all the better for it.
And the name says a lot about this car. If you do want to travel across a continent in speed and style, there's not a better place to sit, in my opinion.
No, one of the best things that Bentley's come up with this year is inside the cars, actually. It's their revolving screen that you can flip from the infotainment screen to just some veneer for what they call a digital detox, which is kind of the antithesis of this car screaming around the track.
Exactly. But I think a digital detox is just what we need here at Goodwood this weekend, maybe. I wonder how he's got it set up. I think he's got the clocks. You've got 3 options, having it's almost like a Toblerone on the dashboard there.
Yeah, that's right. You've got the 3 analog dials, the infotainment screen, or just some glorious wood. Take your pick at 120 miles an hour.
And it looks fast there with its sort of de-chromed black version.
Yeah, look at that. Just a little bit of body roll. They've really set up their chassis. That 48-volt system they've got on the Bentayga is one of the strangest things I've ever felt in my life. Just corners flat.
Yeah, it's almost like one of those Pendolino trains, isn't it? Yeah. It stays straight around the corner. Hard to believe when you're in the Bentayga and there's that much weight going through the corner.
That's right. Look at those new elliptical tail lights. I love that.
And of course, we've carried that over now to the Bentayga, which has had a bit of a facelift.
Yeah, it definitely looks better for it.
So completing its lap and taking itself back to the paddock, we have the Bentley there. And next up, well, we're into first-class territory now with the Toyota Yaris.
Oh, yeah, the little pocket rocket. That's an overused phrase, but I think we can fairly apply it to this car.
Yeah, we've got Toyota showing us some of their new 2020 cars this year, and we've got the Yaris, and behind it, lining up on the line, is the Supra, making a reappearance.
This Yaris has got the 257 horsepower, hasn't it? Engine, 4-wheel drive, of course, and less than £30,000. I mean, you know, can't say fairer than that, can you?
It seems to be going wrong quite a fair lick around the track.
Well, basis of the rally car. Oh, here's another one, Toyota Supra, yes. Now that's a great nameplate, isn't it, Revived?
Absolutely. It obviously went quiet for a few years, but they brought the car back, and it looks fantastic and selling well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see model names coming back, bringing with them fond memories for most of us.
Well, I think a lot of the car manufacturers have realised that that sort of heritage means a lot, and people do, you know, resonate with those names. And you know, if it's something you had in your childhood, or perhaps family members had in your childhood, it's good to go back, and so we're seeing a lot more of that. And of course, now we're in this first glance territory. This is all about cars that may not quite fall into the supercar category, but new nonetheless, and very important for the manufacturers.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, so a lot of these are acting as halo cars for the brand, trying to push on awareness, sales, take sales to the competition. And I think we can fairly say in this fairly strange year we've all had, it's great to see a spark of life being injected back into the industry with these new models.
And we've had to wait all year, of course, with the situation. There's been this glut of launches in the last couple of months, and it's thick and fast at the moment, isn't it?
That's right. Normally all the media would be off abroad trying these cars out, but instead we've been opening them up on UK roads, which is no bad thing. Oh, one of my very favourites here, the new Land Rover Defender.
Possibly the most highly anticipated car launch, I'd say, of this year for sure, if not the decade. And here we see it in the 90 short wheelbase guys, which we haven't seen yet on the road.
That's right. I you know, my personal preference is for the 110, but oh, and there it goes. Speaking of
on
the devil.
cue.
Yeah, look at that, it's professional for you.
And that's the launch version there in the, should we call it green? But it's got a much more elegant name than that, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure it has. I can't remember, but there's great packaging there. Oh, next off the line, yeah, the hybrid, the Porsche Panamera hybrid. Great powertrain there.
The course and look of the Panamera split some people, but it's really evolved through the years now. We have a great, you know, different models, and the e-hybrid is a very, very quick car.
Yeah, I mean, Porsche have managed to get their electric powertrains, both their hybrids and, of course, the Taycan, the all-electric car, really at the forefront of engineering development as far as electricity goes. And the result is just, you know, a car that feels and handles like a Porsche should feel and handle.
And this one, of course, best of both worlds. Twin-turbo V8 engine and that 100-kilowatt electric engine to supplement.
Yeah, look at those calipers. I love that colour.
It's this hint of lime green there, kicking through. And I think the Taycan is also in the lineup as well, in the Turbo S, which is a little bit of an odd name for a fully electric car, but I think Porsche decided to keep with that naming convention throughout their whole range.
Yeah, that's right. But it just goes to show how well they've assimilated electricity into their range and into their lineup. Look at those two cars.
They didn't quite get this one right for the lineup. The Porsche catching the Defender there, and here we have the Boxster. Now, has this finally got the engine it deserved after almost 25 years of production?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Boxster, but dare I say, I've always preferred the Boxster to the 911. I just love that mid-engine layout for balance and poise.
And now it's got that 4-litre naturally aspirated engine. It's sort of the engine everybody wanted in that car. And here's the big one.
Oh, I love it. As I say, maybe not quite mad enough for me, but that's the point of Lamborghinis for me, that they just stand out as crazy. You can't argue with the craziness of the styling, though. Look at that thing come round with a massive, great big kind of aero pack on the back of it.
Yes, of course, 167,000 that Lamborghini is starting price, but I think you can get well over £200,000 once you start getting a little bit interested in the option list.
Yeah, now this, I take it, it's a flying spur, isn't it, coming around now?
Yes, this is a de-chromed version.
Yeah, and we've said goodbye, unfortunately, sadly, to the Mulsanne. So the Flying Spur is it now. This is top of the range Halo luxury sedan, as everyone has it now. On number plates and else there, it's the V8.
And again, it's sort of the four-door version of the Continental in terms of styling and the interior, but absolutely fantastic on the inside.
Yes, and I think I remember them saying it's got as much leg space and interior space as the Mulsanne. I think they've created nearly as much. They've certainly created that feeling of unparalleled luxury inside it.
Here we've got the V8, but it's obviously available in W12 as well.
Yeah, and a plug-in hybrid maybe to follow. Watch this space.
I think almost certainly. Not sure they'll bring the diesel out on this version anymore, though.
Plug-in hybrid suits Bentley, suits luxury cars so well. You know, a full electric range of up to 30 miles. Just remember to plug it in every night. But meanwhile, this, you know, we haven't seen the last of the V8, that's for sure.
And the big question with the Flying Spur, to drive or be driven? That's the choice, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of both, thank you.
Back to the Yaris. I'm not sure what we've couple of appearances on this grid. They seem to be splitting up the first glance and the supercar within the same run on this one.
Yeah, that Lexus coming in there behind it as the UX300 will come to in a minute, I guess.
Yeah, Lexus have got a few cars here. They've got the 300E and then the LC convertible as well. And the LFA, I saw that in the supercar paddock as well.
That's right, from one extreme to another, from the LFA to this UX300E, all electric. The Japanese car brand's so good at getting their hybrid means in a row very early on, before a lot of the European manufacturers were out of the gates. And really does suit the character of a Lexus, which is all about that kind of calm interior, tranquility, ease of driving and comfort. Electric powertrain suits that very nicely.
And it's well established in places like the US as a luxury mark alongside the likes of BMW and everything. But in this country, it's still got some way to go, I think, just to cut through.
Yes, perhaps you might be right there. Oh, now looking at that, that's the Puma ST, is it not?
I think it is, yeah, absolutely. In another shy colour.
Yeah, shy and retiring. This is great. The Puma has won plaudits all over the place. It's got Ford's legendary engineering prowess. So it handles as compactly and sveltely as a little pocket Fiesta. Love that car.
And another old name coming good. And here we have the absolutely bonkers Mustang, fully electric, 1400 horsepower, I believe, on this car.
Listen to that. I mean, that probably sounds like something out of the future, doesn't it? Kind of whirring its way around the track.
And I drove the actual production E-car, and it's quite an interesting car, and it's expensive though it is. I think Ford's first foray into fully electric, and then we have Vaughan Giffen getting the Mach-E sideways.
That's an important thing as well, isn't it? Because it's about showing the naysayers around electric powertrains that you can still have some fun. They are still incredible performance vehicles if you set them up right.
Well, great cars there from the supercar, Michelin supercar run at first glance, and we'll be seeing more of that over the weekend.
Okay, so we're up on the, I was going to call it the watchtower, but it's the clock tower, isn't it? The race control.
We're all along the clock tower for first glance, which we just saw out on the track.
We've seen some, well, the last car to come in is the Ford Mustang Mach-E 1400, which is like I guess a stunt drift version of what is going to be available in the next 3 months, something like that. Oh, there you go, it's smoking around. That thing's incredible. Because what I love about that is it's taking a production car that hasn't quite gone into production yet, and it's already making it appeal to a really wide range of people, like the drift community, stunted people.
You like American cars, and I know some people in the US have got a bit raggy about it being called a Mustang, because the production one, which won't look quite like that, I mean, we've seen it, it's
still pretty good.
Electric SUV, not a car, called the Mustang Mach-E. Does that get you going on the internet, putting rude comments about the Ford Motor Company?
On forums. I have to say, at first I was cross.
Right.
And I wrote to my local Ford representative, and then actually it sort of mellowed over the weeks, because I looked at the proportions of it and I thought it's actually been styled quite tastefully. And what? It's just a name.
I mean, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's just a name.
It brings me on to something else we've just seen at first glance, which is the Land Rover Defender.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have been getting a bit narky about that, going, oh, it's not a proper Defender because it's not a piece of 1950s farm equipment. I have a Defender, an old style one.
Yeah.
It is what it is, but it's very archaic. The new one is a modern car for people who live in 2020, and they had the new 90. The
two-door
one.
Three-door,
potato, down there, which also looks quite good. And I noticed, not on that one down there, but I saw in the brochure online, you can have a fold-back canvas roof now on it as well.
Yes,
which is quite
and three abreast seating at the front.
Three abreast seating in the front.
Which I'm actually really excited about.
No, it's a nice-looking car, despite what people on the internet say, so I like that. What else have we just seen? Aston DBX, you've driven that.
We just saw the brace of sort of super SUVs. So you had the Aston DBX, which I'm going to say I'm not the biggest fan of sort of big lavish SUVs, but what Aston has done is created something pretty capable in all ways. And I guess the way I have to look at those cars is it's not my taste, but what it does is it keeps the gates open for stuff like the DBS, which is a gorgeous car. And then you've got the Bentayga, which is the Bentayga has the best insides of all of those SUVs. The outside is not great, but again, to drive is insane. Better round a track than some of its peers. I couldn't believe how good it was around the track.
What, the Bentayga?
Yeah, the Bentayga was really good.
Okay. What we're describing here really is what we might call Porsche Cayenne syndrome, which is where a company makes an SUV because, for better or worse, people want SUVs.
Yes.
The profit they make on those allows them to make cars that you could argue are sort of more true to what they started doing, say
Yes.
911s in case of Porsche,
Yeah.
and V8 Vantages and what have you in the case of Aston
Yeah,
Martin.
completely. And at the end of the day, my car taste is weird, and most people don't like most of the cars I like. So hey, anyway, there's an awful lot more to come. And if you haven't already been on the site, there's some fantastic stuff that you can interact with on the site. If you're going to use the hashtag, use the hashtag GW SpeedWeek, Goodwood SpeedWeek. Yeah, and we're just going to stand up on the tower and look at some more vehicles because that's what we do.
Thanks, guys. Well, as you can see, I'm having to shout here. It's very, very noisy in the paddock, but we're going to go for a quick break. Now, when we return, we will be heading stateside to talk all things American.
Alpha, this is Goodwood Tower, wind and north, south-southwest.
Welcome back to Goodwood SpeedWeek. Now, throughout the weekend, we're going to be talking about all different types of motorsport. But right now, we are going to go back in time to the beginnings of one of the USA's most iconic forms of racing.
Here they come, white flag, one to go.
He's been smiling about that race car all week long. 3 wide, they're bouncing off each other. What a wild finish.
NASCAR developed from underground beginnings into one of USA's most popular sports, a Sunday afternoon rival for American football and baseball. The National Association for Stock Car Auto Racing sanctioned its first race on February 15, 1948. But we need to go back before the war to discover where the story really began. You see, it wasn't gasoline, but moonshine whiskey that fueled the growth of stock car racing. The prohibition of alcohol from 1920 to 33 created a thriving black market for secretly distilled hooch. Normal-looking stock cars were heavily modified with highly tuned engines to smuggle this moonshine from hidden distilleries to customers across the county line. The cars looked normal, so not to attract too much attention, but there was plenty of power to outrun the law. In the 1930s, moonshiners began to race their cars at local fairgrounds and racetracks for prize money, using their driving skills they had honed to practice their illicit trade. Many drivers were banned from the first post-war race for liquor hauling convictions, but in December 1947, Big Bill France assembled the leading drivers, mechanics, owners and moonshiners to Daytona Beach, Florida, to standardise the rules and create NASCAR. Moonshiner Red Byron won the inaugural event on the sands of Daytona Beach and became the first strictly stock champion in 1949. NASCAR's first 500-mile race, the Southern 500, was held in September 1950, and Daytona Super Speedway was opened at the end of the decade as NASCAR's popularity continued to grow. By 1989, every race was televised, lucrative sponsorships were attained, and the drivers, once considered outlaws, enjoyed fame and fortune.
Dale Earnhardt breaks the winless streak and comes home a victor.
The Blue Ribbon Daytona 500 regularly attracts crowds of 200,000 plus, with another 16 to 19 million people watching on TV, making NASCAR among the most watched sports in America.
Now up past 180 miles an hour as they come to full speed. What do you say we turn that knob a little bit? Suits me. Let's crank it up.
NASCAR has a grid packed with some of the biggest characters in motorsport. So who better than some of the sport's top drivers to share their stories of this loud and colourful form of motorsport.
I don't remember ever wanting to do anything but work on cars. And I love all types of cars. I've always wanted to race, be a race driver, be involved, but at the same time, I love classic cars and I love the history of the sport. It always motivated me.
My very first car was a 49 Mercury that I painted, and the other thing that we did in those days, we named our cars. Mine was My Blue Heaven. Oh. That was kind of a big song that Fats Domino sang in the 50s.
I don't know of any other machine in the world that has had a bigger effect on our life socially than the automobile. And when you take that automobile and make it into something that's high performance and have competition, it even draws me in more and more. So, as I said, I just don't think that there's anything else I've ever wanted to do.
I was 16, I finally got my shot in the NASCAR in the K&N Pro Series East, and then that kind of started the path on from there, from trucks, Xfinity, to now driving the 43 car in the NASCAR Cup Series.
I thought it was great that my favorite football coach was now starting a race team, because I lived in Virginia, so I was always a Washington fan, and for me it was surreal, and now for it to all come full circle and actually be able to drive for him is pretty amazing.
What makes it one driver really great, it is so hard to say because it's like a gift.
Winning the Daytona 500 was just unbelievable. I mean, to win 3 of the last 5 years is something I never would have even imagined or dreamed of.
Yeah, I think you just have a little bit more eyes, a lot more eyes on you, and expecting you to perform and have success right out of the gate. So it definitely comes with a lot of pressure, but you have to be able to manage that, manage the highs and the lows, and always keep your head on a swivel and stay focused on the task at hand. So for me. And I know we've gone through some obstacles to be competitive on some weekends, but still, I never lose that competitive edge.
When you win a race in a car that you've designed and it's different than everybody else's, that's even a better feeling. I was very fortunate in my career to have won races in cars that I designed or built. And not that you're going to quit right after you do it, but I can tell you the first time that happens, you're like, okay, if I get run over by a bus tomorrow, I did it. And knowing that you were able to do that gives you the confidence to do it again or do something bigger, because you know that you'll get there, or you have the ability to get there. And you learn a lot of lessons, and one of the lessons I've learned, and I try and tell people all the time, you may not get there as fast as you want, but I don't know anyone who's ever worked on a car long enough or hard enough that finally didn't win with it.
Here we are in front of the Mustang Mach-1, newly announced here at Goodwood, right here in the supercar paddock. This is very close to my heart. I actually have a Ford Mustang, and this Mach-1 is based on the S550. However, it does have a few tweaks to help it stand out. Starting with this front end, you notice that it's got a bespoke nose, these circular elements at the front, and a shark nose down there. It makes the whole thing look ever so slightly more aggressive than the standard car. Power's been raised from 444 horsepower up to 455 horsepower, so you get a little bit more poke for your money, and it's more aerodynamically efficient. Plus, you got the option of a manual gearbox or a 10-speed automatic gearbox. Plus, it's available in this very, very vivid yellowy orange color. Beautiful car to look at, and it keeps all the Mustang traits that you might expect, including line lock. It doesn't need a drift mode because the Mustang is indeed drift mode. Personally speaking, it's not a massive departure from the previous Mustang, but having a look at it in the flesh for the first time today, I'm happy to say, oh, look at these exhausts. They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Massive, and they're going to be exceptionally loud. This thing is definitely on my shopping list. But right now, let's take it back where it all began with the original Mustang.
Mustang.
The Mustang first rolled out of the Ford manufacturing plant in 1964. Designed to entice the fun-loving 60s youth away from the boring boxes their parents were driving and into something with both style and performance.
Out of the Ford Pavilion, there's a daydream corner called Mustang.
Ford set about on one of the most expensive marketing campaigns in history, and soon enough, they'd sold their millionth Mustang just 2 years after its release.
Sweet six-cylinder Mustang.
The Mustang's popularity and iconic status accelerated as it leaped onto the big screen with appearances in James Bond and a starring role in Bullitt. It was during 1968 that Ford introduced the massive 7-litre Cobra Jet FE engine. How cool is that name? So at a time when the US Air Force and Chuck Yeager were busy breaking speed records, the Mustang Mach-1 was born.
When you look back at that original Mustang, it was undoubtedly a styling success, but it was never going to win any races, to be honest, and it was all about affordable practicality with sporty pretensions. And when you look at the Mach-E, maybe that's more the heir apparent to that philosophy than this car here. But you could also argue, does it need the Mustang badge to give it credibility? And does it in any way dilute from this motoring legend? What Ford have done is create a Mustang for the diehards who want that full-fat V8 petrol experience, and a futuristic Mustang filled with all this cutting-edge technology that will slip quietly and calmly through the urban landscape. Two different cars, both wearing the Mustang badge. Is the Mach-E really a Mustang? Well, you can see traditional Mustang design cues all over this car, such as these hatched rear lights and these muscular rear shoulders. It's a four-door, but it's coupe-like in its appearance, so I guess you could say it looks like it comes from the Mustang family. But what we really want to know, does it drive like a Mustang? Well, let's find out. Push-button entry. It's a bit fancy. We're on a fairly smooth surface here, but it seems to be dealing with the bumps quite nicely, and what you want from this practical SUV is quite a calm, quiet ride, nothing too crashy, and it's very compliant. Power, it's pretty impressive, as it always is with these electric cars. 100% torque immediately available. This is a 76 kilowatt-hour battery in this standard Mach-E, and that's good for 370 miles at 332 brake horsepower. But you can take it up to the 99 kilowatt-hour battery, which gives you V8 matching 459 brake horsepower, which is pretty impressive and should be really quick. We're not venturing too far off-road, but this is the twin-motor four-wheel drive Mach-E. It is available with a single engine, two-wheel drive from the rear, but it feels great, this, and plenty of power and very easy to drive. But does it pack that Mustang punch? Well, there's only one way to find out. 3, 2, 1. That's pretty impressive. Pulls really hard for a big SUV. Not the frenzy and roar of a V8, but it's definitely quick. That's certainly an impressive vehicle, but me being a bit of a petrol head, whenever I think of a Mustang, my mind goes straight to a good old V8. And as I don't need the practicality of a four-door SUV, well, maybe the Mach-1 is the Mustang for me. So what's it all about, this new Mustang Mach-1? Well, the first thing to say is we haven't had a Mach-1 for over 20 years, so that's quite exciting. I always had this idea growing up that Mustang Mach-1 had this mythical quality of power and performance, and it certainly sounds the part. Coming past the flint wall here at Goodwood House, I'm not quite on the limit on this dampish day with the leaves underfoot, but I'm sure if we wanted to get on it, this thing's got all the power we need. 460 horsepower, that's 10 up from the GT's 450. That low down rumble of the V8. I mean, you're just never going to get that in an electric car. And I know it's a dying breed, but you've got to love that sound. It's so different on the electric car. Definitely feels more like a Mustang to me, but maybe in 25, 50 years time, people are going to be talking about that electric Mustang in the same way. Maybe Ford have created the perfect two-car garage.
Two very exciting new pieces of kit there from a very iconic American brand. And you know, when you think of America, there's a few things that spring to mind, isn't there? There's apple pie, the stars and the stripes, Route 66, and the American dream. They're all very important bullet points on the US tourism website, but there is one personality that looms large over them all.
Well, I like anything that rolls, explodes, and makes noise. That's basically it. I mean, that was one of the reasons why I think the internal combustion engine early on beat out electric and steam. It made loud noises. It frightened children, and women thought you were brave if you drove one. And the louder it was, oh, the more powerful it must have been. How many guys have played on that theme? Like a Harley has basically, what, 60 horsepower, 70 horsepower, but it's big and noisy, so it has this image of being faster and stronger than anything else out there. I came home from the hospital in a 49 Plymouth. Obviously, I don't remember that, but we had that until I was about 6 years old. My dad then bought a 57 Plymouth Belvedere, but I remember that it had that kind of mohair upholstery that smelled like a wet dog when it got rainy outside, you know, and you get the thing be all damp and everything in there. So that's part of my earliest motoring memory. And then when my dad got the 57 Plymouth, I remember sitting on his lap and, you know, holding the steering wheel. Back then, you could do that. You could sit in your dad's lap and hold it. Of course, now they'd call child services. My dad would be arrested. I would grow up in a state home, and it would be a little bit different. But back then, you could do that kind of thing. Probably my favorite car story was making my dad buy our 66 Ford Galaxie 7-liter. You know, when I was 16 years old, my dad was not a car guy. He would walk in the showroom, and he'd see something, and he'd go, give me that one. And the salesman would say, we can order it. No, just give me that one, that's fine. If it had a radio, we got it. Didn't have a radio, fine. My dad just bought what was ever in the showroom for. So we went up to Shawsheen Motors. That was the Ford dealership in our little town. I remember the salesman's name, Tom Lawrence. And he came out to, because my dad had just bought a 64 Galaxie. It was now 66. And of course, the 64 was rusted through. This is before galvanized steel. We lived in New England. There was salt on the roads. And the thing was rusting out after just 2 years. My dad said, let me see a Galaxy. And Tom said, we don't have a Galaxy, it's got Fairlines. My dad said, come on, let's go look at the Chevys. I said, Pop, let's order a car. You know, you could order a car, Miss Lennon, you'll get it in 4 to 6 weeks, I promise you. Well, I don't know. I was like, let's order a Galaxy, Dad. You know, my dad said, oh, all right, what color? Maroon. My mom and Dad, we all agreed on maroon. And I said to my dad, Dad, can I pick the engine? And my mom said, let the boy pick the engine. What difference does it make? Let the boy pick the engine. And of course, I was going to be 16 and getting my license. So I knew what I wanted. So I pulled Tom Lawrence, the salesman, aside. He said, Dad, you look at fabric. I said, Tom, here's what we want. We want the 428 engine, the 7-liter with a police pursuit package. We want the muffler delete option. I knew my dad wouldn't go for the 4-speed. So we got the heavy-duty C6 automatic. We got 390 gears in it. You know, I just loaded this thing out like a cop car, you know. And of course, my dad, hey, I'm Miss Lawrence. Well, is this a sign here? How much? That's a lot of money for it. Oh, Pop, it's going to be good. I find my dad signs fine. 6 weeks later, we go to pick up the car. We're going to the showroom and sit. Oh, my father goes, hey, it looks beautiful. My dad goes, bucket seats? I don't want bucket seats. Who wants bucket? Dad, that's the way they come now. You gotta, oh, God. I remember the salesman showed us if you roll the seatbelt up until the seat forward, you can put the seatbelts in the crevice and they'll stay there for the life of the car. You never have to see them again. That was one of his selling features. Anyway, so my dad looks at the car. All right, looks fine. You know, so my dad gets in the car and he turns the key. And the engine goes, it's like a little like, it's 1,700 RPM. My father goes, there's a hole in the goddamn muffler. What kind of car is this? It's a brand new car. I go, oh no, Miss, there's no hole in the muffler. You ordered the muffler delete option. What are you talking about? This says right here, muffler, police pursuit pack. What muffler? What the hell is this? What's what you ordered? Now my father, he just looked at me with daggers, just furious, you know. He knew he'd been had, you know. So I said, well, come on, Pop, let's take it. You'll like it. Oh, for Christ's sake, my dad just yelling, you know. My dad gets in the car and he puts it into gear at 1,700 RPM and hits the throttle at the same time, and the car goes, just fishtails in the dealership because we're on the shiny floor, you know. And my father, it's a goddamn rocket ship. It's a rocket. What the hell, Jimmy? He's just screaming at me. He's screaming at the salesman. I said, Papa, let's just go, fuck, let's get the hell out. He fishtails out. Didn't speak to him for a week. Then like a month later, I'm in my parents' bedroom looking for something. I see my dad got a ticket for going 110 because he was showing off with he was an insurance salesman and he was the manager and he was the oldest guy and all the young guys. He had the fastest car there, you know. So he felt pretty good about it after that.
Well, I'm down here in the assembly area, guys, and it's noisy, it smells beautiful, it's old school fuel, and I found a superstar with me. It's Dario Franchitti. Dario, Goodwood and you go together like hand and glove, mate. It's another great year. It's a tough year to have Goodwood this year, but it's great to see you here.
It's brilliant to be here, Mark. I mean, it's weird not having the crowd, isn't it? That's the hardest part, but beautiful cars. You guys are doing a great job showing everybody on television what it's about. It's great having the modern stuff here at the same time. So I've got lovely full dance car to cars to drive and having a great time.
Run us through some of those cars you're driving, mate. And as a driver, of course, you've got to adapt really quickly because, you know, sometimes the knowledge between vehicles is not that high. And what are your favourites?
Yeah, so this morning, I'm racing Friday evening tonight, the Camaro. I tested the RS500 Cosworth in the Shootout. That was a little leery.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, it was a little scary. That one we're going to wets tomorrow. Slicks was not the choice. The 962, the Rothmans 962 here in a minute, and then TT in a Cobra, Stirling Moss in a short wheelbase, and I'm going to do the Jaguar XJR6 in one of the other demonstrations. So full dance card, and yeah, just, you know, you're like me, a race fan, and so when people say, "Would come and have a blast," I can't say no.
As an Indy 500 legend, mate, you've done so much in the US, but what does Goodwood mean to the people in the US? What's their appetite for this event? Is it transcending over there strongly?
No, it really is. Obviously, Jeff Gordon came over last year with his wife Ingrid, and Jimmy Johnson's now driving for our IndyCar team next season, and he said, yeah, well, the IndyCar stuff's all good, mate, but his wife Shani said, Shani really wants to know about Goodwood. So when are we going? What kind of drive? So yeah, I mean, all the guys that want to come over, drive the old cars and have a blast. It's so much fun. You get to catch up with mates, and it really is. It's heaven on earth, isn't it?
It absolutely is, mate. I know you're from Scotland. You love touring around and doing your road trips as well. But in terms of your favourite street cars, I know you've got an awesome garage, mate. But tell the fans what your cars are in your garage at the moment. What do you love driving?
Yeah, at one point it was just almost totally Porsche. It's still got a lot of Porsches in there, but my favourites, I don't know, Carrera GT. Basically, when I used to win races, I'd go out and buy cars. Won the 500, I could buy some bigger cars, but Ferrari Daytona Spider. I've got a Singer coming, old Aston Martin V8 Vantage, which is an absolute beast of a thing. 73 Hot Rod 911. Jim Clark's Lotus Cortina F40 that I've had for 21
Quickly
years.
on Jimmy Clark's, mate. It had a lot to do with the museum up there. Quickly run us through the museum and your input up there. That's been pretty amazing.
Yeah, the guys done a great job at the Jim Clark Museum, and they said, you know, could they have the Cortina? Absolutely, it's where it should be, and it's great. It's in there just now with I think a Lotus 33s and next to. It's just a cool thing to have, and I love driving it too. It's good fun.
Yeah, well, mate, thanks for your time. It's always great to see you. You better get ready, strap yourself in that Rothmans baby, right?
Yeah, go turn the boost up.
I'll enjoy it. Yep. All the best, guys.
Now, of course, Goodwood has a very storied history with motorcars and motorsport, but there is one manufacturer in particular that has a very unique connection.
The Goodwood Circuit and world-famous hill climb regularly roar to the sound of McLaren. The legendary manufacturer has a long-standing relationship, which is celebrated in memorable moments, such as six-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton taking the McLaren P1 12C up the hill in front of thousands at the 2010 Festival of Speed. But this relationship goes back much further, all the way back to the 1958 RAC Tourist Trophy, when Bruce McLaren, the company's New Zealand-born founder, made his Goodwood debut in a 2000cc Lotus Climax. He was impressive behind the 3-litre Astons, and even though he was eventually forced to retire, it was a performance that still drew comment in autosport. McLaren was quick in every formula he entered, from F1 and F2 to GTs and sports cars, and when he formed his own race team, not even the closure of the motor circuit in 1966 stopped McLaren coming to Goodwood, because the team used the track for testing cars like the iconic M8D Batmobile. Sadly, Bruce McLaren's Goodwood relationship would come to a tragic end. On the 2nd of June 1970, while testing the M8D at Goodwood, part of the tail section lifted at 170 miles an hour, causing the car to spin into a marshal's post. Bruce was killed instantly. Before his untimely death, Bruce McLaren had a vision, not only to dominate the track, but also to produce extra special machinery for the road. He wanted to take striking looks and incredible performance of a Can-Am racing car and package it into something that could be driven to the shops. His first foray into this bold new world was the stunning McLaren M6 BGT, a GT car for road use, of which only 2 prototypes were ever made. Fast forward 5 decades and the legacy lives on in the Ultimate Series. Since it was founded, McLaren Automotive has been synonymous with cutting-edge technology and design, and the Ultimate Series embodies the company's relentless approach to ultra-high performance. The McLaren Senna, named after F1 icon Ayrton Senna, combines everything McLaren knows about engineering and aerodynamics into one amazing track-ready road car. When they created the Senna, McLaren engineers focused on 2 things: simplicity and lightness. So while its predecessors, the P1 and P1 GTR, used hybrid technology, the Senna takes a simpler route with a highly tuned twin-turbo V8 engine for maximum power with minimum weight. The result is 789 horsepower in a car that weighs just over 1,300 kilos, and this extraordinary firepower is pinned down by active aero front and rear, and a cutting-edge adaptive suspension system designed to generate and manage the incredible aerodynamic loads. The McLaren Speedtail is another leap forward in aerodynamics, but in this case, the wind tunnel was used not to maximize cornering G-forces, but to generate the least possible amount of drag. That's why the back of the car has fixed ailerons built into the carbon fiber body. which compress at high speed, doing the job of a traditional wing while creating less drag, allowing the Speedtail to achieve a top speed of 250 miles an hour. This is fighter jet tech you can drive on the road. The Ultimate Series is the perfect example of form following function, and its newest member is the McLaren Elva.
So here we are in the studio with the new McLaren Elva, here finished in this gorgeous orange and blue Gulf livery, alongside two of its brothers from the McLaren Ultimate Series. We've got the Senna over here, which was designed simply to dominate racetracks. Lightweight, huge power. And this thing, the P1, cast your mind back. This was part of the Holy Trinity. It did battle with the LaFerrari and the Porsche 918 Spyder. This was McLaren's first ever hybrid supercar, and it combined their 4-litre V8 with an electric motor to generate 1,000 metric horsepower. But this thing, the Elva, is all about driver involvement, putting you and your passenger as close to the driving experience as possible. So it doesn't have any windows and any windscreen. You're totally exposed to the elements in this car. But McLaren have done a little bit of work to help make the cabin a little bit calmer than you might expect. It uses McLaren's active air management system, which feeds air into the front and up through these vents, and then a small spoiler deploys between 30 and 70 miles an hour, and the two combine to guide air over the cabin in a kind of virtual windscreen, which apparently can deflect not only wind, but also rain and bugs, and help keep your teeth bug-free. That's not all. This car is lighter than the McLaren Senna. It's also more powerful, 815 metric horsepower, so it should be quick. 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, 0 to 124 in under 7, and it should sound good as well. It uses McLaren's Nirvana exhaust system, which uses quad pipes. 2 pipes at the top, creating high frequency sound, and 2 pipes at the bottom, creating low frequency, bassy sound to make what McLaren say is their best sounding exhaust of all time.
Well, when you talk about legends, we have got Tom Christensen here getting ready. This is he only did an installation lap in this car. This is a 1997 Le Mans winning car, his first victory. He's won the race 7 times. Look at this, original helmet. TK, help getting strapped in. I'm very, very impressed, mate, that the seatbelts still fit you. Looking cozy in there.
It's really nice to be back. It's many years ago. The first time I went to Le Mans, Mark, 1997, with this car and with the Yost Racing team and with old Michele Alboreto and Johansson as teammates.
Yeah.
So a lot of things comes to mind.
Yeah, and it's incredible. What about the pit stops, mate? I'm looking at this cockpit environment. I mean, it's changed so much from your last Le Mans victory to today. I mean, you've got the tachometer in front of you there. I mean, the sort of instrumentation is so much more different from what you finished your career with.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It's very old style, and during my time at Le Mans, a lot of things I've seen developed from the brilliant engineers. But here it's simply stacked from Porsche, going by maybe 7.2, 7.4 RPMs with the turbo engine here. It's a manual gearbox H pattern, and there's no power steering. Can you imagine? No power steering at all.
It's one that need a tough day to drive it, mate. Talk to the people at home about the headlights. I mean, you know, I've done a few Le Mans, not as many as you, but the headlight even, I mean, they look completely in the wrong position. Just quickly run us through the headlight technology.
The headlights has extended my career. The last lights we had on were perfect. Here they are the worst you can ever imagine. It was very dark at Le Mans back then.
Okay, mate, fire it up. We'll take the microphone. All the best.
Cheers, thanks, Mark.
Sensational. There he is, Tom Christensen.
As we are, at Goodwood SpeedWeek. But I tell you what, we're going to have to go for a little break. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon. Oh, OK. You can go and pop the kettle on. I'll let you do that. But if you've already got your brew, how about a cheeky brain teaser, yeah? To get the grey matter into gear. All right, I'll be back after the break with the answer.
It's the world #1, the Life Well, if you ride it, and you twist it, if you pick it, or you pin it, then you splash it. When you pump it, can you pump it? If you push it, or you swoosh it, then you binge, bash, wash it, Life Boy.
Wanna talk that talk in reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes, trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing, hey.
Once upon a time, in beautiful England, Mr. Martin meets a hill called Aston, and could be the universe was created. Handmade, self-built, with sports running through our veins. Baptized in the flames of adventure. That's what makes the wings fly. Welcome to the pack, DBX.
Can he get it over the curve and he gets really wide?
It's unbelievable from Oliver Solman.
Oh, he's ripped the front off the Dumas car.
Padmore holds on. He goes wide and on the grass.
And he's threading the line of a needle. 39.90, the fastest ever time up the Goodwood Hill.
We don't know if we're looking at past central features or ones at home.
Hello and welcome to our final PG Tips tea break of the day. I hope you've got a nice cuppa on the sofa sat at home. We've got our cups of tea here. Now it's time for us to delve a little bit deeper under the skin of Goodwood and share your Speed Week at home stories and how you're bringing Goodwood to life in your own home, which I'm very impressed with, by the way. Don't forget to send us your Speed Week at home pictures, videos, messages, the lot. Use the hashtag GWSpeedWeek. Now, I'm absolutely thrilled that the driving force and founder of Goodwood, the godfather of this wondrous land, the Duke of Richmond, is here with me. Thank you so much for popping in, keeping a check on us all as well, I'm sure. It's an honour to have you, Your Grace. Thank you.
Delighted to be here, thanks.
Are you thrilled that you've managed to do a Goodwood of some sorts this weekend?
Yeah, no, we're very pleased that it's happening. We're very pleased with doing something this year. It's not been easy, but it's great to see it happening. Everyone having a good time.
Oh, we're having a lot of fun. And I want to now talk about the iconic central feature. It's created every year for the Festival of Speed, and they're dramatic, they're quite often humongous pieces of artwork. They're right on the lawn of Goodwood. Here we go, there's some examples probably coming up shortly. How special is this tradition and why did it start?
Well, it started with that first one we're looking at now, actually, which was Ferrari. 50s of Ferrari was the first one. And very good friend of mine is a model maker, an artist, and he helped me build them. And this was a very early one too for Porsche's 50th anniversary. And this was a fabulous one because we kept all those cars down at the farm for a while. So we had the famous pink pig, which is the pink one you can see there on the picture, actually in a pigsty at the farm for a while. So we loved that. And it was very, very windy that year, and we were very worried actually they were going to blow over. But they got bigger and bigger and more adventurous. And this was a fabulous one for Ford. This was the Ford winning Le Mans, celebration of Ford winning Le Mans in '66 with the great 3 GT40s in first, second and third in the rain. This was meant to pick the rain. They all had their wipers going and we squirted water at them, and it looked, we also managed to keep the crowd nice and cool that year because it was boiling hot with all these sprayers on the cars. But it was they've been fabulous, and they've become a really important part of the whole event.
So you've never been worried that they're going to topple over then, or?
Well, we have had the odd moment actually. I have to say there was a moment once. We did a fabulous one for Audi, which nearly had a big moment. But
oh really? Was it quite windy?
There was trying to get the cars in with the crane was a bit dramatic. This was a great one for Honda. These were all moved. These were all kinetic. And they kind of revolved around, and they only had a tiny little weight inside each car revolving, which made them move. It was a very clever thing. But they've been really beautiful, and they're always quite a challenge because they always go to the wire.
I bet. I mean, most people, have a little water feature outside the front of their house, and you have these absolute giant structures. How long do they take to make?
Well, people can't believe we take them down. So they take 6 months to make.
Wow.
But we can only have a limited period to put them up. So they go up in about 3 weeks, and then they come down in a few days. But literally, they're only there for the weekend. They come down again. That's it. Wow. And we reuse all the steel each time. So that was the Jaguar one, the E-Type, which was fabulous. And they look brilliant at night, a lot of them. So how they light is really important too.
Yeah, is that on almost like a giant wind chime? Oh, look at it! There we go.
At night. Then we often do some great fireworks behind, done by some brilliant people called Starlight, who put on this fabulous.
Well, I know you're also infamous for your parties at the house. Have we ever had a driver try and climb one of those things?
We've had people try and climb. In fact, we did a wonderful Land Rover one actually with Land Rovers on it, where we had climbers on it. We had professional climbers climbing it all over it over the weekends. That was quite cool as well.
At least it was safe if they were professional. Now this is where you guys come in, because Goodwood's wonderful initiative to keep you all involved at home in Speed Week means there's loads of great competitions and fun stuff on Goodwood.com. Now for our next competition, we've been asking you to design your own featured structure. This should be quite interesting. What design would you love to see at Goodwood, do you think, next?
Well, size is always important, so it needs to have some scales. I hope they've been building some things which have overtaken the sizes of their houses. But no, it's just great to see people involved, and I've seen some fabulous ones already actually, which children have done, literally models in Lego ones and plasticine ones and things. Really fun and creative.
Well, I'm hoping these might give your designer a few ideas. People have been getting very, very creative. And what we did is we decided to get the best person that we know to judge this competition. Here he is. It's Mr. Kevin McLeod. How the devil are you, sir?
Very well. How are you both?
Yes, very well, thank you. We thought you'd be the man for the job for this.
Yeah, well, I'm thrilled. I mean, it's a very, very exciting thing. Not least because what's already set as a precedent is so extraordinary. So I'm fully expecting the nation to rise to that challenge. And as Grace said, we want to see life-size things. I mean, you could build your model at home using real cars, or you could use something like this, which is a sort of 1/48 scale, whatever. And there's even been, at Goodwood, I think for Bernie Eccleston in 2017, there was one sculpture there, was an amazing thing, very dynamic. It looked like a section of giant Matchbox Superfast track. So, why not use that?
Oh, these are great ideas. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for today, Kevin? A bit of flair, perhaps?
Oh, well, look, I think it's an interesting question, that, because, everything at Goodwood that is to do with the motor car brings with it fun and magnificence and thrills and speed, and it would be just wonderful if all those characteristics could be in anybody's proposal. But look, these can be models and trial things and drawings and sketches done by kids as much as grown-ups. So who knows what's going to emerge. And I think people will get marked up a little bit for sustainability and recycling and upcycling too. Why not?
Oh, yes, I'm sure Your Grace will approve with that.
Yeah, absolutely, that sounds terrific.
OK, well, look, I know that you're a big fan as well of Goodwood, Kevin. Tell me about your favourite memories.
Wow. I've been invited once or twice to judge a few things, and that's always enormously good fun. It's such a privilege coming to any event, because Goodwood is a community of people. And whether it's a revival or it's a festival of speed or it's a members event, it's people coming together with this shared common passion, and boy, do you sense it when you're there. And particularly at the revival, where people dress up. In fact, we were talking actually earlier on at home about dressing up for Sunday morning's event, which is part 2 of the Edwardian cars in being raced. So I kind of the SF Edge trophy, and I thought, oh wow, it'd be great to kind of as it were, pretend it's the revival and do it on the sofa.
I love it. I'm loving your effort. Thank you so much, Kevin. Your Grace, if you'd like to follow me, we're going to see how the efforts of the viewers have been going. Now, the winner of this design challenge will enjoy a sensational VIP experience for 2 at the Festival of Speed, which is obviously an incredible prize. Shall we take a look, Your Grace, at some of these fantastic sculptures? What do you reckon to this one? This is like a whole track.
Oh, I really like that, actually. I think it's very creative and very sort of, it's a modernist, not very nice sort of modernist piece of sculpture. I think that's terrific.
Yeah, it's very, very well
I like the
thought
fact
out.
it's very sort of compact and pretty sophisticated, that one.
Yes, do you think that would fit outside the lawn if we upscaled it? Hopefully. Oh, what about this one? This one looks quite familiar, actually.
Yeah, that's the tree. I like the tree concept, and the cars on the branches of the tree. I think Gerry'd like to do that one. I think I won't have to use him anymore, actually.
Well, thank you, Your Grace, for joining us. We've had a lot of fun. And don't forget, do keep sending those social posts to us on Facebook, Twitter, anywhere, Instagram. Use the hashtag, though, remember, GW SpeedWeek. Now, next, one of our SpeedWeek stories you simply do not want to miss. Prepare for goosebumps.
I had 2 dreams, childhood dreams. One was skydiving, the other one was flying helicopters. But of course, there was no money to take helicopter lessons, and that's the reason why I started with skydiving. I like speed because once you add speed to whatever you do, things are becoming more complicated. Yeah? Speed is very determined, you need to be more and more focused the faster you go, the faster you do something. And if you implement speed into whatever it is, it becomes more complicated. You make that commitment before you enter that capsule. I mean, I went through this whole procedure for years. We repeated the task many, many times. So you're completely aware of what you have to do on the actual day. So as long as everything goes by the book, there's absolutely no need to abort that mission. If something goes wrong, and out of sequence, of course, you have to react, and maybe you have to abort that mission. That means return back to base, But on the actual day, everything was just perfect. the sky above me was totally black, you know, and there's absolutely no noise up there. It's so silent. The only thing that I could hear was breathing, my own breath, you know, the whole time. It was a very quiet and breathtaking moment, and I couldn't stand there forever because my oxygen bottles that I had on my skydiving rig, they only contained oxygen for 10 minutes, and you do not want to waste with your own oxygen. So did my little speech up there, and then I did one step forward, and there was a very clean exit, exactly as I practiced it many times, you know. And then you accelerate so fast. Within 50 seconds you accelerate to 800 miles an hour, you know. And the exit was clean. I thought everything's under control, and then at a certain point, you know, after 20-25 seconds or so, I slowly start to spin to one direction, you know. And I thought, holy crap, now this is exactly what they told me. But then it stopped, and I thought, this is it. But then it started ramping up into the other direction, and then it became faster and faster and more violent, and then it was completely out of control. I was relieved, first of all, when I was able to stop that spin, because from that moment on, when I had it under control, the last couple of minutes was pretty much flying home. Because I knew from that moment on it's a regular skydive. Of course, still a fast one, but it's a regular skydive. The second thing is you want to make sure that the parachute opens properly, you know, that's what happened. And then the third big relief was that I finally, after 6 hours and 30 minutes, I was able to open my visor again, and I was able to breathe normal air. That means I was reconnected with the outside world. It was over, you know, but now I was thinking about, did I break the speed of sound? Because this was the ultimate goal, you know, besides the fact that the highest and longest skydive, but to me and also to the team, you know, we wanted to find out, is it possible for a human to travel at the speed of sound? Because most of the scientists at that time thought it's not. Yeah, and that was the big issue, you know. That's the thing that we all worked so hard on. Now we wanted to see the result. So now the FAA guy, the world record verification device, was this big box in front of me, you know. And that box, nobody was allowed to touch that box. So the guy from the FAA took that box, he put it in tent, he was connecting it to a computer. It took him probably 20 minutes or so, and then he came out with the result. And at that moment, when he told me that I'm the first human breaking the speed of sound, I was the happiest man in the world.
Well, we could not come to Goodwood and not talk about Porsche and talk about Le Mans. Le Mans is one of the most prestigious motorsport races in the world. Porsche, 19 outright victories. They have 100 class victories. Also, Le Mans is up there with the Triple Crown. It's part of the Indy 500, as part of the Monaco Grand Prix. And if you win the Le Mans race as well, you do have that, as Graham Hill does. So it's like the Holy Grail, I think, driving for Porsche at Le Mans. And we're very fortunate to have a Le Mans driver with us, or a Porsche driver with us, Neil Gianni. Neil, welcome. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you. Hi, Mark.
Give us an idea of what it meant to the journey that Porsche went on to. You know, we have such a great history at Le Mans, but yourself, you know, winning the race with the brand, and what it meant for you and the journey that you went through with the brand.
Yeah, well, we met each other actually. I know we started that program together in 13, and in 13 we didn't think that it will become so successful when we had the first test in the car, and there we just saw how much we developed the car. I can remember, and I'm sure you can, we had that test in Bahrain 1 year in November 13. 1 year later we were there for the final race of the first season, and we were like 11 or 12 seconds quicker.
Yes.
And that's how much we developed the car, and I think that was really the engineering power of Porsche, which made that 19 so legendary in the end. And that makes it special to drive for Porsche. You know you're going to get a good car.
Yeah, absolutely. But it wasn't always easy. You know, you have won with Porsche there. There were some challenging years where we couldn't pull it together. And then, I mean, the race that you won was an extraordinary. Only Le Mans sometimes can offer those sort of bizarre sequence of events up. But, you know, for you to win outright in those circumstances must have been one of the highlights of your career.
Oh, definitely. It was a crazy race. No, it started on pole. Then we took the lead, we lost the lead again. We came back, then we had another problem. But same for the Toyota, it was just forward and back, forward and back. 20-second gap between us, 10 minutes to go, and I have a puncture. So like, okay, that was it. Come in, pits, go out again. I knew, okay, 2 laps to go. And then the Toyota has the issue, last lap. And it's like, oh, only Le Mans is that. Le Mans can only let you win. You cannot win Le Mans. That's the famous saying, no?
Absolutely. A quick celebration, mate. How did you go? You would have been tired, because people don't realise how little sleep we have, but I'm sure you found some energy to have a bit of a hit out that night, did you?
Oh, I think we all had one, no? It was a good one, especially our bosses, they were really happy. That was a good day.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I just want to get your colleague in. I mean, he drove with you for the last part of your career at Porsche. Thanks very much, Neil. Andre, if you want to jump in here with us as well. Andre Lotra, thanks very much, mate. You as well have some success with Porsche. Also, you're driving for them in Formula E at the moment, but you're a 3-time winner of Le Mans with a different brand, but that's fine. You've got tremendous experience. Run us through more of the driver component of Le Mans. You know, what the essence of what you need to bring as a driver, and the camaraderie and sort of the demands on you to win that race.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be a driver at Le Mans, because you have to be so complete nowadays. I think already back in the days they were just racing in 2, but now cars are a lot faster. So basically it's a sprint race where you have to be reliable, to develop the car. You know, you're racing with cars of the future. So we spend a lot of time developing the car. And like you said, camaraderie, you have to be one as a team, because you're only as good as your weakest. So this is a really nice atmosphere in the team. And yeah, you can't make any mistake. You have to optimize it all the time to race at 100%, because if you race at 101, you easily take too much risk, and at Le Mans, that's the end of the race. And if you do 99%, you waste potential that could cost you the race too. So I think it's the art of really optimizing it over 24 hours. And sometimes you're in the car for up to almost 4 hours. So it's a super nice race to build up to and prepare it with your whole team.
Yeah, talking about the concentration levels there, which is extraordinary. There's not many sports in the world where you have to mix between professionals and amateurs. You know, we have a lot of gentleman drivers, let's say, or amateurs, semi-pro guys that you have to race with, or we race with. Explain that to us. How do you navigate your way through, you know, in the night, reading, you know, guys that have nowhere near the experience of you that you have, and also the performance advantage you have with the car?
Yeah, we're all trying our best out there, but like you said, there are different categories. First of all, there's like a lot of difference in speed between the GT cars and LMP cars, especially since we introduced the hybrid cars with 1,000 horsepower. So we accelerate, we shoot out the corners so fast. So you got to pick a direction, otherwise it becomes a problem. But you start to develop a sixth sense throughout the race. You start to pick out, okay, these cars are not that confident. Sometimes they have a good driver, so it's a bit better. Yeah. But you just look at the car movement a little bit, and you could just already tell
the body language.
He's not so confident, so you're a bit careful. And yeah, there's also like a zero risk approach there as well, although you take the risk. Yep. But it's either you stay behind, you wait, or you go for it. But there's nothing in between. And if there is something in between, you need to have a plan B to escape somehow.
Thanks very much, Andre. It's great to have you here in Goodwood for Porsche. And I think we're going to go now 70s Formula One, I'm led to believe.
Thanks, David. I'm down here in the assembly area. Now, this is a very exciting moment. Formula One fans will have seen Lewis Hamilton in the news last week because he scored his 91st Grand Prix win at the Nürburgring, equaling the great Michael Schumacher. But it's just another celebration in what is a tremendous year for Formula One, because as David said, it is 70 years of the World Championship. That first race taking place on the 13th of May, 1950. And here we are 70 years later. So we've got an array of cars from this Lotus 18 that was driven by the great Stirling Moss. It won at Monaco. You can even see the side panels missing. And then if you go directly the opposite way, you've got the W08 Mercedes, if you come this way, Ed, here's the W08 Mercedes. That is Mercedes test driver Esteban Gutierrez just getting kitted up. That car won 12 races in 2017 and took Lewis Hamilton to his 4th world title. But I tell you what, let's go back to that 18, because Sir Jackie Stewart is driving this car. Jackie, of course, 3-time world champion, 28 Grand Prix, 27 as a driver, 1 as a team boss. Should we just catch a word with him if we can? Sir Jackie, could I have a very quick word? Because you're driving a very special car this afternoon, aren't you? Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, Stirling Moss is probably one of the greatest drivers that's ever been. And this is the car that he won the Monaco Grand Prix with, against the works Ferraris when they were certainly supposed to be the best. But Stirling, as usual, drove it in a manner that the Ferraris couldn't keep up. And it's a great piece of history, a great piece of Colin Chapman's creation. And the fact that Stirling's driven it, for me, it's always a thrill. Because I got Stirling Moss's autograph when I was 14 years of age here at Goodwood. Wow. So it's nice for me to be able to. I've driven it before, but it's a fantastic car. I mean, great history.
I hope you've got your winter woolies on, because it's missing the side panels,
yes,
as it did back in the day.
Well, it has the side panels on because at Monaco it was a hot day, and Stirling decided to take the side panels off so there was better ventilation.
Yeah, that was Monaco in May. This is Goodwood, although it is a beautiful day, isn't it? Jackie,
yeah.
You have a lot of fun in that car. We're just going to beetle off this way because, thank you, Sir Jackie. Great to speak to Sir Jackie Stewart. Sorry, I'll put my teeth back in. But let's just wander up here because there's another world champion taking place, taking part in this parade. And here he is, Emerson Fittipaldi. They always start the engines just as I'm coming to speak to people. But that is Emerson Fittipaldi in the Lotus 72, in which he won his first Grand Prix, the US Grand Prix at Watkins Glen in 1970, and in so doing, Jochen Rindt, who'd been killed a couple of races earlier at Monza, became the sport's only posthumous world champion. So there he is, Emerson Fittipaldi, but so many wonderful cars to look out for in this parade. It's going to be quite something.
So the cars being released in a moment from the assembly area, ready for our Formula One demonstration. And as you've already had a snapshot of, from all ages through that 70-year history. And of course, one of the 2 Silverstone Grand Prix this year named the 70th anniversary Grand Prix, any Grand Prix not to be named after a country or region. So there is Sir Jackie Stewart in the Rob Walker Lotus 18 that Stirling Moss won the Monaco Grand Prix with. You've got a number of cars that we've perhaps seen out already in the Goodwood Trophy, like the ex-Jim Clark Lotus 25 there, Andy Middlehurst at the wheel of it. Quick word with the mechanic. It's beckoned over to make sure that everything is right before they venture out. Some of these cars, active racers still. Some, of course, on the other side of the assembly area, the more modern Formula One machinery, much more complicated. So it takes a little bit more effort to get them all started. You've got the Williams FW08 in this, the Keke Rosberg World Championship winning car of 1982. You've got the Brabham BT52 of 1983, the Nelson Piquet car. But we'll come to more of them as the session wears on for the cars to get their laps here once released. It's not just how the cars have changed in look and appearance, but aero as well. What was aero in the days of the Lotus 18, for example? Compare that with the cars on the other side of the assembly area with all the little end plates on the wing, like that Mercedes that Tom was pointing out, the F1 W08 from 2017, the car that Esteban Gutierrez is going to drive, because that is an aerodynamicist's dream with everything that's been learned and put into that car. So very shortly out they will come. They're underlining what Tom was saying about the side panels taken out. It was perfect for Monaco in May. Whether it's going to be perfect for Goodwood in October. We're about to find out, aren't we? So the Lotus good to go. There out ventures the Ferrari F60 from 2009, the ex-Kimi Raikkonen car. Marc Genet, I think I'm right in saying, is going to be driving that. There is the Brawn that Martin Brundle was telling us earlier he was going to be driving. And out they venture, the more modern cars at the front, including there the Marlboro McLaren from 1981. Gerhard Berger, Ayrton Senna type car that. Also out goes the 1982 Keke Rosberg Williams, and that is the Mercedes with Esteban Gutierrez at the wheel. Now, Tom Clarkson has hot-footed it, I'm delighted to say, from the assembly area to somewhere less noisy. Welcome to the booth, Tom. This is a wonderful, wonderful array of cars, isn't it?
Just wonderful to see them in the assembly area, and now to see these modern Formula One cars going around Goodwood is to be honest, hard to believe. Just Gutierrez there, I did catch up with him just before he got suited and booted, and he was saying he's driven this car a couple of times before, but he doesn't know Goodwood. And I just said, it's fast. It's going to be really fast, but just tremendous. There's not a bad car, if there is such a thing there. They're all classics that you're looking at.
I mean, the cars all have a story, and just looking at the Williams, think about 1982 as well, because Keke Rosberg won the World Championship, and it was a championship nobody seemed to want to win. He had the one Grand Prix win, you know. Didier Pironi had his huge accident and was perhaps most people's expectation for the World Championship that year, and race by race something else happened. So the cars have a story, but then you remember the season, and the season has a story to tell as well.
Absolutely, and for those of you who have just tuned in to the stream, we did actually catch up with Karun Chandok earlier, and he was saying everything is in period. Even the steering wheel and the seat are the same as the ones that Keke Rosberg was using back in '82, and I love that about these cars.
Now, I have to say, and it's probably an age thing, a 1980s Formula One car still does it for me, whereas, yes, a modern-day Formula One car is dramatic, it's fast, it's all these things, but is that as aesthetically pleasing a shape as a 1980s car? And people that were there in the 80s will probably say, well, yeah, but a Williams then wasn't as nice as a Lotus 72.
Well, you know what they say, David. You fall in love with things when you're 16, don't you? So whatever Formula One car was on track when you were 16 to 18, that is the car that you love. And for me, that is the mid-80s, the FW11. There's a Williams FW11 here. Unfortunately, it's a static car, but it is the actual chassis in which Nigel Mansell had his dramatic championship-ending crash in Adelaide. But just look at Emerson Fittipaldi there. He's front of screen there, and then you've got a Lotus 49B, that's on screen now, but Emo there leading that string of Lotuses in the car that he won his first Grand Prix in.
I mean, how cool is it? Middle of October, Emerson Fittipaldi rocks up at Goodwood. You just can't make it up, can you?
And do you know what, I caught up with him earlier. He is loving it as much as you or I.
Absolutely.
He was just walking down, what do we call it, the F1 pit lane, and he was just stopping and looking at all the cars. He was on his way to the Lotus awning, but he was just looking at everything. He loves it now as much as he ever has.
And of course, he cut his teeth in national racing over here, but even that was after Goodwood had closed. So it's great that he has this love of the place, this affinity of the place. I mean, the Lotus 72, and it's nice to have one in the gold leaf colours as well. Most people think of that JPS colour scheme, but it began in gold leaf. Again, compare and contrast sides of the front wheels compared to the back.
Absolutely, and that 72, it won 20 races over its 4-year stint in Formula One. And it's funny that I do look at that car, because of course it's 50 years this year since the death of Jochen Rindt at the Italian Grand Prix. So I look at that car, and okay, it's got a rear wing on now, and in Monza in those days, Colin Chapman used to take the rear wing off, and he had that dreadful accident, of course, at Monza. So I find it very poignant to be looking at this car really in this year on the 50th anniversary, almost to the month. It was only last month, wasn't it?
That's right. Yes, you're quite right. Yes.
So just fabulous stuff.
Now the Marlboro McLarens, which again for many is how McLarens should look. Some will say that the orange is a good colour, but for many growing up watching Marlboro McLarens, whether it was a James Hunt car or an Ayrton Senna car, that for many is how they should look. And with the great high air box there towering over the driver.
Yeah, and the high air box is the M23 that we're back onto the subject of Emerson Fittipaldi again. He won the World Championship in '74 in that car.
driven by Ben Barnicoat, who is a sports car driver, does a lot of stuff with McLaren, but just tremendous. And this is the M23 of Jochen Mass from 1976.
Yeah, Ben Barnicoat, McLaren factory GT driver, very accomplished driver. Did dabble in FIA Formula 3 again this year, didn't he? Was called in at the last minute. Jochen Mass, name still on the side of the car. This is still an actively raced car, races in the FIA Masters Historic Formula 1 Championship. And it is Martin Halusa that owns the car. Ben Barnicoat, you see in the background. You can tell whether it's a current driver because of the rather more modern crash helmet design, can't you?
Well, of course, we've just seen a Ronnie Peterson crash helmet passing through in a, I can't think, was that the Lotus 79? We didn't see, but
I think so. It's probably Andrew Bowman because he has a Ronnie Peterson style helmet.
He does indeed. But of course, we're looking at another. Now, this is the traditional Lotus 72 in its JPS livery. I was trying to think of a 72 livery that wasn't gold leaf or JPS, and I was reminded of Dave Charlton.
Yes, I was going to say there was one. Yes.
South African, wasn't it? He was a Lucky Strike livery.
Right. Yes, yeah.
So there you go. 3 different liveries.
That's the pub quiz question. Which is the third? Yeah. But that was when you could do things like that. You know, you could have a third car for a home Grand Prix, and it could run in a different colour scheme. Imagine that now. I mean, I know BAR tried it with different liveries years and years ago, but that was frowned upon.
Didn't work very well, did it? No. They were going to do one in one livery and one in the other, and they ended up, remember, putting the scissors down the middle and doing one brand on one side and another brand on the other. In fact, it's a sort of spawning of that BAR, of course, is the Brawn.
That was the feel-good story of many seasons of Formula 1, wasn't it? That a team that was on the brink was rescued. Yes, there were redundancies, but out they came, won in Australia, kept on winning, and a World Championship fell. And then, of course, the team was on. So for 1 year, you had the team, and it was just a great year.
No one is ever going to better that, are they? No. And of course, the reason that Brawn was born was because of Honda pulling out at the last minute at the end of the 2008 season, and only last week, on our way to the Nürburgring for the Eiffel Grand Prix, everyone was surprised by the news that Honda are pulling out of Formula 1 again at the end of next year. So what is going to happen with engine supplies in modern Formula 1? But just look at that colour scheme. It's an iconic colour scheme, and I noticed that Jenson Button now on all of his GT racing cars, he has the same fluorescent yellow, doesn't he?
Yeah. And you find any car in that colour scheme, and it's referred to as the Brawn liveried car. And go back to the point, he was only there for a season.
Yeah.
What an impact it made.
What an impact it made. And there are so many wonderful stories about, you know, it was the last car to test. All the regular teams have been hammering around Barcelona all winter. Brawn turn up for one test right at the end before the cars were shipped to the opening race in Melbourne, and blew everyone away. And the team was the most surprised of all.
Now, think Marlboro McLaren. For many, you have to think Ayrton Senna. When Ayrton and Gerhard Berger were sharing the cars, great success came their way. The MP4-6 from 1991, Honda powered again at the time, and was part and parcel of creating that enormous support for Formula 1 that Japan had.
Absolutely, and look at it. It's a beauty, and we're going back to sort of teenage self, but that is the car for me. Recently I was interviewing Zach Brown, the boss of McLaren Racing these days, and he's got a collection of cars, and he's just purchased, I'm desperately I'm wondering whether this is the car, but he's just purchased Senna's 91 McLaren, the actual chassis that won the Monaco Grand Prix that year. As Zach said, he said Senna was my guy, McLaren is my team. So Zach Brown owns one of those. I don't know whether it is that actual car, but that quali lap of Senna in '89, it wasn't 1.4 seconds as it had been the previous year in the MP4-4, but a few years before in 1988. But it was certainly a great car, wonderful car.
That's Pedro Piquet at the wheel of the Brabham BMW BT52, which was BMW's return to Formula 1 with a 1500cc turbocharged engine. And Nelson Piquet took the 1983 title, arguably because Renault contrived to lose it. They just didn't focus enough, and Alain Prost was warning the team that if we don't get our stuff together here. We're going to lose this. And they said, yeah. And of course, that's exactly what happened to Brabham, and Alain moved on to McLaren the following year. But this was, again, from the pen of Gordon Murray, just a beautiful shape, wasn't it? Like a lot of Brabhams at the time, it was a simplistic shape, but it just worked.
Oh, David, look at it. That's poetry in motion for me. I love it. Look at the radiators right at the back. It is such a beautiful looking car. You can see that Pedro's a little bit taller than Nelson. He's hanging out of the cockpit a little bit more, but it's an absolutely gorgeous car there. And you know, BMW coming back, they were banging out the horsepower that year. They really were breaking down a bit, but it was just when the BHP was going up.
So the Brabham on track. There you've got the Williams as well in the hands of Curry. The 1982 Rosberg title-winning car.
Now, I have a bit of a top tip for you. When you come to Goodwood, always just loiter around the paddock, because it's very likely you're going to see something pretty cool, like this car behind me, Nigel Mansell's F1 car. Actually, Nigel, if you're watching, you forgot to put a parking ticket on that. You don't want to get a fine. I don't know, these F1 drivers, eh? And actually, we are going to stick with the F1 theme because we've got a pretty cool story to tell you.
I was lucky enough to have a fantastic Formula One career. 9 wins, 13 poles, 42 podiums. But I'm also a member of a very exclusive F1 club. And to be honest, I wish I wasn't. It's the club of the nearly champions.
Why? Why do I have to do this? Haven't seen this race ever, actually.
So, righto, give me the music.
I've got goosebumps already. There were so many twists and turns in this season, that was the thing. There was just another full Grand Prix to be done, so we all knew that it was far from over. But, you know, in terms of venues, this is not a track I want to be trying to win a World Championship at. I hated this track, still do. It's not a racing track, actually. It's Tesco's car park, isn't it? Yeah, there's the 1,000-mile desk there, miles away there. 4 of us in the battle. There's Seb. There's Lewis, he looks about 12. Yeah, we're all a bit spaced out, aren't we? Mentally, we just got a job to do, and I think, you know, I'm just focusing on getting away well as best I can, controlling the controllables. You know, we've got the points that are on the board now are on the board. No driver wants a championship to go down to the last race, but this did, and there was 4 of us. This was Red Bull doubling down the casino here to say that, you know, we've got to try and keep Sebastian in it, and they did, and he was a bit of an outside bet against Fernando at this point, but he's on pole. Qualifying for me, I'm already a little bit on the back foot because I just wasn't competitive enough. A 3rd row is not good, and I was never nervous at starts of Grand Prix. I enjoyed this phase of it, actually. Unfortunately, I rarely made too many spots off a line. I loved one-on-one battles on track. I loved racing. I loved the fight. Fernando just nearly nailed the back of Lewis before we even started. That would have been good, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's Stefano, new team boss. There's Christian, young pup, pretty nervous. There's Charlie, bless his heart, not with us anymore. So yeah, a lot of old faces there, mate. The start. Yeah, I've never seen this race. Never wanted to. But Lewis got a pretty handy one, didn't he? Oh. It'd be nice if Lewis just gave Seb a tap there. That would have been good, wouldn't
it? Another member of the Nearly Champions Club is this guy, former McLaren driver John Watson.
Hey,
Hey, boss.
G'day,
How you doing? Good to see you.
Corona hug.
There we go.
Come inside, mate. Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
Back in 1982, he had the chance to take the title going to the last Grand Prix in Las Vegas.
So we got to Las Vegas, and of all the others, I was probably the one best placed to win the championship, aside from Keke Rosberg, who had a lead in points. So the bottom line was I had to win the race, and Keke had to finish 5th or lower. So it was a tall-ish order, and it was a racetrack in the car park and the hotel, Caesar's Palace. Keke's job was a very much more straightforward job. He had just to keep himself in the mix. I had to race to get to the front to take the lead and take the checkered flag. And I got to second place, and on that day, the Tyrrell Michele Alboreto was extremely competitive and got within about 12 or something seconds, but couldn't get it down and just ran out of time, so ended up finishing second, but not winning the championship. And Keke, who finished 5th, walked out of Las Vegas, the 82 world champion.
So close, yet so far. I'm personally still proud of my 2010 season, even though it was just, I mean, second or third is such a huge difference to winning the bloody whole thing. Yeah. So what's your emotions to this day? I know it's a long time ago, but I imagine you'll never forget it.
No, I'll never forget it. It was my one opportunity to win a world championship. It was almost, but not quite. And I can go through every individual race and rationalise it and say I could have done more, I could have done better. Forget about the team, I could have done better. The way you win a championship, Mark, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you, it's consistency, reliability, pick up the points. Yeah. And that's all it is. It's not difficult. If you look through what you need to do, putting it into place is a different issue. But it was an opportunity lost by me and by McLaren.
Yep. Well, let's move on to another amazing guy that's in our club, Ronnie Peterson. Yep. You raced against him in the 70s. Tell us about Ronnie.
Ronnie was the loveliest guy you'd ever meet. Mega, mega quick. What Ronnie had was flair and style. You might call it va-va-voom in a race car.
Raw speed. Raw speed.
Just pure natural talent.
I'm going to drive the Lotus 79 at Goodwood very steadily. I know you're not happy. Very steadily. I'm going to look the mechanics in the eyes and say, you've had an early night. Make sure the thing's bolted to bloody together. And any tips, mate?
Look, you're a sensible guy. Yeah. You know what you need to do. The car, I mean, you're tall. That's the only thing I'd say. You're going to be probably a bit tight in the cockpit. Yeah. It was a fairly narrow cockpit because the ground effect chassis became quite slim, narrow. So I don't know how much space you're going to have around. You're going to have a gear shift, which is
beautiful, ergonomically amazing.
Right.
Yeah. I'll just drive like you, mate. I'll pop in
a
second, I'll just go.
A little sort of tiny steering wheel. Yeah. Look, it's a great opportunity. I'd love to have driven the Lotus 79 just to experience what Ronnie and Mario are experiencing. Yeah. All I want you to do is go out, enjoy it.
Yeah.
After a couple of warm-up laps, it's time to go full Ronnie.
Unbelievable, this thing. The Lotus 79 at Goodwood. Doesn't get much better than this. The vibrations through the cockpit compared to the modern cars. The front end is extremely agile. What a day to be driving this beautiful piece of motorsport history. Not quite the same size as Mario Andretti, but I feel comfortable in here. Surprisingly comfortable. The gearbox is absolutely magnificent. Mario Andretti won 3 races with this car to win the World Championship. How these men drove these cars on the limit, I will never know. Just trying to think about driving this car around Monaco. Must be something else. Goodwood's nice and flowing. Woo! One of the best experiences of my life. Driving this baby, I tell you. Incredible. Well, I got my breath back, and I must say it was a real honour to get a bit closer to what some of the legends went through back in the day. And it's an exclusive club, which I'm happy to be part of because it's the Stirling Mosses, it's the Gilles Villeneuves, it's the Felipe Massa as well. So what a morning, dream come true here in Goodwood.
Oh yes, back to this nightmare.
You know, I need some luck now. I need some mechanical action, you know, whether it's with Sebastian or Fernando. And you do feel that. You start to feel like I'm running out of laps, I'm running out of a scenario here. We're stuck behind Petrov for the whole race. I think Fernando wanted to kill him after the race because just of all the people that was going to help disturb this championship right on the nail biter, we had to deal with him. Well, this is Seb at his frustratingly best out on his own. That's salt in the wounds for anyone in that period, knowing that when he got some clean air in that car, he was pretty handy. But It was a hard night. That was one of the hardest nights of my life, no question about it. You know, when that moment you cross the line and it's over, of course, it's really, really, really hard to see the team celebrating because you know that it's not for you. Obviously, it's for Sebastian, which is not against him. It's just a scenario that you just know how close that could have been. I think I just put up beside him there too. So there's Fernando. Look at that. What do you want me to do?
Yes, you are the world champion.
That was as close as I got. Of course, very close to win the whole kit and caboodle, but it didn't quite happen. So, but after about 5 or 6 months, I hadn't spoken to Sebastian for a long time, really, and I did go to his room after that race and congratulated him. Yeah, it's tough, but you know, that's what you aim for. Top flight sport is like that. Would have changed my life in a way to be world champion, but, and I'm not trivialising, I wanted that. But also, you know, it doesn't turbocharge you through everything else in your life. You've got to keep cracking on, right? So, yeah, it was good days, nearly, but not quite. I don't really watch too many funerals back. Watch birthdays back and weddings back, you know, watch funerals back. Yeah, so it's...
Mark, quite an emotional film there. I got really drawn into that. How does that make you feel watching that footage back?
Yeah, it's mixed emotions, buddy. I think that, you know, there's so many pivotal moments in that season that I really extended my own performance. I believe the other guys definitely drove me on to higher and more extreme excellence. There was a couple of qualifying sessions where I thought I can't squeeze much more out of this, and I did, and I found that extra half a tenth or that 10th. So the dynamics, the pressure, the opportunity that you know, to fight at the front week in, week out in Formula One is a different level of pressure. So I have definitely mixed emotions, mate. I would have loved to have, of course, like I said in the story there, you know, pulled the whole thing off. But I was against some of the best in the business ultimately, and I didn't have enough points when it counted. All 4 of us were still, I believe, in with a chance of winning the championship. It went to another race, so it shows you just how tight it was. Sebastian led the championship for one race that year, and it was that particular race. So it was fine margins. It was a tough, hard year. I learned a tremendous amount about myself, sort of the people around me. The roller coaster was steep, but still a lot of good memories. But it's, as I say, it's really big mixed emotions.
If you were able to pick your own particular champion, either from that particular season or from the past, from a history of people who nearly won the championship, is there anyone in particular that you might think, I'd give him a shot, I'd let him win the championship?
Yeah, well...
apart from yourself.
Yeah, of course. You know, I can't automatically select myself, but I think Stirling Moss. I mean, you know, Stirling, and I'm not sure how many times he finished runner-up or the scenarios, but it's well known that he had a tremendous trophy cabinet, a lot of victories. He was extremely skillful. Even from the Jackie Stewart, you know, sort of era, JYS says, you know, he was the business, Stirling Moss. So probably Stirling.
We know you're one of the best. We know you're one of the elite drivers in the history of Formula One. How does it make you feel to know that you have the talent, but you eventually kind of fall short? Does that feel frustrating?
Well, I think that, and I talk about this a lot to fellow F1 drivers and guys that have competed in F1 races, even if it's 20 races, 50 races, 100 races. Some guys haven't had a podium. Some guys haven't had a point. Back in the old days, you know, it was top 6 that got a point, and now it's obviously top 10. So the rules have changed a little bit in terms of how they reward drivers on success. But in general, to have, as you said, that's probably the level of podiums that I had. So I had a pretty successful career, but you always want more. You know, I would love to have had more Grand Prix victories. So in essence, in your DNA, you always felt like there was more. Whether it's even like Fernando Alonso, he's there with a double world champion. He is frustrated with 2 world championships. You know, Lewis is probably the only guy that can say he's probably pretty happy with what he's got, along with Michael and a few of those guys. So I think it's in our instinct to know that we generally always feel that there was more left. So it's the paranoid perfection. We have a lot of personal discipline and personal drive, and we want to get more out of ourselves, and it's never really enough. You want to always get better results and more results.
You win it once and your legacy is kind of cemented forever. You get to that stage where you never quite manage it, and then you're remembered as a nearly man. Do you still take pride from the achievements that you had in Formula One?
Absolutely, I do, mate. I think that I'm very, very comfortable with the fact that how I went about it. All the trophies I have on my trophy cabinet are, of course, I've worked hard for them myself. There was no real shortcuts. Not that it's easy to have shortcuts for any driver, but I'm saying, we come from a very sort of humble beginnings with my family. We come from the other side of the world to follow this career. So for me to have that opportunity to get those results was absolutely extraordinary.
Brilliant. Mark, 9 wins, 13 poles. You're a legend in my eyes. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate.
Still to come here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, we are going to get all giddy over the luxurious new Rolls-Royce Ghost. It's got really cool doors. Also, we will be graced with the presence of Hollywood royalty, a man who loves his motorcycles, a man who can get away with wearing a floor-length leather coat. This is not a drill. Keanu Reeves. I repeat, Keanu Reeves, coming up after the break.
A lot of these cars have travelled hundreds, thousands of miles to be here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, but there is one very special car that's travelled literally from over there.
Charles, welcome to Rolls-Royce Motor Cars.
How are things?
Please, all good. Thank you very much.
My favourite neighbour.
Yeah, of course.
What a wonderful car.
Yeah, it was fantastic, huh? Probably best ever made Rolls-Royce on Earth so far, so great.
It just looks so.
Reception is fabulous by the media, by our customers. Fantastic.
Really good. No, it's fabulous. Really loved it.
But we've also lined quite a lot of cars
You
up
have.
here. When you see just the cars, and they reflect basically what we established here over the last 20 years with your help. And I must
it's
say
amazing.
It's
a real reminder, isn't it, of what?
Absolutely, 100%. And I think it's the most beautiful area down here. That's what our clients love so much. I think that was also quite a substantial reason for coming down here.
Absolutely.
Including Festival of Speeds, Revival, that whole ambience of motoring, if I may say so. And perfect.
No, well, the Britishness of it all, I think.
Yeah.
Played an important part. I can remember sitting in this field, Torsten,
with one of my predecessors. Right,
exactly. We were imagining what it would be like, and then 17 years later,
it's unbelievable.
Here it is, all these cars.
Unbelievable.
And, I hope, it's great to have played a small part in that.
We truly believe, I truly believe, Rolls-Royce Motor Cars belongs to
So
Britain.
no plans to going back.
No worries, no worries.
For building Rolls-Royces in Germany.
No. Rest assured,
That's
Charles,
a relief.
As long as the BMW Group is in charge for Rolls-Royce Motor Cars, we will stay here, and Rolls-Royce belongs to Britain. And I think that is also for us a very important story, and also for our clients worldwide, that this is a truly British success story. I am always calling this brand the crown jewels of British industries in a way, and I think rightly so probably, and very much focused here into Goodwood and will remain in Goodwood, and no plans to move somewhere else.
So Torsten, tell me about this fabulous new ghost of yours.
Yeah, it's really fabulous, Charles. It's what we call the most technically refined Rolls-Royce yet to be built. And a car that clearly attracted already the media in a way. Fabulous execution, clients love it. I could talk now for hours. What is under the hood, how we designed it. But I would leave that to Henry Cloak, our designer who did it basically. What do you think about a cup of tea?
Good, very good.
All right, okay, brilliant, good.
Thanks a lot.
The design brief for Ghost came to the studio with hundreds of pages of our customers' insights. We kind of refined and distilled it down to this concept of what is post-opulence. And what do I mean? It's about refinement, about reduction, about simplicity. It was about something that doesn't shout at you, but it whispers. We were pursuing this minimalist aesthetic. That was our absolute objective. I'd say the front of Ghost really demonstrates our obsession with reducing any overt design. There's no additional flourishes. It's very reduced, but it keeps that charm that makes a Rolls-Royce. It's in no way sterile. Our aluminium body structures are hand welded, which means you don't read any additional shut lines. Every car individually is finished symmetrically. That's what gives you this feeling of one canvas, one monolithic sculpture from front to rear. There's more possibilities here for bespoke personalization than ever before.
Now, I cannot hide my disappointment when I was told that Keanu Reeves was a friend of Goodwood. I half hoped I would spot him walking around, but obviously he can't be here for obvious reasons. But you know what? He is one of those people who really makes the most of it when he is here. He's ridden two-wheeled up the hill. He's done a full-throttled round around the rally stage. And you know what? His love of motorcycles, that goes without saying. It's legendary. So let's find out where it all began.
Hi, I'm Keanu Reeves. So I grew up in Toronto, Canada, and when I was like 10 or 11, I remember this summer where I was living, called the Annex, motorcycle gangs would come into this kind of part of town. I remember names like Satan's Choice. But I lived down the street from there, and I'd hear this rumble, and then these like pirates would show up on these amazing looking choppers. And there was just something about that, I don't know, fired my imagination, that somehow was aspirational. It was like one of those things where I guess some kids like look at a fireman. I was like looking at these, these bikers and going, that looks cool. Well, there's I guess the sensation of riding. Love the sensation of riding a motorcycle. It's the wind, it's the smells, it's the sights, it's the sounds. It's the kind of state that I find myself going into when I ride. You know, oftentimes it can be a place to think about things or to feel things or to get away or to be in the moment and be affected by your environment. The idea of travel, journeying, the sensations of kind of being alive. So the act of riding is, you know, I just love it. With the first Norton, you know, it was the upswept pipe, the shape of it, the silhouette of it, the design of it. And then when I actually got to ride it, the feather bed frame, just the way that my seating position was on it, just felt comfortable, it felt natural, it felt right. And then when a Norton gets nice and warm, the smell of the oil coming from the engine, so the smell of the Norton was amazing, and the sound. You know, that sound of the motorcycle was just so great. The open road. Again, I guess I go back to that idea of freedom of exploration. You know, even if it's an open road that you've done all of the time, that's going to have a special thing. You get to know it so well. If it's a new open road, then it's the new sensations. It's taking in what's happening, and that's very exciting. You know, the open road can be getting away, and it can also be getting to. And I think those possibilities are fantastic. So earliest memories, I guess, were just really either just being in a vehicle and traveling and going somewhere and looking out the window and seeing the world. And that always kind of soothed me. And it also kind of brought out curiosity. And then when I gained my independence, the pleasure of that expression of that. Well, it's 2020. In the past few years, we've seen a lot about autonomous vehicles. So I guess that's coming. So I would say like the most important thing to keep hold of for me is our independence, you know, to hopefully keep the choice to be able to be independent and to drive, to have one's own autonomy.
I feel so zen after that. I bet Keanu Reeves hugs trees. Such a chilled man. I mean, could he be any cooler? You know you're thinking the same thing. Hands up if you'd like to go for dinner with him. Or drinks. You know what? I'd take a cup of tea. And I'd even let him dunk his biscuit in my brew. He's a great guy, isn't he? Anyway, we should probably check in on the rally, see how it's going.
Turns his way through and accelerates, does he? Oh, confused of the donut. What's he done? Does he think he needs to go around it twice? No, keep going is the marshal. So he does, goes for it. And up to the flying finish. But I think, in the background, we've got the ex-Huey Walker 205 T16 also having a drama coming out of the chicane. I think he's wrong slotted there. So Lee Kenwood needs to find himself back on the right road. Ex-Colin McRae Subaru, this is the car that Martin Sparrow owns. And it was a winning car in the hands of Colin McRae and Derek Ringer. Again, period colour scheme. This hung on to win the 1990 New Zealand rally. So Martin Sparrow, who had a spin on one of the stages last night, just got a bit crossed up. I think it was at the donut, in fact, that he got it wrong. Hoping to keep out of trouble this evening. But again, this car is running within the demo category, so it doesn't really matter how hard he pushes. There's no time really on the line for him, whereas there are for the second group of cars that we'll get to very shortly, because we've almost got to the end of the demo runs. The Ryan Champions Subaru Impreza 555 still to go, but again with the cars in period colour scheme, recreating many a memory of how international rallying, world championship rallying was at the time. So Martin Sparrow presses on, comes down towards the chicane. Terry Dolphin is the man trying to guide his man around the stage. Flicks beautifully around the chicane, heads for the gap there onto the perimeter roads. Back to turn sharp right. Speed builds now down towards the donut. Again, tweak the handbrake, round comes the back. Beautifully done, and he's going to go round it twice. Some do two, some do one. I thought it was only one run round. However, Martin Sparrow getting his mileage out of all of this. And so now we're into the cars within the time element of the competition. Stig Blomqvist is the first to go, the 1984 World Rally Champion. He's 72 years of age. He took pole position earlier on today for the pre-66 St Mary's Trophy race in a Ford Galaxy. And here he is in the timed element of the Goodwood SpeedWeek Super Special stage. And Stig Blomqvist, utterly irrepressible. He's raced, he's rally crossed, and is as keen now as ever. This car owned by Nick Jarvis. It's an ex-Carlos Sainz, Luis Moya Ford. As you can see, Carlos used to bring the Spanish oil company sponsorship with him wherever he went. And last night, Sting had an off, lost a lot of time in the dark. It's wrong slotted and lost a big chunk of time. So that's why he goes first, because it's the reversal of the classification. So last man goes first, first man reach the 8th, the event leader will go last. But for Stig Blomqvist, with Philip Hall sitting alongside him, very shortly, he's got to change the chip in his brain to get into a circuit race in a very different sort of car. But the great Swedish driver clips the grass on the inside there, avoids the tar stack, but just shortens the run a little, accelerates his way now through the sprint down towards the donut. Remember, four-wheel drive technology here, so let's see how easy it is to get the car to flip around. Not at all. Stig very sedate around that, and then accelerates his way back towards the race circuit. 90 left to end, up to the flying finish, sideways as he comes back into view, up through the gears. And what's the time going to be? It's a 1 minute 40 for Stig Blomqvist as we get set now for Steve Rockingham, good to go in the Subaru. This car that Krzysztof Olovic used to use in European and World Championship events. Clock ticks on down, 3, 2, 1, go. Green light blinks on. So Steve Rockingham with Fiona Scarrett sitting alongside, accelerates away. First thing you do is attack the tunnel. It's been pretty daunting, that, given the walls oh so close to you. Out the other side, a lot of effort and commitment being put in by Steve Rockingham here as he gets the Impreza WRC nicely wound up, then through that next to the chicane. Stand on the brakes, go left, go right. Narrow section of the stage, that, but there's the grass should you need it on one side, avoid the hedge on the other, and now head up towards the approach to the race circuit here. So flip the car round the bale, through the gap, come out the other side onto that runoff tarmac. Nabila Tejpar has gone through with the Proton and actually gone fractionally quicker than Stig Blomqvist, 1 minute 39.3. But the Subaru here looking competitive. Remember that we're running in reverse order, so each car you see should be quicker than the previous one, because that's the way the competition works. Working up towards Reese Yates, the last man to go, who's been fastest on every stage of the 5 thus far. So, round the back of the chicane to the perimeter roads now comes Steve Rockingham. Up through the gears. That familiar engine note of the Subaru. The turbo popping and banging on overrun as well. Into the donut now. Swoops round it. Nicely done so far. Whoops. Goes the wrong way completely. The donut was great, and now he's gone onto a completely different section of the stage. So instead of going for the gap on the tarmac, he's gone onto the gravel and somewhat shamefacedly reverses back into view. This is the walk of shame in rally terms, I fear. Right, the tarmac bit, Steve. That it carries on. Kevin Ferber, meantime, is going to be able to get a better time, one hopes, than the Subaru did. This ex-Alessandro Bettger Peugeot. Kevin Ferber, he's been spectacular, but not that quick relative to what you might have anticipated over the course of the event thus far. But it's great to see his car in action. So flicks towards the chicane, locks the rears, and oh dear, he's going to go the wrong side of the tyre stack. Confusion reigns here as well, but gets away with it, gets now back onto the right route, as it were, but he's got to get the donut right in a moment. It was a good way of getting out of the chicane. Trouble was that it was almost too tight, so it went the wrong side of that tyre stack. Whether any penalty will come from that, we'll wait and see what the clerk of the course decides to do. Round the donut, so far so good. Yes, gets the right exit, gets the right launch off that. Nabila Tejpar currently is the fastest, but Kevin Ferber up towards the line should go top, and does so just on a 1 minute 39.1 in the Peugeot. Now this Toyota is one of the older cars within the timed section, fishtailing its way back onto the tarmac. The Toyota RA40 that Ben Mellors drives with gusto. Big lock up there as he scrabbles down towards the chicane, the ex-Bjorn Valdegaard car. And he gets the exit of the chicane somewhat wrong as well, and goes the wrong side of the tyre stack all over the grass. Gets away with it, but they're giving themselves extra handicaps by doing that because it's a tighter line, it's a slower run out of the corner. Anyway, we're going well, it's going nicely, this Toyota. Follow it with the drone as he comes between the trees, up towards the donut, locks the rear, squeal of tyres, gets that wrong as well, headbutts the donut. Oh dear, oh dear. I said Ben drove it with gusto, but it's all unravelled right towards the very end. Kevin Ferber is the quickest, should stay fastest at the end of this as well, as the car now comes back onto the race circuit. And up towards the flying finish. Through goes Ben Mellors, 1 minute 40.5 in that car. The Toyota then is done for the moment. Now this is the much more recent Toyota Celica, dates back to 1992. Gerry is the man behind the wheel of it, the sort of car that took the world title in the hands of Carlos Sainz in 1992, Ewa Kankanen the year after, Didier Oriol in 1994, and Gerry has done a really good job thus far. Lecodu quick out of the chicane, tidy here as well, 139.1 to beat, should be able to do it I think, looking at the evidence thus far as he comes now into the approach to the donut. This is what's been the undoing of 1 or 2, not just the donut itself but the exit. That all looks good. Turn sharp left up towards the flying finish, sideways onto the tarmac, and this is going to be very good, isn't it? Is it in the 30s? Just 1 minute 30.4 then for the Toyota. 1 minute 30.4, best time yet. Now this is the ex-Carlos Sainz Ford Focus that David Wright has, co-driven by Michael Wilkinson. It's been very spectacular across the event thus far. Also had a wrong slot last night in the dark through the chicane exit, slightly different configuration to the chicane today than yesterday on this stage, but the Ford Focus comes round the chicane. Now that's a really nice line. Kept up the power, drifted it beautifully, went the right way as well, which was a bonus. With that very, very tight left, runs it a little bit wide up onto the grass on the outside. So David Wright here comes up towards the donut, better than anybody to the first split. Around the donut, is that good? It is good. So can he get into the high 20s here rather than into the 30s? Bursts back onto the race circuit, and it is looking good this as he comes up towards the line on 126.5, puts him top of the times, 126.5, laying down a marker for this man, for George Leclerc, with Wayne Sissons alongside in the Mitsubishi Evo 10. And to make the point again, as you go through all of these cars, you're getting all the while up towards the quicker drivers. Wide out of the hairpin there onto the grass goes George Leclerc, survives that. And now towards the chicane, turns his way, right, left, and then has to get the car round, effectively a hairpin, which he does beautifully, onto the perimeter road here, turn sharp right. Of course, the more people cut that corner, the more there's going to be a little trench on the inside of it, so it's just starting to cut up a little, won't be massively troublesome for the drivers, but now towards the donut he comes, turns from that back towards the circuit, heading to the 90 left that brings him back onto the course, up towards the line. Is this going to be the best time thus far? It is a 126.3. It is the best time so far. So George Leclerc 126.3, 2 tenths up on David Wright. Now this is Ollie Mellors in the Proton Iris R5. He also lost a little bit of time yesterday on the first special stage when he ran a bit wide through one of the chicanes on the gravel and had to just back out, start again, so a few seconds were lost, but Ollie Mellors going nicely here. This is another car that's going to take part in the Drift Kana element of SpeedWeek, multi-discipline event, races, rallies, the sprint and the Drift Kana as well. Ollie Mellors back onto the power, heading up towards the donut. He's got to get himself to the flying finish before 1 minute and 26.3 seconds have elapsed, and it's not looking great because he's slightly slower in that second split, but let's see. Drifts out a little bit wide, now he's got the momentum back towards the tarmac, flicks the car onto the pit straight, sideways as he comes into view, almost up against the pit wall, 25, 27.2, so he's third fastest. On board now with Ocean Price in the Polo R5. He's been the nearest opposition to Reece Yates thus far. So Ocean Price with the Volkswagen, a car built by the factory but really aimed at the privateer's hands for R5 regulations within the recent WRC. Into the chicane, Jessica Hockley on the map, avoids the tar stack. Now you get an idea of just how narrow it is. Out of that tight right, get the power down, up through the gears. Careful of the trees on the right. Road opens up a little bit. Suddenly stand on the brakes, get the handbrake used. Round the donut. Power out of that. 26.3 to beat. He's going to smash that, isn't he? So Ocean Price here should go to the top of the times with a 23.2. Fastest time so far. But there's Reece Yates here, who has won every stage thus far, and this is going to be the man to beat them. Flicks the car onto the tarmac now, coming towards the race circuit. This is the wrong way around Woodcote. onto the circuit. All good so far. Accelerates his way now up to the chicane. That's been the undoing of 1 or 2, but the man from Chesterfield then, former English rally champion back in 2015, only began rallying in 2013, so his brother sitting alongside him, really nicely done out of the chicane there, bursts his way onto the perimeter road, accelerates up now towards the approach to the donut, under the trees, back steps out ever slightly, corrects that, flicks the car now into the approach to the donut, doesn't get too sideways, beautifully controlled that, just clips the dirt on the outside as he's back onto the race circuit. Now, the time to beat is a 23.2. He's going to do it again, surely. Yes, he is. 1 minute 20.9. I think he slowed a bit early there, but Reese Yates, almost confused by where the flying finish was still the quickest by 2.3 seconds. So Reese Yates goes fastest again. He's won every stage thus far, and there's still one more to go before the end of the evening. So let's have a look at the results then of stage 6. And at the end of stage 6, this is how the overall classification is. Reese Yates is the super special leader ahead of Ocean Price and Ollie Mellors. George Lepley 4th ahead of David Wright and Gary Lahoudou. Ben Mellors 7th and Kevin Ferber is 8th ahead of Steve Rockingham. And then Nabila Teshbar with Steve Blomqvist 11th and then we have Max Stratos not venturing out that time, but Reese Yates doing a great job in the SpeedWeek Super Special.
Well, there's still plenty more to come here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, including the Gerry Marshall Trophy, which features a plethora of touring car legends and our very own Karun Chandhok. We'll see you shortly. Well, it goes without saying, there is so much history in this place, and now it's time to find out the story behind one of this year's most exciting cars.
Two British legends shared much since Colin Chapman launched Lotus in 1948, the same year as the Goodwood Motor Circuit opened, with Lotus legends established as the 1950s ended. And it was a firm Goodwood favourite, Stirling Moss, who gave Lotus its first Grand Prix victory at Monaco in 1960. Jim Clark used the revolutionary monocoque Lotus 25 to dominate the 1963 World Championship. He shared Goodwood's new lap record with Jackie Stewart in 1965, which remained unbeaten when the circuit closed a year later. The genius that was Colin Chapman was the man behind Lotus, for whose saving weight and innovation were obsessions. The new Lotus 49 with state-of-the-art Ford DFV V8 engine took F1 design to another level. Senna starred in the 1980s and his cars stud at the Festival of Speed, but it was Clark, Hill, Rindt, Fittipaldi and Andretti who delivered the titles as Chapman reinvented F1 time and time again. the innovation of which Colin Chapman is famed is still alive, and the most recent example is their very exclusive electric sports car, the Elvira. With a production run of just 130 units, what Lotus are promising is just staggering. 1,972 horsepower, 1,700 Newton meters of torque, 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds, and well over 200 miles an hour. Quite simply, the most powerful production car in the world. A car that Colin Chapman would have been proud of.
It's just insane.
Final question, if I can just throw it back to the Nürburgring last weekend. It was the Eiffel Grand Prix, and Lewis Hamilton won his 91st Grand Prix, equaling the great Michael Schumacher. It must be so exciting to work with Lewis. What stands out about him?
He's just enjoying himself. He's able to be at the track and be 100% focused on the track. He seems always to...
So we have cars making their way out onto the circuit, ready for the Gerry Marshall Trophy. This is going to be a 2-driver race and mandatory pit stops to get the cars through the pit stop window. Looking forward to it, but first let's quickly rejoin Tom.
Okay, folks, this one is going to be a classic. The main race of the day, a 45-minute 2-driver Gerry Marshall Trophy. Now, Gerry Marshall, for those of you watching who aren't familiar, was a legendary touring car driver, 600 wins, enjoyed a beer as well. So it's after a legend, and we're going to talk to the pole sitter first of all, Nick Padmore. This is a phenomenal race, and when I say Gerry Marshall to you, what springs to mind?
Legend, sideways, and lots of wins. Yeah, it's a fantastic race. You only just have to look at the different cars and the colours and the advertising. I'm a big fan of this race, so I really enjoy it.
Now, you say Gerry was sideways. Do you have to drive these cars? So they're from 1970 to 82, they're Group 1 saloons. Do they need to be driven sideways to be quick?
They don't need to, but it's a lot of fun. But with these cars, they still have a lot of grunt. So even if you're going sideways, you're still going fast. So the UFO BMW here, which me and Nick Manassian are driving, once it's sliding, you keep your foot down, and it's great. It's brilliant fun.
Oh, it's going to be such fun. So you're starting on pole. Your teammate is Nicolas Manassian. Now, I remember Nicolas when he was in Formula 3, and his teammate was actually a guy called James Matthews, who's now an owner in Formula 1 of the Williams Formula 1 team. How are you going to work it? Are you just going to stop halfway through, or when's the driver swap going to happen?
Well, we're going to actually stop Nick quite soon. So he will do the shortest or the minimum stint he can do, and then I will jump in. So I think he's going to come in just after 15 minutes, and then I'm going to have a go.
All right, and who are you worried about?
Well, see all those cars now.
All of those cars?
Yeah, all of them.
All right, Nick, have a great race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Cheers.
Right, this is going to be good, as Tom Clarkson rightly says, because there's a great mix of car in this. There, the field nestling in the assembly area. They're about to be brought forward by the course car, and it's going to be BMW. There it is, the 530i on pole position. Nicolas Manassian will start. It's a 45-minute race. Pit window is between 15 and 30. Ford Capri, Chevrolet Camaro, Rover SD1, Chevrolet Camaro, Ford Capri, more Yank tanks as you work your way down the assembly area. Lots of Ford Capris in these, all of which sound great. There are Ford Escort RS2000s there. You've got the Kerry Michael car that he shares with Mark Blundell. Capris in different liveries. You've got the Mini 1275 GT, which is going to be started by Nick Swift, which is always spectacular. The ex-Tony Lanfranchi Volkswagen Sirocco there, the ex-Stuart Graham Ford Capri. And look across to the other side, more Minis, more Triumph Dolomite Sprints, and the ex-Richard Longman Data Post Ford Fiesta nestling into the order as well. Now, you had a quick look at some of the cars. Let's have a quick look at the circuit. This is Goodwood, 2.38 miles long. It starts with the long, fast run all the way around Madgwick. That takes you through Fordwater and then up towards the first element of St Mary's, through the right, through the left, over the brow, into Lavant Corner, long double apex right. That's onto the Lavant Straight. There's the little kink, and then at the end of it, you come into Woodcote. Turn right again, burst of acceleration through the chicane, and that is a flying lap. So we are ready for the cars to be brought forward onto the grid. Picking a winner in all of this is going to be very difficult indeed. Let's quickly just tell you how they're going to line up, because the Gerry Marshall Trophy presented by Shaw is going to have the BMW of Nicolas Manassian on pole position, with Richard Mines starting alongside in his Ford Capri, and David Clark is lining up third. Now, many of the co-drivers in this race are stars of the British Touring Car Championship, and a man that races against them and has 3 times this year beaten most of them, 4 times this year beaten them, is Tom Ingram, the Toyota Gazoo Racing UK with Ginster's Works Toyota Corolla driver. And Tom, this is, first of all, going to be a very lively race indeed, isn't it?
I think it always is, David. It's looking like it's going to be, exactly as you say, a lively race. And there's going to be some guys that probably qualified out of position who are going to really want to get forwards in this race. And it's going to be the middle ground of attack, defend, find your strengths of your car, work out the weaknesses of the other car, and try to pick a place to overtake.
And the circuit itself just lends itself to good racing. You can be on the inside for one corner, that's the outside for the next, in ebbs and flows.
Goodwood's a superb circuit, and we've seen that over the years. Looking back, however many years you want to look back, there's been some superb racing, and especially in this Gerry Marshall race, we've seen some amazing races over the years, and it really lends itself to some really good slipstreaming battles, and it really lends itself to being able to get the switch back and be clever with your opponents in terms of where you're going to make the move. A little bit of slow speed stuff, some high speed stuff to really mix up the strengths and weaknesses of each car.
And the beauty of this is, running as a single class, you've got the big bangers like the Camaros and these really impudent little minis. So Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan sharing that car, we know that's quick. That's going to be able to get really good late braking, good through the twisty bits, but it'll lose out in a straight line.
And I was talking to Nick Swift this morning, actually, and he was saying how quick the minis are really through the first sector. So the first corner is completely flat for those guys, and they're just trying to keep all the momentum they can to try and even think about getting a bit of a slipstream going down the back out into Fordwater.
Now that is how it looks on board a Triumph Dolomite Sprint. This is Orlando Lindsay, who shares with Sam Hancock. Orlando Lindsay will start in that car. It's going to be a standing start, 3-2-3 grid when they get into order. So they are released from the assembly area, round onto the grid, green flag lap, and then we're going to be in business. Now, I say it's a pit stop race. A pit stop is 2 minutes, pit in to pit out. So if you are under that, penalties will come. But it's going to be a lap and a bit while you're sitting in the pit lane doing that driver change.
And even though it's 2 minutes, it feels like you're in the pit lane for 10 minutes. When you can hear the other cars coming past you, you feel like you're sat there for an absolute eternity.
And if you are under, incidentally, you get double that time you're under as a penalty. So if you're 10 seconds short, you get a penalty of 20 at the end of it. So more tightly policed this.
Yeah, I think I'd want to be maybe 2 minutes and 1 second to be on the safer side of that.
Well, when you become a team manager, you can stand there with your stopwatch and you can speak from authority, can't you?
We'll wait and see.
That's the tough job. Now there, more variety. Look, Mini Clubman, which in fairness wasn't a period British Saloon Car Championship car, but number 78 you see there, which is the car started by the owner, Mark Burnett. That is aping the Special Saloon Mini Clubman that Ginger Marshall, no relation to Gerry, raced, much more modified, but in those colours. A word about the great GDR Marshall, Gerald Dallas Royston Marshall. He was a true hero of British club and national racing. In the 1970s, synonymous with Vauxhalls, he had great success in things like Triumph Dolomite Sprints, in Ford Capris later as well, with British Saloon Car Championship and Production Saloon titles that went his way. He didn't have quite the same success in the BSCC at the time, it must be said. Gerry was a multiple event winner at the Revival, and he was also a great star of historic racing over his final years. So there is the grid, good to go. The grid is formed, ready for the Gerry Marshall Trophy. It is a 45-minute race. The pit window is between 15 and 30 minutes. A pit stop lasts for 2 minutes, pit in to pit out. And the Gerry Marshall Trophy, presented by Shaw, is in memory of a true hero of national racing. Gerry Marshall, who had great success in the 1970s with Vauxhalls, in saloon cars, in production saloons, in super saloons, in special saloons, with Triumph Dolomites, with Ford Capris, you name it. Then in historic racing, he was a great character, much missed. He was a real hero. And Emanuele Pirro, who is going to take over the car on the outside of the front row, comes for a walk down the pit lane to suss out the opposition. Emanuele, one of the few number of honorary members of the British Racing Drivers Club, as you'll see from the badge on his overalls, multiple Le Mans winner. There, heading up towards the rear of the grid, is the Vauxhall in the hands of Gerry Marshall's son, Gregor, who does little racing, but it's great that Gregor is on this grid, sharing with Matt Neal, another of the modern generation of British touring car heroes, although Matt himself is hinted it might be his last season, but we'll have to wait and see. But that car is going to round out the grid. Missing, sadly, would be the Mark Fowler, Stuart Graham and Adam Brindle, David Brabham, Capri and Rover that would have been at the back of the grid. There's another car missing, Tim Harvey's Mini, I did not see. So that seems to have absented itself from the grid, Larry War's car. So the cars will get the final formation lap. Just a quick look down. Yes, you see the red Metro there, which is Malcolm Harrison, but Larry War's 1275 GT is absent. So Tim Harvey missing from the grid. However, everybody else set to go. And as the green flags wave, not to start the race, but to keep the cars this final formation lap, they blast away. Some fabulous sounds from 3-litre cars, from over 5-litre Yank tanks, from the 2 litres, from the 1600s. There's a great miscellany here that showcases what, as it was then called, the British Saloon Car Championship was like, ranging from 1970 up to 1982, at which point the regulations changed to the International Group A regulation. There in the colours of Richard Lloyd, the late Richard Lloyd, is the Mark 1 Golf GTI that Mark Wilson starts, shares with Sam Tordoff, runner-up a few years back in the British Touring Car Championship. Lights on, and everybody now getting a chance to put a bit of warmth into the tyres on this lap around the Goodwood Motor Circuit. So the 45 minutes will get underway with the grid, headed by Nicolas Minassian's BMW. Richard Martin's Capri lines up alongside, and then David Clark's Camaro on the outside of row 1. James Wood starts the Patrick Motorsport liveried Rover on row 2, with Fred Shepherd for company. Row 3, Mike Whittaker's Capri, Tom Christensen's Camaro, Jack Young, another Chevrolet mounted driver, ahead of Graham Bryant and then Kerry Michael. Rick Wood is on the 5th row of the grid alongside Stig Blomqvist and then Craig Davis. Nick Swift's Mini is alongside Nick Jarvis's Rover on the next row, ahead of Jim Morris. Then you've got Valentine Lindsay and Jonathan White. Next will come Mark Burnett's Mini Clubman, and in number 72, Jason Brooks' Mini, ahead of Orlando Lindsay, there's Karun Chandhok's Fiesta, the Tom Alexander, Adrian Wilmot Vauxhall that Tom Alexander is going to start. Malcolm Harrison will be in the red Metro that you caught a glimpse of on the grid. There's Anthony Reid, also Mark Wills and Gregor Marshall to round out the grid. So I'm afraid we've got, as I say, 3 non-starters, but even so, this certainly has plenty in store in terms of action. David Addison and Tom Ingram. Trackside, pick a winner, Tom, or is that a bit like just putting a pin in the entry?
I was going to say, you try to pick a winner out of this, exactly right. There's some great cars. I think there's going to be some lively racing. I think whatever goes on, we're going to see some fantastic racing, especially as the sun's starting to come down. We're going to get the headlights on. We're going to really see these cars come alive under low light.
And of course, the star drivers, if you like, the pros that do the second stint, they all say, yeah, just here for a bit of fun, but they all want to win. They are all hugely competitive, and many of them hadn't sat in these cars until first thing this morning.
Never believe a racing driver when they say they're just here to have fun. They want to win everything. That doesn't matter if you're climbing a set of stairs, pressing the button for a lift, you want to win first every time. So every driver in here is going to be wanting to go for gold in this race.
Well, who is going to come out on top? We'll find out in just over 45 minutes' time. This is going to be spectacular. There's the race in isolation, and then there is, of course, at Goodwood, a trip down memory lane. The UFO Jeans BMW that gets quicker and quicker and quicker each time out. There you've got the Ford Capri alongside. Richard Mine starts that. To be fair to it, it's not in period colours. It was a car raced in the UK by Chuck Nicholson. Charles Nicholson many years ago, but it's been put into the Spa 24-hour colours. The car alongside is a proper period Spa 24-hour car, the 1980 Camaro that David Clark has, because that actually took pole position for the 1980 Spa 24-hour race. Here up onto the grid comes Orlando Lindsay, and there with the Union flag in hand is Dorothy Uota, the starter of the race. So as soon as we get the flag shown at the back to say that everybody is in position, we will be set to go racing then. It is the Gerry Marshall Trophy, and it is go! Great noise as everybody surges away from the line. Lots of wheel spin. Demon start by Rick Wood in the blue and white Capri on the inside line. Mike Whittaker's bright red Capri on the inside as well. This in the mid-pack is the view from on board the Dolomite Sprint of Orlando Lindsay as they turn their way round Madrid for the first time. Nick Swift in the Mini gets all sideways, but he saves it. Great start by the BMW though. Nick Manassian in the lead out wide there. Number 17, the Fred Shepherd driven Camaro running a little bit wide, sorry, Mustang I should say, running a little bit wide. He gets away with that only just. So they've managed to get themselves safely around the first half of the lap, but a good start by Nicolas Manassian.
And this is where it's going to be really difficult as there's a car up in the background, David.
There is indeed. It's the Camaro of Tom Christensen and Jack Tatley. Tom Christensen starting, so the 9 times Le Mans winner is in strife already, but the BMW, dare one say, is getting away slightly.
It looks like he's just broken the toe, but we know there's going to be cars coming through. Tom Christensen's going to be wanting to recover from that. We know he's an absolute demon at coming through the pack at these races, though, isn't he?
Absolutely. Look at Mike Whittaker in number 8 Capri there, the ex-Gordon Spies car, having a go to get past Richard Mines. This is the one that he shares with Mike Jordan. Mike Whittaker, he can't find a way past, but those Capris making a glorious noise as they wail down to Woodcote. But a battle, if it develops for second place, will play into Nicolas Manassian's hands. And then in 4th place, look, you've got the first of the Rovers, with James Wood at the wheel that he shares with Neil Yarney. It's been a car that's won here in the past, so down to the end of the lap. And actually, at this section, look, the Capri's closing the gap down again.
And this section is so difficult to get past, as we can see another one of the Minis trying to make progress towards the back of the field there. It's so difficult, it ends up just being single file through this chicane, and it's not until you really start to open it up and get up towards Magic for the first time that we'll start to see some action forming.
Right, Mike Whittaker round the outside there, up into 2nd place at the expense of Richard Mines, and James Wood in the Rover up on the inside line. There he is, looks sideways, the tail wags, they come up towards Ford Water, but the Rover, I think, has got the grunt, Tom. Yes, it has, so through goes James Wood. And also there, look through on the inside line as well, absolutely charging, is Fred Shepherd.
You're absolutely right. Whittaker seems to be making fantastic progress already, up 3 places in the first lap, so he's had a fantastic first lap. We look back towards the Minis, Swift and Jordan, they seem to have made some good progress forwards. They seem to have taken 4 places forward, so there's definitely some shuffling going on.
And of course, in this, you don't have to worry about option tyres or success ballast, it's just as the car is. So now there, the Rover, James Wood starting, he's up into 3rd place. Richard Mines' Capri, though, is the one that's suddenly dropped a long way back, isn't it? It's lost 2nd, 3rd and 4th places, and he's falling away into the pack. Now Mike Whittaker goes after the leader there. Through, you see another place lost by Richard Mines. Nick Swift's Mini goes through. Look at the pack streaming by. Rover, Sirocco, Camaro, great variety. And it's 4 for the race lead now, Tom.
Absolutely, we're starting to see some action starting to pop up here. You would bet against you coming out in front of this one. Like you say, every car has its strength and weakness, but that BMW looks strong at the front of the field so far. He seems to have been sort of maintained that 9/10 to 1 second gap.
Yeah, again, it seems to lose out under braking for the chicane. Nicolas Manassian being careful, as there Fred Shepherd has a look up the inside. So the Boss Mustang trying to gain ground, can't quite do it. They drift beautifully all the way around Madgwick there. But James Wood in the Rover comes up to have a go at Mike Whittaker. This is just as the British Saloon Car Championship was in 1980, Capri versus Rover, and both of them get up against the BMW. Mike Whittaker takes over the race lead, and James Wood tries to get up on the inside line. The ex-Brian Yogi Muir Rover goes through, picks up 2nd position. So suddenly, that BMW finds itself really struggling against the Capri and the Rover.
Absolutely right, and we look to be off on the outside there, under pressure maybe.
So that was James Wood. He just got 2nd place and just didn't seem to be able to get the car turned in. So off he goes, mows the lawn for the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, and should get back onto the circuit, one hopes. Or is that a problem? Because he's not showing much urgency to get back in the race.
He doesn't know. He looks to be staying out of trouble. But David, to pick up have we looked at Mr. Jason Plato? He seems to be making some progress forwards, up to 5th place already. So would you discount Jason at getting a few more?
Well, let's see. In fairness, it's going to be JP in the second stint. I think Craig Davis was meant to be the start driver in that car. Let's have a quick peer in and see that they've not gone back on that, changed the plan. But either way, that car is going nicely. Now, again, some teams do this in a different way. Do you put your owner in first, make sure he gets the mileage, and then hands over the car to the pro for the second stint? Or do you put the gun for hire in first, send him out with the intention of building up a lead for the owner? Most of the owners are going first. Remember, 15 to 30 minutes is when that pit window opens, so the minimum you can do is 15 minutes within this race. But yeah, you're right, Tom. Certainly the Plato Davis Mustang is looking pretty good now, up into 3rd place. Craig Davis, in fairness to him, is no slouch either in that car.
He's absolutely not. I'm going to be racing against him in the TT tomorrow as well, so I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him, see where he seems to be strong.
Right, pick your lines against him, absolutely. There going through is number 7. Now that is Jack Young in his father John's Camaro, sharing with Gordon Shedden, and that's a sorry sight. Hand out of the window, the Rover is heading for the pit lane.
That is such a shame after that strong first couple of laps that we saw.
So we had the car in trouble actually in qualifying. It stopped out on the circuit when Neil Yarney was at the wheel of it, and whatever the problem was, that has struck again. Right, how about this for a yank tank fight going on? You've got David Clark versus Jack Teckley. These two currently arguing over, what, 5th and 6th places. I said Jack Teckley, I meant Jack Young. Jack Young on the inside line. Is he going to be able to find a way through? Not there, he's not. Now let's keep an eye to what's going on lower down the order. Headlights ablaze. There is Rick Wood in the Capri that he shares with Adam Morgan. And number 28 is the recovering Tom Christensen, 11th at the end of that lap. Big Swift getting all cheeky in the Mini there. Look as he gets up the inside of Kerry Michael's Escort. Right, over the timing line. Tom Christensen has a go at Richard Mines, but interesting the way that that Ford has really fallen back. Richard Mines there, look, in the red and white Capri, in the leading group early on, but the pace has just ebbed away.
He seems to be struggling, you're absolutely right, and would you ever bet against Tom Christensen coming forwards? He's made 3 places even on that last lap, so he's on the attack, and you wouldn't bet against Bensitling another couple of corners before he makes this move.
You're right, especially with all the grunt that his Camaro has got. Now there, Jack Young is all over the back of David Clark, and ahead of them is Nicolas Menassian, who had that lead early on. And again, after a couple of really good laps, his pace has dropped off. And it's not just you lose a position, you lose quite a few and a big chunk of time, because Nicolas Menassian is 5.5 seconds now adrift of the race leader. It's really obvious.
And once you get once you get out of that initial pack, it's very, very difficult to close the gap back up, because you fall out the rhythm, you fall out of that little bit of a slipstream, and you just fall out of all your braking parts, and you start to get onto a little bit of a downward spiral, so it's very difficult to get back into the rhythm as well.
So then the owner is on the second driver in the second stint. Now, as far as the lead is concerned, Mike Whittaker, with this very original ex-Gordon Spice Ford Capri, is being caught by Fred Shepherd for the second stint. Mike Jordan versus Andre Lotterer in those cars. That's going to be a fight to savour, isn't it?
Absolutely right, and that Shepherd car seems to be very, very strong. 2 purple sectors in the first two, and then with the fastest lap on the last lap by quite a chunk. So 9/10 different to the race lead. He's definitely going to be closing that down.
Absolutely right. So at the moment, it seems that having lots of horsepower is the way to go, because you've got lots of these big V8 cars chipping their way forward. Now, of course, something else I suppose we need to factor in, especially in the context of the Camaros or the Mustangs, is 45-minute race, brakes come the end.
And tyres as well. It's although it's a very fast circuit, it's very, very hard on both brakes and tyres, and especially when you're up behind, when you're right behind traffic, everything's going to be getting hotter. Your engine's going to be getting hotter. Brakes are suddenly going to be becoming a factor towards the end of the race, and especially with these heavy cars, that's where they're going to start to struggle as the race goes through.
Good Capri battle here as well, as Richard Mines tries to fend off Rick Wood, who specialises in building engines for Capris. And this is about to be a lead change, is it not? Mike Whittaker comes under attack from Fred Shepherd, and the Boss Mustang, it's an older car, but it's got a bigger engine, it's got lots of horses to unleash in a straight line. Through it goes, but Mike Whittaker will be very late on the brakes on the outside line. Can he stand his ground? Not quite. Tries to get the undercut towards the chicane. He still has a look. Great racing this between these two.
And did you see those brakes glowing orange into the last corner? So already, how long are we in? We're only we're at 20% race distance already, and brakes are already getting that hot. Now, I'd be a bit worried about that.
It's fine. They have a rest. 2-minute pit stop. It'll be fine. But even in a modern, never mind a period touring car, brakes can be an issue. Just ask Dan Camish from the BTCC of last season. Right, look back to Nick Manassian. How's he getting on? He's down in 5th place, and Tom Christensen is all over the back of him, recovering, sawing away at the wheel, then goes from the outside to the inside. You see the car twitching as TK unleashes the car, charges through on the inside. But again, that's not a good sign. Nick Swift's Mini in the pits already, and that's, of course, before the pit window. It is very rare that a Nick Swift-tuned car has a problem, but that does not look good, does it?
It doesn't, no, and there's a little bit of smoke around the front of that. You're worried that's probably going to be terminal, and even if they can get back out, they're going to be so far down the pack.
And Kerry Michael is also stranded. That's going to deprive Mark Blundell of a go. So all of a sudden, with just under 5 minutes to the pit window opening, 2 quick cars in strife. So Nick Swift and Andrew Jordan would have taken that over. Good battle going on here between Jack Young just being able to keep Tom Christensen at bay. It's something he can dine out on, won't it? Jack Young in his father's Chevrolet Camaro keeping the similar car of Tom Christensen at bay. The red and white one there you see in the hands of Tom Christensen. Pole position for the 1978 Spa 24 Hours. Now, Richard Longman versus Richard Longman here. The 1600cc Fiesta, number 41, which has got Karun Chandhok at the wheel of it, ahead of Malcolm Harrison in the Longman raced in time Metro. Students of the Fiesta will notice that's the American 1600cc car because it's got brown headlights, not the square ones, and it was a bit of a cry foul at the time because people said, well, you can't buy it in the UK, how can you race that in the British Saloon Car Championship? But it was on sale in the States. Now, for the lead, perhaps not surprisingly, Tom, now that the Grunt and Go Mustang has hit the front, it has extended that margin to over 0.7 of a second.
It has, but we're starting to see lap times drop off already. We can see their fastest lap was a 1:28.9 on lap 5. We're only 2 laps later, we're into the mid-33s, so we're already starting to potentially notice a little bit of tyre degradation, and we also saw from those glowing brakes earlier on, they're already going to be starting to notice that.
So we have then the car there in the hands of Craig Davis turning his way through, and we're heading towards the pit stop window here at Goodwood within the Gerry Marshall Trophy, and those pit stops are going to be coming up when you rejoin us after the break. So the battle continues up front, and the 0.7 of a second margin set to extend. Now, Tom Ingram was talking a little while ago about the Craig Davis Jason Plato Mustang that's up into 3rd place, and that's becoming an increasingly dark horse, you could argue, because it is closing on the Mike Whittaker Capri. Here is the leader, Fred Shepherd, swinging out of the chicane, but the gap's coming down and down, 2nd to 3rd. Where else do we look? Well, everywhere there's a battle going on pretty much. More variety evinced by the Volkswagen Sirocco there, number 36, which is the car of Jim Morris and Tom Shepherd. Tony Lanfranchi, another national racing legend, drove that car in the championship in its time. But actually the Sirocco is staying with bigger engine cars quite well there.
He's doing very well, and just to jump forwards towards the front of the pack, do we mention Tom Christensen up to 4th place?
Good spot. Yeah, going nicely, so he's got himself ahead of David Clark and ahead of Jack Young, and all of that means that Nicola Manassian's pole sitting BM is falling back in the pack. 8th is the father and son Blomqvist entry. Stig, who's been out in the rally stage just a few minutes ago, starting, and son Tom, Spa 24-hour winner and DTM hotshot of years past, he will take the car over. So there's a lot to shake out of this race. The order that we have now is by no means guaranteed to the very end. As there you see the Fabergé liveried Ford Capri. Stuart Graham carried the colours Imperial, but that's the car of Ludovic Lindsay and Charlie March. Right, Mike Whittaker was in 2nd place at the start of the lap. Is he still there? Have a look up the road. Yes, he is. He's losing ground relative to Fred Shepherd, but he's fending off the challenge of Craig Davis behind as the cars now come through Woodcote. But the pit window is going to be open in just over a lap's time, isn't it? So in many cases, the owner, I would expect, the slower driver will come in early, get the gun for hire into the car. Slippery surface flag being shown there by the marshal, but up towards the line now goes Fred Shepherd, goes by, the gap up to 1.2 seconds. Fred has done a really good job in this to set the fastest lap thus far. Everybody else getting themselves ready in the pit lane, ready for that 2nd stint. So the window's going to be open imminently.
And there'll be some nervous faces down in the pits. Just as you start to watch, you counting the laps down, you get a message from the team saying, right, they're going to be in this lap or next lap, whatever their strategy may be. And you always have your nervous energy just before you're getting out into the car.
And there is still Jack Young keeping at bay Nicolas Manassion, a Camaro, which is a recreation of the Camaro that James Hunt used to win the Tour of Britain in 1973, which was part rally, part race. And as they come now through Ford Water up towards St Mary's, get past the Pheasant, which has just positioned itself on the inside of the road for a good view. And now down towards St Mary's, BMW crawling all over the back of the Chevrolet. Where does the move come? Or indeed, is it going to be on the pit stops? And then you get the second drivers into the cars. Well, let's see. Through the right, Nicolas Manassion will give way to Nick Padmore. Jack Young will give way to Gordon Shedden. I mean, there are going to be some star drivers in the second part of this race.
It's going to be some real star drivers, and even though you know you're coming in a couple of laps' time, you still want to be the person that's managed to make those last few places before you hand over to your teammates so that them carry on.
Absolutely right. Tom Christensen sideways. Now that lead gap to the eye looks a little bit less. I suspect the timing screen will prove me wrong. Yeah, it is up by 0.2 of a second. But actually, Mike Whittaker, to be fair to him, is staying in touch. They're dabbing on the brakes, and the cars drifting their way around Madrick. Go the top two. So there, number 17 leads the way. So the Boss Mustang up front. Fred Shepherd to give way to Andre Lotterer. Behind Mike Whittaker's Ford Capri. Smaller engine car, but even so, staying in that lead group as they work their way now towards St Mary's.
And without wanting to sound like a broken record.
So here at Goodwood, we are approaching the pit stop window for the Gerry Marshall Trophy, and the race is being led by Fred Shepherd. There, Mike Whittaker chasing on behind, and in third and fourth together, you've now got Craig Davies just ahead there of Tom Christensen, and they are absolutely nose to tail as they swing their way out of Lavant. Then the run down towards Woodcote Corner, and is this going to be an opportunity for Tom Christensen to find a way through? They are tied together, those two, and look at the gap that the leading quartet have pulled over everybody else. There is David Clark, fifth, and he's in splendid isolation as well because he's not with anybody and nobody is on the back of him. So Tom Ingram, he's at the moment rather self-isolating, but look at this fight.
He is, and Tom Christensen down the inside into this last section here. What a recovery. He's set purple sector in that first lap, so a fastest lap for him on that previous lap as well. So despite me saying times seem to be dropping off, Tom Christensen seems to be able to keep putting the lap times in.
So this is a car, in a sense, doing the opposite of most. You put the really quick driver in first and see how far up the order he can get. Now, the pit window is open. How many have ventured in thus far? Mainly those really from the rear of the order. Let's just see if the BMW dives in. No, nor does the Richard Mines Capri behind, because that was another car that looked as though it would be struggling earlier. Like the BM, quick early, then faded, now regrouping. Right, down into the pit lane. This is Sam Hancock, who is on board number 1 Triumph Dolomite Sprint, the sort of car that Andy Rouse won the British Saloon Car Championship with in 1975. Right, back to our battle here. So Jack Young against Nicolas Manassion against Richard Mines, and a very sideways Capri, that is. Richard Mines here, Tom, crawling all over the back of the opposition. Away goes Adam Morgan in the blue and white Capri, and all of a sudden Manassion is on the attack again.
And that's a brave move down the inside. He looks to be really attacking this now, and he seems to be getting into a bit of a rhythm now with making these recovery drives back through. He seems to be comfortable with the car moving around underneath him at this stage.
Does indeed. It's fascinating though to see the way that some cars have been quick, faded, then fight back. But it's going to be the last hurrah for many of these drivers. Only a lap or two really before they come in. The leader is in then. So Fred Shepherd has pitted, and there it is. Also in, you'll see Malcolm Harrison to give way to Patrick Watts, but the lead car in. So now Mike Whittaker has effectively a qualifying lap, doesn't he? He's got to push like crazy and try and help Mike Jordan for the second stint.
And that first lap out the pits feels like the quickest lap you're ever going to do. You want to try and recover every 10th of a second you feel like you could lose. So it's always a real moment that you're still trying to get comfortable in the car. You're still adjusting your belts, but at the same time, you're trying to get on that lap as quick as possible. We can see a little bit of trouble with the belts there, just trying to open those up. But as we said, it's 2 minutes for this pit stop. you don't want to be any second under that, because the last thing you want to do is pick up a penalty. And it's such a fine line between trying to keep a real bit of patience and get it done as quick as possible.
Now, one of the reasons it's a fairly long pit window is because it's a pretty crowded pit lane, and you can see now it's the ultimate car park, isn't it, with people coming in. You've got also Guy Smith in the back of that shot, taking over the white Capri, Jonathan White, Le Mans winner Guy Smith. So 2 minutes. It also means it can be a nice safe pit stop, because if it's got to be done as quick as possible, things can go wrong, and with cars and people in a small pit lane, it does get a bit leery, so the safety element is there. Right, so that is Craig Davis giving way to Jason Plato.
This is going to be exciting to see, isn't it? Seeing Jason hustling this car, seeing how many places he can try and recover going forwards now. This is going to be great to watch.
It's odd to think that it's his first race of the year as well.
Isn't it crazy to say that about Jason Plato?
Absolutely.
You saying about the pit stops, it's a great time for the car to try and recover as well, and just allow all the tyre pressures to settle, the brakes to cool, everything just to take a little bit of a breather.
So hands devices having to be factored in as you get the belt sorted out for some of the drivers here. Now there is the Anthony Reid Trans-Dolomite Sprint going through shot. Nick Padmore, Goodwood Motor Circuit lap record holder, has now been installed in the UFO Jeans BMW. Down the pit lane goes Andre Lotterer. So Formula E racer, Le Mans winner, single-seater star, out he goes. And now you've got to go as fast as you can and remember what the car is like, and also find out what the track conditions are like.
And factor in for cars already on their fast lap and try to work out where they're going to fall in, because you don't know if they're in class, you don't know if they're a lap behind because they haven't yet to stop. So you just visor down and push. Get as many laps in as you can in this short space of time.
So now we have the shuffle of the order between those that have stopped and those that have not stopped. And of the non-stoppers, Mike Whittaker leads, but he's being caught by Tom Christensen. That is David Clark's Chevrolet Camaro, which has given way now to Manuel Pirro. Behind is Nick Padmore, who's taken over from Nicolas Menassion. So the second part of this race is going to get very busy indeed. Rob Huff there takes over from Richard Mines. Now, Huffy is another Goodwood star, and he will be absolutely flat chat in that car.
And you can see he's already straight out the pits. He's already finding the limits of the car. He's already trying to get as much speed of that out as he goes into St Mary's. And you can see the whole demeanour, the whole attitude of the car looks really, really aggressive. Huffy's going to be one to watch as he comes through now.
So, recent Swedish touring car champion to add to his CV of World Touring Car successes, and accelerating then. He and Richard Mines share a number of cars together, make a very good partnership, and this is the lead battle. Now, these two have yet to stop. So, Mike Whittaker with a tail-wagging Ford Capri and Tom Christensen with a wheel on the dirt. Brilliant battle.
He's pushing hard, isn't he, Tom Christensen? Again, another purple sector in that sector one. He's, again, another fastest lap on that previous lap. He seems to be able to get the very most out of this car, even late on into the stint. But are we going to see now the power of that car be able to drag him past him as we come up to the Woodcut section? Yes, simple as that.
Through he goes then. So the Chevrolet Camaro booms past into the lead. But Mike Jordan set to take over that Capri, experienced saloon car racer himself. Mike almost going back to his roots in this. He started off in classic saloon car racing in a Morris Minor, then went to Formula Ford, worked his way up to international GT level, and is, of course, now back as a very successful historic racer. Both of them stay out for another lap, but in a straight line there, you can see the extra horsepower the Chevrolet has.
He just has the grunt to be able to pull a gap as soon as he's out the corner, but you would leave Tom out now as soon as possible with the pace that he's able to produce, and he seems to be getting quicker and quicker and quicker. You try and eat that stint out as long as possible.
Absolutely right, and I think that's what Jack Tackley has in mind. This car owned by Grant Reed. And look, in and amongst the traffic now, they just put a lap on the Ludovic Lindsay. Now Charlie March, Ford Capri. There it is in the Stuart Graham colours. That car was much corrupted into Thunder Saloons back in the mid-1980s. It's been put back into its original form. And Mike Whittaker, he's a joy to watch in that car as he drifts the car through. Back tyre smoke ahead. I thought that was the leader. It's not. It was the Vauxhall that's gone off the road. Gregor Marshall and Matt Neal's car. And has that made a pit stop? It has. So that was Matt getting it wrong, I fear.
Ooh, that's not a nice first lap. That definitely never fills you with too much confidence when you have a little bit of an off on your outlap, that's for sure.
And not, of course, that you're going to mention any of this to your rivals next week.
I would speak of no such thing.
No, of course, I know, you're such a nice chap, Tim. Right, we've got a new leader in Tom Christensen, and he's trying to get away from Mike Whittaker. So there's the Chevrolet, there's the Ford Capri, And as the headlights pierce the gloom, pierce the dusk, now how much longer before the Great Dane comes for the pit lane? Of course, the same is true of Mike Whittaker. He's the owner, but Mike Jordan very quick as well. So how long before you bring the red Capri into the pit lane? They're both coming. No, the Camaro is in, but Mike Whittaker stays out for another lap.
This is going to be interesting to see then how this pit stop goes. And we're going to be interested to see when we throw Mike Jordan in this car, see the pace that he can pull out of this and see if that can offset the speed that Tom Christensen's been able to pull out of that car that we've seen so far. But again, he seems to keep doing these fast laps, and it's very impressive to be able to see that this into a stint with the tyres, brakes, everything, as we can see.
Oh, yeah.
See those brakes glowing red there.
Now that is Andre Lotterer, isn't it? He's in his second stint. The second stint of the race, and the car having been given a real workover earlier on by Fred Shepherd, son of Bill Shepherd, who builds and prepares these cars. So now we're going to start to see what an Andre Lotterer lap time is like. He goes through, and Andre Lotterer's lap is a 29.5. A 28.2 is the best of anybody set by Tom Christensen. So again, you have this jumbled order. What we need to see now is where the best of the pit stoppers will slot into place. As Adam Morgan, another of your BTCC rivals in the Capri.
And I know from talking to Adam earlier, he loves this event. He absolutely loves it. He's jumping in all sorts of cars over here and really, really enjoys it. So it's going to be interesting to see how Adam can pull that car further forwards and up the pack.
Now, Mike Whittaker staying out. He's got to come in soon, otherwise the window will be at its end. So is it this time? Let us see. He's not giving Mike Jordan much time behind the wheel here. Out of the chicane comes Mike Whittaker, and he's going to do another lap, is he? He is. So he's getting his money's worth.
Mike's going to be chomping at the bit. He's going to be sat in the pit lane going, when are you going to come in? When are you going to let me have a play?
It's like Mike Whittaker has been glued into the car. The danger, of course, is that if his lap times aren't as good as others and he gets all sideways at Madgwick, then it could cost them in the second stint. But we've had the Tom Christensen, now Jack Tetley Camaro in. So this car takes over the race lead once more. But there are very few that haven't stopped. The BMW shown as not having stopped, but it did. I'm sure I saw it in the pit lane. Nick Padmore at the wheel of that car now. So there is Guy Smith in the Ford Capri of Jonathan White, the Le Mans winner for Bentley. That's Patrick Watts, who was a one-make star before he went into the BTCC. And BMW versus Ford, that is Nick Padmore versus now Tom Blomqvist, who's taken over from his dad, Stig. And he goes through on the inside, so Tom Blomqvist making a good move there, gaining a position ahead of the BM.
And don't we just love this event? We have such diversity from the drivers. We can see people jumping out of a Formula E car into a Mustang, from DTM into all sorts of stuff. So it's great to see that we've got such great diversity from the drivers to be able to switch from some real different kind of cars and get the very most out of them in such a short space of time.
And have a look at one of the great enthusiasts of Goodwood. Emanuele Pirro has done the fastest lap of the race, and in finally comes Mike Whittaker. So if Mike Jordan hasn't given up on this and gone for a lie down, he will be able to take over the car. There he is.
I was just going to say, I hope he's ready, and I hope he's not got a cup of tea sat by because he thought he wasn't going to have to do anything.
I love Mike's historic crash helmet with the goggles painted on the top. He does this properly, doesn't he?
And it still doesn't look like Mike wants to get out. He wants to sit in it even when it stood still there.
Right, there you go, Mike. You can have a go now. Right, let's see the car that Tom Christensen there has handed over to Jack Tetley, come out of the chicane. There, number 17, is Andre Lotterer. So this is about to get the race lead, I suspect, away from Jack Tetley up the road. Right, MJ is strapped in. This was a car that Imperial had huge success in the hands of Gordon Spice. And he never won the outright championship because that was being won by the classes, but up front, Gordon was winning plenty of races. Right, there is Jack Tetley going through, being chased by Andre Lotterer. So this is going to become our lead fight, isn't it?
And it's going to be a tasty battle, as you see the back marker. They're just waving them up the inside. That's really helpful. It's always nice to know exactly where the back markers want you to be, where you want you to be positioned. But we can see there Mike Jordan finally in the car.
That back marker, by the way, was one Matt Neal, incidentally.
Whoops.
So, being a gentleman, as of course Matt is, just as Josh Cook from a week ago at Croft. Out of Lavant Corner comes then number 17. This is Andre Lotterer. and the race lead beckons, although Jack Tetley trying to get up to speed as rapidly as he can there in this Grant Reid-owned Chevrolet. But where is Mike Jordan going to blend back into all of this? That's the next question. They've also got the back markers to contend with, of course, and the back markers are now in unfamiliar cars. If these are the pros replacing the owners, they won't necessarily know the car intricately. Right, away goes Mike Jordan. This car is still going to be in the hunt, isn't it?
And it's going to be so tight as they come out the pits now. Who's it going to be? I think you'd say the Christensen car has got the momentum up the straight. Yep, easy peasy.
Right, so third place will be Mike Jordan for now, but let us see where that car is going to be at the end of the next 15 minutes, because Mike Jordan is going to take the battle to everybody here. Comes out of Madgwick, hustling on. There is the race leader then. It is Jack Tetley up front. Great race this, the Gerry Marshall Trophy here at Goodwood SpeedWeek, and the action will continue after the break. So, action here at Goodwood with the race-leading car there now being Jack Tetley, being chased by number 17, Andre Lotterer, being chased by Capri number 8 in the hands of Mike Jordan. So, there's an awful lot going on in this race, Tom.
There absolutely is, and again, I know I keep picking up on it. Such beautiful scenes now as we can start to see the light dropping. The lights are really starting to pop on the car. We can start to see the cars really coming alive, and you'll see as they're breaking into this final section, brakes glowing red under the falling sun.
So down towards Woodcote they come, and see with the brakes glowing again the car of Andre Lotterer. Now you were getting really concerned about that many minutes ago.
I was, yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, because there can't be that much cooling getting to them, because you can still see them well after the corner, still a really deep orange, so there's going to be a huge amount of heat in there, and I hope he's not going to be getting too worried about that as he's getting into the slower corners.
But Jack Tetley has got a problem there as he comes up towards the timing line, that car going a little bit slower, so it's not Jack Tetley's pace, I don't think. I think that is the car with an issue, so Mike Jordan all of a sudden right back onto his tail. So, sideways, Mike Jordan up the inside there. Has the Camaro picked up pace again? It just about has. Mike Jordan's not breezing past. No, can't do it. So, was that a misgear? What do you think?
I don't know, but I tell you what, full respect to Mike Jordan for being able to get straight out the pits, straight onto the pace, and get pushing on as quick as possible, because he's really starting to rescue this race now.
He is indeed, as they get through the traffic. The Mini on the inside there, just dispensed with. That was Colin Turkington, who suddenly discovered that there was this battleship alongside him.
Chalk and cheese, look at the two difference in sizes between those cars. I bet Colin could have felt the car near him rather than see him in the mirrors. But is that Mike just getting a bit of an undercut? He's up to bleed out the power there as the door just gets shut in his face. I don't think he's going to quite have the pace to get past him down into Woodcote this lap.
But it's through the corners, isn't it, where the Capri has the advantage over the grunt-and-go Chevrolet Camaro, which, of course, at the end of the 11th straight will have to throw out the anchor a bit sooner than will the Ford Capri. So is this going to be a chance for Mike Jordan to catch back up again, balancing the car against the throttle there, drifts it through, doesn't actually close the gap too much. So bear in mind that a lap ago that Chevrolet looked to be really struggling. Now it's stabilised again, and actually come the end of the lap it's advantage Chevrolet once more.
And I wonder if he's just being able to see exactly where Mike's quicker than him and start to just slow the car up a little bit more at the apex, get on the power a little bit earlier, and work out his strengths and Mike's weaknesses in this car.
So the race order is Andre Lotterer leading, and this is the fight for second place. So you've got Jack Tetley ahead of Mike Jordan as the two of them run now up towards the Ford Water right and then on towards St Mary's. There in fourth place is Jason Plato. He's not rusty, is he?
He's absolutely not rusty. Again, full credit to him. He's been able to jump into this car and be straight on the pace at a very, very strong pace as well. So full credit to Jason. He's doing a very, very good job.
It's his kind of car, isn't it? It's one you can really hustle along. It's one that's got character. Mike Jordan then in the Capri chases after Jack Tetley, who in fairness is doing a very good job here. His lap times are holding up against the opposition, even though Andre Lotterer is escaping up the road.
I'm starting to see purple sectors coming up on the timing screens again now. Is that Emmanuel Perrault starting to make a little bit of progress now with a very, very strong sector one? So he's definitely on the push to try and recover something out of this race.
Yeah, Emanuele is chasing after Jason Plato, isn't he? And then Rob Huff is 6th, Gordon Shedden is 7th, Tom Blomqvist is 8th, Nick Padmore is 9th, and in 10th place it is Dario Franchitti. How's that for a roll call?
That is a hell of a name call, is it not?
Right, for second place then, here comes the Camaro Capri fight. Chevrolet versus Ford, Jack Tetley versus Mike Jordan. Emanuele Pirro, as Tom Ingram rightly says, has lit up the timing screen. He'd already done the fastest lap of the race. And he ain't given up yet as the cars now power down to the right-hander of Madgwick. 21 laps are in the book. What have we got left? Just under 11 minutes of the race. And the fastest lap improved upon by Emanuele Pirro. So that lap has been the best of the race. That means that if you look in the background, you'll see the gap is coming down between Plato and Pirro. It was 3 seconds, but it is going to be even less than that as the cars now work their way into St Mary's. There, though, is the race leader. Andre Lotterer just has to preserve that gap.
And really now it's about looking after the car. He'll see in his mirror. He's got a nice gap.
So Andre Lotterer leads as we work here, lap 22. The Gerry Marshall Trophy is about to enter its last 10 minutes. This is the race leader, Andre Lotterer, up front in the Boss Mustang. And behind, it is Jack Tetley just being able to fend off the challenger Mike Jordan, as with lots of tyre squeal and curb hopping, Andre Lotterer flings the car through Woodcote. Now, we did have a bit of a sort out in order to put Lotterer into the lead, and it was here out of the chicane. Jack Tetley's Chevrolet suddenly seemed to slow right down. That was enough to release Andre Lotterer, and it brought Mike Jordan back into the mix. But whatever the problem was, might have been a missed gear for the Chevrolet Camaro. It has picked up its pace, and it is there in second place. So 9.5 minutes and counting. David Addison and Tom Ingram trackside for the Gerry Marshall Trophy. And now, Tom, Andre Lotterer looks to have this all under control, but still we've got these orange brakes glowing when he applies the pressure to them.
And you can still see them still orange as he's halfway down the straight, even through Ford water. So there's still plenty of heat in that. And despite me saying now, he's just got to kind of get it home. He'll have an eye on his mirror. He's pushing, and he still looks to be getting some fast laps in.
Number 1 Dolomite Sprint of Sam Hancock goes a lap down against Mike Jordan. So Mike Jordan is in third place in the Mike Whittaker car. Jason Plato is fourth behind. And Emanuele Pirro has done the best lap of the race, and he's fifth. So it's all starting to concertina for second, third, fourth and fifth. Whereas Andre Lotterer, as long as the brakes stand up to all the punishment here, he's getting away. Look back from the Dolomite Sprint. Sam Hancock, with a 2-litre engine, he's flat out virtually all the way round.
He absolutely is, and you can hear that engine screaming for mercy as it's coming out of the slower sections now. But look at the speed difference between these two cars now.
That was Jason Plato charging past. Dolomite Sprint probably wobbles with the draft that the Mustang creates, but look how close Plato is getting to Jordan, and Pirro is getting closer to the pair of them. So this is developing really nicely with 8 minutes to go. There's Andre Lotterer. That's the race leader. Look back. You see the gap? Then it's second coming out of the chicane. Then third, then fourth, then fifth. So that's the battle pack that is developing for second, third, fourth and fifth. Now in sixth place should be Rob Huff in Richard Mine's Ford Capri. There it is, coming out of the chicane. In seventh place, it will be Gordon Shedden in the next of the Chevrolet Camaros, but that is a long way back, not yet even in view, because we've got more of the traffic still to come by. There it is now. So that's Gordon Shedden, the second of those pairs of headlights. That is the Camaro coming over the line. So that takes you to seventh place. Eighth, the Blomqvists. Ninth, Nick Padmore's BMW. 10th is another of the Camaros, that of Dario Franchitti. Right, the lead gap is 8.8 seconds. Andre Lotterer has got this one in the bag, hasn't he?
I'm not saying anything at this point. I don't want to put my foot. It's 7 minutes left. Anything can still happen. We can still see those brakes are nice and hot, but that Jordan, Plato, Pirro battle is going to start to really hot up now.
And here it is. This is Pirro on Plato. So Emanuele lines up down Lavant Straight. Can't get the Camaro alongside the older Boss Mustang. Even indicates that he's going to go to the right. He's having a look on the inside line there. There's just about the room. Brakes as late as he can. Gets the job done and covers off the inside line. So Jason Plato can't nip back up on the inside line. So Emanuele Pirro, the fastest lap he has already set. Now he's up into fourth position. Next target, Mike Jordan.
And he's going about it the right way, isn't he? Really fast laps. He's being able to deal with the traffic really, really efficiently. As soon as he's coming up behind someone, he's able just to get shot of them straight away and start to close that gap down.
Now the lead gap has come down a little, but I think that's more Andre Lotterer being cautious than needing to get concerned about the pace of the car against Jack Tetley in second second spot, but this now is the fight for third place. And Emanuele Pirro in the Chevrolet Camaro period car, pole for the 1980 Spa 24 Hours on the back of the 1980 Ford Capri. He's right there and looking for a way by. As far as the race leader is concerned, there's traffic up the road, but is it going to be on the run down to Woodcote where Pirro makes the move? Because that's where, theoretically, the Camaro should be stronger.
And we saw that on the last lap against Jason Plato. That was where his car was particularly strong. He's coming out of this section now. We're going to see him start to get a nice second apex now, and he's going to start to open the power up, and fingers crossed he's going to be able to close that gap. But Mike Jordan isn't going to want to let this place up lightly. It is still for third place, the final place on the podium, but it looks like he's got the job done easily and well ahead of time before he now starts to come down towards Woodcote. So a nice, easy move there.
So great battle between the two, and it's now advantage Pirro, so he's got himself up into third position. Now, Tom Christensen did a great early stint. Let's hear from the Dane. He's with Tom Clarkson in the pits.
Yes, I've got him with me now. Tom Christensen, what an opening stint! Talk us through it!
Well, a good start, but this morning I had some issues with the gearbox, which was not suiting me well, so I had some issues, dropped right back, was even on the grass, and I was down in 22nd, but the car is working very good, except I can't use third gear. So I was using second and chicane and fourth everywhere else. So I put fourth here and I went to fourth everywhere else. It seems to be good for the tires, but obviously the revs were very low at times, but that's how Jack is struggling as well. He don't have the third gear.
Okay, well, it's going to be a cracking end to the race. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thanks.
So good to hear from Tom Christensen, and he is witnessing the car in second place. So Tom Christensen now having given way to Jack Tetley. 8.9 seconds is the lead gap, and then in third spot now it is Emanuele Pirro. There he is. Now what can Pirro do about Jack Tetley? That gap is 1.5 seconds. That is going to be another change. Look as they come down to Woodcote. So Emanuele Pirro, his brakes are going as well, but there's going to be another change here before the end, isn't there? Because Pirro is right up there with the second place Camaro now.
You wouldn't bet against it. With the pace he's had in this second half of the race, it's got to be done very, very quickly. You'd argue that, and he's already looking to be straight on the attack, even with an indicator. He pulls past, very gentlemanly, and comes past.
Easy peasy, wasn't it there? So through into second spot goes Emanuele Pirro, and he can't surely in the remaining 3 minutes do anything about Andre Lotterer. He might be able to bring down the gap, but he's not going to be able to catch and pass unless Lotterer has a problem. But as far as the other situations are concerned, Mike Jordan versus Jason Plato, 4th and 5th could be one to watch, couldn't it, with the Capri and the Camaro. So look back, there they are. There is Mike Jordan, and Jason Plato is closing that gap down all the time. Pirro's last lap, by the way, was another best as Mike Jordan beautifully drifts through St Mary's.
Stunning, and it's so great to see these cars driven so on the edge all the way through every single corner we get to. But you're absolutely right, David. This is going to be a very interesting battle in the last just under 2.75 minutes left of the race now. Can Jason get the attack done on Mike Jordan? Let's wait and see.
So what have we got? 2.5 minutes and counting as Emanuele Pirro blasts past the Austin Metro. That predates even MG Metros that didn't appear in the championship until 83. But down towards Woodcote they come. Mike Jordan versus Jason Plato. Here they come. Jason will be very, very keen to get past that Capri if he can. He's going to get 2 more laps out of this race, I reckon, as they come now through the chicane. There's a whole galaxy of traffic, though, looming up the road, isn't there? Including there the Rover of... now Pat Blakeney-Edwards, number 16 Rover, the surviving Patrick Motorsport liveried car. So the leader goes by. Actually, the gap is coming down, not by much, but it's gone from over 8 seconds to just under 7. So it's down a bit, but still think that's Lotterer just looking after the equipment.
You'd argue, and like you say, just under 2 minutes to go, 1 minute 45 seconds left of the race now. Just under 2 seconds he's closed in that last lap. So he's definitely going to be on the attack, but I think even he'll know, with a man of his experience, he'll know that closing that gap down with such a short space of time is going to be difficult, but never say never. Anything can happen in this race. We've seen that.
So Andre Lotterer is the man in charge. He will squeeze 1 more lap out of this race And right now, this is all about looking after the machinery, isn't it? Because from 5th on the grid, a really good first stint put into that car by Fred Shepherd. Through the traffic comes Emanuele Pirro, who is still hustling on. He is fractionally slower than the leader in the first sector, but you can put that down to traffic, as there, Andre Lotterer out on his own. Should be able to have a pretty easy last lap here with no traffic around him. Pirro has got to try and swap the back markers aside, but they're still with those brakes glowing red hot. They're just about going to stand up to the treatment, aren't they?
I think they are, and it's going to be really interesting to see this Jordan Plato battle coming into its own in the last lap of the race or so. So let's keep an eye on that and see what goes on just back there as well.
45 seconds on the clock. The flag might go early rather than do an extra lap. Let's see, it does. The checkered flag is out then, so an uncheckered flag just because the light is going. So who is going to be second? It is Emanuele Pirro bringing the car home. Matt Neal goes through ahead of Patrick Watts, and a virtual dead heat for third, and I reckon Jason Plato might have just done that on the line, and he did by a 10th of a second. That was a 4th place, so Tom Christensen and Jack Tetley third, and Jason Plato gets ahead of Mike Jordan by a 10th.
45-minute race split by a 10th of a second. How crazy is that?
It's insane, isn't it? And then in 6th place, Richard Mines and Rob Huff come home. Oh, there you go. Brilliant. We knew it was going to be lively, and it was from start to finish. Great stuff.
Never to disappoint. Absolutely fantastic race.
So that is the winning car, despite the fear that we had about the brake use. Fred Shepherd and Andre Lotterer, with Andre ever the pro from his long-distance racing, knowing where to push, when to ease off, basically control the gap beautifully once he got the lead.
Absolutely right. Even with the car winking at the end of the race there with one headlight out, he's done a fantastic job there. He'll be super, super pleased with that.
That's the least of their problems. I reckon they'll take that for a Goodwood win. Brilliant stuff. And even the slowing down lap is not exactly slow, is it? So maybe Andre Lotterer wasn't expecting the flag. He thinks, well, I'll still, better hustle on until a marshal tells me otherwise. But a great drive by Fred Shepherd in that first stint to take nothing away from Andre Lotterer in the second. We'll confirm the result then of the Gerry Marshall Trophy presented by Shaw, which was a win for Fred Shepherd and Andre Lotterer with the Ford Boss Mustang. Then David Clark and Emanuele Pirro, Tom Christensen and Jack Tetley taking third ahead of Craig Davis and Jason Plato, Mike Whittaker and Mike Jordan fifth. Sixth going the way to Rob Huff and Richard Mines from Jack Young and Gordon Shedden, and father and son Stig and Tom Blomqvist in 8th base. Fantastic racing. The Gerry Marshall Trophy giving brilliant action here at Goodwood with a win for Fred Shepherd and Andre Lotterer. So, very lively racing indeed, and real shame that we had the drama for Nick Swift's Mini early on, because that would have been really good to see what progress that could have made, and still one or two quirks in that, like the BMW's pace that yo-yoed quite early on.
It was interesting to see, wasn't it? And it's interesting to see how much pace is fluctuating from these guys and how they can all of a sudden seemingly find a little bit of time when they need to, preserve the car when they need to. And over the course of 45 minutes, exactly like you say, it's really a case of preserving the car, looking after it, making sure it gets to the end, but also keep pushing on at a really strong pace. It's a really tough balancing act.
So the cars make their way into Parc Fermé, and great stuff from the 70 to 82 period touring cars. And of course the pre-66 cars for the St Mary's Trophy have a race tomorrow and a race on Sunday. 2 drivers, but 2 parks rather than being a pit stop race. We do have 2 more pit stop races there. Out of the car gets Emanuele Pirro and looks across at Jack Tetley, who for my money did a really, really good job in that car, as also did Fred Shepherd in the winning Boss Mustang. Emanuele gets his mask ready, and I think an extra lap might have been done. As I said, he was going quite rapidly up towards the end of the slowing down lap, but Emanuele Pirro gets his mask on. There is David Clark, the car's owner, come to say well done. Every time Emanuele comes here, he finds something different to drive and makes new friends, but a great character is the Roman, really is very, very popular, and he's the epitome of what Goodwood is all about. Enthusiasm, passion, and stands to one side as the winner arrives. Andre Lotterer and Fred Shepherd win the Gerry Marshall Trophy. Let's join Tom Clarkson.
Well, here is our winner. Andre Lotterer brings it home. Huge. There we go. Fred Shepherd, high five. Emanuele Pirro, such a great atmosphere. Gerry Marshall would approve. Well, can I have a quick word? Fred, come on in. What a tremendous race. Well, why don't we start with you, Fred? What a brilliant opening stint by you.
Thank you, very kind. Just get it off the line and go, I think, yeah.
And how was the car early on?
It was pretty good. The track got very oily. I think there was a lot of oil down. I had a moment at the chicane. Thankfully, I got away with it. But generally, yeah, pretty good.
Well done, you. If I could please bring Andre in now. Andre? Well, another win here at Goodwood.
Yeah.
How was that final stint?
Super nice. I mean, Fred did a fantastic job bringing the car in P1, so I just had to keep driving, so he did all the job, and I was out there having fun. Fantastic car, and yeah, a bit of a endurance feeling as well with the getting darker, so no, I had a lot of fun, and yeah, awesome to have another Goodwood victory.
Andre, you say you had a lot of fun. Just describe what it's like to drive this Ford Mustang around here.
Yeah, it's a handful, but it's quite heavy, so you got to use the weight to your advantage. And
hang on, don't get us wet.
And yeah, and then just dance with it. So it seems to suit me pretty well here, and it's. No, it's well balanced, it's fun, and yeah, you gotta be careful on the brakes. It's quite heavy, so you easily lock up and overshoot the corners, but I got the hang of it.
Those front brakes were getting pretty hot, weren't they? Andre, well done. Let's catch our second place finishers now. David Clark, Emanuele Pirro. Why don't we start with Emanuele? You drove the car home.
Beauty, age before beauty.
Well, look, David, then, talk us through that opening stint.
Well, for me, I mean, I did the best I could, but it was pretty hectic out there. But, you know, I have to say, to drive with Emanuele and have the drive that he had, I'm just over the moon for him, and I'm pleased for us as well. But he just did a fantastic job, and big thrill for me, actually.
David, have a look at this. Come on, boys, who did that?
I hit Nick Manassian in the chicane, but the other one was...
No.
Emanuele, over to you.
Because it's a tough time, we need to be honest. He had too much oversteer, so he just altered the aerodynamics to get a better front.
No, how much have you guys enjoyed this?
No, very much, very much. But really, what I want to say, it's so good to be here.
Yeah.
So good to be here. We miss all the people. I don't want to be rhetoric, but we miss all the people. And these muscle cars, they have so much juice and so little traction. You don't need the steering wheel. You just basically steer with the throttle.
Well,
and
I think it's fair to say Emanuele's had a good time. If we could just grab our
top three
and fastest lap. And fastest lap for Emanuele as well. Let's just come over here.
Tom, myself.
Yes.
So,
guys, well, who are we going to start with? Jack.
Yeah.
Jack. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Feeling pretty good about that?
Feeling good considering we only had one gear. So we did the whole race with just fourth. Well, you had second for a bit. I only had fourth, so it was a little bit
Jack,
sluggish.
are you exaggerating? You really did the whole race?
Yeah, whole race in fourth. Well, I had one lap where second worked, and then the rest of it I was just in fourth.
What a tremendous result, just to do it all in fourth.
Just carrying speed.
Reminds me of a drive by Michael Schumacher in Formula One back in the day. TK, you had second gear, so you obviously had it easy.
Yeah.
Just talk us through your stint and the first lap in particular.
Yeah, that's when we realized it's a bit difficult to handle the gears, and there's no third. That was what I would like to have had for plenty of the corners here. So using the fourth gear took me time to realize that I don't have it, I can't get it. Then suddenly I got a little bit and never again. So you have to change the driving style, try to be a little bit easier into the corner early on throttle as it's very low on revs. But we are very happy to be on the podium, consider that. And that actually, as you mentioned, the first lap, I was down in 22nd, I'm told, and then bring it up. So at least we, that he had a very good fight in the end. So I'm very proud of Jack and the team.
Well, it's been a tremendous race. Well done you guys with only one gear, but what a brilliant Gerry Marshall Trophy.
Tom,
Well, it suddenly got very dark and very cold, so I've managed to wrangle together the crew and we're going to have a little debrief on what our highlights of the day have been. I'll start with you, Rory, because I feel like you have done the most steps out of all of us. What's the count on?
It's mad. It's a car show, but I don't think I've walked this much in about a year. I looked at my phone, it was 15,000 steps today.
You've been all over. Where have you been? What have you been up to?
I went from the supercar paddock, back to the pits, back to the supercar paddock, studio, just back and forth, looking at literally everything. A bit of old, a bit of new. One of the things that I really love about this place is that you see so many old cars, but today, I noticed something. There's a massive trend towards the next generation of cars. So we saw things like the Mustang Mach-E 1400, massively powerful electric rally car.
Yeah.
We saw things like, you know, the Lotus Evija with 2,000 horsepower, and that's kind of becoming the norm now. When you see these amazing old cars roaring around the track, followed by these electric cars after them, you kind of think the next generation of technology is coming through, and it's going to be a massive deal going forward. But for me, another big highlight was being in the studio with Mark, talking about the Porsche 911 Turbo, which I drove today.
Oh.
The film should be out tomorrow as well, so check that out.
What was it like?
Sensational car. I drove it on the road and then around the racetrack. And it's a car that can do pretty much everything. You can put her up and down the motorway, go to the shops in it, and then take it on a track and just let it loose. And it is an absolute animal, isn't it, Mark? I mean, it was crazy.
Well, it is. It's a 911. The boys, you know all about those, right? I mean, they're absolutely
a bit.
Yep, weapons.
Bits and bobs.
Very proud of that car. Had a little bit to do with it, but you know, it's just been a great day, and I'm just so happy we're finishing with the marshmallows.
Yeah, me too. I thought you might get the guitar out, Mark. To be honest.
Well, you know, a bit of in excess or what, I'm not sure, but I'm waiting for the marshmallows. I think a little, you know, we need a little bit of a wee dram of something. Too. We've had a big day. I haven't done 15,000 steps, but we've put a good shift in.
Oh, I hope so. We can get a martini at some point today. That's what I've been waiting for.
Yep.
Have you had any particular highlight, Mark, today, apart from the Porsche?
Yes. Well, it's always nice for me to see, you know, Sir Jackie Stewart. You know, again, it was hanging out with Rory was good fun. I haven't seen these guys. I don't know where they've been, but I think they've been. You've been at the back.
I took a photo of Jackie Stewart's back.
Yes.
Earlier on,
his
just
back.
over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, just his back.
Well, that was your highlight, mate. That's phenomenal. But that's what this event does. You know, the Duke of Richmond. He can get the amount of people he gets here. I have, you know, year after year after year. For me, is really, really impressive. The grounds are immaculate. It's really in period, but also, like Rory said, you've got a great, you know, swing of cars between from, you know, obviously the pre-1923, I think there was a race with those guys, you know, steaming around, skinny tyres, you know, hanging it all out there, really risky, to the electric stuff. I don't know about 2,000 horsepower, mate. I'm not sure I can handle that, but there's some awesome stuff here.
No, I agree. I mean, I haven't caught up with it all, and I haven't seen you two all day. Johnny, I'm going to start with you. Where have you been? What have you been doing?
Well, can I just say, first of all, you don't need to bring a guitar to this sort of spring watch mashup that we're doing here, because we've got rally cars just ticking over in the background, which is really nice.
Well, I dodged the question. Where have you guys been today?
Well, we've been in the auction house in the Bonhams auction room, having a nose round.
Yeah, you should get in there, because there's some amazing stuff. It's all going tomorrow, the actual auction.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of really, really nice cars. It's sort of like a little kind of locker of pornography.
What tickles your fancy?
XSAS Land Rover, careful owners from new.
Yeah. No one looks after their cars like the SAS.
Gun
on top. Gun on top.
No, it says it comes complete with all equipment apart from the weapons.
Okay.
That's what it says in the spec, which is quite cool.
Some old Bentleys, if you want a pre-war Bentley, they got them. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aston Martins, if you like those, plenty of Aston Martins. There's some lovely old Ferraris. My personal favourite, it's also supposed to be the most expensive car going through there, 330 GTS Ferrari.
Yeah.
1.5 million pounds, they reckon.
Yeah.
That'll go
Oh,
for.
take two.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Did you bid it? Cheeky little bid?
Your credit card would be like that, wouldn't it?
That or the 365 as well, the coupe, pretty car. That'll be, I don't know, a million, I think, maybe.
I'm going to bid on. There's an item that's not a car. That's a glass fibre display model of a Cosworth DFV engine.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it's actually quite pretty. £800, hopefully.
Very successful engine, that.
Yeah.
Won a lot of Grand Prix, didn't it? Do you know how many?
No, I don't know how many.
Yeah, Rory?
Do you?
16.
Did you make that number up?
It'd be way more.
Out the air. It sounded good,
It'd be
though,
about
didn't it?
It sounded really good.
I've got no idea, but it was very successful.
It's a good motor.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, it's a strong motor. Yeah.
So what are you guys up to tomorrow? You're not in charge of flogging these cars, are you?
No.
No.
Not as far as we know.
No, we're
You
not.
can't be trusted, I don't think.
Today's been full of wonderful surprises.
Yeah, we're not. No,
another
we're not.
highlight just now before we sat down here, the Gerry Marshall Trophy out on the track. And Rory was saying about this sort of, you know, this brilliant eclectic mix of things that we get here, but that race alone It's like going to the Grand National and they've got donkeys and cart horses and greyhounds all mixed in with the normal stuff, because the sizes of cars, the range of cars, fantastic, proper good racing.
It was worth it just for that, actually.
Yeah, do you reckon they've struggled though in the dark?
Well, some of them just didn't bother having their lights on. One guy did 5 laps with the left indicator going, which I quite enjoyed.
That's like me driving.
Yeah.
It makes sense to see the apexes, mate, especially the left apexes, you know, just sort of light the apex up, you know.
Well, look, guys, there's so much going off. There'll be loads more tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching, getting involved, using the hashtag, of course, GW SpeedWeek. We want loads more of your pictures, loads more of your tweets and your Instagram, so get involved. We're looking forward to it, and we will see you tomorrow.